A wonderful sunny day began as usual. Local residents were busy with their daily chores, but at one of the subway stations, a siren sounded. For the young man, it was a normal day with no sign of trouble, but everything changed in an instant. Passengers who noticed the monster decided that someone was filming a movie in this car. Everyone thought the monster was a movie prop, but one guy was shocked by it. The monster stopped resembling a doll when it took out a weapon, and people couldn't understand what was happening. Then more monsters appeared and began attacking the passengers. That day, the guy saw hell. It was impossible to endure, and people began to try to call the police to eliminate this disorder. No one could get through because all communication was down, but the goblins continued to destroy people one by one. Watching what was happening, the others could not intervene and could only listen to the cries of the dying. The guy couldn't calm down because he knew what would happen next. Almost everyone on that bus didn't survive more than a minute, so the guy did everything he could to survive. Children and adults, without exception, 80% of the population of Seoul was to be destroyed. The young man in turn did not know if he would be able to survive in such circumstances. The value of his talent as a player was completely useless because he was a mediocre player. The monsters began to destroy everything around them, sparing no one in their path. People were terrified by these events but could do nothing. Before these events, in the Cheono district of Seoul in the year 2028, everyone was living their everyday lives. Many shops and offices earned their daily income thanks to hungry visitors. The boys sat in the school cafeteria discussing how their exam had gone and speculating on what grades they might receive. One of their friends thought he had failed the test because it was too difficult. His friends didn't know what to do now because it was his last third attempt to pass the exam. One friend advised him to forget about becoming a civil servant. The guy's name was Kim Hyun-jin. He was 30 years old and had been trying to pass the civil service exam for 7 years. 10 years ago, when the gates opened in Seoul, terrible events swept through the city, and a handful of survivors awoke and became known as the Players. Kim Hyun-jin had dreamed of becoming a player, but he had long since given up on that dream due to his lack of talent. Now all his thoughts were occupied with the exam. The guys at the next table were discussing yesterday's video of Kwok Tai-woon. Viewers considered this blogger to be crazy because he fought well and filmed his battles along the way, which is why he was nicknamed God Tae-woon. The guys envied this man because they thought they would be like him if they had talent. But they were ordinary people, so all they could do was take the civil service exam. It was said that in the past, Kim Hyun-jin had taken a player ability test and collected 67 talent panels, which was a record in Korea. The young man heard their conversation but did not react to it in any way, and they gave him the nickname the Lost Genius. One of his friends didn't understand why such a person would sit here and take the exam. It turned out that his talent was discovered too late because all the talent panels were closed. The guys realized that Kim Hyun-jin had a chance to turn his life around. Usually talent panels closed at the age of 20, but he was already 30 and could be considered to have lost his future. The young man knew even without them that he had no chance of becoming a player. 7 years ago, as a last resort, he took a repeat test of player abilities, which allowed him to determine the presence or absence of talents. After passing, it was possible to see the total number of talents and evaluate the ones that had been discovered. Kim Hyun-jin had only one left. For him, this result was worse than having no talents at all, and at the time, he didn't understand why. The guy couldn't understand why the head of the personnel department of the Players Association came to personally deliver the results to him. The man advised him to become a civil servant. Kim Hyun-jin had only finished high school and was not good at anything in particular. He hoped to become a civil servant, but failure awaited him. After news broke that a very valuable item had been found in the dungeon, the players tried to benefit their country. Their lives were very different from those of ordinary people. If a player had only one talent panel, they were considered unawakened, and Kim Hyun-jin did not understand the difference between heaven and hell. Therefore, the empty hope of becoming a player was too much of a luxury for him. Kim Hyun-jin decided to return home expecting nothing from tomorrow. On April 27, 2018, cataclysms began in Cheono, and the news discussed the terrible events that occurred at the beginning of the cataclysm. The video lesson began with the primordial fog in Seoul, which resulted in 145,000 deaths out of 150,000 people affected. In fact, the entire Cheongno-gu district was close to total destruction when they first saw the primordial fog and could not even stand on their feet. Ma Song-hyun played a major role at the beginning of the cataclysm 10 years ago and has now become a world-famous player. The man could give his viewers one piece of advice with absolute confidence. Effort is more important than talent, and he considered himself a living example of this. Ma Song-hyun was determined to become stronger than Kim Hyun-jin, who listened to his broadcasts and pondered his words. So he began to doubt that his efforts were enough, but decided that now was not the time to think about such things. He did not want to get stuck on what could not be changed. If he had talent, he could have awakened as a player, accepted the guard's offer, and made his life worthwhile. Kim Hyun-jin began to believe that he alone was to blame for everything that had happened to him. Then he received a letter saying that his mother was no longer alive. She had died of an illness. His older sister wanted to escape poverty and got a job at a semiconductor factory, but all she earned was leukemia. Therefore, Kim Hyun-jin had to succeed for the sake of his family. He had no talent, no money, no connections, and he failed the exam 3 times and did not understand what he was lacking. Remembering the guy's conversation about how he had discovered his talent too late, they considered it simply bad luck. The young man thought that even though he had made every effort, his reality had not changed, so he vowed to try harder for his mother and sister. The young man doubted that his tomorrow would change if he tried harder, and if his life did not change until the very end, he did not know what to do in that case. The young man's wishes were heard by the powers above, and he had no idea what awaited him next. The next morning came and Kim Hyunjin didn't want to get out of bed. Suddenly, he remembered that midterm exams were scheduled for the day, and even though he had gone to bed early, he still overslept. Kim Hyunjin decided to take a quick shower and then go to the academy. He tried to remember what time the exams were usually held. The locals were waiting for the bus as usual, none of them suspecting anything. Kim Hyunjin's bus was due to arrive soon, and he was glad he had made it to the stop on time. The guy didn't know why, but this day seemed strange to him. His bus arrived, but he couldn't understand what was different from a normal morning. The young man decided that the problem was his mood, so he decided to observe his surroundings while riding to the academy. The news reported that the weather was expected to clear up in the morning. The passengers on the bus behaved as usual. Kim Hyunjin learned that a new song, Pink Velvet, had been released. This strange group of idols had become popular again. It was difficult for him to talk about it because he didn't watch TV. While riding the bus, he decided to review his notes. He had written down what had happened 10 years ago. It was quite cold for April, and some people thought it was too early to wear short-sleeved clothes. Along with the pristine fog, training began. Suddenly, the passengers noticed something strange. A thick fog appeared, but none of them suspected anything strange because they considered it normal. The weather forecast did not mention anything about this. Suddenly, there was a stench, as if the sewer had burst. Kim Hyunjin suspected that something was wrong. Suddenly, everyone received an alert about an emergency situation. A very thick fog had appeared, which could cause accidents on the roads, so everyone was asked to be careful. The guy couldn't believe it because it was the same kind of fog that was present before the gates with monsters first appeared. Kim Hyunjin began to worry greatly because of this, and it took him some time to pull himself together. Suddenly, he realized that the date of the cataclysm that happened 10 years ago was the same as now. The young man began to think that the entire Cheono district, including Gwanghwamun, would be practically destroyed. The other people continued to complain about the smell, but they couldn't see anything because of the fog. The young man decided that if this was true, he was going to Cheono, where 145,000 out of 150,000 people would die. Suddenly, it got dark outside, and the passengers decided to find out if the driver could continue the route. 97% of them thought that Kim Hyunjin might die. It seemed to him that he had returned to the past, but he also knew what would happen next. Unexpectedly, a player window appeared in front of him, asking him to wait until training began. 10 years ago, the first training session took place in Cheono, Seoul, where players had to master their skills. Monsters began to appear unexpectedly from the dungeons, leading to a brutal massacre with no chance of resistance. The cataclysm, which lasted a week, was later dubbed Training or Open Beta. Nearly 150,000 people died in the Cheono area alone. It was one of the worst days in human history. However, later on, people appeared who came to be known as players. They quickly suppressed the monsters, and the disaster in Cheono was gradually resolved. Guides for specific locations and recordings of player battles began to appear, thanks to which it was possible to create virtual dungeons for developing strategies. The world was slowly recovering from the cataclysm. Kim Hyunjin memorized many raid records and completed virtual dungeons hundreds of times. Few people understood this incident better than he did. Although he couldn't become a real player, he still continued to memorize raid tactics and go through virtual dungeons without much meaning, because there he could be the best player in the world. After the cataclysm began, notifications appeared. He knew about them only in theory, but now he saw them for himself, and therefore began to believe that he had returned to the past. Suddenly, the bus stopped abruptly, and the passengers thought they had crashed into something because of the fog. None of them could see anything, and they wanted to know what was happening outside, as some of them were late for work. Kim Hyunjin tried to calm himself down because he considered what was happening to him to be actions from the past. The guy began to think that the others had not received the notification and that he was the only player among them, so he would have to use all the information he could find to survive. The system informed the player that he was being watched by an unknown observer who wanted to give him an open beta bonus. Kim Hyunjin believed that bonuses were only given to well-known rankers. The guards were creatures who watched over the players. The fate of each player was decided by what bonuses or privileges the guards decided to give them. They were in a dimension one level above the player. Therefore, nicknames were used to communicate with them. Kim Hyunjin received the bonus of the cold-blooded observer's eyes. The guy suddenly felt calm and decided that this was possible thanks to the bonus. It was as if he himself had become an outside observer of what was happening and was watching everything from a third-person perspective. The system informed the player that the task would begin in 10 seconds, but by that time, the driver announced that the passengers would have to continue on their own due to thick fog. The passengers decided to get out and hurry on foot, but Kim Hyunjin ordered them not to get out and to lie down on the floor. After this advice, the unknown observer became even more interested in the player. Suddenly, some of the passengers began to see strange things happening right there on the bus. Time ran out, and the guy was informed about the appearance of mid-level administrators who came out of the portal. The mid-level administrator, Senya, greeted all the passengers on the bus. The angel girl introduced herself to everyone and informed them that they would now have to undergo training and would need to remain in the training zone for 7 days. The players were allowed to leave the training zone, and the number of survivors determined the further difficulty. He couldn't believe that he had really returned to the initial cataclysm. The passengers in turn did not understand what was happening and took it all for the filming of some kind of movie. Some of the guys assured her that they were not ready for such jokes and asked her to explain what was happening. Senya said that they needed to use all their strength to survive. One of the guys decided to find out what she meant. Suddenly, the lifeless body of one of the passers-by flew into the windshield. The passengers decided to call the police because they believed that someone had committed a crime here. The monster scattered the lifeless bodies to instill fear in the others. Screams and movements were heard, and the goblin army became excited because of this. The system notified of the approach of the first group of goblins to this place, who began to destroy everything in their path. The goblin troops began their invasion of the Cheano area. A passenger noticed something strange jumping onto the window, and the others became afraid. The goblins had already climbed onto the roof of the bus, so the people decided to get out and ask the driver to open the doors. Kim Hyun-jin was against opening the doors, but the goblins began to break down the bus door. Some of the guys started covering their ears in the greenhouse so they wouldn't hear the screams of the victims outside. The player read that they needed to take cover here because a massacre had begun outside, and he decided to think about their chances of survival later. Now he had to come up with a strategy against the goblin attacks, and Kim Hyun-jin knew that fighting the monsters head-on was tantamount to signing his own death warrant. 10 years later, they were no longer a particular threat to the guy, and he believed he could get through the training. He knew that goblins were several times stronger than ordinary humans. Kim Hyun-jin suspected that the monsters would soon break through to them, and at that moment, the goblins smashed the bus window. The door was also broken, and the passengers decided that they needed to escape while they still could. The guy repeated once again that everyone should stay where they were and just lie down on the floor. But he realized that no one would listen to him because they were all too scared. Kim Hyun-jin made it clear that if they wanted to live, they had to do as he said. No one understood what he was saying because they thought it was dangerous to stay inside when such things were happening outside, so they decided to figure out how to escape. The system informed the player that the status window and inventory were now available to him, and an unknown observer was watching him with interest. Opening the status window, he learned his current characteristics, but they seemed too high for a beginner. He had heard that even Kroll's fists had an average score of 9 during training. Meanwhile, the goblins continued to break into the bus, causing the passengers to become very anxious. One of the monsters managed to completely break the window through which they began to rush inside. The passengers began to run away in panic, begging for help, but the goblins began to destroy them one by one. None of the people could escape their tragic fate, but only Kim Hyun-jin knew how to get out of there alive. The goblins only attacked those who showed signs of life, so he first destroyed the loudest ones. Kim Hyun-jin pretended to be dead so that the goblins would not attack him, and he did not show any signs of life. The goblin approached him to check, but thanks to the activated effect of the cold-blooded observer's eyes, the monsters did not suspect anything. The guy knew that during training there were relatively safe zones where you could wait out the monster invasion, and one of those places was inside the bus. To fulfill the condition of the safe zone, he had to remain motionless. Kim Hyun-jin was afraid that he might move and violate the condition, but he was able to endure it calmly. The young man decided that it was because of the bonus that the guard had given him some time ago, before the monsters invaded. The player didn't understand why he was given it, but decided that it would make it easier for him to hold out. If his knowledge of the future was correct, the goblins' first attack should last about 10 minutes. For the first 5 minutes, they searched for and broke into the bus, so he didn't have to endure it for long. One of the goblins approached him again and lifted his head to make sure he was dead. The monster licked the guy, and he tried with all his might to endure it, so as not to move unnecessarily. Then a notification appeared in which the brave Lion King wanted to give him a chance. Kim Hyun-jin was surprised by the other guard. The brave Lion King sent the player a strength-boosting elixir, which immediately appeared in the guy's hand. The strength-boosting elixir was an open beta privilege that lasted 10 minutes and temporarily increased strength by 6 points. The young man was surprised by the second bonus he received at the initial level while passing the initial test. The player received 2 attribute points when he leveled up, and this elixir was equal to 3 level ups. Kim Hyun-jin realized that if he decided to fight the goblins, he would have enough strength to win. The brave Lion King expected courage from the player, and the young man decided that the guard wanted him to join the battle. The young man understood that there were only a few dozen seconds left until the end of the attack, and that he could survive if he did not do anything reckless. The brave Lion King began to ask for a deal from the mid-level administrator. Unexpectedly, Senia appeared before the young man, following the guard's wishes. The brave Lion King's request led to a change in the training area for players. Kim Hyun-jin was convinced that this guard had made a deal with the administrator so that he would start fighting. Among the many guards, the brave Lion King was notorious for imposing reckless bravery on players, and was a useless spirit of passion. A vile guardian who loved cruelty and the suffering of others given his character, he wanted to remove the safe zone. Administrator Senya announced the successful conclusion of the deal. The safe zone conditions were to be cancelled in 30 seconds. If the guard forcibly changes the training settings, the player must receive appropriate compensation. Kim Hyun-jin had no intention of simply shutting up and being satisfied with the elixir. The player assured the administrator that they could not ignore the rules, especially considering that his life was at stake. The guy knew that the laws could not be ignored, which surprised the unknown observer, but the brave Lion King remained silent. Senya was surprised that he mentioned the law. The young man believed that they could not turn a blind eye to such injustice. Last time they only learned about the laws 7 years after training. The administrator became curious about how the player knew this, but the young man assured him that players were not obliged to explain their actions. The young man made it clear that they had already spent 10 seconds on this conversation, so he ordered that he be given bonuses. Kim Hyun-jin believed that since they had spent 10 seconds in the safe zone because of Senia, they should compensate for it. The player was right, so she had no choice but to accept his terms. According to the rules, the safe zone would be extended by 10 seconds after their conversation ended. The change in training settings would also be compensated to the player. He received high-quality lubricant used for sharpening blades and a rusty sword with an attack power of 5. The guy was surprised that this was all the compensation for the changes, but decided to take what he was given. He even had to mention the laws to gain a few dozen seconds before the system announced the end of the goblin's first attack. After this notification, all the monsters hurried to leave the area and run away somewhere. Talking to the administrator allowed him to wait out the wave, and thanks to that, he survived without fighting. The brave Lion King was deeply disappointed by the guy's actions, but the player had no intention of following his lead. After that, he intended to move on, but when he saw the lifeless bodies, he almost threw up, so he decided to calm down and focus on survival. The training was supposed to last 7 days, and a whole week of hell awaited him, so he decided to find food and water first. Kim Hyun-jin's main goal was a grocery store located a few hundred meters away. The young man had studied in this area for 3 years, so he knew the local geography well. He decided to move as quickly as possible so as not to find himself in a hopeless situation again. As he headed toward his goal, he heard many people shouting for help, and the wounded also needed assistance. Kim Hyun-jin suspected that there would be other survivors here, but it was difficult for him to navigate because of the fog. The bus was his only point of reference, so he decided it was best to avoid any encounters. He remained calm even though he was surrounded by lifeless bodies. Looking down, he noticed a hand and almost stepped on it, but decided to just walk past it. Immediately after that, he heard a child's voice asking for help. The girl was asking to be saved. Kim Hyun-jin had never encountered a survivor in this place before, so he didn't know what to do. It turned out that on the other side, a goblin was holding the girl by the leg. The guy thought this was strange because the goblin should have disappeared after the first wave. The monster took out a weapon and was about to cut off the girl's leg as she continued to beg for help. Finding himself in this situation, the guy decided to help her because he couldn't just abandon someone in need. At the same time, he also understood that this child could become a heavy burden for his survival. The girl continued to ask him for help because she wanted to see her mother. At first, he didn't consider the situation, but she was still unharmed, even though the goblin had tried to cut her, so he thought that she also had a bonus. The child was screaming not from pain but from fear, and the goblin was strangely focused on her leg. The guy decided that she had a talent that he had only heard about but never seen in real life. Senya informed the player that it would be difficult for him to defeat the goblin child because it was at the first level. These words impressed the guy even more, and the girl did not notice the administrator's appearance because of her panic. Kim Hyun-jin understood that such a skill was not common, and believed that even Soo-hyun, the king of fists, was not capable of such a feat at the first level. The young man understood that if he asked her to stay here, other goblins might come and ultimately destroy her. Using his inventory, he decided to take out the sword he had received to finish off the goblin and save the girl. The guy was more familiar with the training conditions than most because he could compare theory and experience from virtual dungeons. Administrator Senya told him that it would be difficult for a first-level character to defeat a goblin child, but this only applied to direct confrontations. If the enemy did not notice him, it would not be able to respond, so the guy just had to aim at the center of its weak point and pierce its head. After destroying the goblin, he gained experience, and the young man was pleased that he had succeeded with one blow. The girl was shocked by the young man's skills. She hadn't even had time to thank him when he advised her to get up. Kim Hyun-jin advised her to get ready, saying that if she didn't stay close to him, he would leave her behind. The young companion hurried after him, and when they entered the store, he ordered the girl not to open the front door, just in case. The guy asked her if she understood, and the girl nervously replied affirmatively and promised not to do so. Kim Hyun-jin noticed that she was completely overcome with fear, but it would have been strange if she hadn't been afraid of this hellish training. Her partner understood her fear and therefore asked her not to open the door, no matter who she saw outside. Suddenly, a notification appeared above them, informing them of the approach of a second goblin attack, and the setup of safe zones began. The guy asked if she could see the window, and the girl answered yes. He asked what was written on it. The girl repeated the words written on it word for word. He asked where the satellite safe zones were located, and she replied that they were at the school, the 24-hour store, and the hospital. Kim Hyun-jin was convinced that this girl was also a player with extraordinary talent. Usually before the second attack, you could only see the safe zone set up in the grocery store, but he had heard that talented players could see the safe zone in the hospital. The system announced the start of the second goblin attack, and the guy decided to make sure they were in the safe zone. Just in case, the young man repeated that she should not open the door under any circumstances, and asked her not to look in that direction if she was not sure she could resist opening the door. The safe zone was set up, and after this notification, the original fog reappeared. The partners noticed that goblins had begun to roam outside, destroying everyone they saw. The survivors began to defend themselves against them, but there were far more monsters and they began to destroy them. The people noticed a 24-hour store that was a safe zone and rushed inside. When they approached the door, they noticed that it was locked, so they began to ask for the door to be opened in order to survive. Kim Hyun-jin had no intention of opening it, because he understood that if he let them in, the goblins would also get in. Despite their cries and pleas to let them in, he felt nothing and stood his ground, but it was very painful to watch. The survivors did not understand why they could not break down the door, and by that time, the goblins had gathered around them, drawn by their cries. The monsters began to attack the people who could not hide in the safe zone. The guy calmly watched as the goblins destroyed people right before his eyes. He understood that it was impossible to break through to this safe zone by force. All he had to do was open the entrance doors for the safe zone to disappear, and they would have died too if he had done so his teammates could only watch what was happening. Kim Hyun-jin engraved this in his memory, the system that had created this hellish situation, and the guards who watched everything as if it were a game. The young man believed that the creators of this outrage would pay for it sooner or later. 6 hours had passed since the second monster attack began, and they managed to wait until the monsters disappeared. Only now did the girl find the time to thank her savior who had helped her survive. The young companion introduced herself as Kang Son-hwa. She was 14 years old and was very happy to have met him that morning. The guy assured her that he had not helped her for no reason and could not guarantee that she would survive what was happening, because she could become mere bait if necessary. The girl was frightened by this turn of events and asked him not to abandon her, as she began to feel that she had done something wrong. Kim Hyun-jin had gone a little too far, so he assured her that he couldn't promise to protect her until the end of her training, because he wasn't sure he could save himself. The guy wasn't going to send her away until it threatened his own life, so he advised her to get some sleep because they had to leave this place tomorrow. Kang Sung-hwa tried to find out where they were going tomorrow, but the guy decided not to tell her yet. Remembering the recent notification, he was curious to check out the additional safe zone in Tower D's parking lot on the second floor. The guy realized that his partner had not seen the additional safe zone, and he had not heard of it either until that moment. The young man knew that Bath D was located in the Gwanghwamun area, where he intended to go tomorrow, as it was a key point in the entire training program. After they gathered their things and got ready to leave, the partners once again made sure that there were no monsters nearby and opened the doors to the safe zone. The partners made sure once again that there were no monsters near them and opened the doors of the safe zone. Once outside, Kang Sung-hwa was shocked to see many lifeless bodies. Kim Hyun-jin doubted that she was taking it normally because for him it was too horrible a sight, but the girl tried to pretend that everything was fine. The boy saw with his own eyes what the destroyed city looked like. There were only lifeless bodies everywhere. They did not encounter any survivors. His partner advised the girl to watch her step carefully, but she didn't quite understand what he meant. The young man asked her to tell him if she saw anything gelatinous on the ground. Suddenly, the girl noticed some slime a few meters away from them. Kim Hyun-jin did not expect to encounter slime so quickly, which was a neutral monster and could be used to level up. The slime was the easiest prey that even a child could handle, so he decided to destroy it. The system informed the player of the successful destruction of the slime, and he also gained experience from it. Additionally, he received 3 coins, which pleasantly surprised him. It was his first time using a real sword, but it seemed very familiar to him. Kang Sun-hwa noticed that after he pierced the slime with his sword, it disappeared without a trace. The slime was the weakest monster, and it would appear on the way, so he wanted to devote enough time to destroying it. The guy found it strange that he had destroyed this monster so easily because in the virtual dungeon it was much more difficult. Kim Hyun-jin had only used a sword in virtual dungeons, and reading the description of his weapon, he did not expect it to be so powerful. The young man rarely used the sword, but despite this, he felt as if he had been wielding it for a very long time. After a while, they managed to find the 5th slime, which the guy easily killed. Sun Hwa noticed the monsters better than her partner, who had already reached the 2nd level and received 2 bonus attribute points and 1 random attribute point. The girl noticed that his body began to glow and did not understand why this happened. He told her that he had managed to raise his level. The guy explained to his partner that destroying monsters raised their level, and therefore players could become stronger. Kang Sun-hwa also decided to try to raise her level, but Kim Hyun-jin did it himself first. The young man couldn't shake the feeling that this sword was familiar to him, and he easily continued to destroy the slime. After a while, he managed to raise his level to 3rd again. The young man began to feel that he was raising his game level too quickly, and in addition to this, the random characteristic point came to him a 2nd time. Soo Hyun-soo, the King of Fists, who was also called the one who had undergone training, mentioned something similar in his notes. Bonus points existed, but even he found it difficult to obtain them. Kim Hyun-jin had already received these points twice, even though he had only reached the 3rd level. The young man remembered that his retest showed that he had no talent at all. The talent panels opened when he returned to the past, but he was sure that at that time they were definitely closed. The player could have been an early bloomer, a person who showed maximum growth only at the beginning, but then he noticed that Xenia had appeared behind him. The young man managed to survive and reach the 3rd level, attracting the attention of several guards. Kim Hyun-jin decided that since he was indeed an early bloomer, he would have a chance to achieve his goal after training. In 3 years, a potion for treating diseases was supposed to appear on the market, priced at 1 billion won. This potion could help cure his sister and mother, so he wanted to survive this initial test. The young man also intended to start saving money after that to purchase this potion as soon as possible. Following Tower D, they continued to destroy the slime, and by this point, he had already reached the 5th level. At first, he was surprised by the bonus points, but then he discovered another important aspect of the system. After the 5th level, it was possible to create groups, so he invited Kang Sun-hwa to join him. By accepting the girl into the group, he hoped that she would also become stronger as he defeated monsters, which caused the unknown observer to take an interest in them again. The guy was curious to know who this unknown observer was and what he wanted from him. The girl thanked him for inviting her to the group, promised to help him, and asked him not to abandon her. Kim Hyun-jin noticed that she was worried about it again, and he felt sorry for her, but he was already busy taking care of himself. The young man asked her to prove it in action rather than words, even though he was growing faster and getting extra points. But he wanted to see what she was capable of. The guy knew that in Tower D there was a strong monster that he would not be able to protect Kang Sung-ho from in battle, because protecting someone at level 5 was impossible. Continuing their journey, they stumbled upon a strange creature, and the girl suggested that it was a new monster. This monster was a city fox, which was 3rd level and stronger than slime. The city fox seemed like a neutral monster to the guy, but it had a passive ability that provoked the surrounding monsters to attack. Therefore, Kim Hyun-jin thought it would be better to quietly bypass it, but his partner was worried about the monster's provocation. Suddenly, these monsters headed towards her to attack her, and Kang Sung-hwa was immediately frightened by this. Despite the fact that they attacked her, the girl suffered almost no damage and was only afraid for nothing. The guy understood that he needed to get rid of the monsters as quickly as possible because there would be many more foxes. Kim Hyun-jin began to aim at the monsters next to quickly destroy them all, and he managed to kill more than 5 creatures in a few seconds. Thanks to this, he managed to raise his level to 8 and began to glow again. Administrator Senya tried to find out what level the player had, and the guy realized that administrators could watch players and remain invisible. The guy said he was already at level 8. Senya didn't believe him, but he made it clear that she could scan him herself and find out. The administrator made sure that he was not lying, and the unknown observer was surprised at the speed of his growth, as were several anonymous guards. The young man himself suspected that this speed was high and found it strange. He looked at his characteristics and knew that the indicators should have looked different. The guy's level growth was unusual, but it was a good opportunity to become better, so he decided to tell his partner the further route. Kim Hyun-jin was going to the basement of Bash D and decided to explain the plan to her once they were inside. Kang Sung-hwa was faced with the fact that if she didn't listen to him, she could die in this place. The guy asked her not to be afraid because all she had to do was follow his commands to survive. As they moved forward, they destroyed the city foxes that were becoming more and more common. His partner gave Kang Sung-hwa the old iron gloves they had obtained during the hunt, and with that, their preparation was complete. All that remained was to follow the plan. The young man said it was time to move inside, and his partner agreed, so she followed him. The companions approached the training dungeon, the entrance to which was above the 5th level. The system asked the players if they really wanted to enter. After accepting the conditions, they were transported to the dungeon. For Kang Sun-hwa, it was very scary because she did not know what awaited them ahead. The girl saw many goblins and city foxes filling the dungeon in front of her. The boy asked if she remembered what she needed to do, and the girl answered affirmatively. The group with player Kang Sung-hwa was disbanded, and Kim Hyung-jin decided to start with the goblins. The girl began to defeat the monsters that began to attack her in groups. Kim Hyun-jin knew that unlike high-level dungeons where every monster is aggressive, in Tower D there were aggressive goblins and neutral city foxes. If she attacked the goblins, the foxes would not attack first. So Kang Sung-hwa followed this plan. Noticing her strikes, he decided that she was some kind of genius because she was doing even better than he thought. The goblins' attacks did not harm the girl in any way, and thus she exceeded all expectations. After destroying several dozen goblins, he advised his partner to take a break. Soon, the mini-boss of this dungeon would appear, which happened when all the goblins and foxes on the first floor were destroyed. A few minutes later, Kang Sun-hwa caught her breath, and the guy asked her to finish off the rest. Her partner asked her to run to him when she was done with the remaining monsters, and the girl understood his plan. There were a few monsters left, but suddenly the system announced that the pause effect had been activated. The brave Lion King was once again interested in this player, and some observers also showed interest. The guy decided that this pause temporarily stopped all actions in a specific area. Suddenly, an administrator appeared in front of him and suggested that this player had gone mad, as only an administrator could use the pause effect. The young man had heard that this effect was very expensive, and Senya had used it on him. Senya thought that this player was acting as if he knew she was waiting for him, and she assumed that this was also part of his plan. The administrator couldn't understand why this player, knowing what was waiting for him, continued to act so unreasonably. Kim Hyun-jin didn't understand what she was talking about, so Senya explained that she was talking about the boss he was trying to summon. The guy wanted to summon a level 13 goblin soldier, but since it was a mini-boss, its stats were increased. The administrator believed that this was not an opponent that Kim Hyun-jin could defeat at his level. Senya didn't understand why he would start a battle he couldn't win. On the contrary, it seemed to the guy that all the observers and administrators only wanted the players to die. The administrator didn't understand what he was talking about, but the guy decided that she was just lying to him and was now convinced that he had become someone who attracted a lot of attention. Senya said that he was a player who would know the future, but in fact, he had become a rare figure who could put on a show and attract the attention of more guards. Therefore, his position was beneficial to her, especially considering that he had not heard of her in the future. Kim Hyun-jin continued to believe that she was lying to him, so he laughed at her and decided that she couldn't even come up with an excuse. The young man made it clear to Senya that she was completely incapable of communicating. He considered her a poor administrator who would be destroyed before she could gain any notoriety. Senya thought this was an insult, but the player was just telling her the truth because, in his opinion, she didn't know how to take advantage of the situation. The guy advised her that if she wanted to entertain the guards better after the pause, she should say that he would not be able to defeat the goblin soldier. Kim Hyun-jin, in turn, intended to survive and bring victory, but Senya still doubted that the two of them could handle the goblin soldier. The young man believed that the guards would be amazed if they saw an 8th level player defeat the boss, and thought that she would immediately become a competent mid-level administrator. The player intended to put on a show for the observers and asked Senya for one favor in return. Unexpectedly, the administrator declared that his arrogance had gone too far and her patience had run out. The guy understood that she could have destroyed him long ago if she wanted to, but she hadn't done so yet. Kim Hyun-jin thought that Senya could lose too much after using the pause, and assured her that his deal would only be beneficial. By destroying monsters, Kang Seung-hwa managed to reach the 7th level. While her partner was talking to the administrator, the girl managed to destroy all the monsters there. The system confirmed that all the monsters on the floor had been destroyed, and that the conditions for the appearance of the goblin soldier mini-boss had been met. The guy asked his partner to crouch down, and the girl was frightened at the sight of new monsters appearing. The young man noticed that this mini-boss was huge, and when he spotted the players, he tried to throw spears at them. The most effective way to defeat the goblin soldier was to avoid its most dangerous skill, spear throwing, so they hid behind an ATM. The goblin's spear pierced the ATM but couldn't pass through it, saving the players from damage. Kim Hyun-jin brought Kang Seung-hwa back into the group, and they were ready to engage the mini-boss. The guy asked the administrator to watch his actions closely. Being a weak level 8 player, he was going to defeat the mini-boss. The player appeared to his opponents so that they would start attacking him. Everything was going according to his plan. The goblin soldier was level 13 and was confident that he could defeat this low-level player. The young man realized that this boss was much scarier than the other monsters. When he made his devastating spear throw, he immediately rushed at the survivors. Kim Hyun-jin immediately realized that he had two options. The first was to dodge, and the second was to attack. Noticing the enemy's swing, he had to resort to the first method and began to dodge the mini-boss's attacks. The player managed to inflict a minor cut on the enemy, and it became clear that he would not be able to cause much damage. The goblin soldier's next attack was unsuccessful, but his movements were very fast. The man could predict the monster's movements and decided to use all his strength to destroy the mini-boss. Meanwhile, Kang Seung-hwa was busy provoking all the other monsters, not distracting Kim Hyun-jin. The girl had to hold out according to her partner's plan, so she had to endure the monster's attacks. Kang Seung-hwa didn't want him to abandon her, so she was going to do everything he told her to do. The channel monitoring these players was filled with a large number of anonymous guards. The guards couldn't believe that an 8th level player was trying to defeat the mini-boss of the training. Senya confirmed the player's level. The administrator herself found it hard to believe because his movements were not like those of a person with such a level. His movements were different from those of ordinary players, so the watching guards assumed that he was hiding his true level. Despite this, Senya was sure that with such success, he still would not be able to defeat the mini-boss. The guy's weak attacks couldn't destroy the mini-boss, but they would exhaust the player himself. Noticing another attack, the guy ordered his partner to start destroying the monsters. Hearing this instruction, Kang Seung-hwa stopped standing still and began to attack the enemies in response. By destroying goblins and city foxes, she began to gain experience, which was Kim Hyun-jin's plan. The administrator couldn't believe it because now, thanks to the girl's experience, the guy was able to reach level 9. Thanks to the level increase, he was able to recover, but the strength of the rusty iron sword decreased. Leveling up not only gave him attribute points, but also restored his health, removing all negative status effects. He was able to use this trick thanks to the low level of the area and the rapid growth of his own levels. His partner advised him to keep the monsters at a distance and be ready to attack. If Kang Seung-hwa shared her experience while the goblin boss was distracted, he could become stronger by healing his wounds and replenishing his stamina. Kim Hyun-jin believed that this chance could bring them victory in this fierce training. The player had to strike the back of the enemy's neck to inflict colossal damage. Opening the status window, he noticed that he would soon be able to level up again thanks to his partner's experience. Kang Seung-hwa destroyed one monster after another, earning experience for herself and her partner along the way. A sudden attack by a mini-boss caught the player off guard, and he had to take it head-on. The girl managed to earn the missing experience in time, and Kim Hyun-jin's level was raised to 10. allowing him to strike his opponent in the neck, after which the strength of his sword decreased again. The mini-boss tried to strike back, but the guy had planned everything and managed to dodge the blow. Waiting for the right moment, the player delivered another blow to the boss's neck, after which his sword broke. Thanks to his knowledge, he managed to level up twice and destroy the goblin soldier, becoming the first to do so. His level was not raised because, in this training zone, it was only possible to reach a maximum level of 10. The recommended number of players for a mini-boss raid was 5. The system evaluated their victory as a single run, and therefore the level limit of the training zone was removed. The girl was happy about their victory. The player managed to fulfill one of the conditions of the hidden figure. It seemed to him that there might be a hidden boss here, but he did not know the conditions for opening it. Meanwhile, in the Kwangwaman area, a large number of monsters began to gather, which the other players fought. The others, noticing the guy who was destroying monsters with a single blow, were shocked by his combat skills. His comrades asked him not to be modest because, thanks to him, they were all able to survive. Those around him began to believe that Su Hyun-soo was the strongest in the training zone, but he did not think he was that strong. His teammates who were fighting inside the building noticed movement and decided that it was the survivors. Su Hyun-soo spotted the two and decided to talk to them to take them into his group. Kang Sung-hwa was surprised by the appearance of the survivors and, like Kim Hyun-jin, treated them with caution. One thought remained in the player's mind after he defeated the mini-boss. Considering that he had managed to destroy the boss, he began to believe that he had a talent, because without it, this would not have been possible. The guy knew some events of the future, but even that was no guarantee that there would be an unknown observer in the dungeon who was impressed by his concentration. Now he didn't really understand what his limits were because he had also attracted the attention of the guard. The woman with the scales also showed interest in him. Her character was close to absolute goodness. Unlike the Lion King, she put the safety and well-being of the players first and generously sponsored them. She always provided reasonable support and compensation. She was a guardian who deserved the love of many players. But Kim Hyun-jin did not understand why she was interested in him. The guy assumed that traveling with Kang Seong-hwa looked like he had rescued an abandoned child. After that, Administrator Senia gave the player a reward for defeating the mini-boss. The young man received an iron sword of normal quality with normal durability and normal attack power. This weapon turned out to be twice as good as the previous one. The girl decided to ask her partner where they would go next, and he replied that they would go to Cheonggyeocheon. The player intended to destroy as many city wolves as possible there to increase their levels. The girl was surprised because she thought there were only foxes there. The guy explained that these monsters were usually level 7, and the leader was level 9, and now that they had increased their levels, they would be able to deal with them. Kang Sung-hae was curious to know where he knew so much from. Kim Hyun-jin justified himself by saying that he had heard about it before meeting her. Senia continued to follow them. Initially, the young man planned to stay in the safe zone until the King of Fists, Su Hyun-soo, attacked the second floor of Tower D. Passing through this dungeon had an impact on the entire training zone. His comrades managed to clear only the first floor during the raid. There were no large-scale attacks in the training zone, such as goblin attacks, so all the survivors would be able to hold out until the end of the training. However, Kim Hyun-jin's new goal went beyond simply surviving in this zone. The young man was convinced that he definitely had talent, so raising money for his family did not seem so unattainable to him. The young man decided to use every opportunity to achieve his goals and save his family. Now that they had met Su Hyun-soo, Kim Hyun-jin saw him in person for the first time, but he immediately recognized him from his past life. Su Hyun-soo, the King of Fists, was later to be included in the list of the 8 most famous players in Korea, but now he looked a little simpler. Kim Hyun-jin assured him that they had managed to survive. His companion decided that it must have been difficult for the two of them, and the young man was surprised that Su Hyun-soo had managed to save so many survivors. The guy suggested that they join them because it would be easier to survive together. Su Hyun-soo read that as a group they would have a much better chance of survival and decided to find out what Kim Hyun-jin thought about it. Unexpectedly, the guy refused the offer, and the others were surprised by his answer. The young man knew that they needed to hold out for 7 days and therefore believed that they could manage on their own. Su Hyun-soo was a little upset about this, but he didn't insist and wished them luck. The others noticed that this was the first time someone had refused to join them, and they decided that Kim Hyun-jin was arrogant because he didn't see Su Hyun-soo's strength and thought it would be easier to survive with them. Before leaving, Kim Hyun-jin decided to give the group one piece of advice that would help them survive. If they encountered a monster that seemed too strong, they should aim for its left eye. Su Hyun-soo didn't really understand this, but he still expressed his gratitude and they parted ways. Left alone, Kang Seong-hwa decided to find out if those people could cope on their own. Kim Hyun-jin believed that they would survive because Su Hyun-soo seemed strong to him, so he advised her to worry about herself instead. Although he said this, he knew that Su Hyun-soo's group would face problems. According to the memoirs of the King of Fists, Su Hyun-soo and about 10 survivors will enter the basement of Tower D. They will deal with the first floor and try to capture the second, but an unexpected enemy will appear and destroy most of the group. By the end of the battle, only Su Hyun-soo will remain alive. The player will have to earn the title of Trained, because he will be the first person to clear the basement of Tower D, but later he will admit that clearing the second floor was the biggest mistake of his life. Kim Hyunjin understood that this time everything could turn out differently, but he couldn't join them because it was too dangerous. Suddenly, Kang Seong-hwa distracted him from his thoughts when she noticed a monster ahead. Her partner praised her for her excellent vigilance and suggested they deal with the monsters. Noticing the players, the monsters began to attack, but Kang Seong-hwa, having gained experience, managed to deal with them with ease. Kim Hyunjin's goal was not to complete the training dungeon, but to remove the level limit. This would allow him to become many times stronger and earn much more money than at lower levels. The guy decided to seize the moment to understand his level above 10. The girl realized that a bat was much better against wolves than her fists and was glad she had listened to Kim Hyunjin's advice. By destroying city wolves, they gained much more experience than from goblins or foxes. Kim Hyunjin was the first to reach level 11, and he believed that it would be difficult for others to even reach level 10. The player received the title of Pioneer for his achievements and was very surprised by this. The guy noticed that this title gave him crazy bonuses. He had never heard of such a title before. The young man realized that this made sense because in the past, no one had reached the level limit or fulfilled the conditions, so they couldn't even know about it. Kang Seong-hwa decided to find out if everything was okay, and he replied positively and made it clear that they needed to move on. Meanwhile, the administrator Senya continued to watch these players and talked about something with the guards. Senya needed to check everything first, so she followed them to the safe zone located in the hospital. His partner didn't mind where Kim Hyunjin was going because she knew she would be safe with him. The guy noticed that the administrator was following them and believed that she must be furious because of what happened yesterday. Yesterday, Senya asked what title the player had received, and he immediately understood that she was talking about the Pioneer. The guy wasn't going to tell her what title he had received, so he started ignoring her. The guards couldn't find out the player's titles until they told them, so they continued to pressure Senya. The young man understood that this must be difficult for her, but he had no reason to tell her about it, because he thought it was better to keep the guards interested. Today and tomorrow, his comrades were going to go to Cheonggukcheon, and Soo Hyun-soo's group was nearby. The survivors had heard that they had approached the dungeon and knew what dangers might await them inside. After the world changed, the risk began to offer a greater reward, and if they agreed, they could go with Soo Hyun-soo. Some people were surprised by his words because they did not want to risk their lives. There were those who agreed to go with him without hesitation because he had helped them greatly, and they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to become stronger. Most agreed that it was safer to stay together, so they decided to go to the dungeon together. The group came to a unanimous decision and decided to go to the dungeon the next day, and in the meantime, they began preparing for the raid. Meanwhile, new monsters appeared in the Cheonggukcheon area, and Kim Hyunjin and Kang Seong-hwa engaged them in battle. The guy managed to easily destroy the monsters that crossed his path. The girl noticed that they were getting faster, and her partner assured her that this was because they had repeated the same thing many times. They had been hunting wolves for 2 days, and before he knew it, he had reached level 12. Now they were destroying monsters faster than they appeared. The companions managed to get a lot of items and coins, and the current number of coins exceeded 6,000. The girl noticed a wolf on the other side of the river, and they decided to finish it off too. The guy suspected that this wolf might be the last one in this area that he could destroy. Suddenly, a notification window appeared in front of him, which he did not expect to see. It turned out that all the conditions of the hidden figure had been fulfilled, but for the guy, this was bad news. The player in turn tried to avoid any dangers but managed to fulfill the conditions. Therefore, the King of Wolves, Lycanthrope, began to appear right in front of them. Seeing the name of the King of Wolves, the guy realized that it would be very difficult for the two of them to deal with him. The young man ordered Kang Sun-hai to run away, and the girl had no choice but to follow him. His partner tried to find out what kind of monster it was, but the guy assured her that they had no time for explanations. A monstrous growl was heard, and many wolves began to rush out of the portal. The companions were unable to escape because the Lycanthrope had already emerged and was ready to fight them. The monster let out a howl that had a paralyzing effect on their bodies, instantly immobilizing them. Despite this, the girl tried to continue running, but simply fell to the ground, unable to get up. Kang Seong-hwa did not understand what had happened to her body, but the boy was preoccupied with the impending attack. Kim Hyun-jin advised her to hide behind the car as quickly as possible, but she didn't want to leave him alone. The guy guessed that there might be a hidden figure in the training, but he never thought he would meet a lycanthrope. If you compare, only his physical abilities were at the level of a second-floor monster. The young man couldn't see his level because it was too low, which told him that the outcome would likely be disastrous. The player suspected that this monster's level was somewhere around the 20th level, and that it shouldn't have appeared in training. The guy didn't know what to do in such a situation because the difference in levels was too great. It was too late to run away, so he decided to use a potion to boost his strength. His stats temporarily increased by 6 points. So he decided to use the strategy of the great adventurer Jackson. The lycanthrope began to attack the player, who had managed to prepare for their battle in advance and leveled his strength. Kang Seong-hwa hid behind the car as Kim Hyun-jin had told her to, but she doubted that he could handle the monster on his own. The girl noticed the monster for the first time, whose level was invisible to them, and realized that the lycanthrope was different from the ones they had been hunting. The guy knew that if the monster's level was not displayed, it meant that the player would not be able to defeat it. That's what the system said. There was a difference of about 10 levels between them. It was impossible to destroy this monster in battle, but the player already knew how to use a potion to close the gap between them. He remembered videos that said low-level players would not encounter such monsters, but the best they could do at their level was to stay away or run. If combat was inevitable, the player had only one choice that could save him. Kim Hyun-jin watched such videos carefully because he believed that this knowledge would be useful to him. The guy took out some high-quality lubricant that could be used to sharpen blades or for other purposes. The lycanthrope's first attack was a jump from which he intended to destroy the player. The young man managed to dodge this attack and opened the lubricant to use it. Kim Hyun-jin knew that after landing there would be an almost instant attack. The player knew that the monster would jump at the point where its shadow appeared under its feet, so he poured lubricant on that spot. Immediately the guy pounced on the monster, which slipped in the puddle of grease. The man's strength increased thanks to the elixir, so he believed that he would succeed. The guy also remembered the blogger's advice to use the enemy's size against him. By any means necessary, the game had to be thrown into the water. Kim Hyun-jin managed to do this, but Kang Sung-hwa did not quite understand why it was done. The lycanthrope appeared on the surface and had noticeably decreased in size. The girl decided to find out why the monster had shrunk after falling into the water. Water always had this effect on them, and now the monster's body strength had also decreased. Her partner suggested that the guy had studied some kind of martial arts, but he didn't have time for that because he was only preparing for exams. The girl thought he fought like he was in a movie, but if he was really strong, he wouldn't need tricks. The guy managed to get close to the monster without any difficulty and delivered a direct blow to its heart. The system congratulated the player on his successful victory over the lycanthrope. He managed to deal with it more easily than expected. Thanks to this, his level was raised to 13, but it seemed to him that this was not enough. The lycanthrope was so strong that he managed to raise his level immediately, but his level continued to rise. Kim Hyun-jin managed to reach level 15 thanks to defeating the lycanthrope's hidden form. The player also received the title of Excellent Hunter and was surprised to receive 3 levels in a row. An unknown observer was impressed by his strategy and gave him 1,200 coins, and the woman with the scales was also delighted by his spirit of camaraderie and gave him 700 coins. Kang Sun-hwa hurried to her companion to find out how he was doing, and he let her know that he was fine. Predictably for the player, the administrator Senya appeared after that. Senya was able to confirm that this player was at level 15, so she began to explain what the item shop was. He had been unsure about it until that moment, but it seemed that the restriction in the training area was only on the level. Players in the item shop could spend their earned coins on special items. Since he was in the training zone, the shop was set to the same level, and 4 items were available to him. The guy understood that he was still in the training zone, so 4 items seemed like enough to him. Kim Hyun-jin collected a total of almost 8,000 coins, which allowed him to stock up on various potions. The administrator had a question for the player Kim Hyun-jin, which surprised him. Senya asked the guy if his name was real, but the player didn't quite understand what she meant. The young man did not understand why he should answer such a silly question because it seemed obvious to him. The administrator asked if he would check the second reward for the title. He was going to look around the store first and then check his title. Senya thought that the player would open the status window and accidentally show her his title, but he decided not to do so in her presence. The title of Excellent Hunter was applicable to non-rational living organisms recognized by the system, and the player decided that this skill would be very useful to him. Kim Hyun-jin asked his partner to get ready to leave, and she decided to find out where they were going this time. The guy was going to go to the second floor of Tower D's dungeon. He told her about the training dungeon where they had previously defeated a goblin, but Kang Sung-hwa remembered that the second floor was very dangerous. The young man confirmed her words and assured her that there was a powerful monster there that was much stronger than a goblin soldier. Kim Hyun-jin remembered that Soo Hyun-soo could have encountered this monster and lost his entire team. The young man's assumptions were correct, and Soo Hyun-soo did indeed encounter such a powerful opponent. The players did not understand how they could defeat such a huge troll. The player understood that it could all be over for him if he fell before his opponent. The guy decided to attack it again, but the troll managed to block the attack in time. The counterattack was not long in coming, and the player, having received enormous damage, was on the verge of death. Soo Hyun-soo couldn't believe that the monster was still intact after such a powerful attack. It seemed to him that he was fighting a wall. The player realized that they would surely die if they didn't do something about it, and it began to seem to him that the monster was impossible to defeat. As he began to think about his victory, he remembered his recent meeting with Kim Hyun-jin. The guy advised Soo Hyun-soo to attack the monster's left eye when encountering a strong monster. The player decided to use this advice because he had no other choice. Noticing the enemy's attack, the man managed to dodge it in time and was about to strike the left eye. Player Soo Hyun-soo missed the next attack and was therefore defeated by the monster. The guy realized that he couldn't defeat this enemy and began to believe that he would never be able to defeat it. The system reported that new players had arrived in this zone. There were no restrictions on the number of players in the boss zone. They could escape from this zone within the next 10 seconds. Kim Hyun-jin realized what had happened here. The training boss was a magic troll whose level was unknown to the players. There were many seriously wounded but still alive people. Soo Hyun-soo was unconscious. The guy took out a weak healing potion with a low level of effect to heal the injured players. Suddenly, one of the survivors addressed them and advised them to run away immediately. The man understood that in 10 seconds they would not be able to leave this area and believed that the monster would simply destroy them if they stayed. After receiving this advice, Kim Hyun-jin had no intention of doing so, because he had come here specifically for the boss. The young man gave Kang Seong-hye potions and asked her to distribute them among the injured people. While he was fighting, his partner was to tell the others to stay where they were and not move. The man was shocked by the young man's actions, but he continued to advise them to run away as quickly as possible. One of the survivors believed that Kim Hyun-jin would die if he stayed here, but the young man had other plans. None of the players knew the boss of the second floor of Tower D better than Kim Hyun-jin. The troll's name was also highlighted in red, just like the lycanthropes, and the guy knew it would be hard to defeat him. Such creatures were famous for their vitality and endurance, and the magical troll had boss enhancement and resistance to physical attacks. Soo Hyun-soo took almost no damage from melee attacks, and the troll proved to be a serious opponent for him. The monster's attacks were slow in exchange for its enormous power, so the player wanted to take advantage of this. Dodging the blow, he made his countermaneuver, which managed to hook the enemy's head. The guy knew that there were no special strategies against the troll because only constant attacks worked on it. The King of Fists, whom Kim Hyun-jin knew, could destroy the troll and earn the title of trained fighter. Now the situation was completely different because he did not allow him to recover and inflicted damage without stopping. The others were shocked to see how this guy managed to make several successful attacks. The effect of being an excellent hunter kicked in, and he began to see the trajectory of the attacks and was able to dodge them because he had invested a lot of points in agility. Fatigue could be removed with potions he bought at the store. If he was careful with his opponent, he could finish him off without much difficulty. Kim Hyun-jin was going to fight to exhaustion in order to win for the sake of everyone else's survival. The others recognized this guy they had seen some time ago and were happy to see him. The people decided that he had come to their aid, and those who had just regained consciousness wanted to know how long the fight had lasted. It turned out that Kim Hyun-jin had been fighting the troll for about an hour. They found it hard to believe that a person could fight for so long. The man considered Soo Hyun-soo a genius, but this guy turned out to be many times stronger than him. The player used an item from his inventory, tried it on himself, and realized how damn difficult it was. The guy chopped at the monster for almost an hour, but it continued to stand on its feet. The system reported that the troll's regeneration had disappeared and it was close to its limit. The previous Kim Hyun-jin would never have thought of getting involved in such a dangerous fight, but that was in the past. Civil servant Kim Hyun-jin intended to become a player. He decided to concentrate because there were about 15 minutes left and the troll had to be defeated. The player received a notification that the brave Lion King wanted to help him, and this news came as a surprise. The gift of outstanding strength was applied, and his attack increased by 100%. Kim Hyun-jin did not understand why he did this now. The player felt that he had received this bonus too late, because he could have won without it. Now, calculating damage was useless. The player's entire plan with the bonus he received was ruined. With this bonus, he had reduced all the guy's efforts to nothing, because from the very beginning, he had only relied on himself. Kim Hyun-jin once again cursed the Lion King who had interfered with his plans. The survivors noticed that this guy had managed to defeat the troll on his own. The player had almost destroyed the monster, which was already on its last legs. The guy believed that the Lion King had definitely done it on purpose, because if he had a chance to destroy the guard, the Lion King would be the first to go. The guy's plan had completely failed, and now he just had to run. Meanwhile, Soo Hyun-soo came to his senses after taking the healing potion. The girl noticed that he had regained consciousness, and as Kim Hyun-jin had requested, advised him to simply wait where he was. The guy decided to find out what had happened to the monster. Kang Seong-hwa reported that the troll was downstairs. Noticing the aura of the dungeon boss, he decided that it was a completely different monster and did not understand what had happened while he was unconscious. Unexpectedly, just as Kim Hyun-jin was about to run away, an arrow was shot from a bow and hit the monster in the left eye. At first, the guy didn't understand what had happened, but when he noticed the stele in the monster's head, he decided that all was not lost. The archer assumed that his actions had worked and that he had managed to destroy the troll. The player couldn't let anyone steal his loot because his team was the first to come for the boss. The man thought that this guy was going to take their achievements, but Kim Hyun-jin behaved cautiously. The guy advised him to run, but the archer didn't quite understand what he meant because he thought his shot had sent the monster to the other world. Kim Hyun-jin repeated once more that he should run away because he couldn't protect him in this situation. The archer continued to look at him with incomprehension. The system reported that the magic troll had lost its mind. The boss went berserk. Kim Hyun-jin told Kang Seong-hye that they were running away because the boss had lost his mind and his zone had disappeared. The girl didn't understand where they should run, so her partner ordered her to run to the escalator with all her might. The escalator in the mini-boss zone of Tower D could hold 15 people. The archer did not listen to the guy's advice and became a victim, who fell into the hands of the monster. The troll crushed the archer, who was unable to escape with one hand. Soo Hyun-soo was horrified by this scene. After that, the dungeon boss turned his attention to Soo Hyun-soo himself, who happened to be nearby. Kim Hyun-jin believed that the archer had died because of his mistake, but the archer himself did not want to listen to him. The events that took place for the entertainment of the guards were caused by the greed of other players, and the guy was a warrior himself, who did not take them into account in his plan. Now that the troll had gone berserk, the boss's area had disappeared and was no longer limited to that floor. The guy felt that there were no safe places left in the dungeon except for the parking lot, so they decided to go downstairs. The partners were going to use the fire escape to get to the second underground floor. Kim Hyun-jin did not reveal that there was a safe zone on the parking floor. When they got down to that floor, they noticed that the troll had managed to get ahead of them and was already there. The huge troll intended to kill all the players who dared to enter his territory. This meant that the dungeon boss had destroyed everyone on the second floor. Noticing the monster's impending attack, the girl began to worry about her partner. A powerful blow struck them, and they began to fall down the staircase. Despite the damage they had suffered, the companions managed to survive, and the troll began to descend the stairs toward them. The guy tried not to panic because he understood that if the enemy touched them even once, it would be the end for them. The player couldn't understand why the safe zone was so far from the boss's dungeon. His companions managed to reach the safe place. All they had to do was open the doors and go inside. Suddenly, the troll caught up with them. The system notified the player of a critical situation. A check of the conditions of the unique situation, and a special encounter with the zone boss began. The guy saw the fist that the boss swung. It became possible to forcibly awaken the unique ability of the sixth sense. The player realized that he would not be able to dodge in time, and therefore thought that it was the end for him. Suddenly, Kang Sun-hwa stood in front of him and shielded him from the troll's powerful blow. The guy began to worry about his partner, thinking that she would not be able to survive this attack. The woman with the scales admired the courage of the players who were hit by the dungeon boss's attack and granted Kang Sun-hwa the Platinum Shield skill. The girl managed to use this new skill in time and protected herself and her companion from the attack. The Platinum Shield detected excessive physical strength and evenly distributed the damage across her body. After the blow, hearing the sound of the barrier, Kim Hyun-jin assumed that she had used the Platinum Shield in time. The girl was unconscious after such a serious blow, so he decided to try to escape from the troll with her. The dungeon boss couldn't let the players just run away from him, so he started chasing them. The guy realized that they had almost reached the safe zone. The players only had to cross the line to pass through the glass door. With a jump, he broke the glass and entered the safe zone. His companions were able to reach safety, and now Kim Hyun-jin believed that the girl would not be harmed. Despite this, the troll intended to sneak into this place too, because he had seen the players. It turned out that the troll couldn't get through, even though there were monsters that could ignore safe zones. Even his berserk state did not help him get inside, but he continued to try to break through. The guy tried to revive Kang Seon-hwa, but the girl had suffered a lot of damage. The girl's small hands were crippled. He couldn't believe she had tried to stop such an attack. He didn't know when she had acquired the skill, but he saved her. The problem was that the distribution of damage could have damaged her brain. Meanwhile, the troll continued to try to break through to the safe zone, but he was unsuccessful. The monster's actions annoyed the guy, who wished for its swift demise. Judging by how quickly he went berserk, he had almost no health left. The guy took out another potion to give to Kang Seon-hwa, who was still unconscious. Suddenly, the magical troll's life ended and its body shattered into many small pieces. The destruction was credited to a player below level 20 who was close to the monster. An administrator appeared who assumed that the destruction was credited to Kim Hyun-jin. The training zone was supposed to disappear due to the death of the training boss because the initial quest had been completed, and the further difficulty would be determined by the number of survivors. A check showed that 5,087 people had survived in the initial zone, so a low level of difficulty was set. Kim Hyun-jin noticed that it was the same number as in the past and did not understand why it had not changed, since he and Kang Seong-hoi had survived. The calculation of training rewards began. The system-wide reward was 1,000 coins and a set of beginner's armor. Individual rewards were given out by mid-level administrators, the player level limit was removed, and everyone received the title of Train. This title was given to the survivors who were on the second floor of the D-Tower dungeon. Soo Hyun-soo also managed to get the title, and a record of the player appeared in the Hall of Fame. The guy became the only survivor on the second floor, and this was also a change that Kim Hyun-jin noticed. Now the guy wanted his partner to come to her senses, so he decided to ask the administrator for help. The young man reminded Seonai of their deal, which he wanted to renegotiate. The administrator did not quite understand what this player had in mind, but decided to listen to him first. Kim Hyun-jin was ready to do anything to save Kang Seung-ho, and he wanted to raise the rank of the item shop now. Senya asked if he was sure about this. The young man did not understand her concerns, but the administrator said that the store's rank would rise sometime after the training was completed, so the player just had to wait. Therefore, she thought it was foolish to use their exclusive contract for this. He purchased 10 healing potions and spent 4,000 coins. After the contract between the player and the administrator was signed, the guards could only look at the player through the appropriate administrator. The more attention a player attracts, the more the administrator receives. Kim Hyun-jin believed that he had become famous as a person who attracted problems, so he should be highly valued. The guy understood that his partner didn't have enough time to wait for him to unlock a new level of the store. The young man needed other reasons to convince the administrator that he understood that without Kang Seung-hwa, he would have died long ago. Therefore, he owed her his life and intended to do everything possible to save her. Kim Hyun-jin used many potions to bring her back to life and prayed for her to regain consciousness. The potions did not bring him the desired result, as the girl was still unconscious and he was already beginning to despair. Suddenly, the young lady opened her eyes and was surprised to find herself alive, as she had thought she would not survive the blow. The young man was delighted and assured her that her block was simply something that helped them survive the initial test. His partner reminded him of his words that he would abandon her if she caused him problems, but he did not do so. The guy assured her that she had barely survived, and it would be a shame to just abandon her. The player asked Xenia to start calculating the individual rewards they had received. The administrator had no objection to this and was about to begin, but the guy interrupted her with a conversation. Kim Hyun-jin believed that since they hadn't signed anything, his request to raise the store's rank remained just a request. Xenia only now realized that she had been tricked, and she couldn't find the words to describe his actions. To confirm it with the system, they had to sign a document, but Xenia didn't do it in time. The guy thought that she was to blame for not preparing the contract and asked for individual awards to be given to them. The administrator had no choice but to give out the awards, and Kim Hyun-jin was the first to receive one. The player was given several individual awards, which he was very happy about. The 7-day training ended, and the players who survived received awards that corresponded to their achievements. The same was true for Kim Hyun-jin, who did not expect to receive such awards. It was impossible to repeat his performance without knowing the battle strategy, because his influence had greatly changed the training. The young man hoped that the reward would also be different, but he received 3 additional points, which he immediately distributed, and his title changed slightly. The administrator announced that the excellent hunter had been promoted to a higher player rank and suggested that Kim Hyun-jin check out the effects. The player decided to see them for himself. Xenia was upset that he didn't even show her. The guy learned that even an excellent hunter was a good title, but the additional damage and speed increase seemed like abnormal skills to him during training. The condition was that he was a new player who defeated the lycanthrope immediately after reaching level 10. The player understood that this condition was practically impossible to fulfill, and never thought that such an impressive title could be obtained here. However, even he could not compare to the final reward he was able to receive. The guy managed to overcome the dire situation with the help of his 6th sense and fulfilled the conditions for the merger. Little was known about the merger, and the records contained almost no useful information about this method of enhancement, which was rarely encountered even among the best players. Kim Hyun-jin, like everyone else, knew little about it and was faced with a choice. The guy had access to the 6th sense fusion that he got from the troll. He could choose between the cold-blooded observer's eye from the beta test or the bonus of an excellent player. The player made his choice and merged his 6th sense with the eyes of a cold-blooded observer. The young man doubted that the fusion had worked, but suddenly his body was pierced by incredible pain, and it felt like his heart was about to explode. Kang Sun-hwa did not understand what had happened to her companion. She began to worry about him but could not help him in any way. The fusion process was accompanied by intense pain, and the player could die if he couldn't endure it. Kim Hyun-jin didn't understand what the hell was going on, and that's why he wasn't told about it in advance. The guy lost consciousness due to the pain that continued to pierce his body. But before passing out, he received a notification that the merger had been successfully completed. After a while, he came to and noticed that he was in a hospital bed. It was surprising to the young man that he had managed to survive after enduring such pain. Kim Hyun-jin thought he heard some kind of alarm, so he began to examine the room. Next to him was Kim A-yeon. The unactivated system reported that she was his devoted sister, and the brief description could change depending on the situation. The young man thought that his sister was the same age as before the incident with the monsters. His sister was furious that her brother had left to study and returned a week later. His sister and mother reacted very strongly to Kim Hyun-jin's disappearance, and his sister was glad that he was at least alive. The young man was convinced that his sister had not changed in 10 years and remained just as rude. Kim A-yeon did not understand why he had made his mother and sister worry so much, because if he had intended to die, he should have seen it through to the end. The young man realized that the merger had ended when he lost consciousness, so because of this ability, he could hear his sister crying from the hallway. Kim Hyun-jin didn't want to make her cry, but he couldn't control his condition. Now Kim A-yeon wouldn't have to go to the factory for her brother's sake, and he was going to help his mother. The guy believed that now they would be able to live together as a real family because he wanted to make it possible. Suddenly, Kang Seong-hwa rushed into his room and was delighted to hear the news that her friend had regained consciousness. The son and his mother were surprised by her appearance, but they were also glad to see her in good health. The girl couldn't contain herself and rushed to hug him out of joy, because during that time she had thought he would die. Kim Hyun-jin returned to the past and spent 7 days training, an event with terrible survival rates that was remembered even 10 years later. The place that had become hell and a test of talent and luck became a new starting point for the young man who had managed to survive. The young man gained abilities he could not have imagined, and he wanted to try them out as soon as possible. After some time, magical portals began to open everywhere, and ordinary people did not understand what they were. Kim Hyun-jin believed that this time he could change everything for the better, so he intended to go on a cleanup mission with Kang Seong-ho. A month had passed since the great catastrophe that had occurred in Chono. Of the 150,000 victims, only 5,000 had survived. Then, an abnormal phenomenon, also known as training, occurred in Seoul, But the shock from those events has not yet subsided. Many people lived with immense emotional pain because they had lost their loved ones and neighbors. Before the news began, the anchor wanted to express his condolences to all the families affected by this disaster. The news channel invited a special guest on the anniversary of the training incident. A man who had undergone the training and who, even in hellish conditions, led and helped many people came to the news studio. That person was Soo Hyun-soo, who was ready to tell the general public how it all happened. According to the survivors who met him, he played a key role in the incident. The monsters, goblins, or wolves that caused enormous damage were destroyed with his bare hands. Soo Hyun-soo saved a large number of people who could have died. The host heard that he had been awarded the title of Trained and asked him to talk about it. Remembering Kim Hyun-jin and his partner, Soo Hyun-soo made it clear that he was just lucky in this incident. The guy assured that he was not a hero of training because he only took credit for himself. Modesty was often called a heroic quality, but for society, as well as for the host, it was obvious that Soo Hyun-soo was the hero of the training. The guest responded negatively, making it clear that it was not modesty. He said that there was a boy and a girl there. Compared to him, those two were players of a completely different level, and he knew that he would have died there without their help. The terrible memories of past events would not leave his head, and so he remembered that he was not a hero. Soo Hyun-soo believed that Kim Hyun-jin must have survived the incident, and he intended to repay this man for his help one day. Small gates appeared at the second entrance of Seoul Station on June 7th, leading to the basement of Seoul Station. Passersby noticed that monsters were coming out of the portal again and began to run away, but they did not know where it was safer. Kang Seung-hwa assumed that her comrade intended to go there to clear the underground. The companions entered the Seoul Station dungeon, the observation channel was opened, and the guards immediately began to monitor the players. Many players come here in the future to understand the level. If you know how to clear it, it becomes even easier than Tower D, and this dungeon can be considered a training ground. Before entering, the guy asked his partner if she remembered his instructions, and the girl remembered everything well. The system informed the players that at least 7 people were required for this dungeon. Senya once again warned Kim Hyun-jin about the warning, because this dungeon was really difficult. The management said that at least 7 people were needed for this dungeon, and that it was too dangerous to go through it with just 2 people. The administrator asked them to leave and return with the minimum number of players. The partners did not listen to her advice and entered the zone, leaving the safe area. Meanwhile, in the Uido business district, the boss couldn't understand how his colleague could just leave the company like that. Soo Hyun-soo intended to quit his old job to go down a different path, but their team was far from the weakest. The world had changed. Weak monsters like slime appeared even outside dungeons, frightening local residents. By that time, players' items had been evaluated and began to be sold. The fastest way to adapt was to become a player. Some guys, on the contrary, believed that their lives were priceless and therefore simply ran away from places where monsters appeared. Soo Hyun-soo learned that a dungeon gate had appeared at the station, just like in Cheono, and he decided to go there. The guy's administrator decided that the underground soul gate had opened, and that it was the first dungeon after training. This administrator was named Neptune. He was of medium rank and suggested that his player try to pass the dungeon, but advised him to find 6 more players. Neptune was informed that 2 players had already entered this dungeon, so he asked the guy to find 4 more. The dungeon would be destroyed if it was not cleared within a certain time, and monsters could break out if destruction occurred. Only players could clear the dungeons. The girl found this dungeon strange, and her partner asked her to watch her step carefully. The dungeon of Seoul Station was a dark cave, damp and cold. Kim Hyun-jin activated his perception eye and learned that there would be no dangers in the first half. The guy learned that Kang Seung-hwa was already at level 15. He couldn't understand where she had gotten it, because there were few monsters in Korea. The girl noticed that the road into the depths of the cave began to split, and they came to a crossroads of 7 paths. Each of the 7 roads led to caves where different items could be obtained, which is why it was recommended to take at least 7 players. When one person stepped on each magic circle, a path of insurmountable difficulties would open up for 7 players above level 10. Whichever path the players chose, the probability of dying was very high, but now there were only 2 of them. Kim Hyun-jin asked his partner to wait for him there as he intended to return as quickly as possible. The guy stepped on the magic circle, and the first path of the nefarious dungeon opened up before him. The young man was ready to start the first part of the dungeon on his own. The players had to clear each of the 7 paths if they wanted to pass through the dungeon, and each path contained a different reward. The main problem was that all 7 rewards were necessary to clear the dungeon. When a player entered one of the paths, the difficulty was automatically set to a level for 7 people. If they took the nefarious path, they would be forced to complete a task designed for 7 people as a pair. Kim Hyun-jin understood that this was unnecessary, because the strategy for completing the dungeon was quite well known. Since it was one of the first to open, even some secret strategies became public knowledge. It was known that in such situations there were ways to clear the dungeon with fewer people. It was enough to take advantage of the fact that activating a path set the difficulty. The young man understood that 7 people were needed for 7 paths, and if one path received a difficulty level of 7, the difficulty would decrease with each activated circle. Therefore, he began to activate all 7 magic circles of the fork one by one, because if he activated them all, the difficulty would be low. After that, he returned to Kang Seung-hae. In the clearing conditions, there was no need to go through all the paths at once, so his strategy was possible, and they entered the first path. Meanwhile, outside the gate, a crowd gathered to watch, some worried that monsters might suddenly jump out at them. The police who arrived at Seoul Station cordoned off the passage and asked citizens to avoid the area. Residents were also asked to evacuate the area, but no one wanted to do so. Soo Hyun-soo, who came to the crowd, realized that the gates of the dungeon were under the supervision of law enforcement. Unexpectedly, he listened to someone's voice who did not understand why these pathetic people were making noise here. The administrator did not understand why they were interfering with his broadcast. People were shocked to see a demon hovering in the air. The military ordered him to stop and identify himself because none of them had ever encountered such creatures before. Soo Hyun-soo remembered seeing this administrator in the training zone. His name was Chris. Indeed, it was the mid-level administrator Chris who wanted to broadcast to the observers. Suddenly, the guy realized that if Chris was here, his player must be nearby. The soldiers were ready to open fire if the creature did not obey them, and they repeated once more that he should not approach. Suddenly, Chris moved towards him at lightning speed, grabbed him by the neck, and asked what he would do to him in that case. The soldiers, noticing how their commander was being held by the neck, did not rush to his aid, thinking that they could only complicate the situation. The men declared that if he did not release their commander, they would open fire on him. Chris advised them to try it. The soldiers opened fire on him, but the bullets were met by the administrator's protective barrier. Chris decided to respond by using their bullets against the soldiers, who began to burn. The soldiers were forced to retreat, and the administrator just laughed at the noisy insects. The administrator cleared the way for the player and decided it was time for him to start the damn game. Chris noticed that another well-known player had appeared who was introduced to Neptune. A player appeared who recognized Soo Hyun-soo and decided that he would go to the dungeon for the first time after training. The guys hadn't seen each other for over a month, and all of Korea had heard about Soo Hyun-soo because he often appeared on news channels. So Ju Wang didn't think he would be able to meet him because he believed that he would no longer visit the dungeon due to his fame. Soo Hyun-soo was convinced that this guy would survive the training. The guy hadn't seen him since the goblin attack, but he couldn't forget him because of what he had done. There were a whole bunch of monsters covered in blood, and while the others ran away, he enjoyed the slaughter of the monsters. This player was scary, but he definitely had strong skills. So Seo Ju Wang invited the young man to join their group. The player, Soo Hyun-soo, had already noticed the changes in this world, so he quit his job and wanted to become a player. Portals continued to appear and increasingly changed their reality. The young man believed that opportunities they had never dreamed of awaited them, and that players should not miss them. The administrator said that the group needed 7 people to pass through the dungeon. So Jun Wang brought only 6 guys with him, so he needed one more, and no one but Soo Hyun-soo knew that there were already 2 inside the dungeon. The team offered him to join them because they weren't going to hang around at the gate. Meanwhile, at the first fork in the road of Nephris, Kim Hyun-jin and his partner encountered level 12 black yaks. The monsters sensed the player's presence and began to attack them, but the guy managed to get rid of them with deft movements. The young man understood that they still had a lot to do, so he asked Kang Seong-hwa to help him finish the hunt quickly and move on. The black yaks began to aggressively attack the people who had come to clear this dungeon. Kim Hyun-jin managed to destroy the first monster rushing at him with a single blow. The player also tried to cut off their horns, suspecting that they might be valuable as a resource. After destroying another monster, he headed for the last one, which was no match for an experienced player. The guy gained a lot of experience for defeating 30 opponents, as well as 12 coins. Kang Seong-hwa decided to learn more about her partner's movements, after which all the yaks instantly fell. The girl had met other players, but she had never seen such techniques before, so she decided to find out if everyone could do this. His partner also wanted to learn similar skills, but the young man was in no hurry to answer her, as the administrator Senia was nearby. Kim Hyun-jin couldn't tell her when they had so many spectators, so he advised her to keep practicing, and that she would definitely succeed in the future. The woman with the scales liked his answer, but the observer nicknamed the Whispering Devil was not satisfied with this answer. The girl was surprised that she could learn such skills only through practice. The guy recommended that she train as if she didn't want to regret anything, and if she always gave it her all, sooner or later she would succeed, because that's what he did in his past life. Kang Seong-hwa didn't quite understand him, but decided that since he was telling her this, it must be true. After going a little deeper, the girl noticed something flying in the cave and told her partner about it. Coming closer, they saw that it was the ring that Kim Hyun-jin had been waiting for. Taking the reward, he realized that they had managed to clear this path, so they decided it was time to go to the second fork. The girl saw that there were still monsters nearby and didn't understand why they weren't going to destroy them. Her partner reassured her that they wouldn't gain much experience from them. Kang Seong-hwa thought they would destroy them all like wolves, and the young man understood her, but this time it was better for them to leave the monsters alone because it became clear that they were not alone here. Meanwhile, So Ju-won's team descended into the dungeon and assumed that a massacre was about to unfold. The team leader realized that this Seoul Station dungeon was very different from Tower D. Despite this, the dungeon reminded the players of a training zone, and they felt nostalgic for the past. Soo Hyun-soo remembered that basement, but nothing good came to mind. More than 10 people had died then, and he didn't have the strength to defeat the monster. It was all because of his mistake. The team moved on because they thought it would be safe if they quickly cleared everything here and went back out. Suddenly, one of the teammates noticed that there were several passages ahead of them. The guys were lost in conjecture. It seemed to them that they needed to pass through this dungeon in some special way. They also saw glowing circles in front of the entrances. So Ju Wang suggested checking the nearest magic circle, which turned out to be the first path called the Road of Neferas. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-jin and his partner had already managed to find another magical artifact. The necklace was called Dugo, which appeared much faster than the previous ring. Kang Seung-hwa decided that now they should go to the third path. She began to understand the concept of the items. Obtaining them was much more important than destroying all the monsters. The girl apologized to her partner for what she thought was her slowness. The young lady saw him fighting while she was breaking the horn of one of the yaks, so she felt that she was a burden to him. During that time, the guy managed to destroy several monsters while she was busy collecting items. Therefore, she thought he was strong enough to fight alone and believed she was hindering him. Kim Hyun-jin asked her not to say such nonsense because he never did anything useless. He didn't care about her just because she was a child. He asked her to understand this, and they hurried on to the third path. The third fork was called the Duranchi Road, and this time, purple three-horned yaks appeared on their path. The monsters were level 14, and when they spotted the players, they began to shoot at them with their horns. One of the horns hit Kang Seung-hwa directly, who screamed from the slight pain. At first, the girl didn't understand what had hit her head, but then she realized that the purple yak could shoot with its horns. Her partner assured her that everything would be fine, since she herself said that the hit wasn't painful. Kim Hyun-jin decided to leave these monsters to his great tank, and she was surprised to hear his words of confidence. Kang Seung-hae had to provoke the yaks to attack her, and flying horns rained down on her. She was able to block them much better than expected, acting as a barrier because they couldn't hurt her. Yak couldn't hurt her, so the guy asked her to use her provocation skill. After using her skill, the monsters continued to attack Kang Seung-hae, but thanks to her barrier, the attacks did not get through. The girl noticed that the monsters themselves did not attack her for some reason, and she also gained experience. Her partner found it strange that the horn disappeared without a trace, but it turned out that the purple yak died after shooting both horns. After they managed to find the bracelet they needed, Duranchi, they had to find 4 more items on the remaining paths. Kang Seung-hwa suggested that this time they should just leave because she noticed that these yaks gave more experience, and she thought it would be useful to hunt them. Kim Hyun-jin made it clear that there might be other players here, so he asked his partner to leave the monsters to the others. The rest of the guys had to spend much more time to catch up with this pair of players. One of the guys was fighting a yak and asked the team for help because he couldn't handle it on his own. Soo Hyun-soo delivered one powerful blow that knocked out the yak. His teammates were delighted with his victory and realized that those who had undergone training were on a completely different level. So Ju Wang looked at the situation from different angles but realized that their effectiveness was weak. The monsters were difficult prey and the team was able to find their weak spot. They collected horns, but destroying them did not give them much experience. Therefore, the leader decided that horns were a very poor reward for the dungeon. He did not suspect that other rewards could be obtained here. So Ju Wang decided to find out what Soo Hyun-soo thought about this, and he looked around. His partner agreed with him and was a little upset that they hadn't found anything worthwhile. The team found it strange that they had received nothing worthwhile for defeating the yak. The leader decided that there was no reason for them to stay here any longer, so they hurried on to the next trail. Once on the Dugo Road, they noticed that there were black yaks again in this place, as well as lifeless bodies without horns. The guys jointly engaged in battle with the monster, and one of them had to cut off its horn when it turned its head. Soo Ju-won found what was happening unusual because there were many rewards and titles in the training dungeon, so it seemed to him that the reward was waiting for them far ahead. Looking at the lifeless bodies of the yaks, he also assumed that someone had already taken the reward before them. The leader considered this unlikely because they were the only group that entered after Chris cleared the way, and there was simply no way that other players could have cleared the dungeon faster than Soo Hyun-soo. The guy began to suspect that some player had already beaten him to it and was in the middle of clearing the dungeon. His teammates decided to deal with the remaining yaks so they could move on to the next path. So Ju Won felt like they were missing something, so he asked everyone to hurry up. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-jin and his partner managed to reach the 6th stage of Victoria's Road. Here, they also destroyed the yaks to gain experience and an item as a reward. This time, the partners managed to get Victoria's shield, and they had one more trail left. The guy hoped to give the key item, Kang So-hai's shield, to her, but it wasn't strong enough to be used as normal equipment. After he put the shield in his inventory, the girl suggested that they had one last road left. The companions obtained the necklace of Athena at the 4th fork and the Zenith Club at the 5th. Only the key item of the last path remained. After obtaining it, the dungeon could be considered cleared. Kim Hyun-jin thought that everything looked fine so far, so they decided to move on. Approaching the last path, the girl heard strange sounds coming from the cave. Looking up, they noticed other players who were also clearing this dungeon. When Soo Hyun-soo saw these two, he immediately remembered that it was only thanks to them that he had managed to survive the training. The young man knew that they would catch up with him, but it happened much later than expected, so he thought that they were a team of beginners. So Ju Wang was delighted to see these two, who had managed to collect rewards from monsters faster than them. Kim Hyun-jin made sure that this was the group that had entered after them, and when he noticed Soo Hyun-soo, he decided that he was somehow connected to them. Soo himself simply joined this team to go through the dungeon. The guy didn't think he would meet them in this place, but Kim Hyun-jin managed to scan his status window. The young man did not understand how an acquaintance could have both a broad and limited outlook, but decided that it did not matter now. So Ju-won came down to them and decided to befriend them, but Kim Hyun-jin didn't believe her sweet appearance. The guy and his team were passing by the monsters they had destroyed. Kim Hyun-jin confirmed that the dead monsters were there doing. He had returned 10 years earlier, so he looked a little younger. The young man was convinced that Soju Wong was the same guy who would later become the creator of an organization of evil players known as Nightmare. The army of the Demon King would have enough power to compete with the 8 heroes. The evil they committed was often indescribable, and at the forefront were always the infamous leaders. So Ju Wong was a self-proclaimed leader and criminal who was famous for his malice. Kim Hyun-jin expected to meet one of them, but did not think that this meeting would happen so soon. The enemy believed that they were advancing very quickly, but it seemed impossible to him that 2 people could clear everything. The guy assured him that the 2 of them were enough. The results spoke for themselves, and the second team had seen their work. This dungeon was recommended for a team of 7 players, and so Ju-won was surprised that they went in as a pair. Kim Hyun-jin understood that the others would find out if they couldn't advance any further, so Ju-won had a good offer. Everyone on his team was quite experienced compared to the other survivors after training. Therefore, the team wanted to clear this dungeon with them, as it would be faster and safer for the 2 of them. The enemy believed that after clearing the dungeon together, they could split the reward equally. The dungeon didn't belong to anyone anyway, and so Ju-won hoped for their wise decision. Kim Hyun-jin did not think long and agreed to the enemy's proposal. The guy had one condition in this deal. The key item of the 7th path had to be sold to him. After a while, they passed the 7th fork in the road of Lakatul, destroying the purple yaks. New monsters appeared from another direction, and they decided to destroy the yaks one by one. Kang Seung-hwa noticed that together they were much faster, but she found something suspicious about it. Kim Hyun-jin moved more slowly and was not as effective as before. Previously, he had calmly dealt with them alone, but now he looked exhausted. So Ju-won was curious about what trump card he was hiding, since he had cleared the way so quickly, but everything seemed easier. Even if you forgot about his fatigue, his skills didn't seem special. After destroying another monster, they got the Lakatul earrings, and the guy realized that the key item Kim Hyun-jin had told him about was useless after looking at its characteristics. The guy didn't understand what was so special about these earrings, because even their durability was below par. So Ju-won gave him these earrings and didn't understand why he needed them. The earrings were needed to complete a quest that the first players to enter the dungeon received. They collected 7 items, so he would be able to complete it. Afterwards, he handed over the promised payment for this item. So Ju-won was surprised that they gave him 500 coins so easily. For that amount of coins, he had to destroy more than 40 black yaks. So Ju-won realized that it would be much easier to fleece this guy than he thought. This attitude was refreshing, and he promised to do everything possible to help him pass the dungeon. Kim Hyun-jin knew that they needed to go deeper to complete the task. The leader began to persuade his guys to follow these 2 further, but Kang Seung-hwa was afraid of these guys. The girl decided to find out if everything was okay with her partner, but he didn't understand her concerns about this. Kang Seung-hwa simply thought that he was more tired than usual, but the guy assured her that everything was fine with him. Checking. So Ju-won's status window, it became known that his status was irritated and he had a cruel worldview. Kim Hyun-jin could see his disgusting intentions with his perception eye and was convinced that this guy was the same as before. The young man wanted to see how long he would pretend and not reveal his rotten essence. After some time, they arrived at the final location to complete the task they had started. The players were informed that they had arrived at Mandra Square and the stone statue opened its eyes. Mandry Square appeared after the players cleared 7 paths, and it was called the Final Destination. This name came about because no one knew how to complete the Mandra statue quest. Unexpectedly, the statue asked who dared to wake her up and said that only the worthy could stay. If the others stayed, they would not be able to escape punishment. The guys decided that it was about them. Kim Hyun-jin had come too far to give up, so he decided to prove to the statue that he was worthy. The young man used his skills and his heart began to glow with a magical light. The young man's body began to glow completely, but Mandra ordered him to prove his words. The young man understood that something like this would happen because he had heard about this task in the past. The test from Mandra's statue began. He had to pass the test to complete the dungeon. Otherwise, if he failed, the test subject's heart would be destroyed without delay. The first part of the test consisted of transferring the collected items to the statue. The player took them from their inventory. The player had to give the key items to the statue in the order of the forks. Kim Hyun-jin managed to give all the collected artifacts in the correct order, distributing them on the board. His actions proved to Mandra that he was worthy of moving on, while the others were shocked by what was happening. The statue ordered him to tell her his name, and Kim Hyun-jin thought about giving her the correct answer. The player recalled the past when they had discussed completing the entire rural station dungeon. The blogger assured him that the player needed to call himself Rancher because the statue of Mandra itself was a guard. The mission was simple. The person had to be near the pastures of the 7 forks where the yaks grazed, and the ranch owner had hidden something inside the dungeon, and the guard was waiting for his return. Additionally, there was a hidden reward in this dungeon, so it was better for players not to use their real names. The guy knew that the owner of Mandra was the one who gave it a new life and ordered him to guard this place until his arrival. Based on the information he had received in the past, Kim Hyun-jin gave the name Rancher, and it was the correct answer. The other players did not understand what he was talking about because they knew his real name. Suddenly, the statue knelt down and greeted its owner, and now the player could receive his reward. The unknown observers were also surprised by his correct answer. Kang Seung-hwa was glad that her partner had managed to complete this task. The others did not understand why the statue bowed. Soo Hyun-soo was worried that something bad would happen, but he was convinced that Kim Hyun-jin was special. The statue handed the player an item entrusted to it by its owner. The young man had to choose one. The young man understood that it would be much easier for him to pass through the dungeons if he received the hidden item. He was given a choice between a large mandra sword or gloves. So Ju-wong noticed that this guy had received a special reward and intended to take it. The others didn't see anything, so they assumed they would have to wait to see his reward. The guy assured his companions that everything was fine and that they could deal with whatever Kim Hyun-jin was planning. Using his perception eye, the player realized that this rotten player had decided to kill him to take the reward. Kim Hyun-jin felt the enemy's gaze aimed at Kang Seung-ho, so Ju-wong revealed his true nature when he thought no one was looking at him and chose the reward. The reward was mandra gloves, which were particularly resistant to poison and protected the owner from many infections. The statue hoped that the gloves would be useful to the player on his future journey. The mandra area was cleared, and the next quest, called Two Paths, began. Kim Hyun-jin understood that this was the last crossroads. The raid on the dungeon was almost complete. Kang Seung-hwa decided that after this task, they would be able to return home. His comrades were not finished yet, so he asked his partner not to relax. The girl assured him that she would not abandon him, so Ju-wong asked them to wait for them too. He was disappointed that the two did not consider them a team. It seemed as if they had to follow orders, but they did not agree with this, so it seemed rude to them. The enemy thought they needed to split into two teams, so he wanted to do it wisely. Kim Hyun-jin agreed with him, so he was going to clear one path with the girl and ask them to take the other. Soo Ju-wong was surprised by his enormous self-confidence because he didn't understand why he thought that two of them would be enough. Feeling confident in a new place is a great trait, but it could have ended badly. Kim Hyun-jin recognized the sense in his words and decided to find out how he suggested they divide the work. The young man suspected that an attack was being prepared against him and that they wanted to kill him to claim the reward. The young man suggested thinking about balanced groups. He thought it would be better to have 3 or 4 people in a group, so he suggested they take Soo Hyun-soo with them. So Ju-wong recommended Kim Hyun-jin as the leader of this group, which surprised his partner. In exchange for Soo Hyun-soo, the guy wanted to take Kang Seung-hwa into his group so that she could be their tank. The enemy asked what he thought about this, and he smiled sweetly and was ready to give an answer. Kim Hyun-jin had no desire to agree to this proposal. The players were in the basement of Seoul Station on Mandra Square and continued to discuss their next steps. It was difficult for So Ju-won to understand the guy's answer, but Kim Hyun-jin was not going to convince him of his decision. Kang Seung-hwa was like a younger sister to him, and he wasn't going to let her go until they cleared the basement. The enemy realized that these two intended to stay together until the very end, and he was curious where all this confidence came from. The player suggested that they had received information about help from the guard. Senia was surprised by this. The guy assured her that this was exactly what he wanted to do, to make them think along the wrong lines. And some of the guards became interested in his source of knowledge. Now, So Ju-won understood why Kim Hyun-jin was so confident in his actions, and he decided to accept him into his team. The leader asked Soo Hyun-soo to go with these two, believing that everything would be fine if they split up this way. Kim Hyun-jin didn't mind that they were joined by someone they already knew. Soo Hyun-soo himself did not mind going with them. They decided to meet after clearing the way. The guy understood that So Ju-won had set some kind of trap for them, because he didn't believe that such a rotten person would simply agree to a different situation. The team of 3 entered the first path at the end of the road, where there was a clue for clearing the area. Fewer than 5 people entered, so a temporary safe zone was established. Soo Hyun-soo decided to make sure it was the guy who appeared on the 2nd floor of Tower D and fought the troll. He remembered that they had met near Cheonggachon. The guy might not have recognized him after only a couple of meetings, but he was always with the girl. They didn't tell him anything, so he thought he might have been mistaken, but now he was sure it was definitely them. Kim Hyun-jin was surprised that he recognized him so late, and he decided to find out why he remembered it. His interlocutor wanted to thank them for saving him that time because he hadn't had time to tell them anything then. The young man made it clear that if they hadn't taken the troll away from him, he would have definitely died at the hands of the monster. Kim Hyun-jin and Kang Seung-hoi were just trying to escape to survive that time, so it was surprising to Soo Hyun-sun that they met them again so quickly. The guy swore he would never forget this favor, and his status became favorable because he admired this player. Kim Hyun-jin decided that this guy's status meant he was honest with them and would never have thought he would receive the service of the King of Fists. The guy asked permission to call him Hyunim, which was a respectful way to address elders, and his conversation partner didn't understand why he wanted to call him that since they were the same age. It wasn't about age because they had saved his life, so Kim Hyun-jin didn't mind him calling him that. After some time, they managed to approach the end of this dark and eerie place. The crystal that cleansed the dungeon was already waiting for them, shining brightly and illuminating the area. Kim Hyun-jin suspected that it would be a challenge, so he decided to take action to get it. His partners were told to sit down and rest while he was busy with the crystal. A tedious task awaited them. Soo Hyun-soo was surprised that they were going to rest right there, as they were in a temporary safe zone. The young man assured them that they could deal with the crystal later, and that it was better for them to save their strength for the attack. His partner was a little angry that Hyun-nim addressed him as you, and he was surprised by his irritability. Kang Seon-hwa, being the youngest in their team, decided to find out what she should call Soo Hyun-soo. The guy allowed her to call him whatever she wanted, so she decided to call him Ajusi, which meant uncle. Kim Hyun-jin found it difficult to get used to being addressed this way, but he had no other choice. The young man doubted that they would have any difficulties destroying this crystal, and did not understand what the complexity of the cleanup was. Cleaning this crystal was directly related to cleaning the entire dungeon, and since this was the final battle, traps could await them. Therefore, the team had to be prepared for anything, but Soo Hyun-soo still doubted that they would encounter any difficulties. Kim Hyun-jin knew that several problems awaited them ahead. The system reported that new players had entered their zone. The number of players exceeded 5, so the temporary safe zone disappeared, which surprised his teammates. The guy asked his teammates to get up because they would have to fight those guys. So Ju-wong appeared with his guys, intending to take the rare reward. The enemy was surprised that they had not yet cleared the way, so they prepared for battle. The enemy thought they would finish much faster because Kim Hyun-jin was so confident. The guy allowed them to be disappointed in him as much as they wanted, because he was waiting for them to come to them. The young man also knew that they would do something like this. So Ju-wong was angry because he was acting like a know-it-all again. The enemy thought that this guy was actually stupid to the end, so he took out his sword and began to attack him. The enemy thought that Kim Hyun-jin could show him at least a little modesty if he knew that he would die by his hands. The player doubted that So Ju-wong could harm him, considering him a useless person. A quick battle broke out between them, and it was unclear who would emerge victorious. So Ju-wong did not understand where his opponent's confidence had gone because he only blocked and dodged. The young man found the fight pathetic because he had read that Kim Hyun-jin could do nothing to him. His teammates noticed that their comrade had been wounded by the enemy and began to worry about him intensely. Unexpectedly, the other guys made it clear that Soo Hyun-sun and Kang Sung-hae shouldn't get distracted, and they began to attack them. Their opponents assured them that they had often met people who knew how to fight before. The guys thought that these two wouldn't last 5 minutes against their group. They hadn't fought in about a month, so they wanted to have some fun. The opponents were willing to spare Soo Hyun-soo's life if he gave them the girl without a fight. They believed that they were also good at throwing punches. So Ju-wong thought it would be boring if his opponent only defended himself. He wanted to see all his tricks. The player believed that they were roughly equal in strength against monsters, but in battles against each other, he considered Kim Hyun-jin to be worthless. The Whispering Devil enjoyed the insults that the player heard from the other player. So Ju-won thought his opponent was unlucky because he had a way to counter players. Kim Hyun-jin realized that his opponent had not mastered the shadow attack. His opponent allowed him to continue showing off because it would be easier to destroy him that way. Kim Hyun-jin decided to ask him one last question. He wanted to know if he would try to kill them if he didn't hand over Kang Sung-ho. Previously, his opponent could have simply let him go, but now he wanted to destroy him and take the girl. Unexpectedly, the guy struck his opponent with a thermos, and the opponent did not understand what had happened to him. The others were also shocked to see how their comrade managed to attack the enemy with a thermos. What happened next was the result of So Ju-won's decisions, who did not want to resolve everything peacefully. An hour before this skirmish, his comrades thought they would not be able to enter the second passage because the administrator had blocked the entrance to the dungeon. So Ju-won did not want to continue this charade because he intended to tear off that bastard's head and take the girl away. The leader's behavior was consistent with that of a rotten man who acted only for his own benefit. The team was going to attack the others after they finished clearing their dungeon, but if it took too long, they were ready to go in themselves and destroy them. They didn't go their way so as not to get tired. Soo Ju-won believed that Kim Hyun-jin couldn't do anything to them, no matter how tough he thought he was. One of the guys suggested that this guy might be dangerous for them, but the leader assured him that he was very weak at hunting yaks and that was his limit. His abilities were not much better than theirs, so the young man was not worried about Soo Hyun-sun. His comrades were supposed to detain him while So Ju-won dealt with Kim Hyun-jin. Now it turned out that the guy was not as weak as his opponents thought. Kim Hyun-jin's fighting style changed, his stats rose sharply, and he began to press the enemy. The archer decided to help his leader, but Soo Hyun-soo couldn't allow his savior to be shot. The second enemy made it clear that he should not be ignored, as he was just as strong as his opponent. But Kang Sung-hwa stood in his way and used her platinum shield to protect her ally. The guy was surprised that this petite girl was able to block his attack, and his ally thanked her for her help. Soo Hyun-soo used his powerful strike skill and prevented the archer from shooting Kim Hyun-jin. Pyongu flew into the wall, making it clear to the other opponents that he was not to be trifled with. The young man asked for quick help for Soju-won and then to return to them to deal with the rest. Kim Hyun-jin could sense the trajectory of each attack, so it was easy for him to dodge them. The archer couldn't understand how this guy managed to dodge an arrow that was flying into his blind spot. Go Jung-han was the archer of the enemy team, and was also the main pillar of all the group's surprise attacks. The archer asked Soju-won to destroy this guy because, in a sense, Go Jung-han was more dangerous than the leader himself, as he could help from a great distance. The guy needed someone to protect him, otherwise his attacks would quickly cease. Soo Hyun-soo was against these guys who were trying to kidnap a little girl. Go Jung-han ordered him not to approach, otherwise he was ready to shoot him with an arrow. The archer asked his comrades for help, but they were all busy with their own battle. The King of Fists managed to eliminate his opponent. Soju-won couldn't understand how their plan could have failed. The villains were supposed to win, so the leader couldn't understand where he had made a mistake in his calculations. Kim Hyun-jin did not seem so skilled to them and looked as if his characteristics were around level 10. Now he was even stronger than Soo Hyun-sun, so the villain decided to calm down and look for an opportunity to counterattack. The enemy might have been stronger in terms of stats, but he didn't know Soju-won's skills, so he decided to see where his carelessness would lead him. Unexpectedly, Kim Hyun-jin spilled water on him, and he didn't understand why. The guy began to think that he was holding the thermos for this stupid attack and decided that he was just mocking him. His opponent made it clear that it was done on purpose and asked him to look around. So Ju-wong did not understand what this insignificant action meant, but suddenly strange sounds began to come from behind the wall. The wall began to crack and some unknown insects began to make their way towards them. After the wall was completely destroyed, a huge swarm of wasps appeared and began to fill the place. The guys realized that these were monster wasps that began to surround them, but it was not clear why they were heading only towards them. Several monsters began to attack the archer, who did not expect such power from insects. The wasps also began to attack Soju-won, who tried with all his might to resist them. The insects were very sensitive to the sweet smell of honey water, which was enough to trigger a reaction. The raid event taking place on two paths consisted of an attack by wasps. Despite their name, dealing with them was not so easy. The individual level of these insects was around 18 and was not very high. The insects attacked in swarms of thousands, and if there was no one in the group with fire attacks, it was better for the players to avoid them. There was only one strategy for this. Kim Hyun-jin ordered his comrades to quickly lie down on the ground. This gave them an advantage as the insects did not notice targets below a certain height. The pain from even one poisonous sting was indescribable and none of the guys could avoid a tragic outcome. The wasps attacked Soju-won, who was completely covered in sweet water. He couldn't do anything about it and died. After a while, the wasps flew away after destroying the guys, and only Kim Hyun-jin and his comrades remained alive. When Soju-won talked about destruction, he should have been prepared to die himself and would have been to blame for such an outcome. The system detected the first destruction of a player after the end of training with Kim Hyun-jin, and a unique ability was forcibly unlocked. The guy couldn't believe that another ability was available to him. It was too strange for him to receive a skill at such an early stage. The second ability turned out to be familiar to him. The conditions forced him to respond to attacks, but in return gave him a boost that helped him fight other players. Previously, such an ability was not very rare, but it was very useful in one-on-one battles. Even those taking the civil service exam did not know about it. The skill was hidden, and in this case, the player did not understand why he had received it. Soo Hun-soo assured his partner that he was not to blame for the deaths of these villains. He would have done the same thing because he did not consider criminals worthy of life. It was scary, but these people were bad, and Kim Hyun-jin did nothing wrong, according to his teammates. His comrades thought he was blaming himself, so they tried to comfort him, and he assured them that he was fine. The leader had to explain himself as clearly as possible to his comrades. Kim Hyun-jin did not feel good about it, but he understood that it would be strange to let people who wanted to destroy them go. That would have led to their demise, so he did not regret his decision to kill these scoundrels. The guy believed that it was better to become an executioner than to let someone destroy him. The woman with the scales understood his true feelings and thought about giving him a big gift. Kim Hyun-jin noticed that his comrades had great trust in him, but this situation did not shock him much, even without the support of the guards. Suddenly, he realized that he was more carefree than usual about what was happening, and this seemed strange to him. The dungeon was almost cleared, and all that remained was to destroy the crystals of the two paths. The crystal at Seoul Station was not happy with the intruders, and its perception detected a danger to the players. Strong gusts of wind arose, causing the others to worry, but the young man recommended that everyone step back. Kang Seung-hwa was worried about her partner, who intended to deal with it. Kim Hyun-jin took out the yak horns and wasps they had collected in sufficient quantities up to that point. The young man had prepared measures against the poisonous gas of the crystal in advance, and he also planned to use Mandra's glove. The young man took the gloves as a reward for increasing resistance to poisons, even though they were weak on their own. This was not enough to completely neutralize the effect, and he needed to destroy it before the effect became too strong. The smoke grew thicker with every passing second, and the player could not see anything in front of him. The crystal disappeared from view. The crystal's poison began to penetrate the player's body. The resistance to poison was very weak, and he could no longer hold his breath. His perception senses sensed serious danger because of this, but the guy couldn't find the crystal. After a few minutes, he finally managed to find the crystal and began to strike it. His teammates noticed that the fog had become even thicker, but they were able to make out their teammates' actions in it. Soo Hyun-soo didn't understand why Kim Hyun-jin was getting even closer to the crystal, but he continued to try to break it. The effect of the Soul Station crystal's poison began to wear off, and he managed to destroy it, after which the fog disappeared. It was more difficult than expected, but he managed to do it, and thanks to this, he fulfilled one of the two conditions for clearing the area. An unknown observer watched him with interest, and he realized that these observers wanted him dead. His partner decided to ask the guy how he managed to do it because he couldn't see anything through the smoke. Kim Hyun-jin reminded him of the wasp stingers they had obtained earlier, which helped neutralize the poison. The guy decided to find out why the leader was sure that it would help him, but he assured him that it was written in the item description. Soo Hyun-soo decided that this man had taken a risk relying only on the description, but in fact, it was the strategy of the great explorer Jackson. His partners looked at him with admiration because they couldn't believe he was capable of such a thing. After that, they had to figure out one more way, and this time Senia watched what was happening. The player used the wasps not only to get rid of his opponents, but also to obtain items that neutralized the poison. The observation channel was filled with a large number of anonymous guards. The strategy was so obvious that Senia didn't need to explain anything. The true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain joined the broadcast. By that time, the player had already managed to fulfill all the conditions for clearing the dungeon. After the dungeon was cleared and the breakthrough was sealed, an administrator appeared who intended to give them rewards. Kim Hyun-jin decided that it must be something special since Senya had come. Bonus stat points were awarded to all players in the group that cleared the dungeon. Player Kim Hyun-jin could choose a personal reward after the first clear, choosing from several rewards. An unknown observer became interested in his choice. The player understood which of the presented rewards was the most significant. Gold was a direct source of wealth, but it was not so easy to cash in on. For 3 kilograms, he could get a not very large sum of 200 million won. An ordinary person would have chosen gold without hesitation. It was money he could only dream of. Kim Hyun-jin knew that in the early stages, the rights of players were not protected by law, so players had to give a significant portion of their findings to the state. Even gold was confiscated because it was an object from an unknown world that could be dangerous. A player was very lucky if the state did not take everything when he tried to cash out and decided to give it up. The guy chose a Type B recovery elixir, and the watching guards were surprised by his choice. The woman with the scales doubted his choice, but the Whispering Devil was pleased with it. The dungeon breakthrough was sealed, and after that they returned to their peaceful lives. Kim Hyun-jin asked his sister what she thought about the move, but for her, the news came as a surprise. His sister did not understand where her brother got the money for such a thing, but he made it clear that he had managed to save about 100 million. Kim Aeon didn't believe him, thinking he was drunk, and he didn't expect any other reaction from his sister. The young man could understand her doubts because 100 million was not just a lot of money. Their whole family had never had that much. The elixir he chose was very effective against a specific disease. The young man took it and went to meet someone, just as Soju Wong had done in the past. That person was a man wealthy enough to pay a large sum for the item and suffered from an illness that this elixir could cure. The buyer met 2 conditions. So Ju Wong had received about 1 billion won for this in the past, but Kim Hyun-jin did things differently. The guy understood that if everything happened as it did last time, the deal would be successful. It could give him not only money but also connections with influential people, so he did the opposite. While riding the subway, his sister watched the news with Chairman Songshin, who was a well-known figure. She thought that Gi-yeol's son was a bald old man, so she figured he was wearing some kind of realistic wig. Kim Hyun-jin knew that it was real hair that had grown after taking the elixir. The elixir was also called the most effective remedy for baldness, although it was said to be a remedy for hair loss. However, the man who built the giant Songshin Corporation from scratch saw potential for investment in it. Kim Hyun-jin asked for 100 million in cash and housing on special request. He also agreed to help with the adoption of Kang Seung-hwa, whose future was shrouded in darkness. Kim Hyun-jin's mother immediately realized that she was a smart and cheerful girl, so she agreed. So the brother suggested that his sister move in with him since he had bought them a new house. The young man's family would be able to live in a good place and have less stress at work, so Kim A-young was not opposed to this. The young man thought that everyone should return home early today because new underground gates had begun to appear in the area. Kim Hyun-jin was going to have dinner with his family today and had no idea that his plans would change. Driving by, he noticed new gates that had appeared almost immediately after the previous ones. By chance, he saw his acquaintance, Shi Yun-so, standing in front of the gate through the window. The bus began to stop abruptly. Kim Hyun-jin told his sister that he had urgent business to attend to, so he got off early. The young man knew that at that time, only one gate could appear near the Hongjae district. The first publication about the clearing of the dungeon by the Empress of the Sword was described very briefly. Records of this dungeon remained not because it was special, but because Shi Yun-so was the Empress of the Sword. The girl could later become the strongest warrior who was the first to pass through this dungeon. Kim Hyun-jin managed to catch up with her and decided to find out if she was going to go inside. The girl was surprised that he could also see the gate. The guy was a player, so he could see them too. He couldn't find any information about her in the past. This lively and sweet atmosphere was different from the two-faced empress she was called. Shi Yeon-soo guessed that this young man knew something about this thing in front of them. Looking at her status, he was again convinced that the brief description was strange. The player explained that this thing was called a gate, and monsters appeared from it if the dungeon was not cleared in time. The girl pointed out that the administrator had also mentioned this to her. This had not happened yet because the other dungeons had already been cleared, but even those who had undergone training spoke of the possibility of a breakthrough, so it must be true. The young man understood that no breakthrough had happened yet, because he couldn't use his knowledge to clear the gates immediately after they appeared. Previously, the Seoul Station dungeon had been breached several times, and many players had given their lives to understand the strategy for clearing it. Now everything had changed because of Kim Hyun-jin's intervention. Soon there would be so many gates that he would not be able to clear them all alone, so breakthroughs were inevitable. The girl believed that those who had undergone training would have no problems, but she had not undergone it herself. However, the young man assured her that everything would be fine. Kim Hyun-jin asked if she wanted to create a group. Shu Yeon-so was surprised because she knew nothing about such a thing. The young lady decided to find out what his level was, and the guy said he had already reached 19. The girl was happy to learn that she was not alone because she also had that level, which was growing very quickly. Shi Yeon-so sent him an invitation to join the group so they could go through the dungeon together. The guy accepted her invitation and was about to enter the gate, but the girl stopped him. His partner wanted to know how old he was. He was 20, but she thought he looked older. Mentally, Kim Hyun-jin was 30, but his body was younger due to the transfer. His partner suggested that they communicate informally since they were the same age. The young man suggested they discuss it after they got out of the dungeon alive, but Shi Yeon-so asked him not to say that because she believed they would definitely survive. Kim Hyun-jin didn't think he would come across the gate on his way back from Songshin, but it was a chance to befriend the Empress of the Sword. The young man also wanted to see the dungeon that the famous Sword Empress had passed through immediately after her training. Meanwhile, Kim A-yeon, who had left the store, did not understand where her brother had gone. This dungeon turned out to be a tunnel. The player decided to look around a little first. The passage was not closed, so escape was possible if necessary. If Shu Yeon-so was able to pass through the dungeon alone after training, then it shouldn't be difficult. The system warned the players about the appearance of monsters, and the guy was surprised that they received this notification. The monsters in this dungeon turned out to be rabbits above level 18, and he was even more surprised by their appearance. They seemed large to his partner, and she compared them to a boss monster, but they did not look strong. The rabbits did not possess great strength, unlike the players. The danger level was easier to determine. The rabbits posed almost no threat and were not as aggressive as the other monsters. The main feature of these monsters was their ability to flee at high speed if they sensed danger. Her partner explained that the rabbits ran away when they sensed danger, so it was better to destroy them with one blow. The girl assured him that she could handle it because she had the right skills. Hearing her answer, he became even more convinced that Shi Yeon-so was the Sword Empress. Spotting one of the rabbits, she rushed to strike it quickly so that it would not have time to escape. The system congratulated her on successfully destroying the rabbit monster, for which she received 26 coins. Kim Hyun-jin realized that this was her unique ability. He did not think she would learn to use it so quickly. The atmosphere changed immediately after the battle began. A moment ago, she looked like an ordinary student. Now, Shi Yeon-so looked like the fighting fanatic she was destined to become in 10 years. The guy also destroyed rabbits along the way and gained experience and coins. He didn't think there would be rabbits behind these gates. Such creatures were difficult to destroy because of their speed, but their attack and defense were weak. These monsters were known among players for one feature. Kim Hyun-jin could get a unique item when fighting rabbits if he was lucky, but for some reason, it didn't drop from these rabbits. His partner, noticing his reaction, assumed that he had been here before, but he made it clear that it was his first time. Shi Yeon-so thought he had finished too quickly, even though she herself had destroyed them with a single blow, but she decided to skip the formalities. The partners were the same age, and she felt uncomfortable speaking politely to him, so she asked his name. Kim Hyun-jin introduced himself to her. The girl thought he knew a lot about the gates during this hunt, and she was finally convinced of this and decided to find out where he got all this information. 10 years ago, he had spent a lot of time watching videos that informed players about gates, monsters, and hidden tasks. He had studied all of this in the hope of passing the test. The girl was not satisfied with the answer that he had simply studied a lot, and the whispering devil who was watching them was also amused by his answer. After that, they approached another place where more monsters began to appear, and the girl was ready to fight them. Her partner suggested that they continue their conversation after they dealt with the rabbits. Shi Yeon-so was not opposed to this arrangement, because she believed that they would deal with them very quickly. Among the items dropped by the rabbits were those that helped break through the growth limit at level 30. The guy understood that it would be foolish to wait and hope that such a rare item would drop from the first or second rabbit destroyed. Therefore, he was not going to leave this spot until he got it, and he bravely continued to destroy them. Administrator Shi Yeon-so thought that player Kim Hyun-jin was very surprising, but Senia had a different opinion. Colleague Roa suggested that she was currently broadcasting, and she confirmed her guesses on this matter. The administrator doubted that this player was level 19, as there were not many players who were able to keep up with Shi Yun-so. Senya assured her that they would not be able to see his status because the player had set his privacy settings and not only closed his status window but also deleted his name from the player ranking table. Roa did not understand how the player knew about this, since the administrators had not told him about it, and therefore assumed that Senya had told him everything, but she assured him that she had not violated their rules. The administrator saw how the players used the system, but he used it to hide everything, so they began to think that he was not the kind of person who would take advantage of someone reckless at the first opportunity. Her colleague thought that this guy could bring Senya a good income, so she asked for permission to broadcast him too. Unexpectedly, her acquaintance said that this was also impossible because she had signed an exclusive contract with him. Such a contract could only be signed 3 times. And Roa did not understand how Senya could use up one attempt so quickly, since the player could only show such tremendous growth at the beginning. Senya believed that Roa should not be concerned with her personal decisions, and they continued to watch the players battle. After destroying another rabbit, the guy got nothing but experience and coins, but after destroying another one, he finally got a high-quality iron sword, which he gave to his partner. Kim Haon-jin advised her to use this sword if it turned out to be better than hers. Shi Yeon-so was surprised that he wanted to give this item to her. Her partner believed that she was better at handling this weapon than he was, so he did not regret giving it to her. The girl promised that she would give him the next item she could knock out as a token of gratitude. The guy didn't need the weapon. He had a general idea of the monsters that had appeared over the past 10 years, and his weapons were still sufficient for that, so he didn't regret giving her a high-quality iron sword. The young man couldn't get a rare item, and he had already given up hope and started to think that he would never get one. After clearing the monsters, new ones appeared. Kim Hyun-jin wanted to knock out the item as quickly as possible before they reached the monster respawn limit. The system notified the player that he had received another item, and the young man thought it was the one he wanted. The player was delighted because it was the best reward he could get from this dungeon. The item was Legolas's ring, which absorbed 2% of the attack's health. Suddenly, the young man noticed that a dungeon-clearing crystal had appeared. It seemed to him that it had happened very quickly. The monsters began to gather at the altar to somehow prevent these players from clearing the dungeon. Now, the young man understood why Shi Yeon-so had been able to pass this dungeon alone in the past. His partner suspected that the appearance of the monsters was an abnormal occurrence, but the young man intended to discuss it later, because now it was better for them to deal with the rabbits. Kim Hyun-jin received a ring but realized that it was not enough. This piece of equipment was not limited to one, so he wanted to collect 10 rings for all 10 fingers. The monster rabbits immediately regenerated after being destroyed and attacked the players again. The young man understood that it could take him several hours to collect them all, but he did not want to leave until he had collected them all. The girl continued to defeat the monsters and did not know the true goal of her partner. The young lady noticed that he was destroying them at almost the same speed as she was, and on top of that, he had a lot of knowledge, and it seemed to her that he had already been in these gates before. After destroying the last rabbit monster, the system reported that the creature's appearance had been stopped. Shi Yeon-so thought that they would get out of there if they destroyed enough rabbits. But even though they had spent several hours there, she didn't know what to do next. Her partner asked her to follow him because the exit was on the opposite side of the tunnel. It was very dark, and the girl couldn't see anything, but she decided to trust him anyway. A few minutes later, they came to the crystal of the dungeon, which the young man managed to break with ease. The system reported the destruction of the clearing crystal, and now this place could be considered completely cleared. The guy knew that, unlike a normal dungeon, it was impossible to re-enter these gates after they closed. Despite this, he managed to collect 8 rings. Collecting them up to the monster limit was a temporary solution. The observers continued to make noise because such a battle seemed boring to them, and some of the guards simply turned off the broadcast. Kim Hyun-jin spent a lot of time gathering them, and it was already time to return, but he didn't know how he would explain his delay to his sister. After that, the dungeon gates began to disappear and the players began to move outside. Shi Yeon-so noticed that they were outside, which seemed strange to her because it was her first dungeon. The girl felt that something had changed here because there were no passers-by in the city. Roa appeared and thanked all the guards for deciding to visit her channel. The true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain requested that an area be set up for players to battle, so the administrator had to announce that it was now open. 2 people appeared who attracted everyone's attention: a brilliant swordswoman who was even noticed by the master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain, and an unknown player who knew how to surprise with his knowledge. A duel was to take place between them. It turned out that it was impossible to die in this dungeon. All damage received disappeared after the battle ended. Roa asked the observers to vote for the player they believed would win. Kim Hyun-jin didn't quite understand what was going on. This administrator knew how to control the guards' attention, which is why she was supposed to become one of the most popular mid-level administrators. Senya, the host who lacked even basic conversational skills, watched over everything. Shi Yeon-so didn't know why everything had turned out this way, so she didn't want to look like she wanted to fight him. The girl decided to find out if they would definitely not die if they started fighting each other. Her partner assured her that even in the worst case, any injuries would be healed after the battle zone was deactivated. The young man himself was a little shocked by this because he didn't think he would be asked to fight when he had no guard on his side. Some of the guards were surprised by this. The woman with the scales expressed her bewilderment, and the whispering devil was amazed. Roa assumed that he did not know about the choice of guard and therefore thought that Senya had not told him anything about it. The administrator decided not to interfere in other people's affairs and therefore decided to start the battle between the players. The host advised the guards to support the selected players and wish them victory, but the guy felt that they should discuss something before starting. The guard who requested the battle was a true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain, and Kim Hyun-jin wanted to tell him something. The guy thought it was weird that such a noble guard was encouraging betrayal and asking, without any reason, to kill a comrade with whom he had fought side by side. This guard had millions of followers and managed to climb to the top. In the future, he could become the guard of Shi Yonso. This guardian's character was no better than that of the Lion King. He was just as warlike and criminal, but considered himself a true warrior, so he did not insist on bravery alone. He was a pure fighter who opposed injustice, betrayal, and cowardice, but he was so arrogant that he reacted strongly to Kim Hyung-jin's words. The players received a devastating one-hit skill from the guard Shi Yun-so, who had acquired this skill long ago and greatly surpassed her opponent, who was not confident of victory. The guard considered Kim Hyun-jin to be weak because he did not even have such a basic skill. This proud warrior thought that anyone he had not personally taught was a weakling. The guy didn't think they would have to fight right after clearing the gate, and the guard was curious to find out who would win, since he had even given him the skill. Shi Yun-so admitted that she also received a new skill from the true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain. The girl was also curious to find out which of them would win this battle. Her partner used the sword that Kim Hyun-jin had given her on the pretext that she would make better use of it, but she noticed that he was also an unusual warrior who dealt with monsters almost as quickly. The girl also suspected that he had knowledge about the gates and their internal structure. The young man even showed her how to get out of there, and although it was dark, it seemed to her that he knew everything or could simply see in the dark. Shi Yun-so simply became curious about how far he could go if he fought seriously. Now that the players had the same skills, the girl wanted to test what they were capable of. Kim Hyun-jin was convinced that this guard was perfect for this girl, and suggested that she attack first if she was interested in doing so. Unknown observers watched the upcoming duel with interest. Shi Yun-so gripped her sword tightly and headed towards her opponent. The young man managed to block her strike in time, activating his perception skill in the process. Thanks to this, he began to foresee future attacks, one of which was to come from the left. The next attack was from the other side, and he was able to foresee it as well. They continued to fight, but the young man only blocked her attacks for now. His opponent tried to make an overhead attack, but the young man assumed it was a feint. Shi Yun-so aimed for his neck, but his opponent managed to block this strike as well. Roa was surprised that these players were putting up such a good fight at such low levels. Kim Hyun-jin anticipated her attacks with his perception eye, but was unable to counterattack. The guy was far behind her in terms of sword technique, so he decided to use a trick. The young man realized that he had only one option left, and after parrying another blow, he decided to act. Shi Yun-so suspected that her opponent had not been trained in swordplay, and therefore believed that he had good instincts. Now she decided to attack him seriously. The guy didn't understand what they had been doing before that. Shi Yun-so admitted that she had been holding back a little. The players could not die, but they could feel the pain of their wounds, and the girl was ready for that. The guy realized that until that moment, she had been gathering information about his skills. To her, it seemed as if they were roughly on the same level. Now it was important for him not to miss her devastating blow as she approached. Kim Hyun-jin tried to parry, but she managed to dodge and wounded him in the side. Shi Yun-so took advantage of the moment and thought it was the perfect time to deliver the final blow. Unexpectedly for her, her opponent managed to dodge the blow and her sword pierced a tree. The girl assumed that he had been hiding his speed from her all this time and was using a temporary skill to destroy her with a single blow. Noticing her opponent's attack, Shi Yun-so was once again convinced of his incredible speed. Placing the tip of his sword to her neck, he had no intention of hurting her, and therefore declared himself the winner of the competition. The girl blushed a little because of her loss, but still admitted defeat. The system announced that the player had become the first winner in the first battle zone, and thanks to this, received the title of first opponent. Instant movement was a skill that allowed him to approach his opponent so quickly that they didn't even notice. There were many rumors about how the Empress of the Sword acquired this powerful movement technique that did not consume mana. Shi Yun-so distracted him from his thoughts, believing that he should look proud when victory was in his hands. She was surprised by what was happening around her and called her mother for the first time since elementary school. Kim Hyun-jin suggested that this could be called stealing her skill, because he took the skill that should have gone to her, but it all happened by accident and he won it fairly. Unknown observers were surprised by his victory, and some of them gave him 400 coins. The player decided that they were trying to make a good impression because he knew about the choice. The brave Lion King mocked his pathetic tricks. It was not clear to the boy why he was watching the broadcast in that case, as the battle zone was disabled. The young man's wounds healed. Shi Yun-so didn't want to leave so quickly because she wanted to talk to him some more. The girl asked him to write down her phone number and take her with him because she intended to meet him again to go to the dungeon. Her friend wanted to go to the dungeon with him because she liked him and wanted to establish a connection with him. Kim Hyun-jin was surprised by her directness, but he wasn't going to refuse her. Suddenly, his eyes detected danger, and he realized that this time he simply couldn't dodge the blow. The young man had to take the blow from his sister, who was furious when she noticed that her brother had disappeared without a trace for some time. Noticing that it was Kim Aeon, he decided that there was no need to worry because she posed no danger. His sister called him crazy for disappearing without explaining anything to her and vanishing into thin air. She had been looking for him for several hours. Shi Hyun-so decided to find out who this distraught girl was, and Kim Hyun-jin introduced her to his sister. After that, they returned to their old place of residence, and the guy thought that their move should take place immediately. After inspecting the house, he realized that it would take them 3 days to pack all the necessary things. He wanted his family to live in comfortable conditions. At first, his sister and mother did not believe the documents they saw for the house, if Kim Hyun-jin wanted to change everything for the future of his family. The rest of the events unfolded as he remembered them from his past without any changes. On May 11th, disasters began in training zones scattered around the world, killing more than 20 million people. The global conglomerate Songshin called the items found by the players artifacts. The conglomerate intended to direct all its efforts and resources into businesses related to this topic. These events coincided with Kim Hyun-jin's records. If nothing changes in the future, on June 16th, dungeons and gates will begin to appear throughout the country. The young man knew about this, but was unable to solve all these problems on his own, so he bought items in a virtual store. Kim Hyun-jin was not a hero or a saint, but just an ordinary player who could only play every day. After reviewing his notebook, he learned that 6 people could die on the mountain trail on June 13th, so he decided to go there. Kang Seung-hwa also followed him to this place, but did not understand why they had come there. Her partner wanted to catch a monster that was in these woods, and the girl was surprised that there could be monsters here. Slugs were too weak to be considered monsters, so people didn't pay much attention to them. Therefore, the girl assumed that the monster must be somewhere else. Kim Hyun-jin made it clear that they were looking for a lycanthrope. Kang Seung-hwa began to tremble when she heard about this monster, as she had not yet forgotten her previous encounter with it. What had happened in Cheono was now beginning to happen all over the planet, which was terrible news for ordinary people. Some had heard that monsters called mid-level administrators were destroying people, and they were surprised that the police could do nothing about it. Bullets did not work on these administrators, and travelers noticed that there were also monsters on the mountain trail. The slime didn't seem dangerous to them, so the girl suggested selling it, but her partner assured her that if it were that simple, the Songshin company wouldn't be investing so much money in the players. The new artifacts cost a fortune, and it was no wonder that the woman had lived for 50 years but was seeing such radical changes in the world around her for the first time. Suddenly, their group stopped when they noticed something running quickly nearby, but the woman saw nothing. Kim Hyun-jin, noticing 4 women in their 50s, realized that they were victims of a future incident. The travelers were frightened by the appearance of the young man and immediately grabbed their phones to call the police. The guy immediately tried to calm them down and asked them not to scream so as not to aggravate the situation, because any noise could provoke the monster. The women did not listen to him and began to panic, believing that they needed to call the police as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a level 24 lycanthrope came running toward them, causing the women to panic even more. Myung-hee stumbled and was unable to run away with her friends, who left her to be eaten by the monster. Kim Hyun-jin came to her defense, and the woman realized that they had been wrong to disobey this guy. The young man followed the bloodlust he felt after approaching the mountain. The lycanthrope appeared as expected. This was to be his first battle without using tricks to win. It turned out that the source of the bloodlust was not the only one. The player felt that there must be a much stronger creature here. Suddenly, a monster jumped on the guy, intending to kill him with one blow. Kim Hyun-jin had other plans, so he managed to dodge the monster's attack in time. After another monster appeared, surpassing the lycanthrope, the player activated the title of the first opponent and a special skill of instant movement. Thanks to the additional skill of a powerful strike, he managed to pierce the body of one of the monsters. This opponent turned out to be a level 27 six-tailed fox. The guy didn't understand why it appeared so early. After being wounded, the monsters fled. The six-tailed fox was a very powerful monster that belonged to the spirits, a cunning animal that used camouflage for surprise attacks. Kim Hyun-jin knew everything about this monster but couldn't understand why it had appeared in this place. Meanwhile, the other monsters began to act and bit off the arm of one of the women. Kang Seung-hwa ran to the screams and used her provocation skill to make the monsters switch their attention to her. It wasn't the first time the girl had fought this monster, but her partner was left alone while she was here. The young lady decided to think about what Kim Hyun-jin would do in her place when suddenly the lycanthrope howled throughout the area. The player's body was affected by the howl, and she realized that this skill had been used last time too, and her body had shaken so much that she just wanted to hide. Now, Kang Seung-hwa was ready for something like this, and the enemy's abnormal status had no effect on her. In this case, she became the hunter, and the monsters began to attack the girl, unaware that she had prepared a miserable fate for them. The girl used the platinum shield in time to protect herself from the monster's attack, believing that she could handle it. Kim Hyun-jin knew that she was capable of withstanding the monster's attacks, so she grabbed the monster tightly. The lycanthrope intended to destroy this person, but managed to notice movement in the bushes. Suddenly, Kang Sung-hwee's partner appeared and pierced the monster's head with a single blow. The girl also delivered a monstrous blow that knocked the monster off its feet. Through their combined efforts, they managed to defeat one of the monsters. Kang Son-hwa gained experience and 30 coins. The predator of the training zone, the hidden monster and king of wolves, the lycanthrope, was defeated. The guy thought it was easier than he thought, and if it weren't for the six-tailed fox, no one would have been hurt. The women, noticing how this guy was fighting, mistook him for a monster and asked him not to come near them. The sudden appearance of a powerful monster made it impossible for everyone to remain unharmed. One of the women died from injuries that were incompatible with life, and Kim Hyun-jin could do nothing to help her. The case of the incident on Mount Inwon-san in the past took on a different character, as the government managed to destroy the culprit, the lycanthrope. The real destroyer was a six-tailed fox that remained untouched. The current level of development did not allow for the capture of a spiritual monster. The fox was a cunning animal, well skilled at choosing the right moment to escape, but with its injury it could not go anywhere. Suddenly, the screams of a woman who had stumbled upon the six-tailed fox on a mountain trail were heard again. The companions realized that all this time the demon had been near them, waiting for the right moment to attack. The monster needed human flesh to heal its wounds, so it did not run far. This time, Kim Hyun-jin managed to deliver a powerful blow to the monster that had managed to get close to the woman. The player realized that the six-tailed fox had attacked the tourists who were running away from the lycanthrope. The guy realized from the tourist's wound that the fox was trying to get to her insides, but there was no time to eat them. The young man stood up to defend the woman, who had still suffered from the monster rampaging on the mountain trail. Kim Hyun-jin assumed that this was a doppelganger technique, and if this had been the fox's main body, there would have been nothing left of the woman or the wet spot. The player was curious to find out where the enemy's real body was. Suddenly, he managed to discover that the real body was near a tree at 11 o'clock from him, where the fox was camouflaged and watching. The monster did not realize that the player could sense it with his perception eye, otherwise it would have run away long ago. Kang Seong-hwa headed towards her partner. Kim Hyun-jin had to pretend he knew nothing. If he wanted to catch the real body, he asked the girl to provoke the monster. His partner immediately used her provocation skill, and the monster's double reacted to her. Noticing that the monsters began to glow green, she realized that her technique had not worked completely. The guy asked her to continue and assured her that it was okay. Kang Seong-hwa had to keep going until she completely attracted its attention. Kim Hyun-jin was ready to deal with the enemy and asked his partner to just trust him. The girl used her technique again, and the fox's double began to attack her. It turned out that it was part of his real body and not an illusion, so the characteristics were divided between the two foxes. The weak clone couldn't break through Kang Seong-hwa's defense because Kim Hyun-jin would have killed it immediately. The real fox would have been frightened and run away, so the player had to use a deceptive maneuver. Kim Hyun-jin took a novice dagger worth 260 coins from his inventory. Such a weapon was the only option to destroy the six-tailed fox from a long distance. The monster's real body remained behind the tree and watched what was happening from afar. The guards became interested in the player's dagger-throwing skills, and unknown observers began to watch him. Kim Hyun-jin still managed to accurately throw the novice's dagger at the monster hiding behind the trees. Suddenly, the fox Kang Sun-hwa was fighting disappeared, and she realized that her partner had done it. The girl heard a sound like an arrow being released, but could not find an archer near her. Meanwhile, the real body of the nine-tailed fox was defeated, and the monster could not withstand the blow. The boy received experience and 30 coins for this destruction, and the watching guards were impressed by his dagger-throwing skills. Thanks to this, the player received one of the rare items, which he decided to simply put in his inventory. The chances of getting the fox's tail were 0, but the young man managed to get it. This item could come in handy in some dungeons that were about to appear soon. The player's level was raised, and the sound of a helicopter announced that the police had arrived at the scene. Kim Hyun-jin decided it was better not to attract attention without a good reason. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. Looking around, he noticed the administrator standing next to him. Senya wanted to know what level the player was, but he didn't want to answer her because she could check it herself. The administrator found out that he was at level 26, and her wings began to shake. She immediately used the pause effect. It turned out that the female guard with the scales had used this pause, and there were also notifications from other guards. The administrator asked the player to check the offers he had received. Suddenly, a bunch of notification windows popped up in front of the player, which he didn't really want to deal with. The first was a notification from the brave Lion King, who wanted to reconsider his attitude towards the player. Next, the woman with the scales and the whispering devil, two guards with opposing values, addressed him. A rare weapon that was Typhoon Cho Sung-hyun's early equipment, Aiton's sword. A consumable that accelerated growth but changed inclinations towards evil, the Devil's Fruit. At this stage, such items could make any player a ranker. The last offer that was worthy of the attention of the true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain was to become this player's teacher. An unknown observer had been watching the guy since the beginning of his training, but had not taken any steps. Other guards made serious offers, and there was only one explanation for this situation. They were trying to influence the player to choose one of them when he reached level 30. The guards wanted to demonstrate that they could offer a lot, including the power of pause. Now it became clear to him why Senya was shaking so much. The administrator was supposed to notify the guards that he had reached level 25, because when the player she was watching approached level 30, the guards wanted to contact him. Now she was inundated with messages saying that she should have warned the guards earlier. Even the rule about administrators not interfering in the game was a poor excuse in this case. Senya couldn't string two words together, so the player decided to ask her the question himself. Kim Hyun-jin understood what was happening in general terms. Senya found herself in a difficult situation because of this announcement, but the administrator did not understand what he was talking about. The guy in turn knew that she understood everything perfectly well because she had seen his suggestions and, in that case, would not be able to work normally if she angered all the guards. The guy's words turned out to be true, so Senya decided to find out directly what he wanted. The player assured her that he wanted 3,000 coins. The administrator decided to bargain with him and offered 2,000, but she was not in a position to dictate terms. The guy had heard that it was better not to joke with some of the guards, but she could try if she was so confident. Senya offered him 2,700 coins, but the young man made it clear that they were in the same boat, which is why he asked for 3,000. If she didn't like the terms of the partnership, he could tell the price to strangers. Senya gave him 3,000 coins and ordered the player not to ask for more. The pause effect was over, and this time the young man offered her a contract that he was ready to sign. After a while, Kim Hoon-jin and Kang Seong-hye returned from the mountain trail. The girl fell asleep because she was exhausted from the day. Unexpectedly, the guy received a call. Picking up the phone, he heard Shi-yeon-so's voice and decided to find out what had happened to her. The girl was reading the news and decided that Kim Hyun-jin was the person who had destroyed the monster on Mount Inwon-san. It turned out that she just wanted to thank him, but the guy didn't understand why. Shi-yeon-so's mother could have died if the guy hadn't been there at the right moment. The girl assured him that she would never forget this and therefore felt she had to thank him for it. Her friend was ready to do anything to take care of him, but the guy decided that she didn't understand what she was saying. The guy was going to call her himself to find out if she was ready to go with him on an important errand. After a while, Kim Hyung-jin gathered all the people he trusted in one place. He announced that tomorrow they would all be going to Japan for a raid, and wanted to clear out the gates that would appear in Osaka. Shi-yeon-soo guessed that he was talking about the thing where they hunted rabbits for 5 hours straight. This time, his comrades had to go inside to understand what the new gate looked like. The young man had no doubt that a breakthrough could happen there. Countries around the world began to prepare for training and opening gates after what happened in Korea, but preparation would not help protect people from sudden gates. The victims could number in the hundreds of thousands. Speaking of the gate that Kim Hyun-jin was targeting, the breakthrough was supposed to happen soon, and he wasn't sure they would make it in time. Monsters were expected to appear outside the gate in the near future, and the guy knew there would be many victims, including among the awakened. If the prepared group arrived there in advance, they would be able to reduce the number of casualties, as was the case in Inwon-san. Kim Hyun-jin did not force his friends to do this because they were not going there to have fun. The guy was ready to cover all the costs of tickets and other expenses. All they had to do was take their passports and clothes and come to the airport tomorrow. Shi-yeon-so should have guessed when he suddenly invited her on a trip, and not just for one day. The young man explained to her that it would be a raid and did not understand why she thought he was inviting her on a simple trip. The girl decided to find out where he got such reliable information about the appearance of these gates. Kim Hyun-jin blamed it all on a prophetic dream, and could know about some important events through dreams because he couldn't say that he was here from the future. His partner thought this was impossible, but the young man assured her that anything was possible at a time like this. Now that things that never existed before had appeared in this world, prophetic dreams could also appear. The guy made it clear that it was their personal business whether to believe him or not, but he knew what he was talking about, so he would leave anyway, even if he was alone. The girl didn't understand why he had to go so far. She thought he looked too serious. Shi-yeon-so was sure that she would get bad grades if she skipped class, so she wanted this trip to be a date. Soo-hyun-soo was ready to follow Kim Hyun-jin anywhere, so he also agreed to go with him. Kang Sung-hwa asked how things were going with her, and the young man assured her that he would take care of all the formalities if she wanted to go with them. The girl wanted to go with them because she had never flown on an airplane or been abroad before. None of those present expected to go to Japan so suddenly. Kim Hyun-jin thought that at least one person would refuse, but he was convinced that with such a group, there would be nothing to worry about. The young man considered his teammates to be the strongest team among the newcomers. The next day, they arrived at the airport to depart for Osaka and greeted the guests who were heading to Kansai International Airport. Passengers were asked to fasten their seatbelts and switch their electronic devices to flight mode, as well as to observe safety precautions. Kang Sung-hwa had doubts because she thought the plane would not take off. Shi-yeon-soo assured her that if she did not fasten her seatbelt, she would fly out of her seat. Kim Hyun-jin believed that they would not encounter any problems on the way, but he did not know the exact time of the gate's appearance. The only information available was that shortly before the breakthrough, training had begun in Tokyo with a survival rate of 33%. Soon after, gates began to appear with weak monsters, and sometimes there were unusually strong ones, but that was an exception to the rule. The young man suspected that the gate's breakthrough had caused a large number of casualties among the awakened, as the gate could appear during training when people were not ready. The player understood that the same exception to the rule could have happened, but he didn't know for sure until he checked it himself. Kim Hyun-jin could only guess and wait. It seemed to him that they would wander around for about a week until the gate appeared. Kang Seong-hwa decided to find out if they could be away from Korea for so long, because breakthroughs could also occur there. The young man reassured her, letting her know that his sister and mother really liked their new home and would definitely not be leaving it anytime soon. Earlier, when he first brought them to their new home, his sister decided that her brother had done something illegal. Kim Hyun-jin's family found it all suspicious at first glance and didn't like it, but deep down they were happy. So the girl decided to take his word for it and eagerly awaited the moment when the plane would take off. Meanwhile, the locals lived their normal lives, unaware of the impending danger. The comrades arrived in Japan and visited the famous Dotonbori Street, which was full of people. Kim Hyun-jin suspected that a gate would appear in the center of Osaka. Last time they didn't clear it. And then a breach occurred and monsters came out. The guy wanted to find them right away to avoid a breach, but it would be good to go to the site even after the monsters appeared to minimize the damage. Shi Yeon-so continued to marvel at the sights of this city, and she also wanted to try street food. The young man was wondering how long it would take for the gates to appear when suddenly they appeared right in front of them. It turned out that they were not standing gates, but simply the appearance of Administrator Senya. The companions realized that this girl was Administrator Kim Hyun-jin. Senya hastened to inform them that only the four of them could see her, and if they did not want to attract unnecessary attention, they should allow only Kim Hyun-jin to speak. The administrator wanted to know why he and his team had come to Japan, and he assured her that they had simply come to relax. Senya thought the combination of people was too strange for a vacation, and it seemed to her that the players had other goals. The law prohibited the dissemination of information that could directly affect the game. The exception was when the guards communicated their intentions through quests, many of which requested that tasks be created for the players. Therefore, following their wishes, Senya created a quest for them. Turtle nests were found, and traces of suspicious gates were discovered somewhere in Dotonbori. The players had to destroy the turtle nests. Kim Hyun-jin continued to insist that it was a personal trip, but since she had given them a quest, he decided not to refuse. The players had to complete this task before returning to Korea, and the guy thought that there should be no problems with that. Dinner time was approaching, all his companions were already hungry, and Kang Seong-hwa wanted to try the gyukjae dish. At first glance, Seoni Kim Hyun-jin seemed to be playing it safe, but now it looked more like he was trying to get the most out of it. Earlier, after the incident with the destruction of the six-tailed fox, the guy thanked everyone who made the best suggestions and also understood that he deserved such high attention. Poisoned by the task, he still intended to convey his attitude to the guards watching him. Kim Hyun-jin was not going to accept any of the offers he had received. The player did not dare to choose one guard and did not risk choosing all of them at once, but could only accept their support. The young man promised to try his best in the future and show the worthy game they had been waiting for from him. The young man received 3,000 coins from his contract with Senya and made a good impression on the guards who watched the game in Invisane, resulting in a competition among the guards to sponsor a quest in Japan. Now, the administrator did not understand what this cunning player had in mind. Senya decided that if this was part of his plan from the beginning, he should think about how he was playing with fire. Noticing one of the restaurants, they decided to go inside to see if they had the dish that Kang Seong-hwa wanted. Suddenly, they heard people screaming as they began to run out of a neighboring restaurant. The companions noticed that the gate they were looking for had appeared in this restaurant. These gates were created to complete the turtle nest mission. Soo Hyun-soo asked the leader if they should go inside. Kim Hyun-jin asked the girl to go first, and she did not object. The guy understood that the others felt uncomfortable letting a child go first, but despite her appearance, Kang Seong-hwa was the strongest of them. Following the girl, the rest of the group entered, not knowing what to expect from this place. They found themselves in darkness and felt water and mud under their feet. These gates had not been cleared, so Kim Hyun-jin had no information about the environment inside. The players decided to first scout out the surroundings to understand how to proceed. Unexpectedly, another administrator appeared before them, who did not understand why these players were here. This administrator felt strange about these guys and therefore thought that they might be interesting. The guy experienced the same feeling as when he saw Senya. He saw her with his normal vision, but not with his perception eyes. His perception eyes could not detect creatures that greatly surpassed the user, creatures that were beyond the player's abilities. In front of them was the fairy Selena, who sensed something strange in the player Kim Hyun-jin. The fairy's gut told her that he was some kind of unusual player who looked younger than his age and seemed like an experienced player. She learned that they had arrived from the Korean server, and now she began to think that she had made the wrong choice. The guy knew that Celine was formerly known by the nickname Hunter of Promising Players, and also ranked third among streamers on the Japanese server. If Celine was here, then the player with her broadcast must be nearby. The fairy didn't know what the future held for them, but she felt that they would meet him again. It seemed that players who had come to the gates immediately after completing their training had appeared in Japan. Kim Hyun-jin knew that the turtle nest had not been cleared in the past, and if there were other players inside, they had failed and died. The guy advised his teammates to buy a gate map from the store, which showed the location of their team's players. Such an item cost 1,000 coins. Shi Yun-so barely managed to save up that amount, but they decided to buy the map since their leader advised them to do so. When the gate card was activated, users had access to instructions explaining that if players found themselves in danger, they could use the card to send a signal to their team. If others needed to pay attention, they should use yellow, and if there was danger, red. Players had to watch the card while moving and should not make any noise, as this could attract unnecessary attention. The explanation was brief, but they understood everything after the leader intended to discuss the plan with them. The team had to split into 2 groups to search for any useful information. Soo Hyun-soo went with Shu Yeon-so. Kim Han-jin and Kang Seong-hwa could contact each other via the map if anything happened. The most important thing in this place was to watch your step carefully because there were quicksands in such places. After they split up, the girl asked Soo Hyun-soo to take care of her. Neptune also found himself in this place and did not understand why the guards from his channel had disappeared so abruptly. The administrator did not understand why his channel was showing Soo Hyun-soo, who had been trained in his group, and even Shu Yeon-so, who was of interest to the true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain. Neptune assumed that all the guards had gone to Senia to watch her broadcast and follow these players. The administrator could lose the battle for content and did not understand why the guards were so obsessed with this person. Suddenly, he figured out how he could use the fact that almost nothing was known about him to his advantage, which was part of an exclusive contract, and so he sowed doubt in the guards' minds. Neptune felt that Kim Hyung-jin seemed to know about many events on the Korean server in advance and was now teaching other players how to use the gate card. The administrator was sure that viewers would be interested to know whether the team was using prohibited methods. Shi Yeon-soo made sure that it was indeed possible to fall into the ground if you didn't watch your step. Soo Hyun-soo asked her not to make any noise. Suddenly, his partner noticed a turtle-like monster in the water near them. The turtle was level 11, and the girl suggested trying to destroy it, but her partner decided to report it to Hyun Neem first. After the player reported the danger, the turtle quickly hid in its shell. Suddenly, they noticed another person who picked up the turtle with his bare hands. The companions did not understand what he was doing and why he had collected so many turtles. It seemed to them that he must be a player. Soo Hyun-soo decided to find out who he was and why he was hunting this way, so they started talking to him in English. The guy said that these turtles had high defense, so they couldn't be destroyed as easily as other monsters. Shi Yeon-so's partner realized that this man couldn't destroy the turtles because of their high defense, so he was just collecting them for now. Soo Hyun-soo suggested that they should first try to drag these monsters out of the water and then try to finish them off. The girl asked what they would do next since they had already sent a distress signal to Kim Hyun-jin. Suddenly, they heard the cries of the guy who had been attacked by an unknown creature. This time, the stranger shouted in Japanese and started calling for help. He almost fell prey to the monster. Soo Hyun-soo heard that the guy was in the swamp, so he decided to hurry to that place. The guy didn't want to die, so he asked for help, but the monster grabbed his leg and started dragging him into the water. His friends heard his cries and didn't understand where the monster got so much strength. The guy grabbed the leg of Shi Yeon-so, who was the first to run to him. She saw a huge alligator that had grabbed the young man. Soo Hyun-soo noticed that the swamp was suddenly expanding, and the girl didn't know what to do in such a situation. She understood that this guy could drag her down with him, but she didn't know how to help him. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-jin appeared and struck the monster that had caught the young man. The monster wouldn't let go of its prey, so the player was forced to cut off the stranger's arm. Her partner decided that Shi Yeon-so had lost her mind, since she wanted to save this guy. The swamp crocodile was a level 17 monster and did not usually possess strong skills, but in swampy terrain, its strength was comparable to that of a level 25 monster. Defeating this crocodile in this area was much more difficult because the swamp served as its protection, so it was impossible to hunt without strong piercing ability. Having previously received a rescue signal, Kim Hyun-jin left the girl to help the others and asked her to follow him carefully. The player decided that Shi Yeon-so was in trouble. She had been grabbed by the leg right in the swamp, and although she was holding on with only one hand, she could not escape. So Kim Hyun-jin cut off the hand that was holding his partner's leg, and she didn't understand what he had done. The guy asked her to pull herself together because if she had been there, she would have died too. It wasn't fear, she was confused and didn't know what to do because she wanted to help the guy. If Kim Hyun-jin hadn't cut off his hand, she would have ended up in the crocodile's jaws too. His partner asked them to remember that in such a situation, there might not be a second chance. Soo Hyun-soo asked him what they should do next, and he made it clear that the hunt was not over. By that time, Kang Seong-hwa had managed to run up to them. The guy understood that the crocodile would soon want to take a nap after eating and would therefore come ashore, so they just had to wait. Selena was surprised that this team managed to avoid a direct confrontation with the crocodile by sacrificing another player. The administrator thought that Kim Hyun-jin couldn't have predicted the guy's death, even though he claimed to have had prophetic dreams. Even such an imperfect prophetic dream was enough, so Selena decided it was better to sign a contract with this player. After some time, as the team leader had predicted, the crocodile did indeed crawl onto the shore. Soo Hyun-soo intended to go and deal with this monster right away while it was not expecting an attack. Kim Hyun-jin noticed that his fists were already filled with magical power, and the nickname King of Fists was given for a reason. It was a sign of overcoming the initial level. Suddenly, Shi Yunso declared that she wanted to destroy this monster herself. She had even managed to advance one step to the higher level. Her composure and thirst for destruction took her beyond the limits of an ordinary person. Her partner informed her that beast-type monsters often had weaknesses in the head area. The girl understood the advice and, drawing her sword, bravely rushed towards the crocodile that wanted to sleep. Noticing the girl's approach, the monster tried to attack her, as it was the master of this territory. The player managed to dodge its attack in time and delivered a direct blow to the crocodile's neck. The others couldn't believe that she had reached such a level without much effort. Shi Yunso developed faster. The system informed the girl that she had managed to defeat the swamp crocodile, and she also noticed that an item had been added to her inventory. The swamp crocodile's claw allowed her to receive a quest from the mid-level administrator. The quest would be given to Kim Hyun-jin because she had given him the item she had obtained. The guy was surprised that she didn't know about the benefits of completing this task. He needed to catch 5 crocodiles to complete it. Kang Seonghwa assumed that there were 4 more of the same monsters left, but she didn't know what hunting method would be best for them. The player asked the administrator to open the item shop for him because he thought there must be something useful there. Fighting monsters in the swamp was a stupid decision, so the guy decided to find a way to lure them onto dry land. Kim Hyun-jin bought a beginner's spear, but the others didn't quite understand what he intended to do with it. Shi Yunso began to feel afraid because of this. She thought he wanted to use them as bait. The guy took out some juicy black yak meat from his inventory, which they had obtained in the basement of Seoul Station, and he didn't think he would need it so soon. His partner suggested that their leader intended to use the meat as bait for the crocodile. The girl doubted that they would be able to lure the monster out with such a piece of meat. Kim Hyun-jin advised them not to relax, because the crocodiles could grab their legs at any moment. After approaching the pond, he put out the spear with the meat on it, and the crocodile did not keep him waiting long. A special feature of this meat was that even a small portion had a satiating effect, so the monster would soon have to come ashore. The players intended to take advantage of the crocodile's habit of coming ashore after they were full. As soon as the monster emerged from the water, the swamp effect disappeared and the crocodile became a normal level 18 monster. This time, Soo Hyun-soo decided to take on this monster himself, and after taking careful aim, he attacked it. A powerful blow pierced the alligator's body and it died instantly, unable to withstand the human attack. It was not difficult to destroy the creatures that had emerged, so the girls also joined the battle. Through their combined efforts, they were able to kill one of the crocodiles required to complete the quest. Even with his knowledge of the future, Kim Hyun-jin had little information about the turtle's nest, but he was only sure that the cleanup had failed and there had been a breakthrough in the dungeon. But even without a strategy, they were coping quite easily. The team managed to collect the necessary number of swamp crocodile claws to complete the task. The player assumed that the administrator had some problems, but Senia assured him that this was not the case. The guy received his reward for this task and was surprised by the item he received. The reward was a map showing the key locations in the dungeon, and with this bonus, the exploration of the dungeon could be considered complete. Now the players knew almost everything, but to clear the dungeon, they first had to complete a crocodile hunting quest. Kim Hyun-jin managed to find the largest turtle nest to clear this dungeon. Therefore, the team immediately headed to this place to get out of these gates as soon as possible. Shi Yunso decided to find out if they had really found the right turtle nest. The girl had doubts because there were no turtles to be seen in this place. Remembering the dead guy, Kim Hyun-jin decided that he was the first to find this place and took all the turtles. Now it became clear where he got so many golden turtles, but he couldn't kill them because of their shells, so he just collected them. Kim Hyun-jin examined everything carefully but did not find the cleaning crystal, but there were only 3 nests marked on the map. The team needed to check all 3 places because the cleaning crystal could be in one of them. Once they reached the next nest, the leader ordered Soo Hyun-soo and Shi Yun-soo not to let the turtles crawl into the water. Otherwise, they would not be able to catch them. The comrades were ready to carry out this instruction and asked everyone else to trust them. The players knew that each turtle dropped a lot of coins, and if they were lucky, they could get a box with a random amount of coins. The most famous strategy related to golden turtles involved a hidden fragment of the golden turtle collection. After some time, they were able to collect a sufficient number of golden turtles from 2 nests, which they planned to destroy. Shi Yun-so didn't understand why they didn't just kill these monsters on the spot. Kim Hyun-jin believed that hunting them all at once was much better. It turned out that when a certain number of turtles were collected, the probability of receiving a box of coins increased by 10%. To fulfill this condition, the player had to collect more than 40 golden turtles in one place. After some time, farms and slaughterhouses appeared where the turtles were to be raised. A hidden fragment of the gold turtle collection was discovered for the first time, and the first person to do so received the title of Pioneer. He could also link the gold turtle collection and the title of Pioneer. By linking these 2 effects, he could obtain a poisonous golden turtle whose level exceeded 30, which a player without high resistance to poison would not be able to handle. Although Kim Hyun-jin had Mandra gloves, this task was not mandatory, so he decided to refuse. Shi Yun-so received a notification about an increase in the chance of getting a box of coins. The girl was happy that she had gained experience and did not crave gold, so she did not mind if the others did it among themselves without her. Soo Hyun-soo came with them to help, and therefore did not claim a large reward other than the experience he had already gained. Kang Seonghwa was ready to do whatever the leader told her to do. The guy decided to find out if anyone had a large blunt weapon with which he could break the turtle's shells. His partner had a huge hammer which he kindly lent to his leader. Kim Hyun-jin made sure that the weapon was heavy and that it would be difficult to hit the moving monsters with it. The guy knew that it would be easy to hit an enemy pinned to the ground with this weapon, so he told the team that he would collect 70,000 coins from the turtle. The team was surprised by such a large amount, but it also turned out that they could divide the remaining coins equally among themselves. The girl was very grateful to him for this and was also happy that she would be able to earn a little extra money. Kim Hyun-jin had no intention of taking everything from the start, as he also needed to motivate the team. The guy thought it would be useful to keep the team together for a while, so he started breaking the shells. Everyone was curious to see how many hits it would take to break the shell and how many coins would drop from each turtle. The system reported that the player had managed to destroy the golden turtle and received experience points and 240 coins from it. His comrades noticed that he continued to break the shells with ease and decided that he was good at using blunt weapons. After a while, he finally got a box with a random amount of coins. The guy realized that he could open the next hidden fragment if he found 7 boxes, so he decided to try. Kim Hyun-jin hoped that he would get a few more boxes before all the turtles were gone. He didn't get any more boxes with coins, even though he had already broken several dozen shells. Shi Yun-so noticed that their leader was recovering faster than her, and Soo Hyun-so even noticed that this guy's strength was greater than his. If his strength was greater than Soo Hyun-soo's, then his agility might also be greater than Shi Yun-so's, and so they became convinced that Kim Hyun-jin was superior to them in skill. The player managed to destroy another turtle and received the 7th box of coins he wanted to get. The guy got 20,000 coins from the golden turtles alone, but he was still 50,000 short of his goal. Kim Hyun-jin began to open the first box of coins in the hope that he would be able to get the missing amount. The first box gave him 6,400 coins, and the second box gave him 1,500 coins. The player decided that he shouldn't have hoped to get a lot of coins from the boxes right away. When he opened the third box, he only got 70 coins, which made him consider himself unlucky. This situation made him sad because if things continued like this, he would have to go and collect more turtles. There were 4 boxes left, and he hoped that he would be able to collect the missing amount for his goal from them. After opening 3 boxes, he collected 11,700 coins, and the last one remained, on which he had high hopes. The player opened 7 boxes in a row, and the condition of the hidden fragment, the desire for the jackpot, was fulfilled. The guy allowed Senya to share information with the guards about the rewards he had received. The guards began to worry when he received a double box of coins. His team did not understand what it was. It was a box with twice the amount of coins, which was beneficial to use when a lot of coins were collected, with the exception of coins received from other players. The comrades worked together, and it was difficult for everyone because each of them risked their lives for the sake of others. So the leader planned to use the box and give them 3,000 coins each. Kim Hyun-jin asked if they considered this distribution fair. Their reaction spoke for itself because 3,000 coins was a large sum for beginners. The connection between the pioneer and the hidden fragment was limited to 3 uses, so it was right to take advantage of this opportunity immediately to distribute everything fairly. The player just needed to collect 70,000 coins and at the same time leave a good impression on the woman with the scales. Using the double box, he managed to earn a total of 86,000 coins. Kim Hyun-jin sent each partner 3,000 coins as promised, and he was satisfied because he had exceeded the planned amount. Thanks to his actions, the woman with the scales donated an additional 500 coins to him, which was not insignificant for such a prestigious constellation. After that, Soo Hyun-sun was ordered to destroy the crystal that sealed the dungeon so that they could get back out. The team was given a scroll of return, which they could use to return to Japan. While they were in the Japanese gate, a tower for beginners was created, and Kim Hyun-jin suspected that they might encounter the police on their way out. The administrator gave the player a reward for clearing the turtle nest, which he had completely forgotten about. The guy remembered that this task was given to them by a guard who did not reveal his name. The reward was 7,000 coins, which surprised him because they had been promised 3,000. The young man found it strange that the guard paid them such a large sum for clearing the initial gate. The woman with the scales could have given such a task publicly. Kim Hyun-jin doubted that the guard nicknamed the cowboy from Las Vegas was in the northern United States. The player understood that he would not be able to find out anything more about this, so he decided to use the return scroll to get out of there. The administrator decided to continue her broadcast in the Korean Tower for beginners. Once in the tower, Lee Soo-yeon-so was shocked by what she saw. She did not understand who all the other people were. Kim Hyun-jin knew that there were no players in this place, only entities with artificial intelligence that appeared only in special spaces such as the beginner's tower. The girl did not understand why this tower had changed so much. Soo Hyun-soo doubted that they could stay here, but Kim Hyun-jin assured him that everything was fine. The guy advised Soo Hyun-soo and Shi Yeon-so to clean up the Seoul Station dungeon 25 times, which surprised them. Kim Hyun-jin made it clear that if they wanted to, they could repeat this sweep more times, as it was one of the conditions for rapid development. They knew the strategy, and the girl thought it wouldn't take them long. Her partner also thought they would finish quickly. Kang Seong-hwa decided to find out what to do next. She thought that since she was a good tank, she could go to the dungeon. Kim Hyun-jin asked her to go home while he returned home. She was upset because she also wanted to train. The guy promised to buy her ice cream on his way back, and she immediately cheered up and asked him to buy her vanilla. Now the girl happily went home, waiting for him to return and bring her ice cream. The escalator leading to the second floor of the beginner's tower could accommodate 15 people at a time. Kim Hyun-jin decided to go up to the second floor. Senia thought that the player was wasting coins because there was no one there. The player knew this, but all that mattered to him was that the place was open, because it was not so easy to get to the second floor of the tower. Once there, he realized that one of the other players had already beaten him to it. It all happened because of the Demon King, a player whose name was unknown 10 years ago, the leader of the demon army called Nightmare. He was always involved in the disasters that occurred after the Cataclysm. The only thing known about his actions was that he was the first to discover the second floor of the tower for beginners and took advantage of this privilege, but he may not have been the first, as 3 people could have gained this advantage. Therefore, Kim Hyun-jin believed that it was the Demon King who had beaten him to it, and it remained highly probable that it was he who had opened the second floor. The system detected powerful energy, temporarily paralyzing the player's perception. The young man was sure that he had seen someone on this floor, but it was very difficult for him to open his eyes. The paralysis of his perception eye was lifted, and he became even more convinced that it was the Demon King. Once on the second floor, he didn't notice anyone there, and he himself didn't want to encounter this entity because it had no bearing on his goal. The player asked the administrator to open the hidden item shop for him. Senya knew about the existence of such a store, but informed the player that he would need 50,000 coins to use it. The guy was ready to spend that amount because he had planned everything in advance, and the system congratulated him on opening the hidden item shop. This method was not available to ordinary beginners because not everyone had 50,000 coins, and no one would spend them to get access for 60 seconds. That is why Kim Hyun-jin collected 70,000 coins to buy the high-level career change guide he needed. Senya realized that this young man had collected coins with discounts in mind, deciding that he had again been helped by the prophetic dreams he had mentioned. The other administrators found it strange that this player had gone so far, and it began to seem suspicious to them because such actions were difficult to explain by following prophetic dreams. Neptune thought it was a glitch or some kind of error. Senia received a request to check for errors from a mid-level administrator. The administrator found out the player's name and asked him to come closer so he could scan him. The guy made it clear that if he intended to check him, he should come to him himself. Kim Hyun-jin called Neptune a dwarf, and Neptune advised the man not to go too far. The administrator decided to ask again how the man had called him, and the young man was surprised that he hadn't heard him the first time. The player repeated the insult and made it clear that he had no intention of dancing to his tune. Unexpectedly, Neptune struck him, and the player fell under the compulsory obedience of the mid-level administrator. The guy couldn't do anything about this effect, and he realized that he shouldn't have spoken about him that way. Neptune threatened to kill this player if he continued to talk back to his request. The administrator thought that this pathetic little man had decided to joke around, even though he didn't know the difference in their power. It turned out that the player was not safe, even though his administrator was nearby. The guy didn't care about Neptune's words because he had many ways to resolve this issue and knew that the administrator couldn't destroy him. The young man assumed that the administrator was confident that he knew nothing and would not take action against him. Neptune was the first to show disrespect by attacking unfairly, and the player only responded in kind and resisted. He knew that his race was called cripples and did not understand why he was treated this way. The administrator considered his words to be nonsense because he had been watching him the whole time, and now it was too late for the player to pretend to be innocent. Neptune decided to punish the player who did not even know the basics. The female guard with scales applied a special ability based on the principle of presumption of innocence. The effect of the player's forced submission was cancelled, and the administrator was surprised that the guards took the player's side. The pressure on the man's body disappeared, and he confirmed that Neptune himself was wrong in his arguments. The true master of the heavenly demonic mountain used a special ability of great power, and the administrator hurried to explain himself to the guards. The player understood that Neptune had lost many viewers, so he couldn't control himself and was easily provoked by the word dwarf, just like 10 years ago. The player's characteristics temporarily increased due to the effect he received a buff that helped him resist strong enemies, and thanks to this, he was able to see Neptune's status. A mid-level administrator should be much stronger than a human, but now Kim Hyun-jin had a chance in a one-on-one fight. Even in such a situation, it would be difficult to resist the broadcast host, and the guards would certainly not like this turn of events. The player had been striving for this from the very beginning, and he noticed that the system analysis was complete. The mid-level administrator was surprised that the player had access to such a function. Neptune had created unreasonable problems, and now the man could put an end to them. Neptune himself did not understand why this had happened, as he had never seen such an opportunity open up for players before. It was perfectly normal to object to something, but the administrator persecuted him without any evidence because he was weaker. Such actions could be considered cowardly. Neptune did not understand how he ended up in such a situation. The player asked the administrator to apologize to him immediately, but the latter could not utter a word. It took a lot of effort for the administrator to squeeze out an apology, but he thought that would be enough. The player asked Neptune to prove his sincerity with a gift to confirm his words. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-jin's sister and mother were worried about him because he had not left his room for a very long time. Kim A-yeon tried very hard to set the table, but her mother did not understand why her daughter suddenly decided to cook soup. The kitchen was too beautiful and she wanted to cook. Her mother advised her to use less salt next time. The guy from Neptune received a non-aggression memorandum after the broadcast ended and also received a dwarf's ring. The player had two options for how to use it. Sitting down at the computer, he visited a forum that was soon to become a large community, but for now it was a place for players to gather and exchange information. The young man would have been very happy if his search had not been in vain. He stumbled upon an article by the Cheondonsky fire chief. Now it seemed like a funny nickname, but in 10 years this nickname would no longer sound so funny. He cleared the dungeon he had revealed information about for the first time. Other dungeons, such as Seoul Station, could be visited multiple times, but the short table seasonal dungeon disappeared after the first clear. Many players tried to take a risk and get through at least something, but lost their lives, so there weren't that many suitable candidates for this raid. Kim Hyun-jin had a chance to achieve maximum benefit in a short time, but he had to go through a risky dungeon. The entrance to Konkuk University Station was a dangerous area where many players died, but at the same time it was a place that held untold riches. After contacting a player who had already been in this dungeon, Kim Hyun-jin wanted to go through it again with him. The reward for completing the dungeon could be reduced if they took too many players with them, so they decided to keep the number to a minimum. Seeing a guy near the entrance, Kim Hyun-jin assumed that it was the very same Cheondong fire chief. The young man was a normal, thin person, but in 10 years he must have gained weight and become round. Kim Hyun-jin activated his perception eye to find out the guy's real information. The player's name was Choi Seong-gu, but the guard intervened personally and did not allow him to see the statistics completely. The girl noticed the guy's strange behavior, but he made it clear that he had gotten dust in his eye. Kim Hyun-jin doubted that this guy had reached level 30 and chose the guard. Usually, guards did not interfere even with their own players, so the situation seemed strange to him. Choi Seong-gu was shocked to assume that Kang Seong-hwa would be the third player on the team. The girl assured him that she was their partner, but the guy with glasses thought it was too risky. The player believed that a child was still a child, but Kang Seong-hwa considered herself a teenager and did not think she was too young for such a thing. The young man reacted sharply to children and could not allow the girl to go with them to the dungeon, but the young lady only listened to Kim Hyun-jin. Chu Seong-gu considered this dungeon difficult and knew about the creature at the second gate, which was very dangerous. Upon hearing this, the player understood what monster was being referred to and was surprised that it had appeared so quickly. This monster was a level 32 fire horse monster beast. Like the six-tailed fox, it was a phantom type, a large horse with a flaming mane and tail that set everything on fire with a single touch and dealt fire damage. Earlier, when Choi Seong-gu was passing through this dungeon, the fire horse spared him, but he was sure that he could have been reduced to a handful of ashes. A player was needed to take on the monster's attack so that Choi Seong-gu could strike from behind. Kim Hyun-jin decided that they all had a chance of winning. Even alone, his new acquaintance was capable of cutting the monster's health in half. That was why he managed to get out of the dungeon alive. If his health had fallen below 20%, the player would not be talking to them now. The fiery horse was a monster that was lenient towards the weak, so it was easy enough to run away from it. Now it was clear why the new acquaintance had managed to leave the dungeon. The monster was too strong, and in such cases, the exit was blocked to balance the difficulty. Kim Hyun-jin decided to find out if he could make it to the next obstacle. Chu Seong-gu answered in the affirmative, but now began to think that there might be an even stronger monster further on. The players decided to check if there were monsters similar to black cows in this dungeon, but Choi Seong-gu defeated them. Kim Hyun-jin realized that he was talking about yaks. One of the paths was blocked, and if the players used the portal, a monster would simply appear and the area would turn into something like a meadow. The guy still doubted that taking a little girl as a tank was a good idea. The young man asked her to be sure to jump aside when it was time to run, but Kang Seong-hwa knew what to do without him telling her. The partners entered the meadow of the fire horse in the dungeon of the short table and immediately spotted where the monster was. Kim Hyun-jin and the girl decided to take the front line and asked Choi Seong-gu to get ready. The new partner had to reduce the monster's health to 40%, and if he had the skill for a critical strike, he had to use it. The fire horse noticed Kim Hyun-jin and was about to attack him head-on. Kang Seong-hwa had to attack from behind, while being careful to avoid the monster's hooves. The partners sprang into action. The young man threw a throwing knife at the fire monster and hit it right in the forehead. The player had to dodge and use his shield to protect himself from the fire. After repelling one of the monster's attacks, the fire horse prepared to deliver a more powerful magical blow to the young man. While the enemy was distracted, the girl managed to get behind him to strike. Noticing their battle, Choi Seong-gu realized that he had worried for nothing, as they were doing just fine. The boy was convinced that his two partners were a real treasure, so he used the attacking skill of Fatal Flame. The probability of a critical hit was 3%, but he still managed to strike the Fire Horse. The Fire Horse was a strong beginner-level monster, but it was still a beast-type monster and had many weak points. The dagger was stuck in the monster's forehead, which meant that it was susceptible to critical hits. Every time Cho Seong-gu hit the bullseye with his attack, the chance of a critical hit increased. The Fire Horse was resistant to fire attacks, but the probability of taking damage increased significantly. The monster began to prepare for the ritual, and the flames burned fiercely. The players realized that the time had come. Kim Hyun-jin decided it was time to take the item they needed out of their inventory. The player used a special instant movement skill to get closer to the monster. Cho Seong-gu was shocked that his partner had actually attempted such a maneuver. The guy used a fire extinguisher to get closer to the monster through the flames. The Fire Horse went into phantom mode when its health fell below 20% and began to perform a ritual to summon its master. The players had to extinguish the flames as much as possible to prevent this. The right moment came for Cho Seong-gu to finish off the monster. The guy realized that these two had planned everything themselves and decided to leave him out of it until the right moment. Using the Fatal Flame skill, the total probability of a critical hit was 36%. The attack was successful and the health level dropped to a minimum, allowing Kim Hyun-jin to cut off the Fire Horse's head. Cho Seong-gu didn't want to talk because he was in a bad mood since those two had taken the best part for themselves. The guy didn't understand why he hadn't thought to take a fire extinguisher himself, since he had undergone fire training in his youth. But Kim Hyung-jin was sure that this player was happy to have defeated the horse he had spent so much time on. Kang Seong-hwa informed her teammates that she had managed to collect an item that had fallen from the defeated monster. This item was fire water, which stimulated the awakening of fire attributes. His comrades passed it on to Cho Seong-gu, who couldn't believe that he could actually drink the contents of the bottle. Kim Hyun-jin advised him to read the item's description, and he immediately found the description of the fire water. After reading the information, he learned that this item enhanced abilities and gave the protection of the Sunset Giant. The young man realized that he was seeing different information. It was the first time he had heard of the Sunset Giant. Without the two of them, Cho Seong-gu would not have been able to defeat the Fire Horse, and therefore could not drink this fire water alone. Kim Hyun-jin decided that the next rewards they would receive would belong to him and Kang Seong-hye, and in that case, his partner was ready to take the water for himself. The player understood that Cho Seong-gu was now indebted to them and would be obliged to continue helping them. The secret of this dungeon was revealed. It was created by the Giant of the Sunset to awaken Cho Seong-gu. The guy suspected that it had cost a lot of coins, but Cho Seong-gu himself decided to transfer the rights to them. The partners were curious to find out what items were hidden further in this dungeon. The team passed the second obstacle of the dungeon, a short table, and ahead of them lay the Valley of Fire. Victory was impossible without complying with the conditions of this valley. The comrades needed to reach Kuntan. Cho Seong-gu, noticing the fiery barrier in front of them, did not know how to cross it. The Giant of the Sunset wanted only one to survive, Cho Seong-gu. The rivers of fire were about 7 meters wide, and the others could burn up halfway across. This path was created for those who drank the fiery water, but the player doubted that he would be able to pass. Kim Hyun-jin assumed that he and Kang Seong-hye would not be able to go any further. His partner refused to go on alone because he believed that they should overcome these obstacles together. The player understood that such actions could lead to a contract that would take their lives. Cho Seong-gu refused to abandon them and did not want to go on until they found a way to do it together. The guy knew that he and Kang Seong-hye would not be able to cope and would only die, and he did not mean to abandon them. His partner had to clear the place before anything happened, and he was surprised by his plan. The fire water gave him the protection of a special guardian, so clearing this place would be within his power. Cho Seong-gu asked him to wait while he cleared out the damn dungeon. He thanked Kim Hyun-jin for accurately assessing the situation and giving him the item. The girl asked if her stepbrother was sure that this guy could handle it alone, and he hoped for the best. The guy opened the item shop to buy a whispering stone that allowed him to have secret conversations that others couldn't hear. The effect of this item lasted only 3 minutes, and the player requested a conversation with Senya. The administrator accepted his request, and the guy said it was time to start. Senya paused their broadcast and switched it to other players because Kim Hyun-jin would simply wait for his partner to return. The girl thought that the fiery river might overflow its banks, so the young man advised her to stay away. The guards were curious to see how the player would cross the river. The guy thought that even the guards would get bored if they showed all the details and believed that they needed to change their approach to the staging. They could stop the broadcast while the players were in danger and continue with how they escaped the fire. The player intended to skip the boring moments and make the performance more dramatic. Upon hearing his plan, Senya suggested that Kim Hyun-jin knew how to cross the river of fire. The guy asked Kang Seong-ho to climb on him if the river overflowed, and he also asked the administrator to stick to his plan. The administrator was ready to interrupt the broadcast in 30 seconds and did not understand how the player managed to respond with his voice and communicate through the whispering stone at the same time. The Valley of Fire began to reject living beings and started to move to engulf the players. The broadcast channel closed, and the boy asked the girl to hold on to him as tightly as possible. After the broadcast ended, the Giant Sunset did not see these players, and Kim Hyun-jin intended to start with instant movement. It was not a VARP skill that transported from point to point, but a quick movement along a line. the only option to endure the pain of the flames. Without any preparation, the players would have burned alive in this fiery trap. Mandra's armor had a special effect of resistance to the fire attribute and protected the wearer from numerous debuffs. Kim Hyun-jin cleared the Soul Station dungeon several times and was ridiculed by the guards for the boring show. But it was a way to obtain Mandra's armor. The intense heat destroyed Mandra's armor, so he used the dwarf's ring he received as an apology from Neptune, a mid-level administrator. The tail effect he got for defeating the six-tailed fox gave him fire resistance. Thanks to these items, they were still able to advance through the River of Fire. The fierce fire affected the players' bodies, but they managed to cross the Valley of Fire by that point. The players who passed through the valley received the special title of Fireman, and their clothes were noticeably damaged by the River of Fire. Kim Hyun-jin was convinced that there was a solution to everything, and believed that the guards would not be able to get rid of him so easily. His partner also received the same title, and he was pleasantly surprised. Kang Seong-hae was scared, thinking that the flames would engulf them, but everything ended well. The title of Fireman could be upgraded to the title of Eternal God of Fire. The young man decided to buy them new clothes first, since their old ones had been burned. Meanwhile, Choi Song-gu made his way through the flames and realized that it was more difficult than the Fire Horse, and it seemed to him that this task could have been done more quickly. After a while, his partner managed to reach Kantan and the dungeon was cleared. His comrades were glad that he had finally succeeded. Kim Hyun-jin's level rose to 27, and he received a fragment of the map. Having obtained only a third of the map, he concluded that it led to the next personal dungeon. The players were transported outside the dungeon and found themselves in their familiar environment, but Choi Song-gu was practically naked because his clothes had burned. The guy was very happy to see the two alive, as he thought they would not survive the River of Fire. The young man was very worried that he would not have time to clear the dungeon, but when he saw them unharmed, he began to cry. The watching guards enjoyed this scene, and a new observer named Blue Barrier took notice of them. The players not only survived but also took part of the map. Choi Song-gu decided to give them their rewards as promised. His partner gave them the Book of the Fire God, thus fulfilling his promise. It was a rare magical resource that would be difficult to find even 10 years later. With this book, it would be easy to become one of the best players in the world. The Sunset Giant's Guardian began to watch them. Kim Hyun-jin decided that when the Guardian entered Senia's channel and tried to destroy it, the Sunset Giant would not break the rules but would remain an annoying character. The young man understood that he could now effectively use the fragment of the map he had obtained. Kim Hyun-jin already had an idea of how to use the items he had obtained. The players managed to successfully register the contract in the system. After paying the registration fee, Choi Song-gu was automatically registered in the system. It seemed to the guy that Kim Hyun-jin liked to solve problems using such convoluted methods. Choi Song-gu felt that he had caught the young man's attention, and he agreed to work on a joint script for the book The Body of the Fire God, even though his share was only 3%, and the partners signed an additional agreement. This way, the young man would be able to interfere with Choi Song-gu's personal scenarios and receive not only a reward but also information, and in that case, the Giant of the Sunset would not disturb them. His partner advised him to ask for 30% while he was still offering it, as he knew how much he would earn, but it was the ideal amount to remove the suspicions of that biased guard. After signing the contract, they said goodbye and decided to go on another joint raid. Kang Seong-hwa wanted to eat pork cutlets, and her stepbrother didn't mind, but first he was going to tell their mother that they would be back a little later. Passing by the Korean television channel building, Kim Hyun-jin remembered that a 7-story underground facility would soon appear there, so he decided to explore everything while there was still time. The girl was very happy to receive the desired dish because she loved cutlets very much. The guy noticed again that his stepsister had a strange description of statistics. Kang Sun-hwa said that she had collected 101 coins at the orphanage to go to a snack bar, and she wanted a pork cutlet for 6,000 won. Those watching the girl did not understand why she wanted an expensive cutlet when she did not have a penny to her name. The boy understood that there were always reasons for poverty, and this world seemed unfair to him. The girl, finding herself in Kim Hyun-jin's family, considered herself a full member of it. Her stepsister promised to try not to cause them any unnecessary problems, and her brother assured her that she was not a hired worker, so she should not be so stressed. In 2 days, the most difficult beginner-level dungeon was to open in Paju City's Peace Park. Other dungeons that had claimed many victims were nowhere to be found. Choi Song-gu was supposed to start his personal scenario in 5 days. Every day, Kim Hyun-jin made plans for the future because his life had to be built by him. Going through all the possible scenarios for the future, he came to the conclusion that they needed to clear the gates of Peace Park. They lacked a partner. They needed at least one person with level 30. The day of the gates opening arrived, and the government requested military support to cordon off the area. The Players Association, created by the Emergency Committee, officially began its activities. This organization was created to respond to disasters and send special people called players. Son Ki-yong was the chairman. Sun Shin was elected as the first representative of the association. He stated that after the emergency response began, the actual task was to clear the dungeons. One of the guards was on duty and asked the player to show his ID. Next to Kim Hyun-jin was Kang Seong-hwa, who was a member of his family. They intended to enter this dungeon. The check was completed and they were allowed to enter. Some time ago, the police began to control the dungeon and keep track of visitors. Therefore, it became clear that the Players Association was taking this matter seriously. Kim Hyun-jin also needed to actively engage in obtaining rewards from the dungeon. One of the guards reported to his superiors that the player had entered the dungeon. The man ordered them to continue watching Kim Hyun-jin, whom they had taken under control. After that, the assistant informed the chairman that the two players he had asked to watch had entered the Seoul Station dungeon for the 30th time. Son Ki-yoon found this number strange because it was very different from the actions of other players. This pair could not be compared to the other players, so the association began to suspect that Kim Hyun-jin had a special strategy that he was sharing with his teammates. The chairman knew that Soo Yeon-soo, Shi Yeon-so, and little Kang Seong-hwa were on this player's team. The young man had also previously asked the chairman for help in adopting this little girl, and came straight to Song-shin to see him, a young man who was not fazed by his meeting with Song Ki-young. The man was convinced that their world was beginning to change rapidly, with some developed countries, including the United States and Japan, allowing players to carry personal firearms. Although Korea was the first to face the challenge of teaching the advantages of carrying personal weapons, it helped other countries surpass them. Son Ki-young believed that if they did not keep up with the times, they would be left behind. The Great Limit Guild they wanted to create needed proactive people, so the chairman thought they needed to get closer to Kim Hyun-jin. The assistant decided he wanted to appoint the guy to some position in the company. The chairman wanted to appoint this player as the head of the guild, but the assistant thought it was a foolish decision. Son Ki-young believed that this was not too high a position because, on the contrary, it might not be enough over time, so he asked the assistant to convey his intentions correctly. Shield Taeguk was a guild that the Songshin Association planned to open, and everyone believed that Song Ji-sok's first grandson should become its leader. The old man still remembered the piercing gaze of the young man who seemed to see right through everything. The player was like a precious gem, but he could become their glorious sword that would propel Songshin 10 steps forward. The chairman intended to make Kim Hyun-jin a famous player so that he would fight for their association. Meanwhile, his comrades managed to clear the Seoul Station dungeon and completed the hidden mission. The system offered him a scenario linking the hidden fragment of clearing the Seoul Station dungeon and the title of Pioneer. For Kim Hyun-jin, a person with the title of Pioneer, everything changed dramatically. The difficulty and rewards increased significantly. Kang Seong-hae received a notification about the hidden fragment and decided to find out if they would go through it. The guy decided that they had done enough for today because the hidden area appeared when the average player level reached level 30. His companions' levels were considered among the best, barely exceeding the 20th level, so they decided not to continue and planned to return tomorrow to complete the second floor. Kim Hyun-jin suspected that Soo Hyun-soo and Shi Yeon-so had to clear the dungeon more than 25 times. After some time, they decided to clear the second floor of the Seoul dungeon together. There were stronger monsters on the second floor, and there were no safe zones like there were on the first floor. There was a high probability that the players would be attacked right at the entrance, but Kang Seong-hwa managed to protect her companions from the arrow. The girl's platinum shield developed quickly and took shape, and it was enough to warn of an approaching attack for her to block it immediately. Her teammates realized that there was an enemy further ahead who specialized in long-range attack. The first sudden task was to destroy the orc archers who had reacted to the players. Kim Hyun-jin and his team now had to fight real monsters. Many of the monsters that appeared immediately after training were vulnerable to simple weapons, but the orcs had a resistance that protected them from firearms and ordinary blades. They were called true monsters. There were always several dozen of these monsters, and the archers hid behind the backs of ordinary orcs. The girl had to parry the arrows fired at them, but the others knew she wouldn't last long. The level 28 orc archers reacted to Kang Seong-hwa and attacked only her. This way, there was no need to worry that the monsters would target others, but the girl was only capable of repelling 2 more such attacks. While she was blocking the arrows, the others had to destroy the goblins that were approaching them. Noticing another shot, Soo Yeon-so took 3 steps back before rushing into the attack. Her partner did not fully understand what their leader had in mind, but he did not have time to explain. Kim Hyun-jin understood that there was no need to explain everything to his comrades because they simply had to destroy the monsters. The players on the second floor had to act as one to win. Only as a team in which everyone understood their role could they clear everything without losses. Words could do more harm than good, so they began to act without further delay. Shi Yeon-so noticed that her partner was running into the blind spot to avoid being hit by arrows. Their reaction was twice as slow as the players, so they easily dodged their blows. Some attacks were aimed at the girl, who also dodged them, so she decided to start striking back as well. Her partner used the Heavenly Demon's speed movement technique and began to advance very quickly. Shi Yeon-so understood how to move correctly, and Kim Hyun-jin was glad that she understood everything without words. The treasure of the Heavenly Demon was a technique bestowed by the true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain, but she had only reached the first star, yet that was enough to confuse the slow orcs. Meanwhile, Kang Seong-hwa had reached her limit and could no longer fend off the arrows. However, by this point, her comrades had already managed to reach the orc archers. Her companions began to destroy the archers so that they would not continue to shoot at them. The girl used a special skill of a superior strike and attacked the back of the orc's head. The players gained experience and 30 gold coins for destroying the monster. Soo Yeon-ho was delighted that she had succeeded. The team bypassed all the orcs and destroyed the archers, and the second floor seemed much easier to the girl than it had seemed. The girl was distracted and failed to notice another attack, but Kim Hyun-jin warned her in time. An arrow was shot at them, but the young man managed to push his partner out of the way so that she would not be hit. The girl did not expect there to be any archers left because she thought they had killed them all. The leader ordered her to pull herself together because it was not worth dying after destroying that orc. Shi Yeon-so gathered herself and began to move towards another archer who was hiding in the crowd. Kang Seong-hwa wanted to block the shot at least once more, but her strength was at 0. The girl was sure she could do it and decided to put all her remaining strength into it. Meanwhile, the other orcs headed towards the players who wanted to destroy the remaining archers. When they entered the second floor of the dungeon, Kim Hyun-jin deliberately did not explain in detail to his team what to do. The guy understood that showing off his excellent knowledge of the dungeon's conditions would not do any good. The team members were not the type who needed this, as they immediately understood what needed to be done. While the others were busy with the orcs, Soo Hyun-soo had to destroy the crystal that cleared the first barrier. The guy moved towards his goal, entrusting the battle to his comrades. Suddenly on his way, he also encountered orcs who intended to beat him with clubs. Soo Hyun-soo put his left arm out in time and blocked the enemy's blow with his right, intending to strike back. Despite the resistance, the player managed to destroy the crystal that cleared the first barrier. After the crystal was destroyed, all the orcs turned to stone. The girl was pleasantly surprised as she had almost been struck from behind. Shi Yeon-so apologized to the leader for being foolish and almost exposing him and herself to danger. Kim Hyun-jin advised her to quit if she continued to act like this. Her one action could have endangered the entire team, so she promised to be more careful next time. Kang Seong-hwa drank a potion that restored her strength, and she was ready to continue the battle. Shi Yeon-so realized that everyone else was doing well with their tasks and that she was the only one who was failing. The girl understood that this could not continue because she had promised to protect her loved ones. Her partner realized that she needed to repay Kim Hyun-jin for his help, not cause him trouble. Shi Yeon-so wanted to become stronger, just like their team leader, so that she would no longer be a hindrance. The true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain saw their passionate desire and was ready to respond to it. The Guardian offered them the title of Heavenly Demon, and in that case, the change of profession was to happen automatically. Usually this happened at the 30th level after signing a contract with the Guardian, but he was trying to do it now through a title that contained part of the Guardian's own name. Kim Hyun-jin considered it an amazing title for a future Swordmaster, but for some reason the Guardian intended to give it to him. Swordmaster Shi Yeon-so was very strong in the past and had the nickname of the Sword Empress. Only a group of 8 heroes could stand up to the Demon King, which meant that her class had limitations. If he took the title of Heavenly Demon, he would be able to set his own limits. He had accidentally ended up in the past, so he wanted to surpass the Swordmaster and refused the title. His partner suggested that he had also received some kind of title, but the guy refused it. Shi Yeon-so didn't understand why and assumed that it was something bad that couldn't be accepted. Kim Hyun-jin had his own ideas about his potential and couldn't use his knowledge and intuition to simplify the team's battles. Recalling a recent battle, he would not have been able to advance further if his teammates had not been there with him. He understood the value of each player and made appropriate decisions. The girl suggested that, judging by his playing style, he was simply comfortable being the leader because he moved as if he knew about all the attack. Kim Hyun-jin allowed her to consider it his special talent, and he wanted to unlock people's potential. Now, when she listened to his commands, Shi Yeon-so felt as if a path had opened up before her. It seemed to her that he knew her better than she knew herself. Her partner's potential with the sword was much higher than his, and she was surprised to hear this from the team leader. Such words were intended not only for Shi Yeon-so, but also for the rest of her comrades. The title of Heavenly Demon proposed by the guard had a special characteristic and could only be given to one person. Kim Hyun-jin thought that Shi Yeon-so had been offered a title lower than this, and he couldn't allow that because she was his comrade. Therefore, he confidently assured her that this title was more suitable for her than for him. The player also knew that their case was a true master who was weak to praise and flattery, so the guy continued to praise this skill, believing that his partner with him could become the most famous player. The true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain was pleased to hear the player's opinion, and therefore passed this title on to Shi Yeon-so. The girl was delighted to see this notification. All she had to do was accept the title of Heavenly Demon. After accepting it, her profession changed, and she immediately decided to share this information with her comrade. Kim Hyun-jin covered her mouth so that she would not tell anyone about herself, even her teammates. Experienced players had to be able to hide their titles and contracts with the Guardian. This was an important part of the future strategy. The girl understood his instructions and he let go of her mouth. The waiting time for the first barrier was exceeded, so an automatic transfer to the second barrier took place. The second barrier was called the Village of Orc Warriors, and the players found themselves in this place for the first time. Soo Hyun-soo decided that they would have to fight the orcs again. They noticed a lot of scattered weapons. The content of the second barrier scenario had changed slightly, which came as a surprise to Kim Hyun-jin. A special feature of the second barrier was that the orcs no longer turned to stone after the clearing crystal was destroyed. The system announced that the restriction on the level increase of orc warriors in the second barrier had been lifted. The players had to destroy 3 crystals within the allotted time, otherwise orc archers would appear. Several orcs noticed them and headed towards the players. The girl asked the leader what they should do. Kim Hyun-jin decided to start with the basic method and search for the destruction crystals along the way. He also asked them to try not to encounter the orcs, as they had to complete the task in 10 minutes. It would be very difficult for the team to deal with the orc archers in this area, so they had to finish before they appeared. The guy didn't understand why a great orc warrior had appeared in this place, who could pose a serious danger to them. Sometimes the scenario for the players would change. Usually when the player's level grew too quickly for the scenario to match the player's power level, there was special content. The true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain gave Shi Yongso the title of Heavenly Demon, and if he had not broken the rules, changes in the scenario could only have come about through the intervention of other players. The petrification upon destruction of the crystal disappeared, and now it was not so easy to get rid of the orcs because their level limit had disappeared. These evolving monsters, which could become stronger in prolonged battles at the initial stage, could only grow to the level of an advanced orc warrior, but now they could become many times stronger. Now the orcs did not reach the level of a great orc. Otherwise, the destruction of the players would have been guaranteed. Based on the situation and conditions of the second barrier, these orcs could not become great orc warriors because in that case, the difference could reach 40 to 40 levels. Kim Hyung-jin suspected that in the current situation, they might not be able to cope. If orc archers were added, clearing this place would be impossible and the scenario of the second barrier of the orc village would begin. With just over 8 minutes left, they needed to come up with a plan because if there was no petrification feature, a battle with the orc warriors was inevitable. First, they needed to take the key item, the iron rod that Kim Hyun-jin had picked up earlier, and most importantly, they needed to prevent the orc archers from attacking. The player decided that it would be better not to reveal on the broadcast that he knew the location of the crystal, so he suggested searching the tent with the tall flag. In this way, he wanted to show the guards how to use basic search methods. Shi Yonso began moving toward the point on the right side, trying to find the crystals of destruction. Soo Hyun-soo and Kang Seong-hwa began moving together toward the point on the left side. Using this method, they should have been able to destroy 2 crystals in 10 minutes. The remaining third crystal had to be destroyed by Kim Hyun-jin, who set out to find it. The player suspected that the last crystal was inside the orc warrior's tent. The team received notification of the destruction of the first crystal, which was done by Shi Yeon-so, who quickly moved around the territory with the help of the title she had received. The guy thought that she should now be at the first star level. She reported that she had destroyed 1 crystal, and the orcs chased after her but couldn't catch up, so they gave up. Kim Hyun-jin praised her for her skill, and they intended to enter the next tent to destroy the second crystal. Once inside, the companions noticed that all the orcs were asleep, and if the players had followed their original strategy, they would have simply destroyed the crystal. Now, however, the petrification effect had worn off, and the players would have to fight anyway. The girl had no idea what plan Kim Hyun-jin had come up with, and he was already ready to act. Taking an unknown bag out of his inventory, he intended to tell her about a special way to clear this place. Meanwhile, the others tried to escape from the orcs while searching for another crystal. The leader ordered Soo Hyun-soo and Kang Seong-hwa to fight their way through the orcs and provoke them. Shi Yeon-so received instructions to attack every orc that Kang Seong-hwa was supposed to distract. The girls understood the plan and began to act. The orcs did not expect such a turn of events. The relatively slow Soo Hyun-soo and Kang Seong-hwa would lead the orcs away in any case. Shi Yeon-so didn't need to kill the orcs, it was enough to inflict bleeding wounds. His partner activated her quick strike skill to hit several orcs as quickly as possible. The orcs couldn't hit the player who was moving quickly between them and inflicting serious bleeding wounds. The girl intended to wound another enemy who was near her. Suddenly, Kang Seong-hwa stood in her way, thinking that this time her strike might be blocked. The girl activated her platinum shield in time, which allowed her to block the orcs' attack. Meanwhile, the sleeping orcs in the tents heard the noise and began to wake up, running out into the street. The enemies left the crystal unguarded, so Kim Hyun-jin intended to destroy it. The guy understood that the orcs would not go anywhere if he destroyed the crystal, so he decided to change his plan and deal with the monsters first. The plan was very simple, to destroy the enemies one by one, because otherwise it would be very difficult. By inflicting wounds to the neck, he sent one monster after another to the other world, and they in turn could not parry his attacks. The main thing for the player was not to overdo it. He would strike and then run away because otherwise chaos would reign inside the tent. After holding out a little longer, the team received instructions to run inside the tent where the crystal was located. Following their commander, everyone rushed into the tent, and the orcs followed them. The noise woke the orc village chief, who was furious that someone had dared to disturb his sleep. The orcs themselves also got their share of the punishment. He spared no one and killed everyone indiscriminately. The companions were convinced that Kim Hyun-jin's words were true and that the orc warrior was weak to blood. If the entire tent was filled with the smell of blood, he would become intoxicated and begin to destroy his own tribe. This was a unique ability of the orc warrior, and most monster bosses possessed this ability. This skill also restricted the player's movements, preventing them from escaping. They planned to use it to prevent the orcs, who looked much more appetizing than humans, from escaping. Fear is a dangerous skill with a long cooldown, so now the orcs have lost their unique ability without much use. The girl doubted that they could leave everything as it was, because the orc warrior's body had become even bigger, and they were convinced that the boss had become much stronger. Kim Hyun-jin believed that in their situation, it was better not to confront the coordinated group led by the orc boss. It was easier for the player to fight one advanced orc than hundreds of ordinary enemies. The guy chose to fight one great orc, so the other players had no choice but to accept it. The boss, an advanced orc warrior, turned into a great orc warrior, but this ability allowed the players to survive. Filled with new strength, the monster began to destroy everything around him, trying to hit the players. Kim Hyun-jin received an unexpected task to hunt the Great Orc Warrior, and the reward for completing it was a special intimidation skill. Noticing the enemy's attack, the player was forced to dodge it in order not to get hurt. Such an intimidation skill was necessary for rankers to increase their resistance to mental attacks, but the player did not think it could be obtained in this place. Kang Sun-hwa wanted to get closer to him to help, but her partner assured her that he could handle the boss himself. The girl's defense against this monster was useless because the difference in strength was so great. None of those present could block a single attack from the creature whose level was displayed as a question mark. The orc boss continued to press the player, who already understood how he needed to attack to defeat him. Only Kim Hyun-jin could dodge with instant movement, and only he had the opportunity to get close to him. Following the plan to defeat this monster, they would need some time to weaken it. Therefore, the player continued to inflict wounds all over the orc's body, which still could not hit him. Watching what was happening, Shi Yeon-so doubted that everything would be okay, because with each missed blow, the orc made stronger and stronger attacks. Soo Hyun-soo read that the plan devised by Kim Hyun-jin should have some effect. The girl remembered the recent method of clearing the dungeon that the leader had told her about. Earlier, their slow comrades were bound to bring a bunch of orcs with them. Shi Yeon-so was supposed to attack them, but only inflict bleeding wounds, and she was supposed to use the bag she received on them. The girl did not understand how to do this, but Kim Hyun-jin assured her that it was much easier than she thought. The beast's fangs originally had a clear purpose and possessed poisonous, paralyzing properties. He had kept this trophy, which had been collected in the training area from a pack of wolves for such an occasion. The wolves' fangs caused paralysis in the players, which could kill them. Shi Yeon-soo would stab the orcs with the fangs when she attacked them, thereby poisoning the blood of all the orcs. The boss of this dungeon, who had devoured all of his bleeding kin, had swallowed about 70 fangs. Now these poisonous fangs began to affect the body of the huge orc. Kim Hyun-jin knew that poisonous fangs alone would not be enough to paralyze the orc warrior. Thanks to this poison, the monster became much slower and stopped dodging the player's attacks altogether. The guy gave the signal to deliver an additional blow to the orc boss. Shu Yeon-so sprang into action. The girl aimed at his side, but he blocked the attack, and she couldn't understand why his body was so strong. The great orc warrior only slowed down, but the difference in attack and defense remained the same, which was understood not only by the players. The orc also knew everything, even though his body did not move as he wanted, but he believed that he could devour simple humans. The monster knew perfectly well that he was a predator, so he continued to fight bravely against the players. Humans had always been a tasty meal for orcs who constantly wanted to try them. Kim Hyun-jin suspected that the orc boss was having such thoughts, so he continued to attack him. Even the attempt to pierce its eyes did not depress the monster, so it had to continue to cope with the counterattacks. The only vital spot to aim for was its mouth, and the player managed to drive his sword into it. The monster immediately fell to its knees and began to scream in pain. Kim Hyun-jin also inserted an iron rod so that it could not close its mouth. The guy advised Shi Yeon-so to be careful and not let the iron rod fall out of the boss's mouth. Now the rest of the comrades also joined the battle and began to attack the orc. Soo Hyun-soo used his beginner-level knee strike skill and managed to inflict devastating damage on his opponent's body. At the same time, his partner inflicted deep wounds with her weapon, and the orc did not know who to attack first. After some time, through their combined efforts, they managed to defeat the great orc warrior and received experience, 50 coins and only a molar tooth. An additional reward for completing the task was the great orc warrior's iron armor and leather shoes. Kim Hyun-jin received 2 useful items from the great orc warrior set, as well as a special intimidation skill. The player decided that this skill would be useful against the skills of fear bosses in the future, and the team members also received rewards. The Las Vegas Cowboy Guard began to follow him, placing great importance on effective teamwork and combinations with teammates. This guard was known for signing a contract with only one player, Michelle from the Golden Tower, who represented the pinnacle for many players as the queen of the American continent. The Las Vegas Cowboy supported the player with the leather pants of the great orc warrior. The guard, who was only interested in the American server, decided to pay attention to Kim Hyun-jin. Thanks to this, the player received 3 rare items from this observer, who was surprised by his battle. After that, the team finished off the remaining orcs in the village and received additional experience and coins for it. The teammates managed to pass the second underground floor and received 300 coins and the title of ruler of the Seoul Station dungeon. The teammates did well, and the system announced that they would be transported in 30 seconds. Shi Yeon-so decided to take 3 days off after that. Kim Hyun-jin understood that they had barely managed to clear the second floor and therefore needed more training. Suddenly, an unknown portal appeared next to them, and none of them understood where it led. It turned out that the other team members couldn't see this portal. Only the leader could see it. There were 15 seconds left before they left the dungeon, and Kim Hyunjin didn't know what to do in this situation. Having decided to enter the portal, the player rushed to reach it in 10 seconds, while the others did not understand what he was doing. The leader ordered them to leave without him because it was a hidden fragment that only he could see. The player managed to run into the portal before the others were transported out of the dungeon. The system reported that he had managed to enter an unknown forest. The player needed to find and talk to the owner of this place. Special information that was only visible to skilled players. Such information appeared from the beginning of training. Kim Hyun-jin saw safe zones that ordinary players could not see. The gap in abilities between players led to a gap in known information. If there was a door that only he could see, he had to accept it as a privilege. Many guards connected to the broadcast channel to see what would happen next with this player, and some of them donated several hundred coins to him. The player had never heard of the unknown forest he found himself in, so he had no idea what awaited him. Kim Hyun-jin doubted that something like this could appear at the initial stage, so he wanted to find out what kind of place it was. After looking more closely at the map, he realized that this place was larger than Seoul, and he had no idea where to find the owner of the forest. The guy suspected that he would die of hunger before he found him. Senya began to watch him openly. The player had almost reached level 30. In this situation, there were two factors. The first was the area of the special hidden fragment, a huge forest that Kim Hyun-jin had never heard of. The second factor was that he was a level 29 player who had little time left before choosing a guardian. The Las Vegas cowboy gave the player a magic camping kit. The woman with the scales gave him magic spring water. The brave Lion King gave him a magic campfire. And an unknown observer temporarily increased his level of perception. Kim Hyun-jin was delighted with the items he received for the trip, and his level of perception, even if it was temporary, as he could now see things that were previously inaccessible. Senya decided to explain the purpose of the items to him. The magical camping set allowed him to set up camp in a simple area. Looking at the administrator, the player noticed that she was experiencing negative feelings. It would be good if he could see more detailed information. The sponsored items impressed Kim Hyun-jin. The magic camping kit looked flimsy, but it was still worth more than 30 million won. Senya noticed that the player wasn't listening to her explanations about the items he had received. The guy assured her that he had heard everything and asked her not to worry, but the administrator was not worried about him at all. With her mid-level administrator privileges, Senya intended to give him a task. He had to repeat the information she had previously told him, and the reward for completing the task was 300 coins. The young man was surprised that he had been given such a silly task, but Senya was ready to give him coins that were difficult to obtain, so he decided to start with the magic camping set. After a while, all he had to do was explain about the magic campfire that burned for more than 3,000 hours and did not go out even in the rain, scaring away monsters. The system informed the player that he had successfully completed the task from the administrator and had correctly explained what the items he had received were for. Senya made sure that he had memorized everything perfectly, but still asked him to listen carefully to her explanations, as they were directly related to his survival. It was enough that the player remembered. He decided not to talk to the host for a long time because the guards did not want to listen. Kim Hyun-jin did not tell her about the increase in the level of perception, and the task was already completed. The player did not know if the administrator Senya, who continued to watch him, knew about this. It immediately became clear that this forest was simply huge. He was concerned that it would take a long time to clear it. But his excitement did not change anything. The guy knew nothing about this place because the only clue was to find the owner of the forest. After spending several hours in this forest, he realized that the area was subject to the passage of time, and thanks to this, he was able to determine where the west was. It was said that it was better to go east if the road was unknown, and the great explorer Jackson shared all this experience. Kim Hyun-jin did not think that this was a highly complex dungeon where directions change, so he decided to start by searching for the creature that had left marks on the tree. After sunset, he set up a magical campfire, lit a bonfire, and established a safe zone that was marked with a green light. The administrator decided to ask the player what he had learned by exploring this place. The guy realized that the question wasn't from Senya herself, but from the guards asking through her. The research process was not that interesting or exciting. Now he was collecting clues and there was nothing fun about it, except for the moments when the guards were not watching him. Therefore, it was worth providing them with the results of today's reconnaissance. The player reported that it was a forest-type area. The guy also managed to find 3 types of claws that day. They were left on trees and, judging by their depth, he decided that they belonged to a cat-type monster. Kim Hyun-jin assumed that each monster had its own territory, but there were no signs of fighting, so it seemed to him that fights were extremely rare here. Senya did not understand how this information was useful, but the guy believed that the monsters had divided the territory, and if he moved along the borders, he would be able to avoid most of the monsters' attacks. At night, predatory birds and monsters also flew around, and there were creatures they could hunt. The young man found it strange that he had not encountered any traces of victims during all this time, so he decided to ask the administrator what this could mean. The guards were interested in the player's research, but there were also those who were bored by it, but Senya did not answer him. The guy suspected that it would only be this calm on the first day. He himself decided to come to this god-forsaken place, and believed that he could cope completely if he didn't panic. The man saw this place for the first time and did not know the strategy for it, finding only traces of wild animals. Such a situation would have caused the player to fall into despair, but Kim Hyun-jin remained calm because he was very interested in such a game. Being in a dangerous situation, he had no choice but to constantly take risks, but even in such games, he enjoyed himself. Some called this ability talent, and the fact that he was a talented player was an indisputable fact. Kim Hyun-jin could only hope that he would not remain someone who only shone at the beginning of the game. Such players never rose above the 40th level, so he needed to break through that threshold to make sure he wasn't one of them. The 4th day of the investigation arrived, and he managed to find a burned-down peasant village. He was glad that he had found something after 3 days. The young man found it strange that it was a safe zone, but the houses were burned down, so he decided to look for some clues in this case. Looking around, he noticed one house that wasn't badly damaged and decided to see what was inside. Kim Hyun-jin managed to find a letter from the village headman, but part of the paper was burned, and he couldn't understand what the letter was about. The player assumed that the village could have been burned down by the wrath of the forest master. He began to think that this was the western village of Dot mentioned in the letter, and it became clear that there was another settlement on the eastern side. Based on this information, he began to think that he would be able to meet the Lord of the Forest. The young man was convinced that a safe zone had definitely been established in this village. His perception told him that something unknown was watching him right now, so he decided to check what this strange entity pursuing him was. A strange feeling came over him, and the player realized that it was better not to relax, even though he was in a safe zone. Going downstairs, he noticed a transparent wall had formed and headed towards its western side. When he approached it, the system informed him that the player could no longer move. He decided to check the westernmost part of the village, but the path was blocked by a transparent wall, so he began to consider this the end of the zone. Senya decided to find out what the guy was planning to do next, but he first decided to look at the map. The Las Vegas cowboy passed something else onto him. Kim Hyun-jin knew that this guard was known for placing many bets and sometimes luring players with sweet items that were difficult to refuse. A special hidden fragment offered him a reward of 100,000 coins for clearing an unknown forest within 3 days. Such a sum was a real lottery for the player, but it was a reward for success. The price for failure was unknown. The player decided to ask the administrator what would happen if he failed this task. If the guy couldn't do it in 3 days when it was time to choose a guard, he would have to sign a contract with the Las Vegas cowboy, because he was the one who gave him this task. Senya decided to find out if the player would accept this task, thinking that the guy would refuse it after all. Kim Hyun-jin did not like gambling at all. Sometimes he would bet on something with a small chance of winning, but he did not always play that way. He only placed bets when he had a chance of winning. Clearing the area in 3 days was pure luck. The player needed at least some cards up his sleeve to have a chance of winning, because only fools made stupid bets without any information, blinded by the prize. Therefore, the player refused to rely solely on luck, because it was comparable to jumping into the mud. The guards were satisfied with the guy's answer. Refusing such an offer from the guards at level 29 seemed ridiculous, but the player did not want to take any risks. Now Kim Hyun-jin was near the western village of Dot. He wanted to follow the letter and went to the eastern village of Dante. The player had a long journey ahead of him, so he needed to find food first. The guy caught a stocky boar for which he received experience and 17 coins. The young man learned a few things while searching for food and walking along forest paths. This stocky boar was a powerful level 25 monster that gave significantly fewer coins than others at its level, but there were several differences from the stocky boars the player knew. Usually animals are alert to what is happening around them, especially when there are predators nearby. Traces on the trees hinted that red tigers were in the area. Sturdy boars were not dangerous, and it was unclear why they were not afraid of predators. The guy assumed that boars might not be attacked at all, which is why they behaved this way. Unexpectedly, he received a fruit basket, which he assumed was a reward for killing the boar. A theory emerged that this was a hidden fragment that cared about survival, and this seemed strange to the player. An unknown entity continued to follow the player, who saw it with his own eyes. Something continued to watch the guy from the village of Dot, and even his enhanced skill did not help him determine who it was. The young man assumed that he was being watched by the so-called Master of the Forest, whom he needed to meet. Kim Hyun-jin gathered enough information, but he had a feeling that he was missing something important. The young man needed to hurry to the village of Dante. Ahead, he saw a magic rope and mistook it for a trap. It seemed strange to him that such an artifact was just lying on the road. After a while, he found himself in another burned-down village, which was also a safe zone. In one of the houses, he found a letter addressed to the village elder. After reading the letter, the player learned more significant information about the restrictions and sacrifices to the Lord of the Forest. He decided that it was about a sacrifice. The player felt that if he did not do this, he would repeat the fate of the village, so he decided to explore the village a little more. All the houses in this village were also burned down, and there were no traces of people left. Quite by accident, he noticed a structure resembling a well and wanted to look inside it. At the bottom, the player saw a game character who was on the verge of death. Kim Hyun-jin used a magic rope he had recently found on the trail, thinking that he would receive a big hint for saving the character. He threw the rope into the well and realized that he had picked it up for a reason, because without it, he would not have been able to reach the game character. The rescue was successful, and the player began to pull the nearly drowned elf to the top. The guy realized that it was an elf who belonged to one of the elven races of this place. They possessed excellent healing skills and regeneration. Elves were known for their beautiful appearance, and the oak elf race was a tribe that supported the rejection of violence. These characteristics gave rise to a large number of streamers who only filmed elves. Some players used them for their own gain, such as the notorious slave trader Sojun. The guy gave the rescued elf a healing potion to extract some useful information from her. The elf girl reminded him of a plant, as if she hadn't been rotting in the well a few minutes ago. She recovered immediately from the potion. The rescued elf quickly began to come to her senses, her strength gradually returned, and she was able to get up. Noticing the man in front of her, she became anxious but thanked him for saving her. Kim Hyun-jin assumed that she was a resident of this place, which had angered the Lord of the Forest. The elf girl said that their settlement had not been able to make a sacrifice at the altar. From the statistics, the player learned that her name was Lindia, but more detailed information was not available. The young man decided what the sacrifice should be. Lindia hesitated with her answer, so he realized that she herself did not know. Indeed, the locals themselves did not know what was expected of them. If they had known, they would have made a sacrifice at the southern altar. Lindia thanked him once again for saving her, but she would soon return to the embrace of nature. The player realized that his potion had only sustained her for a short time. The elf had to return to the embrace of the earth that had given birth to her, and turning into dust, she would become food for the oak tree. The young man thought that elves lived in houses made of felled trees, but he realized that this was a falsehood. Kim Hyun-jin also did not understand why she had lied to him about being a resident of this village. Lindia did not understand what he was talking about at all because she believed everything he said to be true, but the player immediately found this forest strange. There were traces of predators everywhere, but no traces of their prey. Wild boars, which did not participate in battles for territory, which was unusual for wild animals. There was even a basket of fruit, which he did not expect to see at all. The system paid great attention to basic settings and probabilities, although there were scenarios without context with unexpected content, and this should not have happened at the initial stage. The Lindy race did not cut down trees but lived in wooden huts. The elf differed from the standard settings of the oak elves, which was explained by the fact that she was a simple character who was supposed to convey information. Suddenly, Lindis began to disappear, and the player was unable to extract any useful information from her. The hidden area was a fake that had been reconfigured to look like a normal, unknown forest. The guy noticed that a green wind was blowing in this place, but he didn't see anything strange about it. Everything seemed too contrived. The area had been carelessly set up, as if it had been created by someone who had read about it in books. The player began to feel that everything around him was just a cheap fake. Kim Hyun-jin was convinced that someone was watching him again, and it annoyed him greatly. The player realized the magical effect of the unknown forest. His eyes resisted the magical effect, and with its help, he tried to see reality. This action proved to be very painful, but he continued to do it in order to see reality. The guy understood that if he couldn't destroy this fake world, he would die in it, just like Lindia. There was a high probability that he would become a new character in the quest for the next player to find this place, and he did not want that to happen. Kim Hyun-jin wanted to live in reality, but not in the dungeon. His eyes began to react to the player's strong will. It seemed to the young man that this fake zone definitely had a limit, and its creator did not want anyone to know about it. The letters pointed to the far east or west, and notifications appeared at the border stating that it was impossible to go further. The player was ready to destroy the boundaries of this fake world. His eyes began to destroy the magical effect, and the condition for the destruction of the unknown forest was satisfied. At first glance, Kim Hyun-jin thought he was in the same forest, but its size had significantly decreased. Before, it was impossible to take in even with the eyes of perception, but now it was the size of a small village or garden. The false world had been destroyed, and now the player had to find the master of the forest. No matter how much he thought about it, he was convinced that with his skills it would be difficult to create such a large area, and therefore he was sure that something had helped the master of the forest. The help could have come from an artifact that dramatically increased magical power. Noticing the stranger in the bushes, the player became curious as to why he did not come out to him. The guy's eyes could see everything perfectly, and a cyclops appeared and ordered him not to lie. The master of the forest believed that no human could find his treasure in this place. The system reported that it was a skinny goblin of unknown level and that he was the master of the forest. Such creatures had 3 stages of evolution. This monster was skilled in the magic of illusions or hallucinations and was good at distorting space. He caused trouble for players in the 3rd stage and was called a man-eating goblin. When such creatures first appeared in Italy, 400 people were eaten in the same place, and if such a goblin had appeared before Kim Hyun-jin, he would have had to run away. Now in front of him was a skinny goblin of the 1st stage. The player decided to convince him because he was telling the truth. The Lord of the Forest was confused and afraid that he would steal his treasure, but the player's eyes saw everything. The skinny goblin refused to believe it because it seemed impossible to him. The guy already knew that the skinny goblin had hidden his magical enhancement stone behind his back. Being confused, the goblin's intelligence level dropped to that of a child, but he still believed that the player was a liar. The player used a special instant strike skill and managed to deal critical damage. The skinny goblin grabbed his horn, which the guy had cut off, and flew into a rage. The guy seemed to the forest owner to be like a broom, and he used the goblin's club skill to defeat the man. Kim Hyun-jin managed to block his attack and realized that using such a big technique would leave him vulnerable. Seizing the moment, the young man managed to inflict a serious wound on his opponent, who did not expect it. The young man managed to defeat the skinny goblin and gained experience in 42 coins. The conditions for clearing the unknown forest were fulfilled. The player received a reward for clearing the unknown forest, and the young man decided that he had done everything. In addition, he received 500 coins and 1 level-up point for his perception skill. He also gained 1 attribute skill. The young man also decided to take the magic stone that the goblin had hidden. The stone itself was a useful artifact, and in 3 years its price could exceed 10 billion. After searching the entire area, he couldn't find the stone, but it seemed to the player that the goblin couldn't have buried it any deeper. This seemed strange, and the young man decided that he had overlooked something strange, so he began to check everything again. Suddenly, he noticed a small chipmunk looking sweetly at him. The animal stretched out its paws toward him, and the guy realized that the chipmunk was begging for something. Kim Hyun-jin realized that since Senia hadn't appeared, it wasn't a bug, but he still hadn't been thrown out. So he realized that he still had some unfinished business that was keeping him in this dungeon. There was no road leading out of the forest, and there was no exit from the dungeon, which meant that the matter was related to the chipmunk. The animal was the last piece of the puzzle in this area, but it was impossible to analyze it because the level of perception was too low. The player was convinced that this was not just a simple chipmunk. He decided that it was offering him a deal. A guard nicknamed the Venetian Merchant drew attention to this player, and the guy realized that guards from the Italian server had started watching him. The Venetian Merchant was a guard of Eliana, Queen of Water, and was known for valuing deals and negotiations. The player did not think he would appear at the auction with a squirrel. The player needed to make a profitable deal, so he decided to tease the chipmunk a little. The animal was outraged that he was offered black yak meat because he did not eat meat. The guy offered him goblin perfume, but that didn't suit the chipmunk either, who made it clear that he wasn't interested. It turned out that this animal could use magic and informed the player that he had 1 last attempt left. Kim Hyun-jin had no idea what this chipmunk might like, so he decided to offer him a basket of fruit. The guy assured him that it would be a great loss for him if he gave him the basket, but the chipmunk offered him a deal. The young man could get a magical enhancement stone capable of strengthening magical power. All he needed was 3 such stones. The Venetian merchant was pleased with the deal and gave him an additional exchange coupon. A special hidden area of the unknown forest was completely cleared, and the exit was opened after the destruction of the VARP crystal, allowing him to leave the dungeon. Having fulfilled this condition, he moved to the second entrance of Seoul Station, where there were many passers-by. People did not understand where this guy came from. Kim Hyun-jin felt that something had changed in this place. Everything had become somehow orderly. Now there were no people watching the players. They had put everything in order in a few days. It had become very hot, so the guy assumed that summer might have already arrived while he was in the dungeon. Looking at the date on his smartphone, he realized that 3 whole months had passed since he entered the dungeon. Kim Hyun-jin had missed so much, so he decided to call his family first. He dialed his sister's number and wanted to explain himself to her, but when she heard his voice, she simply hung up. The guy decided to call Soo Yeon-so, and when she picked up the phone, she didn't believe it was him at first. Soo Hyun-soo, who heard his voice, began to cry, but the girl asked him to calm down. Kim Hyun-jin realized that his friends were very worried about him. The young man returned home after 3 months and met his family again. His sister immediately flew into a rage, but it was clear that she was worried, and it wasn't entirely fair because he himself didn't know that it would take 3 months. His mother was very happy that her son had returned. Suddenly, he noticed the same chipmunk and did not understand why it was there. Kang Sun-hwa thought it was a cute little animal that had recently run up to them. After checking its stats, the young man didn't understand why a chipmunk had so many unique skills. The girl named it Darren. The phantom chipmunk wanted to choose a master, and the special condition was the title of ruler of the cell station. If the player became its master, the title would be changed to Master of the Phantom Chipmunk. The player realized that such information was not available in the unknown forest because Darren himself allowed him to see it. Kim Hyun-jin became the master of the Phantom Chipmunk and received the title of Master of the Phantom Chipmunk. Noticing the animal's reaction, the girl began to think that it liked its new name. Strangely, Kim Hyun-jin became Darren's owner, which distracted the family a little, so everything ended more calmly than expected for someone who planned to spend every day usefully. The loss of 3 months was a real disaster. A lot could have been accomplished during that time, but these regrets were just another waste of time because the unknown forest was useful. In 3 months, it earned more than 1 billion won. The young man was curious to find out how the world had changed during his 3 months of absence, but before that, he wanted to make one important choice. The broadcast channel was activated, and the administrator announced the use of the pause. She expressed her gratitude to the guard who activated it. It was time for the player to choose a guard as his current level had already reached 30. Choosing a guard was the only opportunity for the player to change classes at level 30, and this important moment determined the direction of the rest of the game. The guard's messages were delivered to the guy in the form of notes that he could read and decide on a guard. Kim Hyun-jin thought that Senia's channel had attracted so much attention for the first time, and it was difficult for her to maintain the broadcast because she did not expect such an influx of guards. The young man had already received 5 offers, which was more than he had expected. An average player would have to be very lucky to be chosen by at least 1 guard, with the largest known number of contracts being 4. The guy had never heard of anyone receiving as many as 5 messages, but now he was convinced that he was the first person to receive that many. The guy's talent was so great that it turned an ordinary person into a genius, but his expectations were not met. The administrator decided to find out which guardian the player would sign a contract with. The young man was presented with offers only from prominent figures, and he was not sure he could choose between them. The Whispering Devil promised to make the player the king of demons with his contract, and he could definitely become one. The guy understood that if he really wanted to become the guardian of the king of demons, his level would already have exceeded 40. The other guardians made him reasonable offers, and he found himself in a trap that pushed him toward the choice they wanted. The generous guardian would have accelerated the guy's development more, but he could only choose one. Kim Hyun-jin felt something strange about the notes left by the poison guards, as if there was something else in this space that he couldn't see. The young man decided to focus his perceptive eye, but he did not understand why the unknown observer had not sent him a message. From the very beginning, the boy had been under the watchful eye of this simple-minded guard. On the first day after returning to the past, from the very beginning of his training, he had been watching him since the beginning of the game. It was his special skill as a cold-blooded observer that became the Eye of Perception, and Kim Hyung-jin's game began at that moment. The unknown observer defied common sense, and the reward received after clearing the turtle nest was not at the level of a mid-level administrator's task. Therefore, the player believed that this task was cleverly disguised, because ordinary guards would do everything they could to make their names more famous. The guards tried to avoid various hidden methods of supporting players, but if there was a guard who chose to remain unknown, then only hidden methods were at his disposal. The guy assumed that his choice also applied to this, and the guard could communicate his intentions in a secret way that only Kim Hyun-jin could see. Suddenly, the level of perception of the eye was increased, and the player received a message from an unknown observer. It was the 6th message hidden among the 5, and he had intended to select it from the beginning. The system reported the successful conclusion of a contract with an unknown observer who was appointed as Kim Hyun-jin's contract guardian. The player could change his class to observer. He was watching what was happening around him, preferred not to interfere, and remained on the sidelines. Based on the description, it was difficult to say that this was a good class. The guy was ready for this, so he decided to open a hidden shop on the 2nd floor of Tower D. He used a high-level class change assistant who could double his level. The Watcher class was upgraded to a higher Observer class. The guy was surprised that there was only one upgrade because he had tried so hard and prepared everything, but such an absurd thing happened. Kim Hyun-jin had no choice but to accept the Observer class because he didn't want to go against the guard's will on the day the contract was signed. The Observer class could monitor everything that was happening in the world, and attentiveness could open up new paths. The player decided that this looked much better than the Watcher. Opening a more detailed description, he did not understand what kind of class it was, as he had never heard of it before. Meanwhile, people from the Sanshin Association came to Kim Hyun-jin's address, which had not changed during that time. The guy showed up at this house 3 months later. The assistant realized that it was quite difficult to meet this person. The door, which only Kim Hyun-jin could see, appeared immediately after passing the 2nd level of the Soul Station underground. He realized that it was a hidden area, so he entered it. While searching for the Lord of the Forest to complete his task, he constantly felt uncomfortable. Kim Hyun-jin used all the clues and his own knowledge and managed to understand the essence of the forest and ultimately defeated the Goblin Master. The deal with the suddenly appearing unknown chipmunk was also successful, and in the end, he managed to get out of the unknown forest. Returning to the real world 3 months later, he reached level 30 and was given the opportunity to choose his guardian. Along with a special class, the unknown observer gave the player an incomprehensible profession. He did not remember anyone else receiving such a class in 10 years. Kim Hyun-jin, judging by the description, could only observe, so he decided to test the skills of the profession. The display of the accessible area was available when using the observer's eye. The observer's eye was of the 1st level. It allowed him to copy the actions of the object of observation and also exchange abilities with the object of observation. Despite this, there were no basic defense or attack skills, but it seemed to him that he could take advantage of copying the skills of his comrades. Su Hyun-soo could show him one-hit destruction, and Shu Yun-so's sword strike from Kang Seong-hwa could give him the ability to use a platinum shield. If he could use this skill correctly, it would be very useful to him in the future. The problem was the level, because it took 5 years to grow from level 30 to level 40. Kim Hyun-jin could handle this much faster, and he had a feeling that everything would work out. He thanked the guard for the opportunity. Only the name of the unknown observer was hidden, as he did not want to reveal the fact that he had signed a contract with the player. He was not one who liked publicity. It was better for the young man to adapt to the guard's character, and he was ready to follow his will so as not to disappoint him, and promised to play as well as possible. The last words sounded more like bragging, but many people liked such a show during a career change. After that, the pause was cancelled by the administrator, who disappeared as soon as the player made up his mind about the guard. The career change was only the beginning. He spent 3 months in an unknown forest, and now he had to prepare for the future. The young man noticed that he had 7 missed calls from Shi Yeon-so, who wanted to inform him about tomorrow's player gathering. It became clear that the time had come for the Players Association to take action. Various rules, distribution of items and income, large guilds sponsored by large companies, they were establishing new orders. Thanks to this meeting, it was possible to obtain a lot of information. It was said that there were still plenty of vacancies in the large guilds. Large companies offered players appropriate salaries, and Shi Yeon-so wanted to ask if he would go, but he asked her to wait because he noticed someone at his door. Kim Hyun-jin expected someone to come before the players gathered, but he wasn't sure who it would be. The man introduced himself as Kim Kang-chul, the head of the Songshin Company, and the young man became curious about what he might offer him. The young man invited the guest to sit down at the table in the living room to discuss the business that had brought him there. The young man knew that name. The man was the head of human resources at the Players Association and had personally come to him in the past with the test results. It was hard to forget the man's pitying gaze. While the association was a subsidiary of Songshin, it could later separate and connect with the government. Kim Hyun-jin understood how all the staff had been replaced by civil servants. Kim Kang-chul apologized for coming so late. After looking at his description, the guy realized that he wasn't such a bad person after all, and he decided to find out what Songshin needed him for. The company chairman held Kim Hyun-jin in high regard, so he offered him the position of head of the Shield Taeguk Guild. The young man was shocked that he was so suddenly offered such a high position in the newly created guild. This guild had developed rapidly in the past and received support from Songshin, so such an offer was surprising to Kim Hyun-jin. The company offered him an annual salary of 200 million won, additional benefits, and a high rate of salary increase. Kim Kang-chul asked him to review the contract regarding the distribution of items and coins. The man also asked him not to delay his response, as this was the first and last offer of this scale without additional checks. After their meeting ended, the guy promised to think about the offer. The sum of 200 million gave Kim Kang-chul confidence that this guy would agree, because for an ordinary person, it was the best offer he could hope for. This offer came from the very company where Song Ki-yong, realizing the value of the revolutionary product, wanted to give the guy only 200 million. The guy found this humiliating, as he already had a magical stone of empowerment in his hands, which would be worth 10 billion won in 3 years. Therefore, the guy would not have joined this guild even if they had offered him an annual salary of 2 billion. The young man suspected that the unknown observer would hardly like such a direct entry, so he decided not to become the head of the guild and not to get involved with Songshin. The next day, Kim Hyun-jin met with Soo Hyun-soo, who was very happy to see that his friend was alright because he had been very worried about him. Shi Yeon-so, along with the others, thought that their leader had died, and the girl was also very worried about him. The guy realized that it wasn't just his family who was worried about him, and surprisingly, it felt pretty good. While Kim Hyun-jin was missing, Shi Yeon-so and Soo Hyun-soo reached level 32, and Kang Seong-hwa reached level 31. They were geniuses who were able to achieve this without any particular strategy. On that day, players could measure their levels, so the young man thought that his comrades had already received their grades. Soo Hyun-soo and Shi Yeon-so received an A, while Kang Seong-hwa received a C, so she was a little worried about it. Kim Hyun-jin assured his stepsister that it was nothing to worry about, as he himself had received an F grade. It wasn't a lie because he simply refused to participate in the assessment. The current assessment method was going to be abolished soon anyway, and this meaningless test only showed physical strength. The young man felt that there was no reason to take the level assessment when there were no concepts of skills and magic. His friends decided to go inside because the official players' meeting was about to begin. Choi Song-gu was happy to meet the great hero who had not been in touch for 3 months. The guy asked permission to kiss him as a sign of his return alive, but immediately realized that it was unnecessary and asked him not to look at him with such malice. During their last meeting, his friend had managed to reach level 31, and Kang Seong-hwa had helped him make friends with the other guys. The young man noticed that it was 2:45 and it was time to start the meeting, but the others were still nowhere to be seen. After a while, he noticed the guys who were supposed to be the starting point for this meeting. The guys themselves had no idea what awaited them in the future. The system informed the players about the opening of the channel. Kim Hyun-jin knew that a battle was supposed to take place today. It all started with Kim Tae-chong, the self-proclaimed predator brown bear. He signed a contract with the guardian Brave King Lion and was looking for a mission objective. This player chose prey that was neither too strong nor too weak in order to prove his bravery, while Kwak Tae-woon, who would later become a powerful wind mage, could also become Kim Hyun-jin's ally. Kim Hyun-jin explained to Sinia in advance what would happen at the players' meeting. Everything had to end the way he wanted, and he even made a bet because she didn't believe him. Now all that was left for these guys to do was to play the game prepared by Kim Hyung-jin. There is a known case when Kim Tae-chong deliberately started a conflict with Kwak Tae-woon 10 years ago, and so far everything was going according to plan. Kwak Tae-woon, whose talent had not yet fully blossomed, ignored the situation, which further offended Kim Tae-jong. Suddenly, Choe Song-gu intervened in their argument and did not understand why he was picking on a simple guy. The guy had a keen sense of justice and was a unique personality. In any case, this situation would seem interesting to the guards, since it had already come to this point and the picture was practically complete. The players had already stirred up trouble, the battle zone had been established, and Kim Tae-chong's administrator had appeared. Percy didn't understand why this man was picking on the player he was broadcasting with, so he tried to escalate the situation. The administrator believed that a fool like Cho Song-gu needed to be taught a lesson. Percy tried to stimulate the event and wanted to beat the guy up. It was at this moment that Kim Hyun-jin and Senia's agreement came into play, as she realized that Percy wanted to put unnecessary pressure on the player. Senya advised him not to forget the absolute laws of the system, and that there was no reason to use force against the player. Percy in turn believed that she should not have interfered and did not understand why she had done so. It was already difficult to resolve such a situation peacefully, and the brave Lion King sent his player on another mission. Now, in order to complete the task, Kim Tae-jun had to fight Kim Hyung-jin. Kim Tae-jun was eager to challenge him to a duel, and Percy, who knew this, was determined to take advantage of the situation. The administrator considered this absurd and decided to punish the player with an exclusive contract to bring him to his senses. Persia also aggressively tried to drag Kim Hyun-jin into the conflict, but Senya was ready and found an excuse to refuse him, choosing another team member instead. Senya made it clear that her player was of heavenly class and not suitable for a duel, so she chose a player from his team who would be suitable if Percy didn't mind. Shi Yeon-so, the future master of duels, was happy to accept this offer and step in for Kim Hyun-jin. Kim Tae-jong took this as the guy hiding behind a girl but was still ready to fight her. The duel ended instantly because the opponent couldn't keep up with Shi Yeon-so's movements. For the girl, it was a very easy fight. She didn't understand where this weakling had come from. The player believed that the end would only come after the death of one of the opponents, so he continued to attack the girl. Shi Yeon-so realized that this player was relentless, so she had to do as he wanted. After the final blow, the duel zone was closed, and Kim Tae-chong managed to recover after his death. Kim Hyun-jin expected exactly this from the future Swordmaster, the owner of a contract with the true master of the Heavenly Demon Mountain. They helped him test the Observer's Eye. Even at the first level of mastery, he was able to count the flow of mana and the movements of Shi Yeon-so, and he decided that in the future he would be able to copy the movements. The guy also gained team experience. Usually group members gained experience depending on their contribution. If he added up the experience increase effect in the Observer Zone, the bonuses from being a pioneer and an excellent player, he would be able to increase the experience he received by 80%. Now Kim Hyun-jin had a better understanding of the Observer class. It was enough for him to stand behind and watch to gain experience. Suddenly, a stranger approached them and praised the beautiful girl for her outstanding level. This guy's name was Gu Seong-min, and he thought it was an amazing sight. Darren took aim at him. The player was a professional coin thief who preyed on newbies, which is why he approached them so kindly. Gu Seong-min had a unique ability to open pockets. Kim Hyun-jin had heard that it allowed you to check the number of coins in your inventory. The thief targeted Kim Hyun-jin because he was the richest player present. Kim Hyun-jin knew that there was another brilliant thief in the room at that moment, Darren. Burunduk managed to rob Gu Seong-min, who was about to rob Kim Hyun-jin. Darren remained unnoticed even after the theft. Thanks to this, they were able to steal 47,000 coins. The unexpected increase in their balance made planning easier. Kwak Tae-woon wanted to thank Shi Yeon-so, but the girl decided it would be better to listen to Kim Hyun-jin. Nicknamed Typhoon, the guy always remembered his enemies and those who helped him, because his guardian was a woman with scales. The player Kwak Tae-woon thanked them for helping him resolve the conflict with Kim Tae-chong. He had not yet revealed all his skills, but he was at level 30. Kim Hyun-jin considered it trivial because the opponent himself behaved childishly. Kim Tae-chong and Percy helped make a good first impression. The guy assumed that his interlocutor was a mage, which surprised him, and he didn't understand how they knew this. The young man saw how he started to harass him and felt a slight breeze for a moment, so he decided that Kwak Tae-woon might be a wind mage. The player met an adult for the first time who intervened in such a situation, and began to consider Kim Hyun-jin truly outstanding. The meeting was to take place on the 12th floor, and Kwak Tae-woon received an offer to join this team. His comrades managed to resolve the problem in time. They got into the elevator and made it to the players' meeting. Kwak Tae-woon became their ally and the first stage was completed. He was an important person who played a key role in the future, and now the serious part began. The meeting had just begun when it was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of gates that transported the players away. Kim Hyun-jin made sure that everything happened as it had in the past, in the place where the typhoon Kwak Tae-woon was supposed to awaken. The guy was ready to help him awaken in order to get something. The system informed the players that they had entered the gates of the Windy Hills. The unknown gates, the reason for their appearance unknown, were a cruel place where more than half of the players were to die that day. There were 18 columns in this place to search for clues. To close the gates, they had to be destroyed. But this led to changes. The slowly intensifying wind eventually tore people to pieces, and ferocious monsters appeared. Hunting monsters at the current level of the players was very difficult. If Kim Hyun-jin had not known the strategy from Kwak Tae-woon's memoirs from the past, he would not have known what would have happened to him in such a place. Kim Hyun-jin had to come to this place to awaken Kwak Tae-woon and get additional bonuses. With the eyes of an observer and an effective distribution of roles, his plan was bound to succeed. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-chong destroyed the 7th column, and soon everything was about to change. The system informed the players of the appearance of the central column, and everyone rushed to it to find out the new information. The task was to find the treasure trove located at the top of the newly appeared column. The active phase of the cleanup began. Kim Tae-chong believed that he had managed to get a clue for everyone. The players rushed to complete this task, and immediately the 8th column was destroyed. The comrades did not understand why so many monsters had appeared. Kim Hyun-jin suspected that after this, a key item that played an important role might appear and be located in one of the destroyed columns. The guy decided to ask Darren for help as he could quickly find this item. It turned out that the chipmunk's inventory contained wind shoes that increased compatibility with the wind element and created a synergistic effect for steps. This item consisted of 2 parts. Kim Hyun-jin kept thinking about where to get it, but everything worked out on its own. The young man felt the wind blow again and ordered his companions to lie down on the floor as quickly as possible. The player asked Senya if she had forgotten about their bet, and the administrator made it clear that she remembered. Yesterday, she decided to bet with Kim Hyun-jin because she didn't believe his words. If his prediction turned out to be correct, she had to open a mid-range store. The terms of the bet were fulfilled, and he got that opportunity. The opening was done incorrectly, so the price of all items in the store was increased tenfold. The player guessed that he would be penalized for such a transition, but it seemed too harsh to him. Now he had 47,000 coins, and it wasn't enough. Darren had already found the target he intended to rob, and it was to be Gu-sun Min again. This time, the chipmunk managed to steal another 23,000 coins for his master. Kim Hyun-jin thought about how to get around the store's penalty, but his genius pet saved him by promising to give him a mountain of fruit at home. Thanks to this, he was able to buy 2 beginner-level enhancement stones and a tribute compatibility powder. He was stressed by such large expenses, but decided it was time to invest. Senya learned that the player was going to enhance his items and asked if he wanted to unlock this ability right away. The blue light barrier created a temporary safe zone, which the player saw for the first time. The guy made sure that the guard was still watching Senya's channel. This observer loved content with item enhancement, and in the safe zone, the player could do it without worry. Usually, the chance of success for the first enhancement was 90%, but now it was 120%. In the past, there was a German specialist named Lucas who was called the Master of Enhancement. The player enhanced the wind shoes, and the attribute of the current zone had high compatibility with the properties of the enhanced item. The system congratulated him on the successful enhancement of this item, and the guy was surprised that it worked so quickly. Thanks to this, the shoes gained the status of a rare item, their stats increased by several points, and the virtual run skill became available. Based on this, the young man assumed that he might have a talent for improving items. The player decided to think about it later because now he had to clear the dungeon to get out of it. Kim Hyun-jin was watching Kwak Tae-woon and noticed an impending attack that his ally would not be able to dodge. The young man rushed to his comrade and managed to shield him from the monster's attack. Kwak Tae-woon didn't quite understand what he was doing. The durability of the Orc Warrior's set was slightly reduced by the damage he had taken. He trusted his equipment, took the hit, and was lucky not to receive a dose of paralyzing poison. The center of his plan was Kwak Tae-woon, who was not supposed to get hurt. In a sense, he considered him a worthwhile investment. Kim Hyun-jin informed the team that the wind would soon pick up again, so he should lie down. Kwak Tae-woon suggested that his acquaintance might be a tank, but the latter assured him otherwise and understood that it would be safer for him to take the fall than for Kwak Tae-woon. The ally decided that he would be indebted to Kim Hyun-jin for the rest of his life. The guy realized that this player was very moved by this act, so he considered it a good investment. After the wind died down, Kim Hyun-jin decided to give a task to his ally, who was ready to carry it out. The young man asked his partner to take a closer look at the column, so that he could see the weak, spiral-shaped wind. Kwak Tae-woon didn't even know it was there. Kim Hyun-jin decided to lend him the shoes he had recently improved, which surprised him. His partner noticed that it was a rare item and was shocked that he had entrusted it to him so easily. The guy understood that this person would be able to use the shoes more effectively, so he didn't find it strange. Kwak Tae-woon did not help this young man in any way, but the young man not only saved him, but also lent him something important. The guy accepted this item and decided to find out what he needed to do. He was ready to trust his request. The player had to remember that the wind flowed around the central column, and he just had to take advantage of it. The ally was ready to try to complete this task in order to reach the top of the central column. Kwak Tae-woon promised to bring him the treasure chest. Kim Hyun-jin noticed that he was doing well with the task at hand. It was enough to fall out of the wind current and get caught in a squall to be in danger, but Kwak Tae-woon had every chance of reaching the top. In the past, he had cleared the dungeon in the same way. Earlier in the past, he had used these shoes without reinforcement and was therefore one of the most talented players. Kim Hyunjin decided to find out what Choi Song-gu's attack range was. He could strike at a distance of 50 meters. His partner thought that monsters would soon appear near the central column. Suddenly, a bird with a human face from Korean mythology, In Myungjo, level 29, appeared. His partner did not understand how his partner had managed to predict the appearance of this monster. Kim Hyunjin simply asked to get rid of them. Kwak Tae-woon climbed onto the central pillar to bring the treasure chest. The gate designer had to create some kind of obstacle for the players. Choi Song-gun was struck by his friend's insight and was ready to clear the way for Kwak Tae-woon. Kim Tae-chong noticed that these guys had managed to take some kind of object from the top of the column. The opponent wanted to know why this player had climbed up there without his order, since he considered himself the leader here. Suddenly, Soo Hyun-soo addressed him, ordering him to shut up and managing to land several blows. Then a lizard appeared and began climbing the column. Kim Hyun-jin asked not to destroy it. Initially, Kim Tae-jung was only interested in demonstrating his power. If he was not stopped, he would ruin the plan with Kwak Tae-woon. During this time, 11 columns were broken. The role of the observer was to intervene as little as possible. A level 22 lizard with a large mouth appeared in the path of the player, who did not know what to do with it. Kim Hyun-jin used a special skill, Superior Strike, and managed to finish off the monster. The player defeated the large-mouthed lizard, his experience points decreased, and he did not receive any items. It didn't matter that he would get less experience because now he had a completely different plan as a priority. Kwak Tae-woon would not have been able to dodge it in time, so he believed that Kim Hyun-jin had saved his life again. The woman with the scales was impressed by the players and gave Kwak Tae-woon 300 coins. The guard named Blue Barrier wanted to help Kim Hyun-jin and promised him his support. The guy praised his ally for such excellent work, not yet suspecting what awaited them next. The sacred repository of gifts began to take effect, calming the winds of the hill and destroying all the monsters. The system of this place also began to heal the injured people, of whom there were many. The situation began to change when the treasure vault touched the ground in order to cleanse the place. The treasure vault was related to the Temple of Wind, and in order to pass through the windy hill, it was necessary to fill this box. All players received a notification and were asked to donate a certain amount of coins to the gift repository. In total, they needed to donate 100,000 coins. The other players couldn't find out how much each of them had donated, but in the past, Kwak Tae-wook had donated all of his accumulated 15,000 coins. Thanks to this, he was elected and received a special reward. If this had not changed, Kim Hyun-jin would have had to donate more than 15,000. Now, thanks to Darren, he had 21,000 coins in his account. Suddenly, the player received a gift of 10,000 coins from his pet. Meanwhile, Gu Seon-min couldn't understand where all his coins had gone. He had no idea that the chipmunk had stolen them. The situation was different from the past, so Kim Hyun-jin decided to play it safe and donated 30,000 coins, becoming the person who gave the most. The gift repository was filled. The gift repository chose Kim Hyun-jin, and the reward was to go only to him. The gift repository determined the needs of this player. The guy received a special cognitive dissonance skill that forcibly caused dissonance between what was seen and what was perceived, which greatly simplified the concealment of the player's abilities, achievements, or crimes. Kim Hyun-jin had never heard of such a skill before and thought it would be useful. Once the system had assessed his needs, 2 conditions for use were set, but they had already been fulfilled. The other players were shocked and assumed that the test was not over yet. The columns began to disappear and the system began to determine the remaining ones, for which an additional reward was given. The guy made sure that the other players also saw this information, but he didn't want to draw attention to himself. So he used a special cognitive dissonance skill, and now the others would not be able to figure out who had received the reward. Now, after receiving the additional reward, he could calmly check everything. He had received the blessing of the Temple of Wind. In addition, the player received 30,000 coins and decided that not all types of rewards had been received in the past. He also received a hidden fragment of 6 blessings in the past. Kwak Tae-woon said that it would be good to destroy only 12 columns, but Kim Hyun-jin did not understand what he meant in that interview. The player believed that the greater the reward, the better, but he also received a book. Kim Hyun-jin received the Book of the Divine Body of Wind. This item significantly enhanced characteristics and skills. It was a special artifact that turned a person into a unique genius. The players had already received the Book of the Body of the God of Fire, so they understood that there could be others. 10 years ago, there were only 5 books of wind. The guy considered himself very lucky to have received this book because he had a friend, Kwak Tae-woon, who had a predisposition to wind. The young man intended to give this book to his friend, but noticed some strange things happening to him. Kim Hyun-jin decided to find out what kind of candle he had on his back. Kwak Tae-woon was surprised to find something on his back. The unexpected situation made the guys wonder where it came from. The blue candle was a random artifact whose conditions of appearance were unknown to the players. A new area could open when it went out. There were high risks, but the great reward forced Kim Hyun-jin to choose which players he could take with him. The guards began to watch the players closely, waiting for their choice. If they extinguished the candle too quickly, the difficulty of the next task would increase. The candle had not yet disappeared, so Kim Hyun-jin managed to blow it out, and thus unlocked the next task. The maximum number for the task was 6 people, which suited their team, and a blue wind immediately appeared. The leader advised everyone to get ready because they were going to another gate. They left the sudden gate of the Wind Hills and entered the sudden gate of the tomb of the Wind Warrior. The comrades had a bad feeling about this because they did not understand where they were. The guy asked everyone to stay alert as he noticed something approaching them. It became apparent that a huge tomb rose up in the center of the mist, and a great orc warrior appeared. Kim Hyun-jin was glad that he had extinguished the flames in time, because otherwise a whole crowd of archers and ordinary warriors would have jumped out with this enemy. Shi Yeonso was surprised that they only had to defeat this lone monster. She thought it wouldn't take long, since they had already dealt with such monsters before. The girl asked if her partner still had the iron rod from last time, and he was surprised that she hadn't forgotten the strategy. Suddenly, at the request of the Las Vegas Cowboy Guard, there was a pause for the players. Las Vegas Cowboy offered them a new task. They could activate the secret of the Wind Warrior's tomb, and if they succeeded, they could get 100,000 coins. But if they failed, the whole team would die. The partners did not understand what to do in such a situation. Kim Hyun-jin was surprised that the guard had offered them a new task. This was the first time anyone had entered the Uplex dungeon, which had not yet been officially opened, so the players couldn't pass up this opportunity. The guy didn't want to lose his coins with gloves, but the Las Vegas Cowboys' offers were always exciting. Everyone knew that their lives were at stake. A mistake in intuition or observation would put everyone in danger. Kim Hyun-jin did not think they were capable of completing such a task with their current forces. The leader handed the recently acquired book to Kwak Tae-woon, who was surprised by this proposal. Kim Hyun-jin believed that this item would suit him better. If they had Kwak Tae-woon with the Book of Wind, the task would become feasible. All this was done for their survival, but they could also refuse this task. The Las Vegas Cowboy was a master of gambling and set conditions that were on the verge of failure, but he could not have known that Kim Hyun-jin had received the Book of Wind. The players could have destroyed the balance with this advantage. Everything was ready because the scales with this item had tipped in the right direction. Kim Hyun-jin wanted to offer something to this guard through Sania, who was ready to listen to him. The administrator was shocked that the player had decided to make a counteroffer to the guard, and several anonymous guards laughed at him. The guy thought that there was no law prohibiting him from doing so, and therefore wanted to do it. The guards had different personalities, and a counterdeal for a guard who considered players to be nobodies could be a direct path to the grave. This was not the case with the Las Vegas Cowboy, whom Kim Hyun-jin knew in the past. Michelle from the Golden Tower often made counterproposals. The player offered his will to the Las Vegas Cowboy. Senia didn't quite understand what he meant, and she advised him not to underestimate the guards. But the guard was interested in his counteroffer. The guy knew that this guard liked counterproposals and bets, so he assumed that in the original difficulty of this dungeon, there would be 2 archers and 1 warrior, plus 5 additional orcs. Las Vegas Cowboy did not set clear conditions for the task, so the player asked them to clarify. The counteroffer was to specify the hunting target using an item that would drop from the orc warrior. The others were surprised that they were offered a task without details, and the veteran tried to understand whether the player was worthy of further attention. This method of checking who he was going to sponsor in the future became obvious in this case. The powerless host could only get nervous as her insolent player dared to argue with the guard and make suggestions. The task of the secret tomb of the Wind Warrior was activated. The player's proposal could satisfy the Las Vegas Cowboy. They had to provide proof of victory to reveal the secret. 5 additional orcs appeared, and if they failed, the whole team would die. Shi Yeonso decided that she would distract the monsters while Kang Sung-hwa provoked them, but the leader made it clear that they would act differently this time. The deal remained in force, and now Kim Hyun-jin passed something to Seon-ai. The others did not understand what he had passed. The administrator used a forced pause to talk to this player personally. Kim Hyun-jin already had experience hunting the Great Orc Warrior, and had his fang as proof of victory. The conditions of the quest had been fulfilled, but in order to completely wipe out the player, the approval of the Las Vegas Cowboy was necessary. This guard had begun actively monitoring this team after that hunt, so he did not suspect that they had proof of victory over such monsters. The guy knew that not all guards would like such a game, but the Las Vegas Cowboy should be pleased when he sees that the cards in the player's hands are much better than his. The guard was impressed with his play and considered the possibility of recognizing the kill, but he couldn't ignore the reaction of the other guards. So the player decided to use the opportunity to increase the reward. Kim Hyun-jin wiped the guard's nose, so some observers began to fuss so that the cleanup would not be counted. The player understood that at such moments, a mid-level administrator must take the initiative and take a step forward to attract more naive customers. Senya knew that in such a situation, the guards could issue a new task that would satisfy everyone. The conditions for the cleanup had been met, but she believed that not all guards were satisfied with such methods. So the Las Vegas Cowboy wondered whether to recognize the cleanup as complete or not. Saving the guard's face and adhering to the rules of the system so as not to violate the laws of the system, Senia wanted to ask someone to give a new assignment and take an active part in solving the problem. The administrator intended to create content that would satisfy most of the guards and attract new sponsors. Some guards gave her 50,000 coins each, and in that case, the tomb cleanup was supposed to begin. However, this time the difficulty would be very high. A great orc warrior, 2 orc archers, and 6 ordinary orc warriors were ready to fight the players. A new proposal came from the brave Lion King and the Whispering Devil for the players. They had to defeat all the orc monsters. The desire to destroy the orcs was heightened, and the monsters began to show cruelty as they headed towards the players. The team was ready to act according to plan, and everyone was ready to engage in battle against the orcs. Kim Hyun-jin asked Shi Hyun-soo and Soo Hyun-soo to go first, and they immediately rushed at their opponents after receiving instructions. The guy activated a special spirit skill, while the girl was ready to get by with her sword for the time being. Chu Seong-gu, noticing that the two were doing well on their own, asked them not to let the monsters get too close to them. His partner cast a fire spell, and a fireball formed in his hands, which he intended to use to attack. Kang Seong-hwa understood that Kwak Tae-woon was a key figure in this battle, so she was ready to protect him by simply following her stepbrother's instructions. The girl began to provoke the orc archers, who were ready to shoot their arrows at her. Noticing the shots, the guy made sure that Kim Hyun-jin's plan was working perfectly, and he began to use his wind spells. It resembled the wind blowing on a windy hill, and the player managed to slightly change the trajectory of the arrows. This allowed the girl to avoid a direct hit, but she used her platinum shield in advance. No damage was done, and the two of them coped well with the task at hand. Kwak Tae-woo only needed to listen to Kim Hyun-jin, and new opportunities opened up before him. He decided that this was what a true leader should be like. The leader praised the team for doing well in battle, realizing that everything was going smoothly so far. The last detail remained, which was the orc boss they had to fight. Kim Hyun-jin intended to take on this monster because he was level 41. Approaching the enemy, the orc began trying to hit the player, who kept dodging him. The guy and his team had already encountered many anomalies, but for now, he decided to use the usual method. The difference between their levels was 11%, so it was impossible to defeat such a monster without a special strategy. The usual method needed some modifications. To begin with, the player decided to provoke it a little. The guy was ready for the enemy's attack, so he was just glad that the orc fell for the trick. Shi Hyun-soo understood that Kim Han-jin could not be called an ideal player, but he was strangely similar to a heavenly Pegasus. The player did not have any paralyzing poison, but this time he could read his opponent's movements through the eyes of an observer. Instinctively, he was able to calculate distance and speed, so the chances of victory were high, and the player began to aim at vital organs. After a while, he managed to stick a steel needle into the mouth of the great orc warrior, who had activated his intimidation skill. The spirit began to resist the intimidation, but the effect was not completely removed, so the man's body weakened. The enemy's movements were still readable to the player. It was clear where and when the attack would happen. Everything was clear in the guy's head. Even weaknesses that appeared only for a moment could give a valuable clue. Kim Hyun-jin struck the monster's mouth with his sword, and the monster was unable to block the attack. Thanks to his instant movement skill, he was able to put all his speed into the strike. Unexpectedly, the orc gathered its strength and tried to attack the player, but he managed to block the blow. The monster managed to throw the player away. Kang Seong-hwa rushed to her stepbrother to check on his condition. His orc warrior set protected his body from fracture. The guy learned from his stepsister that the others had managed to finish off the orcs that had appeared with the great orc warrior. Kim Hyun-jin had been preparing to take 3 hits from the very beginning, so he was ready to deal with the boss. Now the climax of his plan was about to begin, and all the team members remembered the last point of the plan. Chu Seong-gu and Kwak Tae-woon began to chant spells, preparing to strike the monster with magic. The fusion of magic was ready. The orc had never encountered anything like this before, so he couldn't counter it. The sword remained stuck in the monster's body, but a double spell was also cast on it. Choi Seong-gu provided destructive power with flames, and Kwak Tae-woon provided the precision of wind. They used the fusion for the first time, but surprisingly synchronized well. Soo Hyun-soo and Shi Yeon-soo were supposed to finish the show, and they began to attack the burning enemy. The system notified the players of their victory over the great orc warrior. Kim Hyun-jin made sure that everything went according to plan. The level 30 player fought head-to-head with the level 41 orc warrior, encountered problems, and received help from his comrades to win. It was a performance that the guards could not help but admire. The task of defeating all the orcs was completed, and all participating players received a reward. Kim Hyun-jin received 150,000 coins, the orc warrior's gloves, and the right to enter the Uplex dungeon. He was also given an additional reward. Shi Yeon-soo received a potion of agility, and Soo Hyun-soo received a potion of strength, enhancing their attributes. The team leader decided to take his additional secret reward as well. This reward was a book of spells of a high-ranking orc, which was sent to the player by the Whispering Devil Guard. The Guardian Lord of the Fields, who had come to actively hate this guy, made it clear that something was going on between the Guardians. Lord of the Fields was a guardian who bestowed his mercy on monsters, so he despised Kim Hyun-jin. After that, the team left the gate and found themselves in the hall on the 12th floor. The young man assumed that time had stopped for the other players while they were completing this task. The Lord of the Fields couldn't do anything yet, considering the opinions of the other guards, so Kim Hyun-jin had to get ready. Unexpectedly, someone approached them and was pleased that the team had returned safe and sound. The Shield Target Guild appeared immediately after the task was completed and wanted to know the young man's decision. The guild leader Song Ki-yeol was seen during the clearing of the gate. He knew in advance about the appearance of the gate from the awakened seer. Unexpectedly, a boy approached them and suggested that he was Kim Hyun-jin. 14-year-old Sun Jin-cheol was curious to see who his grandfather was interested in. The player assumed that they had sent this boy to him on purpose. Chairman Sun Ki-yeol was curious to see how capable he was, since he had once refused the position of head of the Shield Taeguk Guild. The young man decided that he had to live up to their expectations and ordered the boy to call him by his full name. Sun Jin-cheol was outraged by this treatment. The boy decided to show who was in charge, but Kim Hyun-jin made it clear that he did not know who he was. The grandson of the chairman of the Songshin Company ordered the guards to force the insolent boy to kneel before him. Kim Hyun-jin turned to the boy and ordered him to behave politely towards his elders. The boy used a special spirit skill and told him that he would become cool if he treated people properly. The others also felt this skill and at first did not understand why his words sounded so impressive. After that, he said goodbye to the boy because he did not intend to talk to him anymore. An unawakened person could not resist a skill that even worked on orcs, and now Sun Jin-cheol would not come to his senses right away. The picture of future events began to gradually emerge, and he decided to find out what Sun Ki-yeol wanted from him. His interlocutor made it clear to the player that he could not leave now because he had received instructions from the chairman of the Players Association, who wanted to take control of all the players on the 12th floor. All players were asked to wait in their seats while the association conducted an investigation into the appearance of the new gate and the deaths of the players. It became clear that the association wanted to intimidate and suppress the players, but all the agents were unawakened. There was no point in holding back in front of them, but the players were still scared. Shi Yeonso also noticed that the atmosphere in this place was too tense. Someone had deliberately created such an oppressive atmosphere so that the players would not object. Senya took advantage of the pause and decided to ask Kim Hyun-jin what the situation was. She needed details to figure out what to do next. The player only told her the result, in which Chairman Song Ki-yong received a message not to look down on the value of the players. The guy suspected that they would soon begin to build steps. The administrator decided that Sun Jin-cheol's provocation was part of the plan. It was the first step. It was easiest to provoke him, and it could cause other reactions, so the boy had to become the bait. The bait could provoke a reaction that would create another bait, and this process would repeat itself several times. The real goal was to make Shield Taeguk act. Senya understood the result but did not understand how Kim Hyun-jin would come to him. The boy understood that it was difficult to understand at the moment, but the process would only begin after the pause ended. Kim Hyun-jin intended to increase the value of his team and the other players in order to take control of Shield Taeguk. The leader asked his comrades to rest a little in an inconspicuous place. None of them were forgiven. Then the guy turned to Kim Kang-chol, who this time did not want to let him near the boy. Kim Hyun-jin did not recall when they had become his subordinates, but the man assured him that this was a misunderstanding, as the association simply wanted to learn more about the gates. The player decided to refuse, but the man made it clear that they had no choice, because soon, all players would become members of the association by law. The guy understood that it wouldn't happen right away, and after such pressure, he had no desire to cooperate with Songshin. He especially disliked it when ill-mannered children told him to kneel. The boy decided that he knew who he was. The player considered him a high school student who was rude even to the team leader, Songshin. Kim Hyun-jin didn't even need to look to sense the third-generation tycoon, but that didn't mean Chaebol didn't feel the pain from the blows. The guy had no intention of giving in to their provocations and made it clear that the punks couldn't even dream of it. The young man thought this was enough for Chairman Song Ki-yong to understand his thoughts, so he decided to use the next bait. Kim Tae-chong made it clear that these were too harsh words for the association, but Kim Hyun-jin had planned to provoke him. The player continued to watch and listen, and therefore decided that Kim Hyun-jin considered himself the best, but did not understand where he got so much contempt. The second stage of increasing the player's value began. This guy's pride was greatly hurt when he lost to Sha Yeon-so and was beaten by Soo Hyun-sun. This player was unable to complete the task given to him by the Lion King. He wanted to make a good impression on Songshin. Kim Hyun-jin's refusal to cooperate turned out to be a great excuse for Kim Tae-chong to step in, as he thought the association just wanted to collect data. The guy decided to find out what would happen if they obediently handed over valuable information. Kim Tae-chong believed that this would be much more beneficial for the rest of the game, as everyone would get more information. The guardian named Venetian Merchant temporarily gave the player the skill of mockery and provocation, which Kim Hyung-jin immediately used. It seemed to the guy that the association couldn't be thinking only about the good of society, because Songshin had never been involved in charity work. They came to the players with the aim of subjugating them in order to obtain information about innovations. It seemed ridiculous that they automatically took them for subordinates and interrogated them, because business partners did not act that way. Kim Hyun-jin asked Kim Tae-chong not to influence others if he himself had decided to submit and become a slave, and he was angered by these words. The brown bear spared the non-combatant for the first time, but swore he would not do so again and challenged Kim Hyun-jin to a duel. Many guards suddenly joined the channel because of this, but the guy had no intention of refusing because that was his plan. The administrator confirmed that the player had personally challenged another player to a duel. This meant that the problem was unrelated to the script. Senya assured everyone that everything was going as planned. Kim Hyun-jin accepted the challenge to a duel with Kim Tae-chong, who had no idea that he was part of the plan. If the fight had almost nothing to do with the system, the player would have minimal excuses not to act as an observer. The duel zone appeared. Kim Tae-chong advised his opponent not to worry because he would not die anyway. The opponent headed towards Kim Hyun-jin, who continued to evade the attack, which angered his opponent. It seemed to the young man that Kim Tae-chong was moving at full speed, but he still couldn't reach him. It was similar to the Great Orc Warrior. The young man instinctively sensed the direction and timing of the attacks. Now he could see all of his opponent's movements again and could easily dodge them. Thanks to this, he achieved enlightenment, conquering new heights, and his level of perception was raised. The player gained the additional ability to see the future and reached a new level. The ability to see the future allowed him to accurately predict his opponent's movements and attacks during duels or hunting. The guy decided that he had gained a cheat ability. Now, in the battle with Kim Tae-chong, it became clear who would emerge victorious this time. Thanks to his skill, Kim Hyun-jin could see into the future and anticipate his opponent's attacks. The guy decided that this time he could put an end to testing the skill. His opponent had previously talked about his class and therefore had no intention of giving up. This skill was based on observation, so Kim Hyun-jin became stronger with each use. Grabbing his opponent by the arm, he managed to make a successful hold against which Kim Tae-jong could not resist. The others were shocked by what they saw because it was the first time they had seen players fight each other. Surveillance was a form of cooperation between players, and the leader's role was to gather information through observation, which helped guide the team members in the right direction. Maximizing team efficiency and unlocking the potential of players was a class that allowed for optimal raids and hunting. By defeating Kim Tae-jong, he demonstrated his abilities to everyone. Kim Hyun-jin's combat class was Monarch, and so he completed the second stage of his plan after Kang Sung-hwa decided to ask her brother what had happened earlier. His stepbrother felt that this was not the end. The brave Lion King and Kim Tae-chong could not give up so easily. The player wanted to destroy Kim Hyun-jin to ease his anger a little. The Lord of the Fields also decided to take action and summoned level 32 orcs. The others did not understand why Kim Tae-chong had suddenly become like this, and where these monsters had come from. He went into berserk mode. The enemy seemed dangerous, so Choe Sung-gu suggested burning him immediately, but the leader asked him to stay alert and wait. Kim Hyun-jin understood that this time the hunt was not for them, because the police intervened and asked the players to step back. The guy hurried to inform them that firearms would not work on monsters. The special forces, who seemed to have been waiting for this, appeared unexpectedly, and the association also intended to join the battle. The Sunshin wanted to make a grand debut for the Shield Taggart Guild. They tried to create a situation in which public forces would start fighting the monsters, and the guild would take the initiative to destroy them. The association should have guessed that weapons would not work on monsters that were stronger than ogres. The problem was that Kim Hyun-jin had dealt with a large number of dungeon breaks. If everything was left as it was, everyone would die. The player had a way to stop the monsters. Guild leader Song Ki-yeol realized that this situation was not a pleasant one, and Kim Hyun-jin intended to talk to him about it. The guy was ready to make him a public hero, but in that case, the guild would come under his control. The man did not understand what this meant. The guy wanted to use his abilities to put the monsters in a state where a strong blow would cause their bodies to lose balance for 5 minutes. Kim Hyun-jin asked Sun Ki-yeol to attack the monsters together with the guild and become a hero in that case. The guild leader wanted to know for sure if the monsters would be in this state, so he used the Eye of Truth to verify the truth of his words. The guy's Eye of Perception discovered the unique ability of the Eye of Truth, which was a unique skill. The level of the Eye of Perception was higher than that of the Eye of Truth, and the ability of the Eye of Truth was completely neutralized. Song Ki-yeol's skill was blocked, but he didn't even bat an eye. It was obvious to the player that the guild leader suspected him because he didn't know anything about him yet. Kim Hyun-jin repeated that he had a special power, and therefore the Eyes of Truth would not work on him. He was going to help not just for the sake of it. He wanted to take all the items and hunting materials for himself. In addition, each member of his team was to receive 100 million. Noticing the confrontation between the monsters, the guild leader realized that he had no other choice. The young man's self-confidence surprised Song Ki-yeol, but he was sure that his proposal would be accepted because Shield Taek-young couldn't just run away from here. The young man promised the guild leader that the monsters would remain in a groggy state while they were being destroyed. Kim Hyun-jin was a dangerous man who was impossible to see through, but his abilities seemed real and he knew exactly what the association wanted. The guild leader wanted to find out who this guy really was, while the special forces called for reinforcements. Suddenly, everyone noticed that strange things were happening to the monsters. They began to fall. With the current forces, it was practically impossible to defeat such orcs without losses. But the Book of Spells of the Supreme Orc changed everything. The item worked perfectly on orcs. Even hybrid orcs and werewolves could not escape its effects. The power of coercive obedience was used, and the Lord of the Fields and the brave Lion King united to crush Kim Hyun-jin. The Whispering Devil foresaw this and secretly sent him the spellbook. The entire strategy was built on this book, but Kim Tae-jong had not moved from his place all this time. His eyes sensed a strange energy emanating from his opponent. The enemy did not just stand there. It was as if energy was entering him, preparing him for battle. Kim Hyun-jin assumed that the guard was trying to use the power of condescension on Kim Tae-chong's body in order to fight him personally. The guy understood that in that case, he would be in danger and Kim Tae-chong himself would die, so he hurried to knock him out. Thanks to his instant movement skill, he made a grab and managed to neutralize the enemy, who almost became a puppet in the guard's hands. The demon of the heavenly mountain admired the speed of his decision, while the woman with the scales condemned the brave Lion King. Even high-level players would not have been able to withstand this, so it was unclear why the guard went to such lengths. Kim Hyun-jin felt that he had turned the game around so much that the guard wanted to fight him. Reinforcements arrived and were stationed above the Players Association territory, and a report from the scene was broadcast. The monsters that appeared suddenly became powerless, and everyone decided that it was the work of the Shield Taeguk Guild. Everything ended as Kim Hyun-jin had planned. The public believed that Shield Taeguk had defeated the monsters, and he temporarily formed a group with them and gained some experience. His comrades left everything to Songshin and left the scene. The leader asked everyone to get some rest before he contacted them. Kang Songhwa was very tired after that day and wanted to eat, so they decided to go to a restaurant first. It was clear that Guak Tae-woon wanted to discuss something with Kim Hyun-jin and was therefore feeling embarrassed. His companion suggested that he should guess what the guy was trying to say, but he assured him that he would tell him everything himself. Guak Tae-woon admitted that when they were leaving the gate, he received a new notification about the opening of the Wind Temple dungeon, but it required a foxtail. The guy apologized for telling him so late, but Kim Hyun-jin assured him that he didn't have to report to him. The player helped his partner, so he asked him not to worry about it because he could ask for help at any time. Kwak Tae-woon was very grateful to him and knew where to find the foxtail to enter the gate. The guy knew that in the past, the Temple of Wind was known as a dungeon that Kwak Tae-woon had cleared single-handedly. Kim Hyun-jin assumed that it was for one person, but he didn't know about the tail, which meant that it was Kwak Tae-woon who had caught the six-tailed fox on Mount Inwon in the past. Now the host went to Kim Hyun-jin, who used it in the Valley of Fire, so he thought he should share this information. The foxtail fell out of the six-tailed fox monster, which was around level 20. The guy admitted that he had already defeated it, and doubted that the monster would reappear in that place. The government had previously concealed the very existence of this monster, and Kwak Tae-woon felt a great deal of guilt, because he had been unable to prevent the group's destruction. Kim Hyun-jin did not know if he had managed to free the guy when he dealt with the monster himself, but he also unintentionally saved Shi Yeon-so's mother. The cover-up of the mass destruction on Mount Inwon and the existence of the leader, Songshin Kim Kang-chul, were strange. Kwak Tae-woon, who couldn't tell the truth, was also indirectly involved in this case. Kim Hyun-jin suspected that there was some serious mistake in the past events. The guy decided to continue the game in which he would sooner or later be able to find out the truth. Returning home, Kim A-young assumed that her brother had attended the players' meeting. She learned about it from the news and also knew about the sudden gates and monsters. She was very upset about it. The news channels reported everything immediately after it happened, from the sudden gates to the appearance of orcs. Shield Taeguk declared them heroes who had completely figured it out. The family decided to start by having dinner with chicken they bought at a fast food restaurant. Kim Hyun-jin hurried to warn everyone that they would soon have a guest because there had been such a commotion during the day, and someone was bound to come in the evening. After a while, the police knocked on their door looking for a citizen named Kim Hyun-jin. Along with the police, Song Ki-yeol came to the guy's house, wanting to find out who this guy really was. The recent orcs they had fought could hardly be called simple monsters, but the guy had the ability to knock such creatures into a stupor. The chairman of the Songshin company was also interested in this guy, so they needed to find out more information about him. The association found a reason to accuse him of assault and wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make him their subordinate. If Kim Hyun-jin refused, the guild leader was ready to get rid of him, so they drove to the police station for questioning. After a while, the player's lawyer entered the interrogation room to defend his innocent client. Sun Ki-yeol entered the room and noticed the young man's relaxed demeanor, and did not understand what a mid-level administrator was doing there. The man realized that the guy had not yet had time to talk to his lawyer, so he had to wait a little. The guild leader wanted to get Kim Hyun-jin into trouble, and it was all too obvious to the young man. The man noticed the young man's intense gaze and decided to find out what he wanted to know. The guy suspected that he was being questioned because he had simply knocked out Kim Tae-chong and assumed that the player might now be in a coma. All this happened because of the indulgence of one of the guards who tried to take possession of the player's body. The only way left was to knock him unconscious, and the coma turned out to be a simple side effect of the descent. The young man interrupted the process halfway through, otherwise they would never have seen the guy again. Kim Hyun-jin made it clear that the guard who would have possessed the player would have destroyed everyone who was there. The guild leader became curious to know where the guy got such detailed information, so he decided to find out if he had any evidence. Senya intervened in the conversation, saying that she had this evidence, and the man realized that the player had been prepared for this from the very beginning. Son Ki-yeol did not understand why the administrator was accompanying one player, so he asked the lawyer to leave them alone. The real conversation began after the lawyer left the office, but the guy decided to be the first to set the tone for the dialogue. Since Kim Tae-jung was in a coma, there was no one to report the attack on him. Kim Hyun-jin was still unknown to the media because everyone was focused on the guild. The guy understood that people in power were targeting him because the police had come for him so quickly. Kim Hyun-jin suspected that he was in this place at the will of someone with power and information. Sun Ki-yeol assumed that the guy was talking about him, but he had come to clear his name, so it was quite unpleasant for him to hear such things. The young man decided to find out how this person knew that he was at this particular police station. The player had no intention of accusing the guild leader and suggested they start a conversation since they had already met. The man knew that he had frightened his younger brother and spoken unflatteringly about his grandfather, so he decided to find out if this guy was ready to deal with the consequences. The chairman himself sent his grandson to him for no reason, a child with no title or position in the company, but Sun Jin-cheol was a mentor. It was obvious that Sun Ki-yeon would not be affected by the whims of a disobedient child. He was interested to see how Kim Hyun-jin would behave, and this was a way to get more accurate information. The young man responded to this move appropriately and therefore did not see what consequences might await him. The guild leader realized that his grandfather had been watching the whole situation through his younger brother, and now it became clear to him that the chairman was testing him. The player, having assessed the behavior of his interlocutor, realized that it was now possible to come to an agreement with him, and the results of this agreement could influence the chairman's opinion of Sun Ki-yeol. Realizing that he was not in the best position in the negotiations, Sun Ki-yeol lost all initiative, and the negotiations went in the direction Kim Hyun-jin wanted. The Shield Tagut Guild was put on display and received all the attention, while they gained practical benefits. Thanks to Kim Hyun-jin's actions, the guild was able to gain fame, and Sun Ki-yeol was able to strengthen his position as the next successor. The reason was that the young man did not like the public attention, and found it difficult to understand the rejection of fame and honors. The guardian who signed a contract with this player did not want his identity to be revealed. The man decided to end the conversation and promised to do everything he could to ensure that he could return home safely. Kim Hyun-jin was convinced that he had succeeded, and the head of the guild, Sun Ki-yeol, remained on his side. Unexpectedly, the guy made him stop because he wanted to express some thoughts to him. The other guild members did not know about him, so he had to show them something to convince them to cooperate with him. The guy expressed his suggestions on this matter, but wanted this conversation to remain between them. Meanwhile, Kim Tae-chung's friend sat next to him and couldn't understand how he could have lost a fight to a non-combat class. The guy thought he could easily defeat this player. Kim Hyun-jin suggested arranging a duel with a talented member of the guild. The opponent chosen for the duel was Ben Gilsop, who could become a spear demon and a rival to Shi Yeon-so in the future, and even now was a very dangerous opponent in one-on-one combat. Therefore, Kim Hyun-jin wanted to show him and the guild the huge difference in their strength and skills. To dispel doubts about their cooperation, he suggested that Sun Ki-yeol test him in a duel, and Sun Ki-yeol accepted his proposal and quickly set a date for the test. It was great that he now had enough information about this opponent that would definitely come in handy. To win a duel where constant changes and luck came into play, Kim Hyun-jin needed to prepare thoroughly. Because he was a man who could change the course of the game, his reasoning was interrupted by a meeting with Kwak Tae-woon. The comrades met so that Kim Hyun-jin could pick up the wind shoes, which were the first important factor for victory. The guy assured him that he would use them and return them, but Kwak Tae-woon felt that he might not do so because the shoes did not belong to him. His partner's doubts were dispelled after Kim Hyun-jin managed to put on the shoes. It turned out that only a wind class player could wear them, and it became clear that the Monarch class included many other classes. The partners assumed that this might be possible because Kim Hyun-jin had no attributes. The young man promised himself that one day he would find information that could fully explain his class. The player needed to check the items he had in his inventory. The Orc Warrior's gloves completed his inventory. He had 4 items in total. The effect activation level rose to 35. He knew that Ben Gil-sop was at level 30, so he believed he could block one of his attacks. After that, he met with Shi Yeon-so to borrow her sword for the duel, which surprised her. His partner thought it was a sudden invitation to a date, but they met again on business. The girl received the title of Heavenly Demon from the true master of Heavenly Demon Mountain, so she had to obtain some kind of powerful artifact. The guy received Asura, a legendary sword that could only be passed on to a descendant of the Heavenly Demon. Shi Yeon-su assumed that the guardian had given him permission. Kim Hyun-jin did not know that she had such an item. Asura was the king of swords, sometimes called a ghostly or magical sword. In the future, it was known as the favorite weapon of the Swordmaster and was one of the most famous swords in the world's top 10. The sword was slightly different from what he remembered, but he knew for sure that it was an evolving artifact. Most of its options were disabled, and its attack power was also at a minimum. This was enough for Kim Hyun-jin's purposes. The girl was upset that he still didn't want to go on a date with her, even after she lent him the sword. The day of the duel arrived. The guy was asked to come to the player's center. The fight was to take place on the roof. Usually, duels between players were held in vacant lots or designated fields, but someone could fall off the roof. If players with strong physical abilities fought indoors, the building could be severely damaged. Kim Hyun-jin began to think that the association did not understand the principles of dueling at all, but he also suspected that this location was chosen because he had asked not to hold the fight in front of a large audience. Son Ki-yeol appeared with his guards and apologized to the player for keeping him waiting. The Golden Priest Ganjin-hoon was also with them, and all the other guild members doubted Kim Hyun-jin's abilities. Suddenly, the poisonous sorceress Jung Soo-ji appeared and wanted to know why he had decided to hold a closed battle, since it was a good opportunity to gain fame. Son Ki-yeol did not try to stop her, which suggested that everything had been planned in advance. Kim Hyun-jin understood that they had to use all means necessary if they wanted to walk hand in hand with him. The guy didn't want to reveal himself, so he asked to hold the duel in secret. Jung Soo-ji noticed that he himself understood that he would be destroyed in this battle. The poisonous sorceress promised to have a drink with him that evening, if he lost to a member of their guild. The young man realized that this girl would be his first opponent in the upcoming battle. The energy gathering on her little finger was an intoxicating poison, and she wanted to interfere with the player under the guise of a promise. His eyes of perception sensed the energy of temptation, but he managed to destroy this effect, and thanks to this, his skill reached the second level, and the condition for awakening a new ability was fulfilled. The guy's skill activated the reflective gaze ability, which the guy did not intend to unlock at this stage. It seemed to the young man that this was possible due to the influence of a low-level skill on him. Jung Soo-ji assumed that he didn't want to cross little fingers with her, and now it turned out that he was the one who seduced her. Kim Hyun-jin decided to find out what he would get if he won this duel. The girl was ready to give him whatever he wanted. The guy asked her not to forget about it. He needed the water of decay that could be created by people of the poison class. The water of decay was necessary for cleaning up Manhwa Island and the Ogun Cave. Seungji helped him get it without any trouble, and the time came for the main event. The player was disappointed in the head of Son Ki-yeol, who asked for forgiveness and did not understand what was being said. The guy made it clear that if another such test happened, their cooperation would come to an end, and the man apologized for such a low act. Kim Hyun-jin assured him that he would not give them a second chance, and hoped that their fight would end fairly and justly. The time had come to show the limitations of the opponent's world. Byung-gil-sop's main weapon was a spear of the Kopetchik class. Kim Hyun-jin, on the other hand, had no main weapon and belonged to the Monarch class. Many guards tuned into the broadcast. The entire scenario had been worked out, and Kim Hyun-jin only had to make adjustments during the process. The guy decided that this time he would work with a Las Vegas cowboy guard who was watching him with interest, and he offered his opponent a bet. Kim Hyun-jin offered his opponent conditions under which he would not move, but these conditions interested the guard even more. The others were shocked to hear this proposal because in that case he would not be able to dodge attacks. The young man made it clear that he would stand still and attack his opponent with all his might. Ben-gil-sop suggested that the young man did not understand what he was saying, but he accepted his proposal anyway. The young man needed to convince those around him that he could defeat him by a large margin in order to show these people the existence of a new world. This gamble was planned for the guards, and as expected, the guards reacted immediately. The opponent, when who accepted his terms, decided to test the limits of Kim Hyun-jin's confidence. Ben-gil-sop did not understand where such arrogance came from in a non-combat class, so he aimed for the heart to end it all with one blow. The player jumped up and moved quickly toward his opponent, who remained standing in place. Those around them saw Ben-gil-sop's spear pierce the body of the motionless Kim Hyun-jin. Suddenly, it became clear that he had no injuries. He was surprised, assuming that this was Ben-gil-sop's strongest attack. The observers assumed that this guy had used some kind of object that absorbed the attack. Han Seong-min managed to understand everything because in the future he was to be nicknamed the Analyst. Complete protection from all attacks below level 35 was provided by this effect of the equipment set. The effectiveness and value of the item completely changed depending on how it was used, and it was not worth underestimating what could become a support in the future. Only now did Son Ki-yeol, who was watching what was happening, realize that this was not just a simple battle. The player had shown the guild members the importance of items. The guy noticed that the guild leader had started to think in the right direction. Ben-gil-sop lost the argument but not the battle. Kim Hyun-jin demonstrated this in the hope that the players would pull themselves together. Now his defensive ability could only be used once a day. Thanks to him, the difficulty of the Korean server was reduced, but the level of the players also dropped. If Shield Taeguk realized the value of new achievements and began to act, it would influence other players. Kim Hyun-jin wanted to teach them a lesson that would help the rest become stronger. The woman with the scales admired his fairness, and the blue barrier deeply understood the player's intentions. The guards saw the picture he had drawn. This time he intended to use a sword. The duel began and Kim Hyun-jin completely read the movements of Ben-gil-so, who attacked relentlessly. But the moment he gained the ability to see into the future, he began to notice something strange. The unique ability activated the path of the sword, the ability to create a path for the sword that attacked all opponents within the area of effect. The sword path was usually a unique skill of a swordsman, and it was all because of the use of Asura. Now the player saw what they were trying to show him, a path in space that allowed him to suppress his opponent. This was the sword path. Using the instant movement skill, he managed to cut off his opponent's head. It was easier than he thought, because he didn't even have to use the shoe skill. Jung Soo-ji was delighted with such precise movements. It was a duel in which the players could not be harmed, but Kim Hyun-jin very naturally beheaded his opponent. The girl realized the guy's intentions that if he wanted to, he could destroy them all. Ben Gil-sopa was outraged that the young man claimed to possess the skill of a monarch, but he also had many opportunities to acquire good items. The player did not think it was a fair victory when the difference in equipment was so great. The guild leader hurried to calm the player, who began to protest the injustice. Kim Hyun-jin was ready to repeat the match if he was not satisfied with the result, but his opponent wanted to talk about the difference in strength between the classes first. Ben Gil-sopa was a spearman who dominated in duels, but in this battle, that didn't matter, and clashing with players was his specialty. The player suggested that he wanted to fight in a battle where his special skills would be revealed. Suddenly, the team members also arrived at this place, and Shu Yeon-so understood why Kim Hyun-jin had lent her his sword. The guild leader was surprised by the arrival of the player's teammates, who had not informed him about it. The guy's goal was not only to show his dominance, but he also wanted to get the guild to actively cooperate with his team, and he even intended to crush them by demonstrating the difference in strength. The guy decided to find out what the guild leader thought about this, and tried to find out if they wanted to see a rematch. Son Ki-yeol realized that this young man had revived their crushing defeat, but in case of victory, they could benefit from it. The guild leader accepted Kim Hyun-jin's proposal, and he was also pleased that everything happened quickly. The guy asked the administrator to create an area where guild members could fight against others. It turned out that this was only possible with the support of the guards, but so far only the Las Vegas cowboy had agreed. Other guards appeared who were interested in watching, so they created an area for groups of players. The lesson on the importance of items suppressing the initiative of guild members, Shield Tagik, began with a team battle. Son Ki-yeol understood what this player was trying to achieve, except for one detail. The duel zone between the guilds resembled a regular battle zone, but this time several players took part at once, with 6 against 6 in this battle. The guild players were excited from the moment the hidden fragment was announced, because without understanding the strategy, it was almost impossible to detect them. Kim Hyun-jin first needed to pay attention to whether the hidden quest scenario would continue. Since he had the title of Pioneer, he could get better options related to this task. He had already given up the Golden Turtle and used the connection in the Soul Dungeon only once to call the jackpot. The condition for outstanding achievements sounded ambiguous. As a reward, he was offered a title upgrade, so he decided not to refuse. His team was ready for battle. The leader began to assign roles and asked everyone to listen carefully. The time had come to prove his abilities as a monarch. Shi Yeon-so managed to defeat one of the opponents and thought he was a tank because he was wearing silver armor, but he turned out to be a healer, just as the leader had said. The guild member did not understand how they managed to figure this out, since no one had said that he was a healer. When John Soo-ji attacked, she noticed that she was highlighted, but she thought that shouldn't be the case. Ben Gil-sop believed that in this battle, they just needed to destroy the monarch, and then the entire opposing team would fall apart. Kim Hyun-jin heard that his recent opponent still believed that victory would be on his side. Son Ki-yeol decided to help his ally, so he used a spell to bind the enemy's legs. The guy fell under the influence of the restraint skill. The opponents believed that if they defeated the leader, their team would inevitably split. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-jin managed to dodge Ben Gil-so's blow, who was sure that he would not be able to move. Soo Hyun-soo immediately ran up to him and prepared to strike. The guild leader was shocked to realize that this guy had managed to get rid of his skill, and he became curious about how high his resistance to magic was. The guild side deployed its forces and developed a strategy based on Han Seok-min's analysis, so they expected an even battle. Son Ki-yeol's expectations were not met, as the opponent's abilities exceeded expectations and there was a huge gap in skills between them. Shu Sun-gu and Guak Tai-woon managed to scatter their opponents with wind and fire magic spells. The guild leader was at a loss because of this, and he had no more ideas on how to defeat his opponents. Kim Hyun-jin said that today would be the last chance to agree to a fair deal. The young man advised him not to miss this chance, as he was ready to make Son Ki-yeol a hero and Shield Tagik the best guild in Korea, and could help lead the way in all innovations. The man became curious about how far Kim Hyun-jin had predicted everything, but after realizing that he could foresee the future, he decided not to think about it anymore. He admitted defeat and then met with his grandfather, who wanted to know how their meeting had gone. The grandson assured him that this guy had surpassed them in everything, despite the thorough analysis they had conducted. Son Ki-yeol was very bitter to report the defeat. His analytical abilities were much better than those of Han Seong-min, who was responsible for their analysis. Consequently, he and the other guild members had no choice but to acknowledge him. The company chairman thought that the player did it on purpose to stir them up. Kim Hyun-jin demonstrated a high level of interaction, which meant that he had trained a lot. It became clear that Guak Tai-woon had been preparing for this day since the Windy Hill. The guy demonstrated his skill, gained an advantage, and chose the path of domination over the strongest. He asked his grandson to study his insight and point of view because that was the greatest value of any person. Kang Seong-hwa believed that this time they also managed to win easily thanks to Kim Hyun-jin. She also wanted to know what notification appeared after the end of the battle. The guy's title was upgraded to Pioneer Winner because he managed to pass the hidden fragment and received a reward. Now they just needed to create a team to get extra experience points. Suddenly, Jeon Soo-ji appeared in front of them, intending to fulfill the promise she had made to the guy. The young man did not understand where she came from, and the other men lost their heads when they saw her. The acquaintances met again, and she looked attentively at the guy and the girl. Kim Hyun-jin had received the Water of Decay, and therefore did not understand why she had come to them. The girl gave him a letter from the guild leader. Opening the letter, he noticed 2 checks for 100 million won inside. The guy doubted that she had come in person for this. The money could easily have been transferred to his account, but it became clear that Jong Soo-ji had suggested this method in order to meet him. The poisonous sorceress saw for the first time a person who did not react to receiving such a large sum of money, and she liked it very much. Suddenly, she suggested that he go on a date with her. The girl had come to seduce Kim Hyun-jin. She was known for her scandals with celebrities and players, and was called the former lover of the Demon King. The guy didn't want to get involved with her, so he decided to get rid of such a relationship and refused to go on a date. Before leaving, he asked to tell Song Ki-yul to contact him if he found a body completely covered in black in the southern region. The girl promised to pass this on and assured him that she would dress up more nicely for him the next time they met. Kang Sun-hwa had a bad feeling about this girl. She trusted her intuition, so she was against him seeing her. 2 days of rest followed, during which Kim Hyun-jin intended to prepare his next strategies. After a while, their team gathered in a cafe, and the people around them began to recognize Kim Hyun-jin. On that day, the leader intended to go with his team to the building opposite the Uplex office. Thanks to recent events, they were able to get the right to be the first to enter this dungeon. The players did not know the exact time of the transformation, so they needed to scout the area in advance. Kwak Tae-woon tried to find out what would happen to the people who would be inside when the dungeon appeared. Everyone could die, just like in the dungeon at Sela Station. Kim Hyun-jin intended to contact Song Ki-yul when they found clues. He could no longer deprive other people of opportunities for development. The leader also wanted to go on a trip with the team tomorrow, so he wanted to find out who would not be able to go. Shi Yun-so hoped that this trip would strengthen the bonds between them, and she also wanted to know where they were going. The young man advised everyone to stock up on food and items that could resist poison, and the girl realized that they were going to some dangerous place again. It turned out that a lifeless body, completely black and decayed, had been found on Mawado Island, but the media had not yet learned about it. Kim A-yeon called and told her brother about the situation in front of their house. The team first had to return to Kim Hyun-jin's house because of unforeseen circumstances. The locals did not understand how to live after what had happened, and their comrades did not yet know what had happened there. Kim A-young said that a completely black body had been found in front of their house. Song Ki-yul was able to obtain permission in advance to inspect the scene. Reporters and ordinary townspeople appeared who were interested in seeing it, but it was dangerous for them to be there. Kim Hyun-jin asked Soo Hyun-sun to deal with the reporters because it would be useful for him as a master teacher. The young man took all the attention of the reporters and passers-by and asked them to leave this dangerous place, but he was bombarded with questions. The young man decided to examine the area with his perception eye to see everything that was invisible to the naked eye. There were faint signs of life, and the energy of the earth made it difficult to determine the exact location of the underground. But the lifeless bodies made it clear that they had been attacked by a pearl centipede. The monster that dragged people underground sucked out all their life force and returned its victims to their former place. The blackened bodies of the people quickly decomposed. If it was a pearl centipede, it was dangerous for everyone to remain here. Ordinary people needed to leave this place, but the police were responding too slowly. Kim Hyun-jin decided to focus, otherwise there would be more than one victim. He activated his ability to see the future. Thanks to this skill, he discovered the place where the monster was supposed to appear. He ordered Shi Yun-so to attack, and she managed to destroy the centipede that was about to attack a police officer. The others immediately smelled the poisonous odor coming from the monster's body. Kim Hyun-jin recommended not touching the monster. There were no records of centipedes appearing in this place, which meant that there was a gate to the dungeon nearby. The team set out to explore the area to find the gate, and they reached the forest. The leader was sure that the gate must have appeared somewhere in this area since they had stumbled upon the monster. Son Ki-yeol, who received the report, immediately arrived at the scene, allowing them to act more calmly. Kim Hyun-jin suspected that there was information he did not yet know, and also understood that some changes might have occurred. Kang Seong-hwa managed to find something strange behind one of the trees and asked everyone to come to her. The flower field was strewn with unknown yellow flowers, and hidden in the middle of it was the key monster that had activated the gate. A caterpillar lay motionless in one spot, just like the one that had appeared on Mewado Island in the past. Shi Yun-so received instructions to eliminate these monsters, and the girl did so with a deft movement. The special conditions were met, and thanks to this, the gate to the Centipede Cave was created. The guild leader assumed that there might be several of these portals, so it was necessary to monitor them. He decided to gather the guild members to watch for the monster's exit. Kim Hyun-jin wanted to take Choe Seong-gun with him, who was surprised that no one else would go with them, but the rest had to guard the gate from the outside. Once inside the Centipede Cave, his partner doubted that the two of them would be enough, as he was afraid of insects. The leader advised him not to make any noise because these monsters reacted to voices, but later it turned out that it was a joke. The comrades intended to quickly clear the dungeon to get out, but Choe Song-gu was very worried. A fire-type master was needed to clear the Centipede Cave, but his partner considered Kim Hyun-jin to be a heartless robot. The player had many questions, but decided to clear the dungeon first because if they did it now, they could safely return to Uplex. It was necessary to be wary of the sudden appearance of centipedes, and he suddenly noticed the lifeless bodies of the players who were the first to discover this dungeon. Suddenly, something grabbed Kim Hyun-jin by the neck and he couldn't call his friend for help. The guy didn't understand what this creature was, but it began to speak in a human voice, stating that it was not happy to see guests. The use of the perception eye was forced to stop. The player was shocked that creatures with such powerful strength had appeared at this stage. Kim Hyun-jin tried to ask for help from Senia, who appeared after noticing this creature. It turned out that this was not a mistake, as the system had long recognized this player. The entity then calmed down, and it became clear that it was the Demon King Kang Sung-il. The Demon King decided to find out where the player got such characteristics at this level. Kim Hyun-jin tried to make a joke out of it, because the Demon King grabbed him with one hand. The guy simply responded in kind, but Kang Sung-il took his words as disrespectful. The player understood that he could die if he made a mistake. Kim Hyun-jin knew that the Demon King could have destroyed him long ago if he had wanted to, but he wasn't that reckless. He let the guy go, convinced that he wasn't so stupid after all. Kang Sung-il spared those who behaved with dignity. The player suspected that he would meet him, but he decided that the guy had lost all his confusion after awakening his ability to foresee the future. The Demon King wanted to know what this man would do if he spared him. This creature followed the path of power and domination, so the young man replied that he would become stronger. This answer amused Kim Seong-il, who pointed his weapon at his neck. The player's answer aroused his curiosity, but the price for it was too high. The enemy wanted to know how strong this man wanted to become. Kim Hyun-jin made it clear that he would become so strong that he would force the one who wielded power to his knees. The guy knew the answer that would satisfy the Demon King, so he made it clear that he wanted to be a fierce sword that could be trusted and used. The last question was to decide whether he would become his enemy. The Demon King asked if he remembered their meeting in Tower D, and it seemed to him that the player had been preparing for this since that time. Kim Hyun-jin did not expect to meet him that day. Kim Seong-il thought that many guards liked this man, but advised him not to trust them too much. The Demon King allowed the cute Darren to take something from him as a gift, and the guy became curious about what he had stolen. The pet had to learn to choose people from whom he could steal. The system notified him of a new item in Darren's inventory. The conversation with the Demon King ended there. He advised the guy to try his best if he could survive in this dungeon. The Eye of Perception skill was activated again, and the guy noticed that the atmosphere in this place had somehow changed. Kim Hyun-jin did not sense any centipedes, and decided that they could have been destroyed by a higher-level predator that had been standing behind him all this time. The predatory tree that devoured pearl centipedes had a habit of attacking their habitats and creating lairs. It became clear that a battle between them was inevitable. The monster's level was around 40 and the guy couldn't handle it alone. As he prepared for battle, he noticed the lifeless bodies of centipedes at his feet. The young man could use one clever trick to gain the upper hand with their help. The chances of victory were 50-50, so he called Cho Song-gun for help. Hearing his leader's cries, his partner immediately rushed to his aid, realizing that he was in danger. The darkness in the cave prevented him from seeing his surroundings, so he had to move by sound. Noticing the monster tree, he remembered the key to conquering the centipede cave. He needed to spray the contents when he heard the signal. The Chimera Orc Oil reacted to magical fire and could only be used by Choi Song-gu. The oil was extracted from a hybrid of an orc and a chimera, reacted only to magic, and had flammable properties. His partner thought it was meant to be used against centipedes, but the signal had been received, and it had to be used here. With deft movements, the guy managed to throw the bottle of oil right into the monster's mouth and directed a fire strike there as well. The guy thought he had done a great job and waited for his attack to take full effect. After that, there was a powerful explosion. The player did not expect such a strong flame to appear, so he had to cover himself. After the fire subsided, a lot of smoke rose into the air. Choi Song-gu didn't understand why it was so hot here. The smoke became a hindrance, and the partners couldn't see each other, so they started calling out to each other. Coming closer, Choi Song-gu noticed the defeated monster next to which Kim Hyun-jin was sitting unharmed. His partner was very frightened, thinking that the fire could have killed him, but he assured him that it was close, but he was unharmed. The leader called out to Choi Song-gu after the battle with the monster began, and he had to desperately chop branches until his partner arrived, so he was forced to use two items. The first was goblin spirits, which he had obtained in an unknown forest. This substance allowed him to activate stealth for 3 minutes. Luring the tree to the right spot, he hid in a safe place when Choi Song-gu appeared and set the monster on fire. Kim Hyun-jin sprayed the lifeless bodies with the decomposition water he had received from Jong Soo-ji. The flame, which reacted to the poison, exploded from the combination of the centipede poison and his item. His partner suspected that such actions could destroy the leader, but the chance of success was 50%. The guards watched with interest as Kim Hyun-jin asked his friend not to worry because everything had turned out fine. Despite the fact that the hunt for the predatory tree was successful, the pearl centipede never appeared, so the partners decided to go in search of the cleaning crystal. The guards' reaction to the hunt was stronger than expected because even the Giant of the Sunset took notice. An unknown observer wanted to give the player a privilege. This bonus was valid for 5 minutes after acceptance. Kim Hyun-jin decided to open a mid-level store but noticed his pet's strange behavior. Darren wanted to show his master an item he had recently managed to steal from the Demon King. The player opened his pet's inventory, which turned out to be a fearless little thing. The guy received a fusion stone that had the ability to fuse the item's abilities with the player's body. The minimum level for use was 30, and it could also fail. The fusion stone was a very rare item, and its value could not be described in monetary terms. The player decided to use it right away, because there were only 15 minutes left before the stone would disappear. Now the young man understood why he had been given this privilege. He asked Sonya to use it to open a mid-level store. The administrator did not think this was a suitable place to upgrade the item. The player insisted on his decision because he needed to use the fusion stone as soon as possible. Senya accepted his wishes and created a protective barrier in which the young man could perform the fusion. This time, the unknown observer paid the fine for the player. He was ready to show the guards what they wanted so badly. There was still a high probability that not all items would be suitable for fusion. Legolas's ring needed to be improved 3 times, but the chance of success remained high, and he had 10 of them, so he took the risk. After several attempts, he managed to improve the ring by 3 points, which went from blue to purple level. A special absorption function became available. This ring could absorb all physical damage within a second. It was used when the attacking object was above the 50th level. The usual enhancement did not go so smoothly, so the guy did not believe that it all worked out just because of luck. This was only preparation because the main merging of items was to take place next. Even in the past, the probability of success was not precisely known, and the only way to increase it was through mind control. Kim Hyun-jin believed that unlike in the past when he couldn't do anything, this time everything should work out. The player used the fusion stone to add Legolas's ring to his body. The guy felt foreign energy seeping into his body and decided to focus on reading all the flows. Chu Seong-gu guessed that his companion was doing something important, but he couldn't understand what exactly he was doing. The young man didn't understand how Kim Hyun-jin could focus so intensely on meditation when they were inside the gate. The fusion was successful, and the item's skills became the player's abilities, which made him very happy. Now the skill absorbed all physical damage within a second, which was converted into health. After that, they destroyed the dungeon clearing crystal, and the system reported the successful clearing of the Centipede Cave Gate. The fusion was successful, and the gate was cleared without any losses. Chue Sung-gu shed a tear of joy because now they could leave. Kim Hyun-jin was sorry that they had not been able to catch the Pearl Centipede this time, even though the hunt had ended with unexpectedly high profits. But among the rewards, there was no item that the player needed. Therefore, the team had to travel to Mawado Island to find the Pearl Centipede. Suddenly, before leaving, Darren rushed to his master, who suspected that he had stolen something again. The pet managed to steal 30 pearls from the centipede. These items increased resistance to poisons, especially from insects and snakes. The pearls could also be useful in the Yuplek dungeon. The master promised to give Darren an acorn at home for such a useful find. Now they did not have to go to Mavado Island. Preparations for the Uplex dungeon were almost complete. All the necessary items had been gathered, and Sun Ki-yeol was to take care of the rest. The chairman learned that they needed to close the Uplex office and the modern department store, which were still in normal condition. The grandson assumed that if Kim Hyun-jin's words were true, these actions could bring them huge profits, but he was still worried. Immediately after clearing the Cave of Centipedes, the guy reported the incredible news that in 2 days, the Uplex office would turn into a dungeon. Sun Ki-yeol understood that it would be difficult to stop the work completely because there was no reliable information. The guy assured him that these underground passages would soon appear, and that it would all start with a gas leak, small earthquakes, or a swarm of ants in that place. But he understood that such things would not convince the chairman. Sun Ki-young wanted to know what would happen if they listened to this guy, but his words turned out to be wrong. The grandson assured him that they would be able to put pressure on this player if his deception was revealed. The company could gain an image that put people's safety first, and the guild leader believed that small losses were not such a big deal. The effectiveness of the Shield Target Guild would become undeniable if everything turned out to be true, and they would be able to build a more trusting relationship with Kim Hyun-jin. The company chairman doubted that his grandson could have come up with this idea himself, and Song Ki-yeol admitted that it was Kim Hyun-jin's idea. The girl laughed because she suspected that it was all done by this young man. Song Ki-yeol noticed that his grandson began to develop rapidly after meeting Kim Hyun-jin. Things were getting more and more interesting, and the guild chairman wanted to know what the guild's plan was in case the dungeon appeared. A few days passed, and when Kim Hyun-jin woke up in the morning, he realized that there was only 1 day left before the dungeon appeared. The future could change again because of him, but it was obvious that it was better to avoid damage while it was still possible. September 29th arrived, the day the dungeon was supposed to appear in the office. Kim Hyun-jin did not know the exact time of its appearance, but he hoped that no civilians were left there. His comrades had safely shut down the building, thus reducing the number of people involved. The others noticed that the players from Shield Taegyuk had also entered, but the association believed that the young people were only there for show, as the main cleanup would fall to them. When she saw Jeon Suji, Kang Seong-hwa was against her going with them to clean up. Shu Yeon-so was also against such reinforcement. The leader did not understand what nonsense the girls had been talking about since morning, and he asked if they remembered what he had told them. Unexpectedly, the system notified them of the creation of a dungeon, which began at the office entrance. The guy understood that this would not be an easy raid, but he was prepared and believed that everything would go smoothly. No living people were found in the Uplex dungeon, and the conditions for activating the dungeon were not met, so a system adjustment began to fulfill the conditions. Forced entry into the dungeon without special access was impossible, which was unpleasant news for everyone. The very structure of the dungeon was formed by absorbing living people, and in that case, the residents of the Sinchon area could be in danger. Kim Hyun-jin informed the team that they had the right of first entry and therefore wanted to enter immediately to stop the expansion. Once inside, they saw nothing and no one, which made them even more nervous. Looking around, they were stunned by what they saw. It seemed impossible, but reality dictated its own rules. The people who were near the dungeon had already been sucked inside, and it had begun to drain their life force. Han Sun-min and Jeon Suji from the guild who were near them, and 2 civilians fell into the flask. The expansion of the dungeon was stopped because of the player's entrance. The operation to sacrifice lives was also stopped, and they were thrown out of the flask. The players were lucky that they entered quickly and did not suffer serious damage behind the glass, but if they had been late, a large number of people would have been trapped and destroyed. Chong Soo-ji decided that she needed to thank Kim Hyun-jin, who managed to save them in time. The guy assured her that there was no need, because he did what he had to do. They avoided casualties, but the escalator leading to the Uplex underground was not working and required special conditions to be met. The players had 3 minutes to fulfill these conditions. The leader learned that Soo Hyun-soo had a useful stun skill. His companions did not know the strategy, but there was no time for explanations. Kim Hyun-jin asked his partner to use this skill to stun Han Seok-min for 5 minutes, which surprised him. The guy had no time to explain, so he asked Jung Soo-ji to follow his instructions. The girl should not be surprised or resist if monsters appear in a few minutes. The player advised her to close her eyes if it got too hard, and asked her to be as quiet as possible. Civilians should also remain still, and if they were afraid, they could close their eyes and ears. Soon, the first floor scenario was about to begin. Kim Hyun-jin made it clear that the monsters could devour them if they moved. The young man warned them, and now everyone was responsible for themselves. The time was up and the first monsters appeared. Huge black dogs began to run towards the people, who stood frozen as they had been ordered to do. The pressure was intense, and Jeon Soo-ji couldn't determine the level of these monsters. It seemed to her that Kim Hyun-jin was going to rush at them alone. It became clear why Han Seok-sin had been knocked out, because he was very afraid of dogs and couldn't remain motionless when he saw them. The girl didn't understand how Kim Hyun-jin had managed to find this out, since he had little contact with him. Meanwhile, surrounded by monsters, the guy tried to remain calm because otherwise they could all die if he angered them. Acting according to plan, he threw them some meat. The juicy black meat was filling even in small quantities. The black dogs were monsters that the players would never be able to defeat with their current levels. Therefore, they had to use other methods. The monsters, noticing the pieces of meat, did not try to attack. On the contrary, the black dogs were happy to be fed, so they happily ate the meat without paying attention to the people. The first person to successfully use this strategy was Lao Yu, a master of taming, and according to his notes, players needed to find a way to win the monsters' hearts. This task could not be rushed, and the monsters could eat Kim Hyun-jin if they became agitated, so he began to pet them carefully and gently. The player managed to put his plan into action, and the black dogs calmed down completely, leaving only the 2-headed boss. The 2-headed black dog was named Charles and was on the 42nd level, possessing a unique carving skill. Based on this information, the player realized that this monster had a master. He had not come across this information in the past and was only able to learn it thanks to his skill. The thirst for destruction was more like intimidation. Kim Hyun-jin decided to do exactly as Lao Yu had written in his notes. The guy continued to stand still even when the monsters took his head in their mouths. The player was scared, but he didn't make a sound or move. Shi Yeon-so noticed this and was about to jump up, but then remembered that under no circumstances should they move. The others hoped that their friend would not be eaten by the monster that had grabbed him by the head. The young man touched Charles' head and, saying his name, managed to calm the monster. After that, the dog let him go, and Kim Hyun-jin realized that even Lao Yu could not withstand the monster's acidic saliva. It was said that dog training methods were used, and even simple pronunciation proved to be quite effective, as the 2-headed black dog temporarily obeyed the player. The temporary taming of the aggression of the black dogs and the 2-headed boss was confirmed. The escalator to the second floor was activated after special conditions were met. Suddenly, the administrator appeared and activated the pause at the same second. Senya apologized for interrupting the player's actions, but decided to find out if he had any special knowledge or skills in taming. The guy just used dog instincts, but the guards reacted violently to what happened. The administrator did not believe the player, but he allowed her to test his skills to prove his point. The scan did not reveal any taming skills. Kim Hyun-jin asked to deactivate the pause. Senya wanted to know how he managed to tame the monster without the appropriate skill. Kim Hyun-jin saw this as a way to survive. He noticed that a guard named Shepherd Boy, who was well known in the world of tamers, had come to them. The player saw what needed to be done to get to the second floor. One of the guards referred to the inexplicable circumstances of geniuses. The administrator understood the situation and saw no point in continuing the dialogue, so she ended the pause. The guards reacted more strongly than he expected. Kim Hyun-jin suspected that Lao Yu had elicited the same reaction in the past. Even knowledge of strategy might not help if the player did not have a heart of steel. The hidden fragment of the bloodless purge became available to the guy. He needed to move to another space to find Charles's master, but in that case, everyone else would die in Uplex. Therefore, he decided not to change his strategy for now. The Whispering Devil made him an offer related to the hidden fragment. Kim Hyun-jin could take the whole team with him and postpone the task. The Guardian, who put pleasure and his own interests first, made him such an offer, so the player began to consider this task very valuable. The leader decided to consult with his team first because he himself was not sure about it. Upon hearing about the hidden mission, his comrades immediately agreed. Soo Hyun-soo believed that men should only move forward. Choi Seong-gu was also ready to go with the others, but he was worried that they would all stay alive. Kang Seung-hwa was ready to do whatever her stepbrother told her to do because she trusted him completely. The leader made sure his team was ready for the mission, so he saw no point in delaying. The team members received a detailed description of the upcoming task, in which they had to find Charles's master within 30 days. The reward was unknown. Kim Hyun-jin made sure they had plenty of time to complete this task, so he decided to take it on after they got out of the Uplex dungeon. The players continued with their plan and went up to the second floor. Han Sung-min woke up just as the situation was resolved. He was angry at Soo Hyun-soo, but quickly calmed down after hearing his explanation. The guy was afraid of dogs because of a childhood trauma from being bitten by one, and he would have preferred to remain unconscious rather than see a black dog the size of a tiger. Jeon Suji asked him not to stand there like a statue because they still had to go up to the second floor. The civilian was asked to stay on the first floor until the basement was cleared. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-jin received an offer to join their team. The guy couldn't guarantee their safety, but Jung Soo-ji knew that and still wanted to help them. The guild members weren't so weak that they needed protection, because hunting with the best players in the world could be a good experience for them. Kim Hyun-jin left the decision up to them, and the girl noticed that he had a calm and mature demeanor. The longer Jung Soo-ji looked at him, the more attractive he seemed to her. After the team moved to the second floor, the place resembled a forest, and everyone began to look around carefully. A shepherd boy gave Kim Hyun-jin a club and a fig tree. His companions noticed a man ahead. A tearful boy ran out of the forest toward them and began to ask for their help. He was a character named Even. The players tried to find out what kind of help he needed. Kim Hyun-jin decided not to trust him too much for the time being. The strategy for completing the floor began with the appearance of the boy Even, and this guy was a key character. The boy quickly told them what had happened and asked for help. The players received a task to rescue Even's grandfather. The boy suggested that they simply needed to find his missing grandfather, and the task was created immediately after the boy's appearance. The player was ready to help him, but first he took out a fig tree club and decided to find out who Even really was, because he understood that this was not a real task that the system could give. This fact was known only to Kim Hyun-jin, a man with knowledge of the past and the eyes of perception. The young man knew that although this boy introduced himself as Even, he was not really him. Han Seok-min did not understand what he was doing with the child, but Jung Soo-ji ordered him to be quiet and just watch. Kim Hyun-jin did not believe that the boy's name was Even, so he asked him to introduce himself again, but the boy became angry with him. The character immediately tried to attack the player, but he managed to dodge in time. The boy showed the players his true nature, and now everything became clear to the rest. The Fig Tree Club was a weapon made from a tree that was over 100 years old, useful against monsters with transformation abilities. The guards knew the contents of the second floor. Unexpectedly, the character even turned into a huge monster resembling a rabbit. The game character that appeared on the second floor of the Uplex dungeon was a possessed child whose body had been taken over by a monster. Kim Hyun-jin's opponent was a ghost-type monster that he had to fight in order to free the real Even. A Fig Tree Club was the perfect weapon against ghost monsters, and the player wanted to see it in action. The White Rabbit attacked the player, who already knew how to use the weapon he had received. Suddenly, Kang Seung-hwa stood in front of her stepbrother and managed to cover him with a magic shield. The enemy did not expect this, so the leader explained to the team members in advance how they should act. Soo Hyun-soo and Kang Seung-hwa had to block the movements of the possessed enemy. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-jin intended to strike with a club to expel the demon from the boy's body. It was easy to expel the White Rabbit from the man. All they had to do was hit the possessed man on the head with all their might with an object. It would have been much easier to fight the ghost monsters, but they could do without it. Jung Soo-ji did not understand how they and the others could stand and watch them fight the monster for so long. Kim Hyun-jin asked them to watch carefully and stay out of the way, so Shi Yun-so continued to do so. The monster that had been hit on the head fell down in pain and was about to reveal its true nature. After its true form appeared, Shu Yun-so rushed forward using her one-hit kill skill. The players had to deal with the ghostly monsters until their true essence appeared, but then it became easier. Her partner managed to finish off the real body of the White Rabbit, and now it was Guak Tai-woon and Choi Seong-gu's turn. Physical attacks were not very effective against ghostly monsters, so in the end, they used a wind spear and a fire arrow. The team's coordinated actions did not allow Jung Soo-ji to participate in this event. His comrades managed to finish off this demonic entity in an instant, and Kim Hyun-jin's plan worked. As if following a well-written script, everything went smoothly without any deviations, and the true even was saved. After that, an escalator appeared, leading to the 3rd floor of the dungeon. The boy thanked them for their help. The watching guards were pleased with this, and the previously unknown noise conductor and white hunter appeared. The administrator asked the players to be understanding about the forced interruption of the current process. Everyone learned that Kim Hyun-jin had to make a difficult choice that he needed to think about. Since he had shown amazing play on the 2nd floor of the dungeon, Uplex gave him the opportunity to choose between the privileges of the noise conductor and the white hunter. The player thought about the privileges he had been offered and had to choose one of them. Kim Hyun-jin expected a good reaction from the guards, but he certainly did not expect to get this. These guards supported Italy's high-class players, the God of War Salvatore and the famous battle commander Bella, but they were also at odds with each other. Therefore, Kim Hyun-jin could only choose one side, but he couldn't make up his mind. Suddenly, Neptune appeared, who was also shocked by the proposals of the conductor of noise and the white hunter. The administrator couldn't believe that these guards really wanted to support this player. Senya was an angel who did not deceive Neptune, who began to envy her content very much. Other mid-level administrators couldn't miss such an event. Kim Hyun-jin decided to refuse both of them. Hearing this, the administrators were shocked and asked if he was really sure about this. The player responded positively because he had not yet fully realized his potential and decided to show them a modest image. The guy had no idea what kind of game the guards expected from him, so he didn't want to receive privileges thoughtlessly. The young man was satisfied with the current development of the game and planned to accept awards later, but now it was too early. The man promised to show a more interesting game in the future, but for now, he decided to leave the privileges alone. Senya was convinced that this player was skillfully avoiding such situations, so she did not object. The guards appreciated his ambition and cautious behavior, and the young man was glad that they were satisfied with his answer. The conductor of noise and the white hunter gave him special privileges without any requirements. Kim Hyun-jin simply did not want to get involved in their feud, but in the end, he forced him to act more actively, and he received 2 skills that would be useful in any situation. Jong Soo-ji was convinced that everything always went smoothly for this young man, but she was confused that he didn't tell them his strategy, and she wanted to find an opportunity to cooperate with him. A passage to the 3rd floor appeared, which they also intended to go to, but first decided to discuss the plan. The leader asked the team to take 1 pill each before going up, but they didn't understand what it was. The guy explained that they were pearls from the centipede cave that he had prepared for the 3rd floor. He also distributed these pearls to the others, which were supposed to provide resistance to poisons that were difficult to obtain. Jong Soo-ji decided that there must be something poisonous on the 3rd floor, and she wanted to help them with that. Kim Hyun-jin assured her that their help was not necessary and that they just needed to follow him along the shortest route. The girl was delighted at the thought of being able to help him, but was immediately disappointed by his words. The guy made it clear that there would be no hunting this time and they would move on without fighting. If something attacked them along the way, they would just have to ignore it and move on. The members of the association were surprised by this because they were not used to ignoring attacks that could threaten them. Jeon Soo-ji suggested that this would be possible because of the pearls they had recently obtained. The girl made sure that the items they received had strong resistance to poison, but they did not particularly increase their defense. Therefore, they did not understand what Kim Hyun-jin was thinking. Han Suk-min suggested that they should accept the attack but not fight back. The guy thought it was crazy, but the leader assured him that it was the only way to survive. Kim Hyun-jin had a special eye skill that could allow them to pass this floor. The guy asked them to trust him if they wanted to go to the 3rd floor, or advised them to stay on the 2nd floor. Jong Soo-ji was ready to listen to Kim Hyun-jin and go with them to the 3rd floor, and her partner was surprised by this player's energy. The girl decided that Kim Hyun-jin was the strongest player, so she intended to follow him. The young man looked at them very seriously and was really going to abandon them. The companions went to the 3rd floor and, following the leader's instructions, began to follow him. The 3rd floor of the Uplex dungeon was filled with poisonous smoke, and they had to destroy the crystal somewhere in this area. Resistance to poison significantly increased their abilities with the help of prepared centipede pearls, and the players had to finish while the effect was still active. Suddenly, a group of poisonous snakes appeared before them, which were the strongest creatures on the 3rd floor. Kim Hyun-jin was going to get past them with potions, but now he would have to ask Kang Sung-hwa for help. The guy noticed that his pet was still sleeping even in such a tense situation, and immediately decided to use Darren. The young man asked the chipmunk to wake up because he wanted it to take care of the snakes. This request caused shock on Darren's face as he couldn't imagine how he could do it. Kim Hyun-jin prepared a lot of acorns for him and threw them directly at the snakes. The chipmunk began to collect the treats and did not notice how he ended up among the poisonous enemies. Many snakes turned their attention to him and completely forgot about the players. Darren immediately tried to escape from the snakes, who had lost sight of the people, allowing them to move on. The chipmunk was a brilliant thief who had even sneaked into the Demon King's inventory and was quite capable of escaping from the snakes. The team took advantage of this moment to run further, and they gained the special skill of the conductor's song. The effect of the centipede pearls was increased by 20%, making it easier for them to move. The companions were able to take the shortest route, avoiding combat, and reach the crystal on this level. All that remained for the partners was to destroy it to move on to the next one. Immediately after that, a passage to the 4th floor appeared, and Kim Hyun-jin promised to throw a feast for Darren as a sign of his apology. Once on the 4th floor, Choi Song-gu collapsed to the ground and asked everyone to stop and rest. The leader decided to start by regrouping to carry out a wise reorganization. The team ran non-stop until they reached the crystal, so everyone was very exhausted. Kwak Tae-woon and Choi Song-gu had a harder time than the others, so they had to make a forced stop. Soo Hyun-soo noticed that they had returned to the department store, but the leader made it clear that this was a completely different place. It was the 4th floor of the basement, which looked like a department store, but they shouldn't relax. Kim Hyun-jin did not sense any monsters in this place, so he suggested they split up to find clues to the exit. Everyone split up and began searching the rooms, but they didn't fully understand what exactly they needed to find. To escape, the players needed to find a hidden clue that Kim Hyun-jin already knew about. The guy headed to the store from the walkthrough strategy. Inside, there was supposed to be a character who, upon noticing the player, ordered him to stop in his tracks. The character Noah asked the guy who he was and what he was doing there, and if he gave the wrong answer, he was ready to fight him. Noah, from the 4th floor of the Uplex dungeon, was the last character needed to complete the dungeon. The character's special feature was that he was impossible to defeat. It was said that some players mistook him for a monster and died in battle with him. The guards advised the player to beware of Noah. Kim Han-jin understood that he needed to negotiate with this character. Many players confused Noah and engaged him in battle, only to die in the same place. Noah did not consider himself a character for battles. In 10 years, no player had appeared who could defeat him in a one-on-one battle. The only solution was a deal which Kim Hyun-jin also decided to resort to. The player did not know if Noah would let him escape from there, so he decided to use methods to convince him to let them go. Kim Hyun-jin memorized the strategy of this place, and therefore introduced himself as a traveler who was searching for the truth. Noah liked travelers because modern youth lacked any spirit of exploration. Also, the spirit of discovery was not inherent in most players, so the character was happy to meet such a guy. The young man suspected that Noah might discover his perception eye, so he decided not to use it. Suddenly, Noah saw the spirit and pioneer skills. The character took him for a traveler and decided to give him a gift. Once he arrived, the player received a request for an exchange from Noah. It could be considered a success if he could handle it, so the young man thanked him for the gift. The player received Isabel's sword, which was of the developing type, and the level of this weapon was excellent. Kim Hyun-jin had never heard of the Isabel weapon, which had many properties and features. The guy decided to ask Noah if he was sure he wanted to give him such a gift, because it meant he would have to change his plan. Noah liked young people with a passion for achievement, so he wanted Isabel to go to him. The young man knew that the character pretended to give a gift, but deceived the players through the exchange window, forcibly returning his item and taking the players' items. If the players tried to give an item that was much worse than the offer, there was a high probability that the character would destroy everyone present in a rage. Kim Hyun-jin needed to put up something that could compare to the excellent level, so he wanted to give Noah the most valuable thing he had found during his research. The guy didn't know if he would be satisfied with such a trifle because this item could hardly compare to Isabel. Now he could give him an item from the hidden area of the unknown forest where he had destroyed the goblin. The player's most valuable item was a unique level enhancement stone, and he decided to give it to Noah no matter how valuable the magical item was. It could not compare to the excellent one. However, Noah, who was interested in jewels, especially magic stones, was told by his servants that with a magic stone, the player was almost guaranteed to succeed. Noah was ready to use a special privilege to release the player once the exchange was complete. The dungeon could be cleared if the exchange was completed, but Noah would try to cheat the player. It was rare to get a chance to obtain an excellent item, so the player decided to take a risk and do it. The mandatory exchange ticket that the Venetian merchant had given him was activated. The exchange between them was completed, and Noah wished the player good luck in the future. The players received a notification that the Yuplek dungeon had been cleared, with 5 seconds remaining before the exit. Suddenly, Noah became enraged because the player had managed to deceive him, and he refused to let them out of the dungeon. Kim Hyun-jin realized firsthand that Noah had noticed his substitution. Noah was furious, realizing that this player had dared to fool him, and now he was ready to finish him off. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared behind him, ready to destroy his enemies at his command. Despite this, there were only a few seconds left before the players could move, but the monster used its sword breath. With only 1 second left before exiting the dungeon, the player used a protective barrier to shield himself from the attack. Suddenly, a notification informed the players that they had all left the Uplex dungeon. Kim Hyun-jin was glad that all his comrades had come out unscathed, and they were once again convinced of their leader's strength. The guy realized that this time it was too dangerous, and he almost died himself in the battle with Noah. The breath of swords hit him right before the exit, and he used a special skill to survive. Absorption, which converts all physical damage received into recovery, worked because the sword breath was a physical attack. The player could have died, but in the end, they were able to clear the dungeon without suffering any losses. Unexpectedly, at that moment, reporters Han Seok-min and Jung Soo-ji gathered on the street and were forced to give them an interview. The ordinary people the players met on the first floor also remained unharmed. They sat quietly and waited for the dungeon to be cleared. It was better to quietly go about their business and reap the benefits than to attract attention. The merits could be passed on to the Shield Taggart Guild and the master trainer Soo Hyun Soo. The important thing was that Kim Hyun Jin managed to get Isabel's sword by deceiving Noah. The reward for completing the dungeon was Noah's helmet, an essential item that would help the player reach level 40 faster. The player came to this dungeon specifically for this helmet. Suddenly he heard a strange voice. Looking around, he couldn't figure out where it was coming from. It turned out that the voice was coming from the player's inventory, so he hurried to check what was talking to him. It turned out that Isabel's sword could talk. It had been asleep for a long time, but it was awakened by strong masculine sense. It considered this player to be a fraud. The sword did not understand how such a weak male could have obtained it, and it did not seem like a fake bark. The guy did not understand what was happening at all because it was the first time he had seen an item from the inventory talk. The weapon was partially unsealed, and its 7th function was unlocked. Now it was comparable to the best mid-level item. The player was curious to find out what it would be like after all the seals were removed. The sword demanded an explanation from this swindler who didn't understand how to explain it all. The weapon assumed that he had found a fool for a bride who couldn't even speak. Kim Hyun Jin didn't understand why he considered him a bride. The guy didn't know the principle of this connection, but he was beginning to feel something for Isabel. The sword called him a cursed mage, which he understood to be an insult. Isabel unconsciously chose a bride or something like that when she smelled a man, and 10,000 years of sleep clouded her mind, and now she was crying, wondering what to do. The player had to obediently accept the sword as his bride. It turned out that his skills were only enough for a couple of minutes of dialogue. During this time, Senia appeared and activated the pause. The guy assumed that this administrator was doing well since she didn't spare any expense to create a pause. Big sponsors had appeared and Senia needed explanations, because with his current strength, the player could not even theoretically get Isabel. The guard's reaction was predictable since this sword was of superior quality. The conditions Senia mentioned were as follows. The player had to achieve a bloodless clear while passing through the dungeon, and survive Noah's attack. The first condition could be explained by the abilities of prediction and careful preparation, but for the second, luck was the key factor. The player could have died if he had not guessed the moment when he needed to use the skill. Senya listened carefully to his explanation and realized that luck was essential in this matter. After that, the pause was turned off. Kim Hyun Jin decided that the problem with Isabel had been resolved. Jeon Suji thought he was amazing, but the guy exceeded all her expectations, so she couldn't wait to see him again. The girl wanted to find a way to seduce Kim Hyun Jin, so she continued to radiate charm until she turned away. Soo Hyun Soo did not approve of her, and Chae Sung-gu did not understand why he was so hostile towards such a beautiful woman. The leader praised all his comrades for their excellent work. The cleanup was finished, so they could disperse. After arriving home, he thought about the task of finding Charles's owner. The second task was related to the lair, the map of which he had recently managed to obtain. The cave also turned out to be strange because a predatory tree had unexpectedly appeared in it. The guy realized that past events had begun to change, but it was more important for him to survive in the future. Quite by accident, he noticed a strange envelope on the table that had not been there before his trip to the Uplex dungeon. Opening it, he noticed his older sister's handwriting. She wanted him to come back alive, but the guy took it as childishness. Kim Hyun Jin understood that this meant his sister was just worried about him. Suddenly, he noticed that a strange flow of energy was emanating from this talisman. His perceptive and observant eyes showed that it was a simple object, but then it turned into a strange yellow amulet that allowed him to activate the gate. In the past, amulets were popular and sold in large quantities. Several stories were associated with them, and sometimes they really did bring good luck. There was no official confirmation, so no one believed it, but Kim Hyun Jin also had his doubts. The guy had been using the observer's eye for too long, so he needed a break. He left the talisman on the table. Lying on the bed, he remembered the story about the gate of the yellow amulet. This task was not very difficult, but it offered a large reward, so he decided to rest and then activate it. Lost in thought, he didn't notice how he dozed off and fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, he was awakened by the voice of Kang Sun-hwa, who began to call his name repeatedly, trying to wake him up. His stepsister, noticing that he had woken up, called him to breakfast. The guy, due to the sudden awakening, did not understand at first what had happened. The girl realized that he was very tired and had fallen asleep for a long time, and she had to wake him up. He decided to find out what time it was. It turned out that it was already Saturday, and he had slept through the whole day without noticing. The young man had passed out for a day, and his mother and older sister were very worried about this. The problem was not only with Kang Sung-hai because he felt uncomfortable even in his surroundings. His stepsister was sure that Kim A-yeon loved him very much since she was so worried, so he decided to give her a slap. His brother advised her not to enter his room without knocking next time, and Kang Seong-hwa realized her mistake. Kim Hyun Jin was going to stretch his legs a little over the weekend, and his stepsister didn't mind. When he approached the table, he did not find the talisman there, and now everything became clear to him. Kang Seung-hwa was the tank of their team, and it was suspicious that she was hurt by his slap. The strange feeling of tension he felt in the room led him to believe that he was not in his own home. The young man realized that he had entered the gate of the yellow amulet. He still didn't understand how it happened, but the gate opened while he was asleep. There was no clear strategy for the gates of the yellow amulet. His eyes allowed him to resist illusions and magical barriers, and the power of the gates began to penetrate the player's body. The power of the yellow amulet's gate began to affect the player's body, so he decided to immerse himself in himself. The illusion of distorted reality and lies did not take hold of him. No matter what evil forces stood in his way, they would not be able to harm him. It was the power of intuition and the all-seeing eye penetrating the very essence, beginning to destroy all lies. Thanks to this skill, Kim Hyun-jin was able to uncover all the deception that had surrounded him all this time. Suddenly, he noticed fragments of space scattered around him, but he himself did not understand what had happened. The guy didn't understand why he was sitting in this position. He only remembered looking around the room with his eyes of perception. The young man noticed that something had definitely happened here, and it seemed to him as if he had cast a spell. The system informed the player that he had passed the test of the power of the yellow amulet's gate. After reading the task, the information necessary to complete it appeared in his head. The essence of the yellow amulet gate was created to find out what the cherished desire was capable of, and his sister's desire was for her brother's happiness. Kim Hyun-jin was surprised by this because it seemed to him that Kim A-young had never cared about such thing. His older sister prayed for his happiness, but the scale of this prayer was beyond comprehension. The girl was sincerely ready to sacrifice her life for her brother's happiness, but finding herself in this unknown place, she did not understand what she was doing there. Her brother told her that they were inside the gate, but he did not know what had caused his sister to feel this way. The guy asked her not to worry, assuring her that he could solve everything himself because the reasons and motives could be anything. The important thing was that she had developed these feelings, which manifested themselves in the form of a cherished desire. The system ordered him to make a sacrifice in order to receive a sign of glory. Kim Hyun-jin examined the girl with his perception eyes and found that she was not his real sister, but a fake creature created by the gate. Despite this, she looked exactly the same, so he decided to talk to her about it later. The young man did not know what a sign of glory was, but he was sure that he did not need it. The gates told him to bring his sister as a sacrifice. The boy suspected that his real sister might die when he destroyed the fake one. The player decided to simply give up if the reward could only be obtained by sacrificing a member of his family. The illusion of seeing distortion, reality, and lies could not take hold of him. He did not need such power. Regression became useless if he bowed to it. It was at this point that Kim Hyun-jin's will came to life. His desire had to be stronger than his sister's. The guy wanted to pray for the happiness of his loved ones, but this time his fate was written by his own hands. No matter what evil forces stood in his way, they could not harm him. The powers of intuition and the all-seeing eye penetrated to the very core. He was sure he had said this recently. Kim Hyun-jin again ordered to dispel all lies. The system congratulated him on the successful spell of will. The level of perception could temporarily increase depending on the completion of the spell. The eye of perception detected the false power and crushed it. Absolute completion was achieved, which completed the creation of the brown cleansing crystal. The player noticed that the crystal's level was higher than purple. He was going to give up the reward to leave this place. The guy used a special skill of superior strike, using Isabel's sword for the first time. The weight of the weapon was barely noticeable, and it helped him locate and strike the crystal's most vulnerable spot. The young man was convinced that it was truly an outstanding item when suddenly the sword began to absorb the crystal fragments. Kim Hyun-jin had never felt such a powerful flow of mana, and he lacked the skills to fully recognize it. The power of the yellow amulet's gate was a powerful, cherished desire that began to penetrate Isabel. It was a true power that did not require sacrifice and was able to penetrate his weapon. Isabel began to feel the flow of power filling the sword, and the weapon decided to find out what its owner had done again. The conversation began with complaints from Kim Hyun-jin, who did not quite understand what was being discussed. Isabel was angry with him because he dared to talk to Jung Soo-ji while she was away. She had ordered him to stay away from that girl. The guy didn't understand what nonsense the sword was talking about, but Isabel wanted to hear a clear answer from him as to whether he understood her or not. Isabel swore to kill her master if he dared to cheat on her. The young man assured her that he had no intention of getting close to Jung Soo-ji. The sword asked the player to come to his senses because he was a married man, and apart from his family members, only Isabel could be with him. The weapon did not understand why this guy had such low-grade abilities because he could have obtained some unique ones. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-jin received some ability that Isabel's sword so desired. Isabel used her unique power without permission, but the guy didn't understand where the sword got the power that didn't belong to his special skill. The fusion of the sword's path and the superior strike was successful, and thanks to this, the Sword of Insight was created, combining high-ranking skills without sacrifices or items. Kim Hyun-jin remembered what he had heard about the Sword of Insight, and suddenly cracks began to appear on the sword. The guy decided to ask Isabel about it, as she was much more knowledgeable in this area. The sword assured him that it was nothing, and that it would soon recover. He gave the gift not because he was kind. Isabel did it because her fiancé had to have at least one normal skill. The young man assumed that the sword's harmful nature came from his sister's desire. It could be a good synergy if he used this skill with his unique ability. The sword's insight skill was one of the special abilities possessed by the Empress of the Forest of Swords. The weapon began to feel strange after absorbing Kim Hyun-jin's desire. He assumed that time had run out and it was time for her to leave. Isabel was not only the name of the blade, but also the name of the empress who was connected to it. The player managed to leave the gates of the yellow amulet and finally found himself in his real room. Looking around, he made sure that he was in reality because the amulet was lying on the table just as he had left it. Kim Aeon's desire was so strong that it was able to create such a gate, and thanks to this, he received an unexpected reward. Then he entered his older sister's room, who was frightened by his unexpected appearance. Kim Aeon was upset that he had entered without knocking, and he noticed that there was another amulet on her table. Kim Hyunjin decided that his sister's wish did not fit on one piece of paper. The younger brother admitted that he had come to her just to thank her and asked her to give him a little time. This came as a surprise to his sister, and she tried to find out what exactly he wanted from her. Kim Hyun-jin told her that they were going on a date, and his sister completely failed to understand what he was talking about. The girl kicked him out, thinking he had eaten something wrong and was acting strangely, but he wanted to arrange a date for her. The wish turned out to be very useful, and after all the commotion, he decided to get some proper rest. Isabel managed to absorb the powers that were in that space, and thanks to that, she could now talk to the master for longer. After that, he managed to get hold of the Sword of Insight and the Spell of Will. The young man didn't fully understand what it was, but it was obvious that it would open up new possibilities for him. The guy only remembered the last phrase of the spell and did not know the principle of activation, but it seemed to him that the words should be filled with life and power. Kim Hyun-jin decided to be content with what he had received because he had a lot of work ahead of him. After the ability test day, Choe Song-gu managed to score 30 points. Guak Taewon also scored 30 points, and Soo Hyun-soo achieved the same result. It turned out that overnight, there had been radical changes. The ability table showed the player's predispositions and growth potential, and scanners that showed the number of panels in the table were increasingly being used. The existing evaluation system could only measure physical strength, but the new one could accurately assess all the players' abilities. The device was presented by the Korea Players Association. Kim Hyun-jin's current team stats wouldn't be considered outstanding in the future, but the scanner could only give him 30 points. Kwak Tae-woon decided to find out if their leader would take this test, and he was surprised by the question. Kim Hyun-jin did not know whether he should take it, because in the past he had not shown any results. Even forgetting about the limitations of the current scanners, he knew the results of the previous test, because that day left an impression on his memory. The number of panels was incomparable, but they were all closed, yet he was still curious to see the new result. Noticing Kang Seung-hui's interest, he decided to take the test to find out his strengths. The team supported their leader and believed that he would have the highest results of all. Kim Hyun-jin asked the administrator if she was broadcasting, and Senia said they were on the air. The player was going to take the ability table test and thought that the other guards would be interested in knowing his results. Kim Hyun-jin decided to take this opportunity to show the guards his results. Senya understood his intentions and prepared the stage in advance. The guy believed that now he could become the most famous player in Korea. After passing the test, he went out to his team who were eager to see his results. Shi Yeon-so believed that he should have a score of 30 or higher, while Kang Seong-hwa waited for the results to be announced. Son Ki-yeol gave him the results, and it turned out that Kim Hyun-jin had no talent. His comrades did not believe it and began to think that it was some kind of mistake, but the guy himself understood that there was no mistake. Recalling the past and what he had managed to achieve in the present, it seemed to him that he should have such talent. The regression test showed a table, but it was closed, and now it was completely missing. So he didn't understand how he had managed to get to this point, because he had achieved many things that would not have been possible without talent. The current result could greatly surprise the guards, and it could be the best way to attract their attention. Suddenly, the equipment used for the test began to malfunction. The operator was not injured, but the equipment was out of order. Kim Hyun-jin learned that after his test, the equipment broke down. The guild leader assured him that it wasn't his fault, as this could have happened to anyone. There was a feeling of some kind of distorted energy flow from the broken scanner, so the guy decided to check it with his observer skill. Son Ki-yeol suggested that the latest result might be incorrect, so he offered to retest it. Kim Hyun-jin refused because he was already satisfied with the result, and the guild leader did not quite understand the player. The association planned to create a ranking based on the number of panels in the table, and the young man asked to be placed at the very bottom. The young man dared to find out something while examining the scanner, so he did not mind being at the bottom of the rating. The equipment broke down with the result of no talent because it could not fully evaluate him. It was generally accepted that a greater number of talents was an advantage, but there were always players with the same number but different abilities. Talents had their own class levels, but there was no precise information about this. However, there were people in the world with a small number of panels who could suppress the others. They were called irregulars. The first version of the scanner could only identify 30 talent panels, and even Kim Hyun-jin's abilities were not fully displayed. This meant that they had a higher level of talent, but Kim Hyun-jin's calling caused an overload and broke the scanner. He suspected that the same thing could happen before regression. The guy had the opportunity to retake the test, but he decided not to do so, choosing instead to be satisfied with his high talent level. The association's rules required players to submit their test results in real time, and Kim Hyun-jin's test results were automatically posted on the electronic scoreboard, and the others did not understand how he could be zero. Kang Seonghwa was sure that these people had no idea how amazing her stepbrother was, but he asked her not to pay attention to it. The lack of talent was ideal for activities that pursued only profit. The news reported that a monster had appeared at a factory in Ansan, and the government called on the association to provide support. The leader gathered the entire team and asked them to listen carefully as he intended to go to this factory. The government acknowledged that modern science could no longer cope with such monsters, and the association began recruiting volunteers for a raid to begin the cleanup. It turned out that Kim Hyun-jin would not be participating in this. He had other things to do, and he knew that his team could handle these monsters without him. The team leader allowed his comrades to take part in the raid if they wanted to. The guy needed to focus on the task of Charles's master, and he couldn't close all the gates himself. He hoped that the Korean server would become self-sufficient. After a while, Kim Hyun-jin woke up from a nightmare that was very similar to reality. The guy realized that what was happening there simply couldn't be a dream. He was sure he had seen future events. The young man immediately grabbed his phone and called Kwok Tai-woon to find out where he was. He was riding a bus with the players on a raid to Ansan. It turned out that no one else from their team was there. He noticed that it was 1 o'clock in the morning and decided that he had had a prophetic dream. Kim Hyun-jin doubted that he really had such a talent, but it made him nervous. The guy was sure that it would happen during the raid on the 3-wheeled combat vehicle, and the result remained the same. The young man suspected that the problems themselves might start later, so he decided to recall the contents of the dream to find out more details. The player could enter the dream world with the help of the observer's eye, but this time he decided to watch from a third-person perspective. After reviewing the dream, he learned that the monster had been successfully defeated, with the final blow delivered by the wind mage Kwok Tai-woon. Strange things happened after that. The players participating in the battle stopped moving, including the player who delivered the final blow. Kim Hyun-jin could not understand why everyone froze after the monster was defeated. The monster's stiffened body resembled tree bark. The red thread became direct evidence of destruction, and a predatory tree could have grown there. Unexpectedly, this began to make the guy uncomfortable, as if something did not want him to see further events. The memories of the past dream turned out to be more exhausting for his psyche than expected. The guy still managed to find the reason for the strange phenomenon, and before that, he didn't think it would appear there. One of the representatives of Korea's irregular players, and so he, nicknamed the Red Ghost, was involved in this incident. The young man understood that everyone could die if he didn't change anything. His comrade was surprised that their team leader had also decided to take part in this raid. Soo Hyun-soo read that they needed to leave for the location earlier, but Kim Hyun-jin assured him that now was the most appropriate time. He changed the plan and decided to participate in the raid on Ansan to take the rest of his comrades. The partners left at 4 in the morning to make it to the start of the raid, even though it was a spontaneous decision. Kang Seong-hwa and Choi Seong-gu also agreed, but Soo Yeon-so decided to go separately because she couldn't get up so early. The more he talked about his predictions, the more variables there were that reduced their effectiveness. So Kim Hyun-jin decided to keep his mouth shut and strictly control the arrival time. The first encounter with the Red Spirit was to take place not in Ansan, but in the village of Hahyo in Anthon. And so he destroyed many people in the village of Hahyo and then reappeared in Seoul. Kim Hyun-jin was never told that the Red Spirit was connected to the devouring tree. The dream he had seen did not match what he knew about the past, and he also suspected that it might not be a prophetic dream. The guy understood that if it was indeed a prophetic dream, then this time he would commit bloodshed. Soo Hyun-soo believed that if someone deserved eternal peace, he should do it, but Choi Song-gu did not share this opinion. His partner decided to find out if the leader was really so determined and ready to kill someone. The team leader tried to make it clear that if this happened, it would be better for them not to try to stop him. If it became necessary to kill the Red Spirit, Kim Hyun-jin was ready to do it. His comrades assumed that their leader knew a lot, but Choi Song-gu still did not approve of such an attitude. His comrade did not want to see his team leader destroy a person right before his eyes. Meanwhile, a huge metal monster emerged from underground, destroying everything around it. The team of players had just arrived at the location but already saw what they would have to face. Soo Hyun-soo assumed that the raid had already begun, but the monster had not been brought under control. Kim Hyun-jin noticed that the government had only just begun to evacuate civilians, and that the raid was being conducted very ineptly. The guy noticed that Ji-hoon was under the leadership of analyst Han Seok-min, who had participated in many battles with the Taeguk shield. Kwok Tae-woon found Jung Soo-ji and Ben Gil-soo, so there were no problems yet, and the group of dealers did not yet understand what to do. All that remained was to figure out where the Red Spirit might appear. Kim Hyun-jin noticed red lines that could lead him to An-so-hee. The team leader ordered his partners to stay put and watch what was happening. It seemed to him that the Red Spirit had been hiding from the very beginning. The young man knew how the Red Ghost could destroy people, and if he timed it right and found its weakness, he could defeat it. Noticing the frightened girl, the young man couldn't believe that she was the Red Spirit, and so he. Kwok Tae-woon managed to stop the monster, and people began to talk about him in the news. His friends thought he would now become a star, but the young man did not want to experience unnecessary attention. Choo Seong-gu didn't understand why their leader had been acting strangely since morning. They thought that something might have happened during the raid, and that was the reason for his behavior. Kim Hyun-jin didn't really know what to do because the past he knew had changed, but his prophetic dream didn't completely match what had happened. An So-hee, whom he encountered in Unsan, was very different from the one he saw in his prophetic dream. She had one of the highest levels at the moment, 34. The absorption barrier was not just connected to the absorbing tree, but something more. Even though she felt fear, she remained determined. Despite her desire for good and justice, she did not trust people. It was clear to the guy that the girl was not someone who sought to shed blood, so everything turned out differently. Earlier, when he wanted to talk to An So-hee, Shi Yeon-so appeared and apologized for being late. Shi Yeon-so had recently gained popularity in single duels, and her appearance again brought unexpected changes. When she appeared, An So-hee's mood changed and she felt admiration for this girl. Meanwhile, the monsters were almost defeated, but continued to try to attack with their last ounce of strength. The dealers, together with Guok Tai-chong, rushed into an attack that was supposed to be the monster's last. An So-hee did not attack the players until the very end. On the contrary, she periodically used her abilities to help other players in battle. The players noticed this girl and took her for a student. They asked the child to leave the area because it could be dangerous there. Kim Hyun-jin was glad that no one had died during the raid, but he didn't understand why the girl was different from how she had been in his dreams. The guy decided that it could be a changed story misinterpreted by a dream, but this something could become a barrier. Suddenly, he remembered a variable that had changed. One of the leaders of the demon army, the criminal So Ju-wong, had died. If this had not happened, So Ju-wong would have participated in this raid, but he died in the basement of Seoul Station. Kim Hyun-jin was someone who had not existed in the past, so it seemed to him that the prophecy could refer to what happened when So Ju-wong met An So-hee. His comrades thought their leader was too interested in meditation when Jung Soo-ji suddenly came to them. The girl suggested that Sun Ki-yeol had sent them on the raid, and she asked them not to be so gloomy because she wanted them to greet her with a smile. Jung Soo-ji gave Kim Hyun-jin an envelope with information about An So-hee, which he had asked the guild leader for. The girl was a 19-year-old high school student who was being bullied by a classmate. The bullying began at the initiative of one boy in the first grade of middle school, and continued even after she entered high school. An So-hee was not only bullied at school, but she was also in a violent situation at home. Her father did not respect his daughter and did not care about her, satisfying only his own needs. The girl's mother died when she was 3 years old, and her father, unable to cope with her loss, became an alcoholic. Every time her father got drunk, he beat his daughter. The domestic violence continued from the time An So-hee was in 6th grade. The girl had no one to lean on and nowhere to hide. The police helped her little by little, but later stopped providing assistance, which led to an increase in violence. Jung Soo-ji couldn't understand how such a person could be a father, and if she were in her place, she would have poisoned him. This situation defied common sense, and people who read about it felt nothing but anger. An So-hee had no protection in this world, so one might think that she had fallen into a deep distrust of people. But despite all this, she came to this place because she wanted to find help. If So Ju-wong had come on this raid instead of Kim Hyun-jin, she would have been influenced by the criminal and turned into a red spirit. Now, however, the girl had a chance to change everything. Her power could be used in a different direction. Jung Soo-ji suggested that the guy meet with this girl. She was keeping the child safe so that he wouldn't worry. At home, the girl would only be met by her drunk father, so she decided to keep her with her for a while. Kim Hyun-jin noticed that she was very observant and thanked her for it. But instead of words of gratitude, Jung Soo-ji offered him a drink, because alcohol could help her sleep better. The guy decided to meet with An So-hee first, even though it wasn't part of his original plan, but he believed he could stop the girl from turning into a devil. Meanwhile, the girl stood next to the car and waited for Jung Soo-ji to return. Suddenly, she heard someone say her name, which made her feel uneasy. To begin with, they decided to introduce An So-hee to Kang Seong-hui and Shi Yeon-so, who could calm her down. The girls could gain the child's trust more easily than the men, and through them, An So-hee could get to know the others. The girl's strong attachment and admiration for Shi Yeon-so played a big role. Her comrades expected that this meeting would lead to small positive changes, and so he could be placed in a Songun Foundation shelter, and her father would be banned from seeing her. After some time, the girl was additionally assigned a bodyguard, and Kim Hyun-jin decided to take a slow approach. Shi Yeon-so noticed that her leader treated the third generation of the chaebol very well, but it was a mutually beneficial relationship. The guy wanted to know what these girls were talking about because he wanted to learn more about An So-hee. When Shi Yeon-so bought her a burger, the girl immediately told them everything she knew, and it turned out that An So-hee was from the barrier spellcaster class. The girl could create barriers using the seeds of a predatory tree. The effect of the barrier could change depending on her will and reached its maximum power when she was hunting. The seeds of the predatory tree could be found in a special field in another dimension. An So-hee could create a special gate to directly access this field called the predatory tree colony. Kim Hyun-jin was pleased to have learned this information, and now he understood how the predatory tree was connected to this incident. The colony of predatory trees was a clue because the girl was a barrier caster, capable of casting predatory barriers. The guy was convinced that they needed to continue acting the same way and gradually develop a relationship with An So-hee. The player also still needed to find Charles's master. They still hadn't been able to find anyone, but it was obvious that it wasn't a player. The young man felt that he now needed to focus on the case of An So-hee, as he only had one body and needed to set his priorities correctly and take action. 2 days passed, and Kim Hyun-jin, with the help of Shi Yeon-so, was able to meet with An So-hee, who had already heard about him. The girl knew why he was helping her and was grateful that she had been sent to a child protection facility. Through his senses, he could feel her gratitude, but beyond that, there was a tremendous sense of fear. The wounds and pains she had carried for many years were clearly reflected in her eyes. In order to reduce her fear, the conversation was mainly between Shi Yeon-so and Kang Seong-hwa, thanks to whom the atmosphere became more pleasant and relaxed. After a while, they started talking about the colony of predatory trees, because that was what they had gathered to learn about. Kim Hyun-jin had a special task for An So-hee called Search for Charles's Master. The girl received this task in the habitat of the predatory trees, but she had less than a week to complete it. The guy admitted that they were also looking for this dog's owner, but unlike them, and so he had to find this two-headed dog. Judging by the time left, the young man realized that she had received it at the same time as they had. His companions had received this task in the Uplex dungeon, and fragments of their lives were connected to An So-hee. Shi Yeon-so decided to ask the leader something. The girl was surprised at how drastically her mood had changed. Her partner thought that Kim Hyun-jin knew that An So-hee had Charles's task, and therefore decided to help her. No matter how strong his abilities were, he couldn't see other people's tasks, and Shi Yeon-so knew that. The guy answered the question honestly because he now wanted to help the girl with this quest, and she could also help them with their task. Shi Yeon-so asked this question to reassure the child who was afraid of the adult world. She helped An So-hee not for her own benefit, but to demonstrate that her help had no ulterior motives. Hearing his answer, she exhaled, because otherwise she would have been disappointed in the leader. The guy understood that with a child like this, he had to be honest and sincere. He noticed that their interests strangely coincided. Kim Hyun-jin had just realized that the girl had what he needed, and that she could also accomplish her task through him. The guy thought they could make a deal that would be beneficial to both of them. He didn't force her, and was ready to hear any answer she gave. An So-hee received an offer to work with them. Sometime after she accepted their help, Kim Hyun-jin and Cho Sung-gu went to the land of predatory trees. His partner tried one seed and found it very unpleasant, but they had to eat them. Otherwise, the predators could attack them. The companions had to follow the guide's instructions to complete the task. Kim Hyun-jin met with An So-hee 2 days ago and offered her a partnership. The girl hesitated for a long time, but in the evening of the same day, she called him back and agreed. So they decided to test the girl's abilities first, and went to the colony of predatory trees. Chui Song-gu was surprised that she could activate the gate, but the requirements for entry were very strict. It turned out that the girl was at level 34, which was higher than her partner who controlled fire magic. Seeing his reaction, the young lady was confused and decided that she should not have revealed her level since she could not even find out the guard's name. Now, An So-hee was higher in level than even the best players and was an exception, so she was advised to continue hiding her level. It would be good to find out which guard was watching the girl, so Kim Hyun-jin decided to ask Senya for help. The description said that only players could enter this field, so the guy asked the administrator to temporarily transfer the video recording rights to him. Senya assumed that he wanted to record everything that was happening in the predator's habitat on video. The player thought that this would even be better and easier for the administrator, as streamers usually did not like to transfer video recording rights to others. This approach was beneficial to both of them, so Senya agreed to give him this opportunity but assured him that she would not allow it again. Some of the guards were pleased with this decision and began to watch the proceedings with interest. The player had to prepare everything in advance, so that it would be easier to get help later. An So-hee was full of enthusiasm, and she also shared the seeds of predatory trees with them to protect them from attacks. The light atmosphere created by Choi Song-gu relieved the tension. However, the guy still couldn't completely relax because he suspected that the girl might behave like a red spirit from the past. The companions arrived at the habitat of the predatory trees and stopped at the entrance to the cave. Beyond the cave was the mansion where Charles's master lived. The players managed to enter the Taikon mansion, where everything looked so rich that their eyes were dazzled by the beauty. Kim Hyun-jin suggested that Taikon was the name of Charles's master, whom they were looking for. The girl said that this was the name of the owner of the house, and they began to go further inside. The partners approached the wall where portraits of Taikon and his wife hung. The young man was surprised that he had a wife. Despite this, only 2 portraits of men were visible, but An So-hee saw things differently. The young man used his perceptive eye and made sure that this was not just a house. The girl said that the owner of the house was always on the 2nd floor. The companions came to the room where Taikon was supposed to be, but he was nowhere to be seen. The girl addressed the owner of the mansion and said that they had come about Charles. Chu Seong-gu tried to control his emotions, but he was not very successful. He was not sure who the girl had addressed, but with his magical vision, the leader was able to see Taikon. Kim Hyun-jin introduced himself and said that he had already met Charles and had been tasked with finding his master. The girl's gaze and the way she spoke, the power and tremor in her voice all made him understand where the master of the house was. The master assumed that this guy had seen him, but the player admitted the opposite. Taikon did not trust people. He turned off the lights in the room and closed all the windows and doors players because even though this man claimed he could not see him, he had determined where he was. Earlier, 5 players had already told the dog's owner that they knew where he was, and the guy felt an unusual tension. The young man was surprised that Taikon did not trust people, but at the same time, he was a person himself, and did not look particularly happy when he was told about the discovery of the dog. The player provided the owner of the mansion with evidence in the form of a piece of black yak meat that Charles had bitten off. He also said that he had met the dog on the first floor of the Uplex dungeon. Unexpectedly, after hearing this information, Taikon's voice changed, and he mentioned the name of the dungeon located in Shincheon on the Korean server. The interlocutor decided to find out in which dimension this place was located. The guy explained that it was connected to this mansion, and at its end there was a gate leading to the Korean server, and on this server, in the Shincheon area, there was the Uplex dungeon. The guy was surprised that Taikon was connected to the Guardian, but he knew nothing about the server. After making sure that the player was telling the truth, he decided to show himself to them. The owner of the mansion thanked the players because thanks to them, he learned what he needed to know. The man was aware of the Korean server and the Uplex dungeon, so he decided to use Kim Hyung-jin's blood and go rescue Charles. This turn of events came as a surprise to the players who had hoped to resolve everything peacefully. The comrades were forced to flee from the enemy who began to chase them in order to save his pet. Choi Seong-gu suspected that this would happen. They had struggled to obtain this information, but now Taikon intended to finish them off. Taikon was the owner of the mansion and the one who was looking for Charles. After receiving information about his pet, he attacked the players. His partner decided that such behavior was not normal at all, and they continued to flee from the enemy. Suddenly, something strange began to happen to In-so-hee. She seemed to disappear from Kim Hyun-jin's field of vision. Taikon appeared in their path and delivered a powerful blow, but the players managed to dodge it in time. The partners realized that they would not be able to escape with the help of some pathetic magic spell. Kim Hyun-jin asked Choi Seong-gu to run away first, but he was not going to leave his comrade alone with such an enemy. The guy assured him that this was no ordinary player, but a monster among such creatures. Monsters resembling evil spirits that manipulated human weaknesses, and that ordinary methods would not help to catch him. The leader intended to find the enemy's weaknesses and attack while the others fled. His partner and the girl began to run away and asked Kim Hyung-jin not to die in this skirmish. The player realized that Taikon was not Charles's master, who was surprised to hear such speculation. A creature with such a huge estate could find a dog on the Korean server, which meant that Taikon could not leave this house. This entity was only pretending to be looking for Charles, luring the girl with dark thoughts in his head. Taikon was angry at the player who had figured out his plan. Despite multiple attacks, the guy managed to resist them and was ready to end this battle. After gathering all the evidence, it became clear that Taikon was a chained spirit of evil spirits, and there was an object in this house that was holding him back. If this object was destroyed, the evil spirit would lose its power, so he decided to use the Sword of Insight, directing it at the portrait of the owner of the house. Taikon was furious that the player had so easily figured out where the object that bound him was. After that, the man's body began to dissolve. He couldn't understand how the guy had figured it out. The player suggested that the spirit was afraid of its real master, so it did everything possible to hide it. The clue was given from the very beginning. The 2 portraits, which were absolutely identical, were of the real owner of the mansion, not Taikon. However, the spirit, frightened, covered all the portraits with his face. Figuring this out, In-so-hee left them a clue in the form of a portrait of his wife. Taikon underestimated the girl because she had darkness in her soul and did not trust people. Suddenly, the girl's threads grabbed the spirit and did not let it escape. It did not understand how it could have fallen for these ridiculous tricks. The guy couldn't understand how someone like In-so-hee could come to Taikon and take on assignments several times without any problems. A more convincing assumption was that the girl had been gradually setting up barriers in this place all this time. Taikon had fallen victim to a hunter who controlled red life and barrier magic. Normal hunting was impossible, but this class revealed its power only at the moment of completing the barrier, which took a lot of time. The girl spent a lot of time to get to this point and was surprised that Kim Hyun-jin found out about it. The guy admitted that with the help of his skill, he was able to understand that In-so-hee had guessed it. The young man saw the darkness in her eyes, so he thought that a contract with a monster like an evil spirit would be easy for her. Based on these facts, he concluded that she wanted to hunt this monster. The girl began to feel that she could trust Kim Hyun-jin. It didn't matter to him whether she trusted him or not, but he was ready to help her in such a situation and also counted on her. The young man was convinced that he could reduce his anxiety about the red spirit a little. For a while, it was normal to maintain such a relationship and build trust. After a while, Choi Seong-gu ran to his friend and reported that In-so-hee had suddenly disappeared, but then he saw that she was right there with them. The guy did not understand what was happening. He learned that the evil spirit had been destroyed, and none of them had been harmed. His comrades realized that the girl had been preparing for such a battle for a long time, which is why they were able to win so easily. Choi Seong-gu learned that the one he was carrying was a clone, and the real In-so-hee was hiding and preparing a protective field. Her clone had been there since Kim Hyun-jin was talking to Taikon. His partner was a little offended that he had not been informed of this immediately, but he was pleased that they had been able to deal with it. The mage thought that they should not miss the opportunity to find Charles's master, because that was why they had come here. Suddenly, the portraits on the wall began to disappear, revealing the real owners of the mansion. After the evil spirit disappeared, the original paintings that had been hidden from the players' eyes appeared. Kim Hyun-jin suggested that these were Charles' owners, and they noticed some strange things beginning to happen. The girl in the portrait began to shed bloody tears. This painting by Lafondel contained the spirit of the owner. The players had to prove that the dog was alive in order to calm the spirit. The guy expected there to be an evil spirit in the mansion, but realized that the real owner had died long ago. The players presented evidence of the dog, and immediately a bright flame appeared next to the portrait and began to spread throughout the house. Lafondel's spirit was pleased with this and welcomed the guests. He gave the players a special gift and asked them to do something. After that, the companions headed to the Devourer's lair, where there were many predatory trees which they destroyed. Noticing the girl's abilities, Choi Song-gu wanted to learn more about her skills, and so he called it a fierce hunting barrier. Kim Hyun-jin realized that the red spirit barrier had been in front of him all along. Once, with the help of this barrier, 600 civilians were brutally destroyed right in the center of the city. But now it was being used to hunt devourers. The leader asked them not to relax because they still had business in this place where danger could await them. Following the directions on the map, the players realized that they still had a long way to go. As soon as Lafondel made sure that Charles was alive in the mansion, strange changes began to occur. The fire went out, and the building suddenly began to collapse. The companions noticed that something was coming out of the wall again. Suddenly, Darren appeared, having managed to steal something again, much to the surprise of the chipmunk's owner. It turned out that he had found the remains of Lavondel, Charles's owner, who cried every day, longing for his lost dog. The system asked the players to give these remains of Lavondel to Charles, and they were ready to do so. Suddenly, the location of the Devourers changed on the map, and it became known that the seeds of predatory trees had a great effect on red tears. The lifespan of the artificially created cluster of Devourers was about 3 years. After some time, the system congratulated the players who were able to destroy the cluster of predatory trees, and after that, the returning barrier opened up to them. All players received a set of seeds from the highest predatory tree as a reward for completing the task. Kim Hyun-jin made sure that there were 20 seeds in the bag he received, and the total number was 60. The disease that caused a painful death with bloody tears of a red flower could be cured with the seeds of predatory trees. Previously, no one knew how to treat this disease, and everyone believed that if you contracted it, you would die within 3 years. An Seo-hee decided to find out who Kim Hyun-jin really was. The guy made it clear that he was not an ordinary person, but if he turned out to be ordinary twice, it could lead to big trouble. At first, the young man didn't notice, but there was something else that bothered him about An Seo-hee. The girl knew even without him that her eyes turned red every time she used her ability. Kim Hyun-jin found her red eyes and the streams of mana that seemed to open their mouths to eat her suspicious. This happened not only during sleep, but also when no one was around. She felt that someone was watching her. Kim Hyun-jin thought it would be better if she rested her eyes for a while, and Choi Song-gu thought the same. Red eyes were a distinctive feature of the red spirit, and even though the girl was not a destroyer, those eyes clearly foreshadowed trouble. There was a feeling that something related to these eyes would happen in the near future. After that, they all returned to the Uplex dungeon located in Sinchon. A lot of time had passed, and it was quite possible that Charles would not recognize Kim Hyun-jin, but the two-headed black dog simply walked up and began sniffing the remains. Suddenly, the dog howled, which frightened Cho Song-gu a little, as he could not have predicted that the dog would react that way. The other dogs also began to howl over the loss of their master, and the players were convinced that they had completed the task. Kim Hyun-jin felt something strange and shed a tear, as if his heart ached for the loss of his master Charles. Something slowly penetrated his mind and ruled his heart through contemplative glances. The player realized that he needed to read the world with a quiet heart and observe phenomena with a peaceful gaze. This was Yeonchan's territory, and he strengthened his ability to observe and empathize. The player petted the dog to calm its soul, which was torn apart by the news of its master's death. The feelings of the two-headed black dog were palpable. He was very saddened by this loss. The task of finding Charles's owner was completed, and it was recognized as a flawless conclusion. The guards admired the player's empathy, and the shepherd expressed his deep affection for him. Kim Hyun-jin was awarded the title of Lord of the 100 Dogs, and Charles of Dorona also received support. Chu Sung-gu suggested that they would now need to go through the 4th floor again. The leader asked him to wait because he had 2 ideas about this, but the guard shepherd offered them a task. The guard was looking for red eyes and was sure that these eyes were somewhere on the Korean server, so he asked Kim Hyun-jin to find them. By completing this task, the player could receive an upgrade to the title Lord of 100 Dogs and 5,000 coins, but the player did not understand why the guard was hunting for red eyes. The boy shepherd and this guard were known for supporting only tamers, but Kim Hyun-jin was not one of them and was only an observer. The task was easy because the red eyes referred to An Seo-hee. The player did not understand the purpose of this task at all, but he accepted it anyway. The leader announced that they would not be clearing the 4th floor as Choi Song-gu had suggested. Now their first task was to get out of this dungeon as soon as possible. His partner assumed that Kim Hyun-jin wanted to use the Scroll of Free Movement. Indeed, that was Choi Song-gu's plan, and he was surprised that the leader had a plan. His partner trusted Kim Hyun-jin and was therefore forced to give him his scroll. The player noticed that the other guards were also beginning to show great interest in them. Kim Hyung-jin intended to try to get this scroll and thus raise the stakes. The basic free pass scroll began to strengthen, causing new guards to join in. Chu Seong-gu did not understand what was happening at first, but decided to wait until the enhancement was complete. His partner really managed to strengthen the scrolls and added the purest brown crystal. Until that moment, his comrade had doubted that the Lord's class was good at upgrading items. Despite the fact that it was a basic scroll, it had an effect of exiting the dungeon that could be considered almost cheating. Players knew that the chance of improving by one level was only about 50%, so they usually used it without enhancement. Kim Hyun-jin had already tried to enhance his items several times, and these experiences gave him confidence. His enhancement skills were considered world-class, at least within the range of up to 40. That's why now, with many guards watching him, he decided to invest a significant amount of 50,000 coins per item to enhance them. For them, it could be something like success. His comrades intended to tear up the scroll to get out of the dungeon. The purest brown crystal was destroyed because of this, and the players were able to leave the Uplex dungeon. Once outside, Kim Hyun-jin felt pain in his eye, and his comrade tried to figure out how he could help him. The young man assured him that he was fine, that it was just his eye bothering him, and that he had experienced this feeling before. The guy decided to act right away rather than put it off until later. At first, he thought it was a prophetic dream, but then he realized that his eye of prophecy had awakened, informing him that someone close to him might be in danger. Meanwhile, the girls gathered at a cafe to try the famous carrot cake. Shi Yeon-so assumed that An So-hee would also like the cake, but the girl was immersed in her own thoughts. She still couldn't believe that she and Shi Yeon-so had become such close friends. Kang Seong-hwa, meanwhile, was busy searching for information on her smartphone and wasn't listening to what her friends were talking about. It turned out that Kim Hyun-jin would not be joining them this time, but they wanted to eat together. Her stepbrother asked Kang Sun-hwa to call him if An So-hee's eyes suddenly turned red. The friends tried the carrot cake, which they liked, and continued to enjoy desserts together. The girl was convinced that Kim Hyun-jin and Kang Sung-hwa now had a good relationship. Shi Yeon-so thought that such a relationship was rare, and the girl assured her that they got along very well. An So-hee decided to find out who Kim Hyun-jin really was, because he seemed like a good person to her. She also found him interesting, and the girl suggested that she might be in love with him. Suddenly, Kang Sung-hwa noticed her friend's reddened eyes and decided to call her stepbrother. The girl assumed that her eyes had turned red when the conversation turned to Kim Hyun-jin. Just as she was about to dial her brother's number, an emergency was announced. A dangerous situation was reported in the Hapjeong and Hodi districts, and all residents were asked to evacuate immediately. Suddenly, a criminal surrounded by monsters appeared on the street and took a hostage. The police ordered them not to move, threatening to open fire if they did. The criminal made it clear that they would not do anything with a gun. The criminal ordered the monsters to do whatever they wanted, and they rushed to attack the police. The girls ran to the scene and decided that it was a monster tamer, so they decided to investigate. An So-hee was supposed to cover her friends from behind, which she didn't mind. Shi Yeon-so noticed something strange about her partner. The girl's eyes began to glow red, and this gave her friends a bad feeling. The girls did not understand the ominous atmosphere that had descended on the place. The monsters had noticed the players. After colliding with Kang Sung-hwee's shield, they headed towards An So-hee, who was standing unprotected. The girl only had time to notice the enemy approaching, but she couldn't do anything. Shi Yeon-so rushed to her in time and managed to eliminate the monster. She found out that An So-hee was fine. The girl's eyes were still red, and Kang Sung-hwa informed her stepbrother about this. The girl felt that her partner was not herself, so she asked her to stay away. The partners had to move on, and the girl noticed that there was monster blood on her cheek. An So-hee tasted it, and her eyes began to glow even more red. After a while, Kim Hyun-jin ran to the scene and saw his partners fighting the monster. The guy made sure that something bad had happened in Hongdae. Choi Seong-gu also arrived with him. There had been a terrorist attack with hostages by the mad dog Tamer, but that wasn't the reason Kim Hyun-jin was worried. An So-hee radiated an unusual energy, and a thick aura of thirst for destruction slowly rose from her. The young man did not understand what had happened before he came here, so he decided to complete the shepherd's quest. The player began to receive rewards for completing the task, and he wanted to see the hidden reward as soon as possible. Chu Seong-gu received instructions to go to the girl and stall for time, but he didn't understand why. The team leader needed some time to prepare, but first they had to detain the criminal. The criminal noticed that these players were unable to subdue their dogs, so he ordered them to leave before he finished them off. The guy who came to help his teammates had no intention of retreating, because he wanted more victims. The criminal noticed Kim Hyun-jin's appearance and didn't understand what he was doing there. The young man put on his armor and decided to subdue the criminal, asking him to release the hostage first. Kang Yeon-hwan was level 28 and was a dog tamer. From his brief description, it was clear that he was a smug criminal. The criminal suggested that Kim Hyun-jin join him, because he thought it was fun to tear women's arms and legs off. The guy realized that Kang Yeon-hwan was crazy and decided that there was no point in wasting much time on him. Using his dogmaster skill, he ordered all the monsters to stop hunting, and they immediately obeyed him. The criminal did not understand how Kang Yeon-hwan managed to subdue his dogs. Kang Yeon-hwan called himself the Master of Dogs, although he could not even tame an ordinary black dog. The criminal had enough skills to level up the dogs to level 30, but that wasn't enough. Suddenly, one of the monsters bit off the criminal's head, and all of them immediately died. The hostage survived. A dog monster is a monster belonging to purebred dogs whose blood is not mixed with the genes of other species. Kim Hyun-jin's rank as a tamer was higher, so he was able to subdue the monsters. The problem was that he did not order the dogs to destroy Kong Yeon-hwan because he wanted to hand him over to the police. So he realized that the dogs were influenced not by his plan, but by some external influence. Kim Hyun-jin assumed that it was An So-hee who influenced him, but the girl did not understand how she could have done that. The girl's eyes burned with a thirst for destruction, and even her voice was completely different, so the guy wanted to discuss something with her. Once at the game center, Kim Hyun-jin thought that there was some kind of special power in her eyes that was activated under certain circumstances. The guy told her that one of the guards was hunting for her eyes, and after these words, a related quest was activated. The shepherd boy's last hidden reward turned out to be a related scenario, but there was no information about the scenario, and the player did not understand the meaning of the extraction, or what would happen to An So-hee if he did it. Kim Hyun-jin still did not understand why the shepherd boy had given him this quest. He remembered the words of the demon lord, who advised him not to trust the guards too much, but he could not just leave the red eye behind. The young man did not know what side effects might occur. The barrier master's power might disappear, but if he was lucky, nothing might happen. Keeping these eyes could have a negative impact on An So-hee's life. She could go mad like the man they defeated today. The girl asked if he could destroy the eyes with his skills. She admitted that she had felt something was wrong with the eyes from the very beginning. There was no one around her she could tell about it because everyone she trusted began to scare her, and so she couldn't trust anyone. An So-hee asked him to help her, and Kim Hyun-jin felt the darkness and fear that haunted the girl. The young lady burst into tears because she understood that few people could help her, but she also did not want to become a victim of the magical eyes. Kim Hyun-jin agreed to help her, and she immediately calmed down, realizing that she could really rely on him. The boy experienced the same emotions he had felt when he was with Charles. The feeling he had experienced with the yellow amulets returned again. Faith was the fulfillment of expectation and confidence in the invisible. A person who believes without seeing will live even after death because his cries and prayers were heard, and this torment could turn into peace and rejoicing. As he continued to extract the magical eyes, the space around them began to glow. Relying on firm faith and devotion, the believer opened his eyes and looked directly at the world. The pronunciation of the spell of will was successfully completed. Observation, empathy, and a sincere desire to help all naturally formed into a spell of will. Thanks to this, Kim Hyun-jin was able to confront the darkness of An So-hee and the darkness within himself. Once he too thought that he had no one in this world. If the previous spell of will was against false power, the current one was only for the sake of salvation. The extraction level was temporarily increased, and he told the girl that it might hurt a little. An So-hee trusted him, and he was ready to help her. He believed that with this power, he could save her. The two comrades plunged into the raging flames, and the process of extracting the red gaze began. After he used the Hand of Salvation, he realized that if he had foolishly used it as it was, and so he could have gone blind. Kim Hyun-jin suspected that the guard knew about this, but deliberately did not tell him. Now everything was different. He was only extracting energy from the red eye. There was very little left to complete, but the guy suddenly lost consciousness. Suddenly, he was brought back to his senses by the gentle voice of Kang Seong-hui, who persistently continued to call his name. The girl was delighted to see that her stepbrother had regained consciousness, but he did not understand how he had ended up there. The guy assumed that he had lost consciousness from exhaustion, and his sister wanted to know how he was feeling. It turned out that Sun Ki-yeol was also in the ward, and Kim Hyun-jin was shocked by his presence. The man told the boy that he had been unconscious for about an hour, which is why they called an ambulance. The child who was with him was now calming down in the next room. The girl had not seen anything. After the examination, it became clear that his vision was gradually returning, which was good news. The pain, and so he was feeling through empathy, was stronger than he could have imagined. The girl was in terrible pain, but she was able to cope with it, and Kim Hyun-jin removed the red eye. After a while, he was released from the hospital and, upon arriving home, decided to rest a little longer. The red eye had been successfully removed, and the girl's vision was gradually recovering. He asked the staff to look after her, so now she was receiving VIP level care. The red eye that was obtained could not be studied in detail, and the reward for this action remained hidden. This was not a normal situation. The guard knew everything but deliberately hid the truth from the player, so giving him the red eye right now was too risky a decision. The guard was a guardian with enormous resources and power, so it was important to maintain a business relationship with him, and now the player had to make the right decision. Senya was not broadcasting at the moment and appeared in the player's room at his first call. The guy made it clear that he would be disappointed in her if she were broadcasting while he was extracting the red eye. The young man took her attitude to mean that she acknowledged that he had taught her the timing of broadcasting and various staging techniques. There was no trace of the administrator's former self-confidence. Now she was ready to learn, but she was still worried about what the player had in mind. Kim Hyun-jin believed that Senya had stopped broadcasting because he had gotten a red eye. The player asked her to watch closely what he would do next, because from that moment on, he was going to paint a new picture. The guy couldn't handle the shepherd on his own, so he had to come up with a plan to get the other guards involved. First of all, in 2 days, the Gwanghwamun dungeon was supposed to open, and it was originally supposed to be cleared under the guild's leadership. Most ordinary citizens who got caught up in this could die. Unlike the situation with Uplex in the case of Kwangwaman, there was no way to control the situation, and luck could not be relied upon. Attempting to forcefully change the course of events for the sake of control could lead to even greater unpredictable variables. The player wanted to protect people in this case, but traces of reading the will remained on his hand, as did a faint influence of the Hand of Salvation. The guy decided that this was just a reaction to his thought that he wanted to protect people. The weak influence of the reading of Salvation helped the observer's eyes. Because of this, the abilities began to connect, and it was not clear to the player what he needed to find in this place. Thanks to his skill, he felt a faint, distorted current. He couldn't miss this distortion. The guy concentrated and managed to detect the current that began to lead him away. Following the energy, he came to the place where a portal to the dungeon was about to open. Senya was surprised that the player had managed to find the entrance to the Kwangwamun dungeon ahead of time. The open beta scenario for the dungeon began, and the guy had never heard of such possibilities for players. The system asked the player if he wanted to visit the dungeon at an early stage of its creation. The dungeon was supposed to appear only in 2 days, but the situation changed. He noticed that his body was fine and decided that he could make his desired events happen faster than he wanted. The player entered the dungeon, the administrator started the broadcast and followed him. Senya assumed that he would clear the dungeon alone, but the maximum number of players in the Kwangwamun dungeon was 120. It was recommended to go through the dungeon with other players, but Kim Hyun-jin was ready to go in alone. The guy intended to show the guards watching him a decent game. The player wanted to prove to everyone what he was capable of and was ready to show it in action, so he entered the dungeon alone. Once inside, he noticed that this place was completely different from the ones he had visited before. Despite being a beta version, everything remained the same as he remembered from his past life, with the starting point being the royal capital. Only those who had the right to be king could walk this road. If someone without this right walked it, the difficulty of the dungeon could increase dramatically. Kim Hyun-jin was not yet king and believed that he was still very far from this title. Everything turned out to be very simple. The player had to choose a different path, because for those who were not kings, the difficulty of the dungeon increased exponentially. It was wiser for players without the title of king to take the shadow path. Some guards were disappointed that the player had chosen a different path, but everything was going perfectly according to the best case scenario, just as he had expected. It was time to move on to the next test. He entered the next hall filled with steam. The red lion emitted a lava flow that had been flowing for 1,000 years, which could be collected in a special way, and the blue lion emitted ice water, which could also be collected in a special way. The player had to cross a path filled with the heat of 1,000-year-old lava and the cold of 1,000-year-old ice water. It was important how exactly he would cross this path. A map of this place appeared in his mind. All that remained was to study everything carefully and identify the pattern, the place where the flames and ice met in equilibrium, the only gap about half a meter wide. It was the only neutral zone unaffected by either heat or cold, a place where fire and ice joined in harmony. The player managed to walk the path of balance. If he had followed the royal path, he would have headed from here to the Gyeongjong Pavilion, but he chose the path of harmony and had to go to the Gyeonghwawan Pavilion. After some time, as Kim Hyun-jin had expected, he arrived at this place. It was obvious that this was not the real Gyeonghwaru, but only a fictional location bearing a familiar name. This version of Gyeonghwaru was much larger than the original, and he noticed that there were ponds on both sides. Huge carnivorous fish inhabited these places, and players were not allowed to fall into the water under any circumstances. Overall, everything was clear to him about the location. Upon entering, the real part of the scenario began. The player understood that enemies should appear now. The zone's security was deactivated, and the Gyeonghwaru scenario was activated. After that, zombies began to appear, intent on destroying the player, triggering the episode of the desecrated banquet hall. The guy took out Isabel's sword and was shocked that its owner had come here alone. If Isabel sensed danger, the guards surely thought the same, and the player also agreed that there were too many enemies. Waves of 200 monsters resembling zombies infected with a life form appeared on the 32nd level, and it was extremely difficult for the observer to clear this place. Kim Hyun-jin had been preparing for this day for a long time. All that remained was to finish the job. He equipped his helmet, and the helmet's effects were additionally activated. This item was obtained as a trophy after clearing the Uplek dungeon. Its defense had negative stats, which was terrible, but the option to control the number of enemies in this case revealed itself in all its glory. This did not eliminate the enemies, but it limited their aggression towards the user. No matter how many monsters were nearby, no more than 10 could attack the player at the same time. There were several ways to deal with what seemed impossible. The power of equipment, the effect of potions, talent, and luck. These bonuses were used by the player. According to observations, these monsters were most vulnerable to precise strikes rather than slashing attacks. Therefore, Kim Hyun-jin used this information to eliminate the attacking enemies. Isabel assumed that he now wanted to use her as a club, and this greatly offended her. Even though this sword was a high-level item, using it as a club would not damage it in any way. Aggression was limited to 10 targets, and the player could sense their movements better than he thought. The guy continued the battle in the same vein. Isabel was indignant about this, but there was nothing she could do. After a while, he managed to complete the Gyeonghwaru scenario. Sealed personally by Isabel, He discovered the unique ability to strike and strike again, which increased damage and attack speed when striking with a sword. The player had already demonstrated everything he needed to do. The guy believed that thanks to this, he deserved the recognition of most of the guards, and among them, there were quite a few who were satisfied with his performance. Kim Hyun-jin was sure that the shepherd would offer him a new special task, and he was right. This offer was difficult for the player to accept, and he intended to create a new game. Many lifeless zombie bodies were scattered around this location, and the player could not accept the guard's offer. The problem was that he already had a current task that he could not refuse. This task was related to the red eye that the shepherd wanted to obtain. The player had recently realized the true value of this item and needed to get it. Therefore, Kim Hyun-jin had to first deal with the current task and only then take on a new one. The guard was satisfied with the player's answer, but the other observers were furious because they also wanted to give him a task. The guy knew that the words about the usefulness of the red eye were a lie, and that it was just an attempt to influence the next player. The Venetian merchant showed great interest in the red eye. In that case, the young man suggested that the guards make a deal, as it was the only fair way out of the situation. Kim Hyun-jin was ready to consider the red eye not just as a messenger item, but as something to be exchanged, thus attracting the interest of even more guards. Thanks to this, he proved that he had the right to negotiate with them on equal terms. In such a situation, the shepherd could not act at his own discretion. The player thanked them for allowing him to think about the situation, and the shepherd refused to complete the task. The deal with the shepherds ultimately fell through. The player reset the quest timer to 1,000 years, and the guard did the same, which meant that, while pretending to be generous and calm, he still wanted to get the red eye. The guy hoped that if he could persuade them, he would be able to get the Book of the Wild Deity, but so far his efforts had been unsuccessful, so he left the dungeon without hesitation. The scenario ended with a partial completion, and as a reward, he was given an item of a lower rank. Although the item's description was simple, it was still good. Kim Hyun-jin also improved his observer's eye skill in the dungeon, and gained a new ability to merge abilities. In addition, he made sure that he could control the guardians at will. The young man returned home and was immediately greeted by Kang Seong-hwa, who had been waiting for him. His stepbrother was surprised to see her in a strange outfit, and his sister asked if it suited her. It turned out that she and Darren had been preparing a chicken dish that she couldn't live without for his arrival. After taking a closer look, the young man decided that the dish would be rather tasteless and decided to order a normal dish later. A meeting was about to take place, so his stepbrother asked her to eat and get ready. The guy was surprised that she found happiness in cooking chicken. He thought that a life in which you can find happiness in such little things is not bad. The girl liked the dish she had prepared and ate it with pleasure, but Darren did not appreciate her efforts. Kim Hyun-jin wanted to preserve this life that had not existed in the past, even though some elements were not yet in place, but he was ready to try his best to prepare for the future. A meeting began at which the team was forced to discuss the imminent emergence of the Gwanghwamun dungeon. The leader reported that he had already been there once, and they were puzzled as to how he had managed to survive. The team did not intend to complete the dungeon. The goal of the scenario was to use the observer role to gain experience as efficiently as possible and quickly level up everyone to level 40. After reading the plan, Kwok Tai-woon had some misunderstandings that he wanted to resolve. His partner suspected that the matter was not limited to simply leveling up. The leader expected him to remain calm and soberly assess the situation, so he was forced to admit that this was not their only goal. If that were the case, they would not have chosen this place for a meeting. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Sun Ki-young entered their room. Kim Hyun-jin was sure that the chairman would find him if he came here. The guy noticed that this old man had the class of a gold lord and was at level 31. After the meeting, Sun Ki-yeol met with his grandfather, who wanted to see him. The grandfather told his grandson about this meeting, and the grandson became curious about the reason for their session. The grandson suggested that they were talking about something related to Gwanghwamun, as one of the members of their guild who could see the future had recently told Sun Ki-yeol about it. The subordinate had seen in a dream that the gates of the dungeon had turned black. Others had also tried to decipher this, but had not yet succeeded. Kim Hyun-jin offered the chairman something in exchange, a way to dramatically increase the level of the dungeon. Such a proposal surprised Sun Ki-yeol, but he still listened to it until the end. The proposal was made with such calmness and confidence that it seemed both surprising and amusing. The attempt to make him a hunting dog seemed like a ridiculous idea after that. The girl wanted to know what his grandson could offer in exchange for a deal with Kim Hyun-jin. The guild leader understood that this guy was not just a simple player, so he thought now was the right time to invest. The information this player possessed could very well make the Songshin Company a leader in the future, and now Kim Hyun-jin was getting everything a player needed through the guild. The chairman realized that he had offered to give up the task just for the strategy of passing through the hunting zone. Sun Ki-young also believed that it was necessary to invest in Kim Hyun-jin at this level, and that this could be a sign that Sonshin and the team of players would be closely connected in the future. The grandfather noticed that his grandson had begun to look at things from a broader perspective. The old man decided that if his grandson maintained such a relationship with Kim Hyun-jin, then perhaps this guy was better than their company. Sun Ki-young had carefully hidden the fact that he was a player in the past, and 3 years later, he died at the age of 71. After scanning, it became clear that he was already at level 31 and had a rare class. This could have been related to his guardian demon with golden horns, but it could also have been the price he paid for his level increase with his life. The team was ready to go to the dungeon. The leader saw no point in delaying, so he decided to deal with the current situation first. Earlier in the past, when the Gwanghwamun dungeon opened, players were in no hurry to enter it. Dungeons were dangerous, and even if players could pass through them immediately, they would not be able to earn billions. Kim Hyun-jin remembered that in the past this dungeon had caused huge losses for players, so at that time, dungeons were something frightening. This memory has hardly changed even now when the risk has become much lower, so no one was eager to be the first to enter Gwanghwamun. The team that entered this dungeon first was able to successfully complete the Kyungweru scenario without suffering any losses in personnel. His comrades were curious to know how Kim Hyun-jin had figured out this method of passing, and he also managed to raise his level to 33, but if and so he had been with them, the hunt would have gone even better. The player intended to repeat the Kyungweru scenario until he reached level 40. The broadcast signal was unstable due to server overload. The server overload was caused by an influx of too many guards. In this situation, Kim Hyun-jin came to the conclusion that normal broadcasting was impossible, so he stopped playing. After a while, the server situation partially normalized, but it was still necessary to wait a little. Senya apologized for this oversight as Kyungweru's progress caused a real stir among the guards. When leveling up became difficult, players would pass through the dungeon in a unique way and continue to level up, and it was obvious that the guards would start to flock to her. The guy remembered that a similar reboot had happened before, but this time it had reached its peak, and it was surprising that the administrators had not taken any action since then. So far, the initial server expansion had been completed, but the second stage would take much more time. Looking at Senya, it became clear that this would require a significant investment, and she simply did not have the courage to make such a large investment. Without investment, there would be no profit, but she was not yet ready for this. The player asked her to invest in the server expansion, and promised to compensate her if something went wrong. The guy could also sign a contract with her, which meant that he was confident in his value as a player. The administrator also created content because the player did not create everything on his own, and she did not broadcast everything alone. Senya was surprised by these words, but she understood that they were doing this together, so she decided to trust him. The young man advised her to follow him if she found it difficult to gain confidence. The player did not fully understand the situation Senya was in. Everything indicated that she did not like the position of administrator, but it was difficult to replace someone at the moment, so it was necessary to support and guide her as much as possible. The words that they were creating content together touched Senya. She never thought she would hear such a thing from a newcomer. Despite this, she believed that the player's words were filled with strength, so she was ready to trust him. The administrator intended to continue creating content together with Kim Hyun-jin, who noticed that the situation had been resolved successfully and understood that he could safely invest in the future. Suddenly, Isabel's voice was heard, suggesting that this player intended to die. Blade did not understand what his master had done to this unfortunate angel, and the player did not understand what Isabel was getting at. Isabel started talking about some little angel who wasn't helping her at all. The baby angel shooting arrows focused on Kim Hyun-jin. Senya did not understand what had happened to the player. The sword intended to find out if the guy was going to control the female part normally. Kim Hyun-jin was glad that Isabel could only hear him. The baby angel who shoots arrows, also known as Cupid, likes to interfere in romantic relationships by stirring up conflicts between couples. The player decided to start by discussing their future plans. Isabel was furious that he had ignored her. The next day arrived, and Senya acknowledged Kim Hyun-jin's words. During this time, Senya's server was fully expanded, and the funds spent were quickly offset by the guards' investments. Many guards generously supported the project, so there would be no problems with broadcasting in the future. The guards understood the value of the content and therefore supported them. Thanks to Kim Hyun-jin, Senya was able to broaden her horizons and develop her insight. But the guy considered it trivial because it was done for mutual benefit. For Senya, this was the beginning of a new path, and she wanted to express her gratitude to the player. The player was presented with Senya's token of gratitude. When this item was activated, rewards were given out randomly. The number of thank you tokens was limited, and they cost a lot of game coins, but the administrator gave them to him knowing that he was still in the early stages. The token of gratitude could be activated by the player anywhere and at any time, and the reward was given randomly depending on the conditions. The guy thanked her for this, but the administrator considered it a kind of investment. Senya assumed that from that day on, he would seriously take on the task of clearing the Gwanghwamun dungeon. Kim Hyun-jin was going to enter the Kyungweru field, but his plans changed because he had other important business. The young man headed to the store to buy one of the expensive bags for his older sister. The player continued to buy expensive things, and the other girls, noticing his purchases, wanted to marry him. Kim Aeon was shocked by her brother's actions and did not understand why he was making all these purchases. Her brother had a lot of money, so he could afford it, but his sister thought it was impossible to do such a thing with a clear head. The guy wanted to make his sister feel like she was in a fairy tale. He had been planning this for a long time. In this way, he wanted to thank his sister for what she had done for him. After a while, they left the store with bags full of purchases, but the brother felt that it still wasn't enough. Kim Aeon froze in place because she didn't fully understand what had come over her brother and why he had bought all this. She decided that he was just playing a joke on her, because her brother had never done anything like this before. The young man understood that his sister wanted everything to be good for him, but she didn't understand what he was talking about. With his purchases, he wanted to express his small gratitude to his sister for her desire for him to have everything he needed. The brother asked her to admit that she actually wanted him to be lucky. The girl didn't quite understand what was going on, but she really did want only the best for her brother. Kim Aeon didn't dare tell him this, so she pretended that she didn't care about his affairs. Her older sister asked him to go crazy like a normal person, but not the way he was doing it. Through the eyes of the observer, the fifth secret condition of the token of gratitude was revealed, and it was the power of desire. Kim Hyun-jin did not have this, but he was sure that his sister had this inner strength. Thanks to his sister, he passed through the gate of the yellow talisman, and she still had not told him that she was making new talismans. The time had come to receive the reward, and the token of gratitude was activated. The conditions affecting the reward were checked by the contract keeper, an unnamed observer, and many parties were found to be in support. The number of patrons exceeded the permissible value, and further support was impossible. The player's enhancement abilities exceeded the token's analysis capabilities. An inexpressibly powerful force was discovered. As a reward, a potion of all abilities was issued. Suddenly, the reward system was reconfigured, and the potion's rarity was lowered. The system deemed the item unacceptable as a reward and replaced it, but the player did not despair because of this. Getting a legendary item in addition to Isabel's sword was already too much for the player. Kim Hyun-jin did not consider this an interference, as he understood that later, everything would return to him in another form. But what was more important now was that 10 guardians were watching him. The guy was curious to find out what ability he would gain with this potion. After drinking the potion, he gained the ability to use the sacred hymn. The conductor's song increased in rank and transformed into a sacred hymn for the conductor. The moment had come for him to continue passing through Kyunghwa and gaining experience. All of the player's effects became stronger, and a new ability was added, which was a compelling reason to level up the conductor's song. In addition, it could be combined with the battle aura that the Valiant King had bestowed by special decree with the powers he had received from the Contract Guardian. These abilities overlapped, creating a powerful synergy. This allowed the player to obtain permission to summon even more powerful forces in battle. He once again expressed his gratitude to the conductor of noise for this gift. The White Hunter granted the player a special privilege. After some time, Kim Hyun-jin showed Sun Ki-yeon a vision that confirmed their strategy, and once they had received the assignment from the White Hunter, the next step was business negotiations with Chairman Songshin. The company received information on how to quickly level up in the Gwanghwamun dungeon. To confirm the effectiveness of this method, Kim Hyun-jin's team prepared a video with a complete walkthrough. Now, Saki-yeon and his grandson understood how these players managed to level up so quickly. Usually, middle managers did not like to share their game data records with other players, but Senya, unlike most, did not object. Sun Ki-yeon realized that the main item in this dungeon was Noah's helmet, which could be used to regulate the attention of enemies and control the situation. In order to obtain this helmet, players had to complete the Uplex dungeon. Players could find an NPC named Noah on the 4th floor and make a deal with him. If the Uplex dungeon seemed too difficult for the group, Kim Hyun-jin was ready to sell them the helmet because he suspected that they would not be able to defeat the first boss, Taekyeon, on the 1st floor. The grandson asked his grandfather for permission to deal with this matter personally. Sun Ki-yeon believed that in this situation, they should buy this item because it would be useful to the guild in the future and could be an investment with a view to the future. The young man thought that they needed to combine everything into one calculation and tactic for passing Kyunghwaru. Since it concerned the game process, it was wiser to first start negotiations with the guild leader, Sun Ki-yeon. Sun Ki-yeon was very pleased with his grandson's initiative. Kim Hyun-jin decided that if negotiations with the guild leader failed, they would talk to the chairman himself, suspecting that he might offer him unfavorable terms. Sun Ki-yeon needed to think carefully before making a decision. The guards began to watch them with interest, and the guild leader asked for a day to think it over. Sometime after the negotiations, he came to his comrades who were waiting for him at the dungeon. So the guy decided to continue clearing the Kyunghwaru dungeon during this time and understand his and his team's levels. Suddenly, his companions noticed strangers approaching them, but Kim Hyun-jin knew them. After meeting with the chairman, he felt someone's constant gaze on him. Before his next visit to Kyunghwaru, the player had something to figure out. Chairman Song Ki-young was the head of Songshin, South Korea's largest corporation. He had 3 grandchildren, and his eldest grandson and granddaughter were engaged in a fierce battle for the position of heir. Sun Ki-yeon could lose this race and fail to become the next head of the corporation. It was Sun Ki-young's younger sister who was supposed to become the successor to the Songshin name, taking over both the corporation and power. Sun Jung-hee, nicknamed the Iron Lady, met Kim Hyun-jin. The guy noticed that this whole family was completely arrogant. He was glad to meet her and had seen her in the newspaper before. The young man understood that she was the sister of the guild leader with whom he was closely associated. The girl had also heard that he had recently been maintaining very close relations with the guild. Sun Jong-hee was also planning to create a guild in the near future that could rival Shield Taeguk, so she asked him to join her. Kim Hyun-jin noticed that this girl, like her brother, was eager to cooperate with him, and the Taeguk Shield was already beginning to interfere with him, while Sun Ki-yeon's attention was fixed on him. Initially, Song Jong-hee's nickname sounded like Iron-Blooded Empress, but many called her something else. Once, she brutally beat someone from the Songshin Company, but no serious punishment followed, confirming that power was above the law. Since then, people began to call Song Jong-hee not the Empress, but the Iron-Blooded Witch. Sun Ki-yeol seemed almost saintly in comparison, so Kim Hyun-jin refused her offer because he was busy passing through the Gwanghwamun dungeon. The girl noticed that this guy was incredibly confident, because he dared to come to Sun Ki-yeol when he was still a nobody. His conversation partner decided to end their conversation and promised to schedule an official meeting next time. Unexpectedly, Kim Hyun-jin bumped into a security guard who did not apologize and simply walked on. Sun Jong-hee's right-hand man was Kang Yoon-min, known as an indestructible player who wanted to exert a little psychological pressure. Kim Hyun-jin decided to play along because they were at level 30. He tried to find out why she thought her grandfather and the Shield Taeguk Guild were so interested in him and wanted to cooperate. The girl didn't know the answer and was also curious to find out. She suspected that Kim Hyun-jin might have found some compromising information on her relatives. His comrades understood that their leader was not capable of such a thing, so they did not pay attention to their conversation. Such assumptions were quite understandable and expected from the Iron-Blooded Witch. Sun Jong-hee still had little idea who she was dealing with, even though she had received information from Sun Ki-yeol, but only in a strictly limited amount. Suddenly, the guy assured her that she was wrong in her reasoning and took out his sword, Isabel. Chairman Sun Ki-yeol, the pillar of the Songshin Corporation, and Sun Ki-yeol, the head of the Taeguk Shield Guild, both showed interest in him. Kim Hyun-jin could show why this happened. He challenged Kang Yoon-min to a duel. Once in the dungeon, the players began to compete with each other while the others simply watched them. Kim Hyun-jin was a non-combat class player who was skilled in strategy and excelled at managing his group. Moreover, he was considered a player with no prospects, but Kang Yoon-min could not keep up with him. It seemed to his opponent that this player could read all his movements, and it became clear to the young man that his opponent was unaware of his mastery of the Eye of the Lord. Kang Eun-min noticed that this young man was only hitting him with the flat side of his blade, but it was still monstrously painful. He didn't understand how a non-combat class could fight like that at all. The player saved this for when he had to fight Shi Yeon-so and used the special property of Millen's boots and the skill of striking from above. The attack was combined with the acceleration of the boots, which gave him an advantage in battle. Kim Hyun-jin was convinced that this was not the worst use of the skill, but Kang Yoon-min managed to predict it. The full force blow did not leave a scratch on his opponent, and the partial effect of the Great Orc Warrior's set was activated. Kang Yoon-min seemed to see something that was beyond anything he knew. The guy realized he was like a frog sitting at the bottom of a well, so he admitted defeat. Kang Eun-min knew that the Lord class was not intended for direct combat. Therefore, he wanted to know how Kim Hyun-jin was able to defeat him using the abilities of a non-combat class. If at first he had attacked Kim Hyun-jin to impress Song Jong-hee, now his gaze was filled with sincere admiration for his powers. The player agreed to show his superiority and the true power of the Lord class only once. The guy used the skills of spiritual pressure and the conductor's sacred hymn, and the effect of the pressure of will became more powerful. Thanks to the sacred hymn, the effect of the pressure of will reached its peak, and even the power hidden in Noah's helmet was activated, concentrating all the pressure on one person. Kim Hyun-jin finished demonstrating his true power, which was enough to show the others who he was. Kang Yoon-min was terrified by the power he had seen, and he thanked the player for sparing him. The White Hunter watching this was pleased with the overwhelming combat power, and the hunter's mission was accomplished. Isabel continued to threaten the master who dared to use her sacred body in such a way. Kim Hyun-jin's plan worked perfectly, and the support class won an unexpected but confident victory, proving his abilities to Song Jong-ni and Kang Yoon-min. Isabel's sword promised that she would not forgive her master so easily because for her it was not the most pleasant experience. After that, she fell asleep again, and the opportunity arose to focus on leveling up. This time, the player also planned to enter and exit quickly. After that, the team continued to clear the field of Kyungkwaru according to plan, not noticing that Kim Hyun-jin had reached level 34 during the constant routine. Having completed the clearing, the comrades saw no point in staying in the dungeon, so they hurried to the exit. Outside, Son Ki-yeol was already waiting for them, wanting to inform the player of the decision that had been made. The guild leader noticed that his sister had recently shown interest in players and projects related to new technologies, and decided to warn Kim Hyun-jin about it. It turned out that she had already beaten her brother to it and met with the player, who realized that Son Ki-yeol had come to him to talk about Sun Jong-hee. The brother had warm feelings for his sister, but Sun Jong-hee herself did not feel the same way about her brother. Now the girl did not resemble the Iron Empress that Kim Hyun-jin knew, and this could affect her older brother who cherished his sister. It turned out that Sun Ki-yeol did not really care about her because he considered himself and her rivals to be more like brothers and sisters. After thinking about it for a while, he changed his answer because he really did care about his sister. The guild leader knew how to separate business from personal matters. He preferred fair play when it came to the struggle for succession through the guild, and he was well aware of all the affairs of the Players Association. Sun Ki-yeol was able to falsify some of the information about the players, and using this, he slightly distorted the information about Kim Hyun-jin and passed it on to his sister. Now that the meeting was over, Sun Jong-hee realized that the data was fake, so she was ready to try any means necessary to lure the player to her side. It also turned out that she was looking for the red eye that Kim Hyun-jin had kept for himself. He preferred not to reveal the information about An So-hee yet, as he believed that extra caution would not hurt in this case. Hearing this, the player assumed that some other guard also wanted to get the red eye and now began to understand its true importance. The guy made it clear that as long as he had the red eye, everything would be under control, and the others had nothing to worry about. Kim Hyun-jin still wanted to warn Sun Jong-hee, so the guild leader decided to find out what it was about. The young man advised him to do it for real if he wanted to win him over to his side, and if inhumane or violent methods were used that he could not accept, then the lady should be prepared for the consequences. The same applied to Song Ki-yeol. Now the player had chosen the guild leader over Song Jong-hee, but this decision was not final. He could also form an alliance with his sister, so they had to do everything in their power. Sun Ki-yeol missed the moment to tell the player one very important piece of information. Suddenly their car stopped, and the guild leader opened the window. The player was surprised by what he saw. The man was pleased to hear his enthusiasm because this car was intended specifically for Kim Hyun-jin. Together with the driver, he could use it freely whenever he wanted, and insurance and other formalities were covered by the company. Kim Hyun-jin assumed that this might be a reward for passing on the strategy for passing the field to Kyung-ho, but it was only a small part of the gratitude. Sun Ki-yeol was going to give him a sports car as an additional gift so that he could enjoy it personally. The player only had to choose any model, and they also provided him with a top-level license issued by the Players Association. Additionally, he received a mid-level license if he wanted to hide his identity. This was support from higher powers so that he could not be distracted from the game. It was just a gesture of goodwill on Sun Ki-yeol's part before the start of a serious deal. The association also moved Kim Hyun-jin's family to a spacious apartment with a larger area, paid for the move and repairs, and helped them settle in. In addition, they provided a housekeeper to help with the housework. Kim Hyun-jin felt that Sun Ki-yeol understood the hints well, so he put forward another condition. The condition was that An So-hee move into the neighboring apartment, as her abilities were extremely necessary to Kim Hyun-jin. The guy thought that Song Jong-hee might try to harm the girl, so he decided to keep her close. All this seemed overly generous for one sole strategy for passing the dungeon, but the company considered it an investment in Kim Hyun-jin. The young man also prepared a gift for them, which surprised him because he did not expect such a thing from him. Kim Hyun-jin asked him to focus on the magic stones. Based on secret data that Kim Hyun-jin managed to obtain, Boracay in the Philippines was a hotspot for mining magic stones, and British players could already occupy this place. At that time, the dungeons yielded only the lowest grade magic stones, which were almost the most valuable items that could be found in the past. During this period, the island of Boracay was almost completely captured. The aggressive and nationalistic guild from Great Britain was an imperialist guild. One player was behind this rapid growth, the same one who was now active on Boracay. But no matter how strong Kim Hyun-jin was, he believed that the current Shield Taeguk was in no way inferior to him. The guy asked him to let him know immediately if they encountered that guild, and Song Ki-young thanked him for the information. After completing the dungeon, Shu Yun-so intended to hold 3 more duels. Several days passed, and during that time, they continued to clear the Kyungkwaru field, and their group's average level reached 35. This could have been boring, but in other places, the efficiency of leveling up was too low, so they planned to continue for at least another 3 months until they reached level 40. The Shield Taeguk Guild successfully settled in Boracay, and this became the first official case of a Korean guild entering a foreign server. If things continued like this, the country would be able to successfully mine magic stones. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-jin noticed a familiar passerby. The guy immediately ordered the driver to stop. He suspected he might be mistaken, so he decided to check. Noticing the guy's silhouette, he was sure he wasn't mistaken, but he didn't understand why he was in Korea. Kim Hyun-jin decided to follow this person to find out what the great explorer Jackson was doing here. The greatest gift to humanity, the legendary explorer Jackson, shared everything freely from his own scripts and walkthroughs to tactics against monsters. He was a hero of his time. At the beginning of his gaming career, Jackson alternated between the US and the UK, which gave these countries a significant advantage over other servers. Kim Hyun-jin was sure that Jackson should be in Boracay, but he ended up near the Gwanghwamun dungeon, which was impossible to complete at that time. According to the archives, Jackson traveled to many countries for research, and it was noted that he visited Korea quite late. The guy realized that these events had also changed compared to the past, or that Jack had already been to Korea unofficially. It could have been a coincidence, but the chances were equal. Kim Hyun-jin wanted to meet him, at least briefly, but following him, he lost sight of him. Suddenly, Jackson appeared behind him and decided to find out how long he had been following him. The young man realized that it was not secrecy, but a different kind of movement. And he also noticed that this man spoke Korean well. The man had been interested in Korea since childhood and had managed to master these outstanding communication skills. Jackson wanted to know why this guy was following him and assumed that the young man was not of traditional orientation. Kim Hyun-jin assured him otherwise and noted that this man was not like the Jackson he used to know. Earlier in the interview, Jackson mentioned that he was using a translation artifact, but now there was no energy from the artifact. A special power became a barrier that made it impossible to read information about the opponent. Moreover, from the very beginning, he had been secretly sending energy towards Kim Hyun-jin, wanting to verify the truth of his words with something like the Eye of Truth. The guy decided to be honest and confessed that he knew the future. The guy said that Jackson's future looked as if he was ready to give his life for research, and he also saw many dangerous events. The young man knew not only the future, but also a little about the past and suspected that Jackson had survived one of the stages of training by dishonest means. Earlier in the past, Jackson had talked about his best friend Lanton in an interview. The situation was critical, on the brink of life and death, right in the middle of their training. Both could have died, or one could have survived at the cost of the other's life. Jackson remained alive thanks to Lanton's selfless sacrifice. His choice of companion was not a mistake. It was the only possible path, and this information proved to Jackson that this guy had not lied to him about his abilities. The man decided to give the young man a little advice, which was written in one of the ancient manuscripts found in the dungeon. It said that those who see the future should fear it, and that there is nothing more foolish and reckless than revealing the future, and therefore Kim Hyun-jin should never talk about the future unnecessarily. This meant that he already knew the side effects and risks of revealing the future, where the interruption was supposed to happen, but it did not happen. It seemed to Jackson as if someone was deliberately preventing the disaster. Using his ability, Jackson discovered traces of heroism in Kim Hyun-jin, and this strengthened his trust to some extent. The young man understood the risks associated with revealing the future, but he did it without hesitation, and thanks to this, Korea avoided serious losses. The young man felt sincere feelings in the handshake, which his interlocutor spoke of with all his heart. Jackson came to Korea for the first time when the educational sector began to take shape in Cheono. After the tutorial, he was constantly tormented by thoughts and doubts. After that, he devoted the rest of his life to serving others and began his research, regardless of whether he had influenced his arrival in Korea, which was inevitable. Therefore, he was delighted and happy to meet someone like Kim Hyun-jin. It seemed to him that he had found a kindred spirit. The guy decided to find out what brought Jackson to the Gwanghwamun underground, and it turned out to be one of his main scenarios. This scenario was called Star of the East, and the man decided to take a look at it. Jackson didn't know much himself yet, but he assumed that it was something like a candidate in the sense that he had come to overthrow the king and the Star of the East. Kim Hyun-jin thought about the Star of the East and the pretender to the throne. The man did not reveal the plot with the Star of the East in his materials. He revealed all the other valuable information, but for some reason he concealed this. The interlocutor decided to find out if this guy happened to have an artifact connected with the king. The guy answered in the negative. Last time, when he went through the early adapter scenario, he received an ancient crown. Jackson suggested that in the future he saw there was no crown. His sensory vision picked up external energy. The crown was absent in the future that Kim Hyun-jin knew. The man thanked him for the information, and the conversation turned out to be very informative. Jackson was going to explore the Gwanghwamun underground and promised to share any useful information he might find with him. The guys exchanged contact details so they could get in touch if necessary. In the end, Kim Hyun-jin didn't really learn anything, only uncertainties remained. When they finally shared their classes with each other, a strange thing became clear. Jackson had previously called his class a wandering pilgrim. Many things were different from what Kim Hyun-jin knew. He didn't know if it was a gap in his knowledge or if the past had really changed. Doubts remained. He felt sincerity in Jackson's words, but at the same time, he had a strange feeling of déjà vu. It seemed to him that it was as if he were an exception to the system, so he decided to return home to rest. The team members now also lived with Kim Hyun-jin in the same house, and one day they gathered together again. His comrades realized that this house had become their base and support. Choi Song-gu and Kwak Tai-woon lived in the first apartment on the 16th floor. The leader promised that they would soon have a full-fledged office. Shi Yeon-so and An So-hee lived in the second apartment on the 15th floor. The third apartment on the 16th floor was occupied by Soo Hyun-soo. All of this was paid for by the Songshin Company, including the moving expenses. Sun Ki-yeol and Jung Soo-ji also moved into the first and second apartments on the 14th floor. The guild leader invested in Kim Hyun-jin after seeing his potential, but it was unclear why Jung Soo-ji had moved into this complex. Everyone knew that they had to continue clearing the field for Kyung-hwa, but there was another matter as well. Kang Seon-hwa continued to search for what her stepbrother had asked her to find, and her actions yielded the first results. Shi Yeon-so was surprised that the girl had managed to find it. She had never seen such an item before. The girl took out a beautiful stone that was unfamiliar to the rest of the team. It was a protective stone, an artifact capable of summoning a guardian tower. Now they were going to create a protective tower. The protection stone could summon a guard tower. To summon a guard tower, 10 protection stones were needed, and the type of guard summoned was chosen at random. The summoned guard tower prevented the appearance of dungeons, portals, and monsters within a certain radius and served as a shield. Kim Hyunjin believed that the time had come when it would be possible to summon the Guardian Tower. While they were passing through the Kyunghwaru field, he gradually collected Guardian Stones through Kangseonghwa. If the guard field was classified, it meant that the player still had to find it, but the leader managed to prepare it in advance. It turned out that Kang Seonghwa, with the help of An Seo-hee, was able to find even the protective field, and it just so happened that it was near their house. The coincidence was strange, but Cho Song-gu decided that it was all part of Kim Hyung-jin's grand plan. The guy chose this apartment and offered it to Sun Ki-yeol not only for the convenience of the team, but also because this place was located near the exact location of the protective stones and the guardian field. After the red eye was removed, An So-hee's level of darkness decreased significantly, and she greatly helped Kang Seong-hae in finding the guardian field. The guardian stones were highly dependent on the talent of amplifying the environment, and they found the place where they wanted to start. The noise from the cars, passers-by crossing the pedestrian crossing, teammates standing behind them. Kim Hyun-jin was looking for the moment when the environment and location would all come together at the perfect time. The player broke the protective stone, whose power penetrated the protective field, and the power began to act with tremendous force. After the leader intended to return, Choi Song-gu thought that they had failed, but everything worked out, and in order not to miss the perfect moment, the players had to move slowly. The team first needed to clear Kyunghwa and then return to accomplish their goal. The guard tower was important, but now it was especially important to level up steadily, as the players continued to defend Kyunghwa. Gradually, step by step, they approached, waiting for the right moment, and activated the stones in the defensive field. Several days passed in this manner, and finally the moment came to use the last guard stone. All the team members waited for their leader to use the remaining stone, but something unexpected happened. The field required not 10, but 12 stones. Thanks to Darren's help, they quickly found the stone and were able to avoid losing time. This was thanks to Kim Hyun-jin's high enhancement abilities. He was curious to see what tower the system would summon. The power of the Guardian Stone penetrated the protective field, and immediately an earthquake began, which made everyone nervous. His comrades hoped that no one would be accidentally injured, but they noticed that nothing serious had happened. The Tin Guard Tower was summoned. Kim Hyun-jin did not expect this particular tower to be summoned. The guys noticed that this tower looked like a fortress, but it was too small for a castle. The team leader did not expect this turn of events, so he had to change his plan on the fly. The Tin he knew was not in Korea, but in Manhattan, New York. It was an elite Guardian Tower because it was the prototype for the Titan Tower. Previously, the Megalodon Guardian Tower had appeared here. Megalodon was also an outstanding tower, and now the players needed to focus on what needed to be done. The partners remained vigilant because the most important thing awaited them ahead. The recognition of candidates for the role of Guardian Tower Master began. Monsters appeared, and the players had to prove that they were worthy of becoming its masters. The status of Tower Master was proven through a test. They had to pass the test proposed by the tower. The Guardian Tower scenario began. Sun Ki-yeol asked for help from Gong Ji-hoon to evacuate civilians from the area. The guild leader arrived urgently after receiving a message about the appearance of monsters in the city center, and noticed that Kim Hyun-jin's team was already in battle. The players' movements impressed the others. They were on a completely different level than the other players, and the coordination between the team members was also excellent. Jung Soo-ji suspected that she and the others were not particularly needed here, and Song Ki-yeol agreed with her. The girl did not understand what kind of person Kim Hyun-jin was. He possessed the highest knowledge and skills that no one else had. He was a player whose mere presence strengthened the fighting power of the entire team. Moreover, he always treated Jung Soo-ji as if she were nothing, but she wanted to get him. Choi Seong-gu demonstrated his mastery of the fire technique from Chaeyoung-dun to his partner, and it came much easier to him than last time. After some time, the scenario of the Tower of the Guardian of the Beast's Devourers was completed. The team had already dealt with the lycanthrope orc, the orc Sroop, and the devouring monster, all of which was possible because they had been tirelessly leveling up and developing their skills. The last 5th chapter of the Guardian Tower scenario remained, and the difficulty increased as its rank rose. Tin, one of the highest class towers destined to become the strongest on Earth, never let weak opponents through. It was enough to look at the monsters from the previous 4 stages. All of these monsters were extremely difficult opponents for the initial level, and if the same trend continued, the monster that would appear in the 5th chapter would be even stronger. If a great black dog appears in the 5th chapter, the team will not be able to cope with such a monster on their own. Kim Hyun-jin assured them that there was nothing to fear and that they would all survive this battle. The leader knew An So-hee much better than she thought. He had the class of a lord, so he was constantly watching everything. The guy knew that the girl was already a special protective barrier for the monster here. The girl subconsciously understood and knew that there was a certain flow in this place and that a target to hunt would appear. Ahun So-hee no longer had red eyes, and Kim Hyun-jin became curious to know what had happened to her hunting instinct. The hunting instinct was not just the power of the red eye, it was an innate tendency to destroy hidden in the girl's soul. Previously, this instinct manifested itself as rage directed at people, but with the removal of her red eyes, it subsided. However, when she and Kang Sung-hoi went in search of the protective stone and the field, it reawakened and blossomed anew, turning into a destructive instinct directed at monsters. This assumption was confirmed in the final battle. In the heat of battle with the devouring beast, Unso-hee was already under the protection of some unknown force, but attachment alone was not enough. Here, it was necessary to use Unso-hee's ability to create barriers. Kim Hyun-jin's eyes saw more than meets the eye. He saw that she had set up a barrier in this place. However, she still couldn't bring herself to activate the protective field because she could activate it if she wanted to. The girl had set up a fierce hunting barrier in advance, but the problem was that it wasn't enough to destroy the black dog. Unso-hee understood how dangerous this monster was and decided that her technique would only anger it. That's why he didn't tell her to hunt the black dog, and the girl was surprised to hear this news. Kim Hyun-jin noticed that their conversation was dragging on and therefore decided that he wanted to take action. Sun Ki-yeol wanted to know what they had decided and asked to hear their plan of action. The guy asked Jung Soo-ji to make poison for them. The scenario of the tower defenders of the 5th chapter of the huge black dog began. The players used their skills noticing the approaching monsters and began throwing potions at them. One of the black dogs fell into the trap, and So-hee, the leader, asked her to continue holding that position. Kim Hyun-jin intended to deal with the rest of the team and activated the conductor's holy hymn. The guy didn't think they would actually have to fight the dogs at the initial stage, so they did everything possible to prepare. The team had a hunting barrier in fierce mode, modified with shackles and Chung Soo-ji's olfactory paralysis poison. His comrades were also under the influence of the conductor's sacred hymn, which meant they would be able to resist the war and the dog's overwhelming effect. All preparations were complete and the team was ready to rush into battle. Jung Soo-ji felt a little strange. The girl felt as if he had been sure from the very beginning that she would be with them. After a while, the scenario Tower of Defenders, the head of the huge black dog, was completed. The players managed to do it and killed all the monsters. The guys were injured, but for a battle with a black dog, it was an excellent result. Kim Hyun-jin drank a healing potion, and now the system had to choose the master of the tower. Suddenly, the fairy of the Tower of Guardians, Lily, appeared, and congratulated the players on advancing to the 2nd stage. Lily, the fairy Tintina, was very cute and immediately won the hearts of everyone. Kim Hyun-jin had never heard of the fairy of the guard tower when she appeared in Manhattan in the past. She had not been there before. The player did not remember everything from the past, but he had a feeling that this fairy had been in the tower after all. The world of high-level players, previously inaccessible to the fairy, began to open up. Lily turned to Kim Hyun-jin, assuming that this guy was the leader here. The fairy did not think that the monster in this scenario would be a black dog, so she decided that Ting Ting had given the players a very high rating, thanks to which she was able to accurately determine their combat potential. The guy decided to act on the assumption that the fairy had appeared in the past as well. Lily suggested that they move on to the next scenario, and the guy tried to remember how Michelle from the Golden Tower, Ting Ting's former owner, had behaved in the past when he met Lily. It became clear that Michelle had been offered several options for the further development of events. Kim Hyun-jin watched Lily approach Soo Hyun-soo and force him to take pictures, and that's when he noticed something important. All the photos with the fairy were taken against the backdrop of the Tower of Defenders, which gave the player an interesting idea. There were tiny differences between the tower in the photo and the current tower, and Kim Hyun-jin thought that she wanted him to find those differences. The fairy realized that this one player had not fallen under her spell and had managed to figure out her intentions. Lily did not expect the player to have photos, and with such concentration, this scenario no longer made sense. Suddenly, intense pain struck all the players, but Kim Hyun-jin felt nothing thanks to his skill. The fairy was also able to cope with such trickery, and the others were surprised by what was happening. Kim Hyun-jin was a candidate for the title of Tower Master who had managed to summon Ting Ting. Lily thought that this could also be part of his plan, and she was curious to hear his answer. Despite the fairy's small and cute appearance, this race is full of tricks and enjoys annoying others. It is said that they are stubborn, greedy, and it is not good to get close to them. Fairies were also described as a sinister race whose thoughts were impossible to predict. The player himself told her that he had been watching her and analyzing the situation. Lily wanted to know how Kim Hyun-jin assessed the current situation. He sensed something was wrong from the moment she appeared. Kim Hyun-jin knew that Soo Hyun-soo loved everything cute, but even taking that into account, what happened was too much. The fairy could take advantage of the guy's weakness and influence him. Her behavior showed that she could subtly control the appearance of the guard tower so that no one would notice while Soo Hyun-soo was taking photos. All the abilities she demonstrated and suggested, and the answer, were an illusion. The fairy showed him a distorted reality that Kim Hyun-jin did not believe. Lily realized that her illusion had no effect on him and understood that he truly had special vision. The other players did not notice this trick and were shocked by the reality they saw. Kim Hyun-jin turned out to be the most amazing of all the people the fairy had ever met. The fairy decided to ask him one last question to find out what the next situation would be. It became clear to the guy that she had been watching him all this time, studying his powers, and now wanted to test the limits of his abilities. The player understood everything correctly, and Lily announced the start of the 2nd stage of the tests. Lily prepared for Kim Hyun-jin, who was trying his best. She was sure that he would not be able to win fairly, so he had to destroy the Tin Tin Guard Tower. The task began. The recognized owner of the guard tower had to destroy the guard tower, and the player hurried to a safe distance. The scenario in which he alone had to destroy the shell of the guard tower turned out to be fierce because all the attacks came from different directions of the tower. Now he understood why he couldn't win by fair means, so he was ready to put his plans into action. The cannon from the tower fired at the player, but he managed to dodge in time, yet the attacks did not stop there. Kang Sun-hwa shielded him from the next shot and made it clear that he needed to destroy the tower. Thanks to his stepsister, he managed to get close to the tower using his distorted identity skill. Lily had been watching him go through the scenario with the guard tower all this time, and adjusted the difficulty of the current scenario so that he couldn't pass it with the level of power he had. The player's combat potential was taken as a basis during the battle with the Black Dog. The professional never spent all his points and always kept a reserve for emergencies. It was a kind of insurance that allowed him to create a variable at a critical moment. The guy from level 13 started accumulating all his points, and now he used 10 points to create a variable. The Hunter's Battle Anthem was a skill that combined with dueling and unique direct attack abilities. It was a skill that Lily had never seen before, and the player was ready to use it. Using his Observer's Eye, he hit the vulnerable spot precisely, and the guard tower began to emit flames. The damage was powerful, which meant that his current level and class exceeded what Lily had set for the current guard tower. The fairy noticed that this player was doing much better than she had expected. It was time for Tintin to reveal her full potential. The activation of the guard tower's field isolation function began, and the battle was moved to a one-on-one format. Except for one candidate for the guard tower's owner, all other players would be prohibited from participating in the battle. Chu Sun-gu was shocked that they had even blocked Kim Hyun-jin's support. Lily was also ready to activate Tintin's external defense system. Suddenly, someone's voice made it clear that this fairy had gone too far and her actions had disrupted the balance of power. Everything was already too complicated, but now it looked like cheating. The administrator advised Lily to think with her head. Unexpectedly, the fairy refused to obey her because she wanted to do only what she wanted. This was within her authority, so she asked the giant fairy not to interfere in her affairs. Senya informed Ms. Lo that everything was fine, but she doubted that the player would be able to cope. The mid-level administrator assured her that the player Kim Hyun-jin had not yet shown his true strength. The guy noticed some changes in the tower. The overall level of the building's defense had increased. The tower fairy couldn't directly change its characteristics, so he realized that she was using some kind of trick. It was obvious to the young man that since the defense had increased, there must be some disadvantages somewhere in the system, but then cannons started firing at him. The speed of the attacks decreased, and now it became easier for the player to read them, so he began to approach the tower. Kim Hyun-jin could barely dodge with such attack speed, but he doubted that he needed to strengthen his parameters again to cope with the new armor, so he decided to take a different approach to attract new guards. The painting hanging on the wall resembled the work of the Italian artist Gauguin. Sun Jong-hae noticed that her interlocutor spoke Korean very well and was well-versed in works of art. The girl had heard that Jackson had saved her brother more than once, but he didn't really want to talk about it. Jackson and her brother had been through the same dungeon together, and there had been many occasions when he had been able to help him. Despite his young age, he had considerable potential. Sun Jong-hee also knew that Sun Jin-cheol had considerable talent, even though he had only recently become a player. Therefore, he only went to low-level dungeons with Jackson's companions. Once Jackson accidentally entered a low-level dungeon and met Sun Jin-cheol there. The man was injured but helped the child. The girl knew that this man had heard about the Shinsong Company, so she asked him to get straight to the point. The man assumed that his intentions were so obvious and apologized for his rudeness. Jackson needed the power of the Holy Mark, and they were able to discuss all the terms over a cup of tea. The meeting turned out to be very productive, and the man said goodbye to Sun Jong-hee, thinking that everything would happen as they had agreed. The interlocutors drew up a contract on equal terms and agreed to use each other for mutual benefit. But if there was no benefit, Sun Jong-hee could refuse at any time. Before leaving, Jackson asked if she knew a player named Kim Hyun-jin, but she was surprised why he was asking about this. The man replied with a riddle, suspecting that he would have to add fuel to the fire. Meanwhile, Kim Hyun-jin managed to practically destroy the tower, which stopped firing at him. Lily was curious to see what would happen next. It seemed to her that Tintin's strike should have hit the player. After the smoke cleared, the unharmed guy appeared, having managed to survive another attack. The young man had known before that Tintin was capable of using fire, but he did not expect it to happen right now. The orc warrior's steel armor was destroyed, as were his leather boots. He now had the title of Fireman, and the damage of the Sword of Insight was increased to its maximum effect. Thanks to his self-confidence, he managed to break through the tower whose defenses had been weakened. The young man understood that if he had missed even slightly, he would have failed. Lily was very amused by this and began to laugh because he had completely lost his armor. The fairy began to disappear because she had completed her task in this mission. It seemed to her that Tintin had met a good master. It turned out that a sacrifice was required to complete the task, but the scenario of the guard tower was completely finished. When the elves achieved all their goals, they disappeared, turning to ash, which was considered a concept distinct from what humans called death. Now, Kim Hyun-jin became the owner of the guard tower, and the team was happy to see that their leader had survived. His comrades understood that it was very dangerous, but he still managed to cope, and they wanted to celebrate this. The guild leader also congratulated him on the successful completion of the task and wanted to talk to him. The Taeguk Shield Guild and the Songshin Company took on the cleanup and restoration work. The area was thrown into chaos due to the guard tower scenario, and the zone was divided into the guard tower field and the normal field, but no civilians were harmed. Suddenly, Jackson appeared. He had never seen such a high level of play, even in Britain, and he was sorry that he could not watch it up close. The team members were surprised to see a foreigner here who spoke warmly of their leader. The man greeted Kang Seung-hai, knowing that she was Kim Hyung-jin's half-sister. The guy learned that Jackson had come here because of a scenario that was different from his own. The paths of these players constantly crossed, but the man still did not reveal what his scenario was. Jackson was just forming a team and wanted to establish friendly relations with Kim Hyun-jin. The tower seemed extremely innovative, but looked a little empty for a defensive structure. The players understood that this was not the final version of the tower, as it had only recently been conquered. Jackson also left abruptly, promising that they would definitely meet again. Kim Hyun-jin decided to ask the guild leader for a personal favor. The young man needed to find out if the Englishman who accompanied Jackson was also a member of the guild and what class he belonged to. Sun Ki-yeol understood the essence of the request and intended to start checking the entry records and then conduct an investigation. The young man found it strange that as soon as Jackson saw Kang Sung-ho, he immediately realized that she was his younger sister, but he did not tell him about it. It became clear that this man had received information from someone else, and everything led to Sun Jong-hee. This was not the only thing that aroused suspicion. Since Jackson had found his way here, he could be the one who had summoned the Megalodon in the past. Sun Ki-yeol passed on a message to the guy from Hamso Hyun, who had awakened to prophetic dreams from their guild. Noticing two separate pages, he realized that these were two dreams, each with its own meaning, and Hamso Hyun's revelation could not be trivial. The guild leader noticed that after reading the messages, the young man's mood changed dramatically. Kim Hyun-jin asked Sun Ki-yeol to listen to him carefully because a break would soon begin in the Gwanghwamun dungeon. 3 strands of the fire demon descended at the end, signifying 3 monsters of catastrophic level, and 3 magic spells were cast. The message predicted a break in the dungeon. The observer's skill level was low, so he was only able to decipher part of it, but he already knew about the future and was ready for it. A bad omen visited the player. The prophecy itself seemed ominous to him, and he assumed that his preparations would not be enough. The guild leader was surprised by this news. After thanking the guy for the information, he went to prepare the guild for the break. The guy continued to decipher the prophecy on the second piece of paper, but now alone. The other prophecy did not feel so ominous. He heard that this prediction was the first, and it was at the time when he met Jackson in front of the dungeon. The king walking the royal path and the one standing before the royal road were one and the same person, and the solution to this revelation also proved difficult. Kim Hyun-jin decided not to stress too much for now because he needed to prepare for the worst-case scenario that was looming. Night fell and Hamseon-hyun woke up screaming and hurried to write down her dream. She had previously made a prediction, but it had changed, and now she was forced to describe everything again. The Taeguk Shield Guild warned that a break phenomenon could occur in the Gwanghwamun underground. Song Ki-yeol used all possible methods to minimize the damage from the danger. However, the exact time of the break was unknown, and it was impossible to control the Gwanghwamun area with a large flow of people indefinitely, so he did his best to inform people about evacuation sites. Still, it was only an uncertain threat approaching without a specific time frame, and there were more people ignoring the warnings than those who were preparing. Suddenly, the soldiers guarding the entrance to the dungeon felt an incredible heat behind them. The Gwanghwamun underground passage had not been cleared in time, so fire monsters appeared from it. 3 burning giants appeared at the gate of the dungeon and roamed the city, while civilians headed for the nearest shelters. One of the monsters was moving towards Seoul Station. His sister's voice distracted Sun Ki-yeol from his thoughts. The guild had diligently warned everyone about the break, but when it began, it became inactive. Sun Jong-hee tried to find out what her brother had been doing all this time, and why he hadn't sent people to fight the monsters. The guild leader considered it too dangerous and did not want to touch these fire monsters. His sister suggested that he was afraid that she would be able to catch these monsters and take credit for it instead of him. It turned out that she knew the monsters' weaknesses, but she did not share her source of information with him. It was said that these monsters had a specific number of people they had to catch, and as soon as they ate 10,000, they would self-destruct and disappear. If a certain number of people were sacrificed, it would be possible to pretend that these monsters had been destroyed. Sun Yong-hee intended to sacrifice the players and then bury them at the National Memorial so that no one would be dissatisfied. His sister suspected that her brother would not be able to take such a cruel step. If he had really decided to sacrifice people and turn the guild into heroes, she might have changed her opinion of him. But he remained the same soft-hearted dreamer. The girl believed that all possible means and methods should be used to achieve victory. Since there was no player who could destroy these monsters, it seemed logical to Sun Jong-hee to sacrifice 30,000 people and reap the benefits. The guild leader couldn't say anything to her because he couldn't sacrifice that many people, so his sister left him on that note. The man suspected that someone would have to die for this to end, but he couldn't arbitrarily decide who those 30,000 would be. Meanwhile, the fire monsters continued to roam the city without encountering any resistance. Kim Hyun-jin's team arrived at one of these monsters and was shocked by its size. They doubted they could handle it. When the Gwanghwamun dungeon broke through, the player already knew that 3 huge fire giants would appear. Initially, these monsters were impossible for players to defeat, so Kim Hyun-jin planned to lie low and wait for them to disappear on their own. According to the interpretation of the prophecy, one fire giant discovered traces of the player's powerful desire. Thus began the scenario of the fire giant's hunt in the Gwanghwamun dungeon, with the monster following the trail of the powerful desire that lived in Kim Hyun-jin. The guy couldn't have imagined that the strong feelings his sister had for him would provoke the fire giant, but it wasn't her fault. On the contrary, it was a side effect of him constantly changing the past. The rest of the team also received notification that the scenario had begun. Now it was impossible to escape from the monster, so the guy decided to fight it. Kim Hyun-jin had overcome many scenarios so far, but this time he could really die. The leader made it clear that if any of his teammates wanted to leave, now was the best time to do so. Kang Seung-hwa asked if he remembered the day when the training scenario began. She was just waiting for someone to help her, and if it weren't for him, she would have died right there on the training ground. Kim Hyun-jin saved her that time, and she asked him to let her stay, but he refused, so she didn't want to abandon him either. Her stepbrother was surprised by her words, but at the same time, he was pleased with his partner's loyalty. The others also shared Kang Seung-hwa's opinion, so they were ready to fight alongside him. The guy realized that before there was no one around him, but now everything had changed dramatically. He accepted their decision and prepared to work together to defeat this fiery giant. The fire giant passed through the Sinchahan area and headed for the Han River, and civilians were urgently evacuated. The monsters continued to rage, and the locals began to doubt that the shelters would be able to protect them. One of the monsters encountered a barrier created by the players. Kim Hyun-jin realized that it would be difficult for them to win. The guy made sure that the monster was really hunting him, but it couldn't break through the barrier to its prey, which was right in front of its eyes. The monsters definitely felt the overwhelming power, but they were unable to break through the strength of the guard tower. The monster's power impressed the player. It was worthy of a monster called Disaster. The power of the guard tower still held it back, but it couldn't last forever. The guy determined that in 17 minutes, the tower's defensive power would also be broken. The team together could do what Kim Hyun-jin alone was unable to do, so he was ready to give it his all. The players stalled for time and focused on their situation as much as possible. The guy felt that he would have a chance to gain insight and reach a new level. Several minutes passed, but the tower's barrier was not destroyed. An Seo-hee managed to arrive in time to help her friends. During this time, the girl managed to set traps for the monster that was about to break through. Everyone joined forces to create the ideal conditions for deploying the barrier. Even those who were not members of the team helped to squeeze the maximum magical power out of An Seo-hee. For the first time, the girl truly wanted to protect something, and the fierce hunting barrier turned into a barrier of inevitable death for the sworn enemy. The barrier of inevitable death for a sworn enemy is effective when hunting a small number of opponents, and that was the limit of An Seo-hee's abilities at the moment. Once she was in this place, she realized that her single barrier could not destroy this giant. Kim Hyun-jin knew this, but the girl did not understand how he was going to defeat him in that case. The boy assumed that he would have to give her the red eye again so that she could gain much greater power. When the girl had the red eye, there was a significant difference in abilities between her and her current version, and it was obvious that only An Seo-hee's barrier and the power of the Guardian Tower were not enough to completely defeat him. The players themselves were in danger of becoming victims, so they were ready to use any means necessary. Kim Hyun-jin also needed the red eye, but if they died here, it would all be meaningless. The other 2 fire giants were also moving towards them, and the girl was shocked by this. Therefore, he was ready to give her the red eye if he couldn't fully unleash its power. Suddenly, An Seo-hee received a message about the arrival of special help for the barrier caster. It was said that it was a sphere that would allow him to manifest powers greater than those of the red eye. The guy realized that this gift was from the Shepherd's Guard, because he understood that if the players died, he would not be able to get the red eye. Senya played a big role in this. She understood what Kim Hyun-jin wanted to say, and directed the broadcast's attention to him, and all the guards focused on him. The guy suggested that An Seo-hee follow the plan, and she didn't object, so they went to their places. There were about 5 minutes left before the guard tower's barrier disappeared and the fire monster broke through to them. The young man understood that a difficult battle lay ahead and that they did not yet have enough strength to resist. The player provoked the shepherd and obtained a valuable bonus, but it was not enough to open the perfect passage to salvation. When all the guards were looking at Kim Hyun-jin, he realized that it was time to present them with a more precise plan. Dealing directly with the guards was dangerous, and they saw the players as objects of entertainment. Kim Hyun-jin needed to be several moves ahead to win, so he had to approach the right guard with an offer. His ambition to destroy the forces that threatened everything he held dear had made him who he was now. The player decided to make an offer to the White Hunter, who saw value in him. The guard used his pause ability and waited for the player to offer him his idea. Senya was also tense because of this. as this creature was calmly using such a valuable ability as pause. Despite this, the player believed in himself and was ready to face a powerful opponent that he would not be able to defeat under normal circumstances. Willpower that did not retreat in the face of a mighty enemy. The desire not to break even if something inside broke. The guy was going to focus on the current situation first, because his desire was to destroy the force that threatened everything valuable. However, he did not have the right tools to confront the fiery giant, so he did not hesitate to turn to the White Hunter for help. If he had the gift of movement, he could not retreat. He wanted to become a hunter in order to catch him, and his actions and speech, without the slightest hint of retreat, were the secret of how Bella won the White Hunter's love. Kim Hyun-jin's story matched the character of the White Hunter, and like most famous guardians, he also loved attention and enjoyed this situation. The White Hunter appreciated the player's determination and granted him a temporary bonus. The hunter's spirit skill temporarily turned into the spirit of a brave hunter, which was already available to the player. Everything happened as the player had planned. The statements that the White Hunter liked and the respect he showed him bore fruit. The situation where he was recognized by many guardians must have brought him great satisfaction. The new ability, which made his movements more agile, gave the player hope. The pause was lifted, and with that, all of the player's preparations were complete. It was time to deal with the monsters. Suddenly, 2 more fire giants appeared. Civilians were ordered to wait in shelters and refrain from going outside. Kim Hyun-jin realized that it would now be much more difficult for him, as there were 3 opponents. The Guardian's defensive power had held until that moment, but suddenly the tower's barrier disappeared. The player was ready to carry out the White Hunter's will and catch this monster. All he had to do was execute the plan. Kang Sun-hwa stepped into battle and used her provocation skill to draw the monster's attention to herself. The fire monster struck her, but the girl managed to protect herself with her barrier. Soo Hyun-soo caught her on the ground, and it could be considered that the first part of the plan had been completed. His stepsister Kim Hyun-jin was unharmed, and it was time for him to join the battle. The girl had only managed to distract the monster for a short time, so she felt guilty. Kang Sung-hwa was released only to test the aggression of these monsters, who were completely focused on Kim Hyun-jin. Ham Sung-hyun could not understand what she had seen in her dream because the future had split. The fire monsters approached the player and began to try to strike him with powerful blows. His companions were surprised that Kim Hyun-jin was alone in such a dangerous place, but they couldn't help him. The fire zone was filled with incredible heat, and no one but Kim Hyun-jin could survive there. The monster's flames were of the highest level, and even when facing them head-on, Cho Song-gun was overcome with fear, but his comrade was still able to dodge the attacks in that place. Kim Hyun-jin controlled the inner fire, creating illusions and directing the attacks so that they missed. Watching their leader, the team could learn and find out how to behave in such situations. The guy was exposed to the highest level of flames, and it seemed to him that his heart might explode at any moment, but the hunter's step skill allowed him to dodge. In addition, the Guardian's defensive power was destroyed, but the negative effect of the protective field was still in effect. Kim Hyun-jin used his inner fire in the gap that had formed to create disorientation. The player managed to withstand the monster's attack, and the monsters began to attack each other under the spell's effect. The guards, noticing what was happening, began to rejoice, and they all watched with even greater interest as the monsters competed for one prey. So the guy thought that he only needed to provoke them a little, and everything would turn out exactly as he wanted. All that remained for the young man was to exhaust their strength as much as possible, and while dodging their attacks, he cunningly moved them towards the defense tower. It was time for In-so-hee to act. She was ready to help her friend and was waiting for his signal. The girl began to cast a spell and was ready to turn the sharp pain into peace. Kim Hyun-jin noticed that this spell looked different because of its use, and blood began to flow from the girl's eyes. Ham Sung-hyun remained unaware because the future was unclear. The guy tried to stop In-so-hee, but she continued to cast spells, causing herself harm. The fortune teller realized that whoever followed their desire would devour and rule this place with eyes filled with greed. The variable in this event was the Lord of Spells who intervened in what was happening.